A billionaire CEO who has never touched a woman suddenly ends up with a biological daughter. Zhou Jingchen was allergic to women. One day, after handling a project accident caused by Luo Muran, he was already irritated when suddenly, a 4-year-old girl clung to his leg. The little girl, soft and adorable, said sweetly, "Daddy, take me to find mommy. Mommy's name is Luo Muran." The DNA test came back, biological daughter. Who was going to tell him how could he, a man who never even touched women, end up with a daughter and with that troublesome woman, no less? Chapter 1. The future daughter shows up. Zhou Jingchen rubbed at his throbbing temples as he looked across the table. Sitting opposite him was a little girl with chubby short legs swinging under the chair, who had just finished a cupcake and was now digging into an ice cream. "How many have you had already?" he asked. The little girl stretched out her pudgy little hand and held up 3 fingers. On the back of her hand were 5 tiny dimples, adorably cute. Half an hour ago, Zhou Jingchen had said she could only eat an ice cream if she first finished a cupcake. So she ate a cupcake, then an ice cream. Another cupcake, another ice cream. Now she was on her 3rd. "This is the last one," Zhou Jingchen said coldly. His temperament was icy, and he was never the patient type to coax children. This was already his best attempt at a gentle tone. The little girl pouted, didn't he argue, and lowered her head. Her eating slowed, and even the tiny curls on her head seemed to droop, making her look pitiful. "I want mommy. If mommy were here, the scary devil daddy would be gentle and not so fierce." Zhou Jingchen felt another wave of headache as he studied the doll-like face across from him. 3 days ago, after pulling 2 all-nighters to clean up the mess his love-struck nephew had left behind, he had just walked out of the office building when this little girl came charging over like a cannonball, latched onto his leg, and looked up at him with a radiant smile, calling him daddy. Normally, such a scam would have gotten reported to the police immediately. But when he saw her little face, a perfect copy of his own childhood, and the longevity locket hanging around her neck, she was not a woman anyone could afford to marry. Doing so might cost him years off his life. It was precisely because of her that Zhu Yian had been so eager to prove himself within the Zhu family, rushing headlong and ultimately making a colossal mistake on this project. If Zhu Jingchen hadn't intervened, the entire deal would have collapsed, costing billions and, more importantly, tarnishing the Zhu family's reputation. So his dislike for Luo Muran only deepened. Yet now, this child was claiming that he and Luo Muran were married and had a daughter. An hour ago, his assistant had delivered the DNA test results. The report confirmed it. Zhu Jingchen and Zhu Xiaoxi were father and daughter. He rubbed his temples again. Zhu Xiaoxi, even her name wasn't one he could imagine giving. The girl was clever, articulate. In 3 days of conversation, he learned that she came from the future 8 years later. Which meant that in 2 or 3 years, he would marry his nephew's fiancée. He didn't know if the world had gone mad, or if he had. Boom! A thunderclap split the night sky as lightning flashed through the downpour. At the hospital room door, Luo Muran stood drenched, hair plastered to her shoulders. Through the crack of the half-open door, she saw Zhu's mother smiling warmly as she helped a young woman to bed. "Rest well and take care of the baby. Yian will definitely take responsibility for you." Standing beside her, Zhu Yian's face was pale, but he did not refute the words. And that woman Luo Muran knew her all too well. Jiang Mingzhu, the daughter of Zhu Yian's uncle's family, his so-called childhood friend. They always claimed to be like brothers. In the 3 years Luo Muran had dated Zhu Yian, Jiang Mingzhu had been everywhere. Even movie dates she tagged along, sitting on Yian's other side. Yian had said, "She just has a tomboy personality. Ignore her, treat her like air." Now, that air was pregnant. Her eyes burned red, her hands curling into fists. She had rushed here only because Jiang Mingzhu had texted her that Zhu Yian was in a car accident. Instead, this was the scene she walked into. Only a fool wouldn't understand what had happened. Slowly, Luo Muran turned to leave. "Ranmar." Zhu Yian spotted her, panicked, and chased after her, grabbing her wrist. She looked up, meeting his eyes filled with shock and guilt. Clearly, he hadn't expected her to appear. He opened his mouth to explain. But Jiang Mingzhu rushed out, dropping to her knees in front of Luo Muran. With tears brimming, she choked out, "Ranmar, I'm sorry, it was just an accident. I won't ruin your relationship. Please don't blame Yian." Ranmar, I was drugged. Mingzhu and I are like siblings. It wasn't what it looked like, Zhu Yian hurriedly defended, desperate to clear himself. Luo Muran looked past the two of them, her gaze settling on Zhu's mother. Zhu's mother met her eyes with reproach, clearly more worried about Mingzhu and the unborn child than about Luo Muran's feelings. Luo Muran pulled her gaze back and asked calmly. Fine, I believe you were drugged. It was an accident. But what about the baby? Do you plan to let her give birth? Zhu Yian froze, his Adam's apple bobbing before he forced out, we're married. She can give birth and will register the child under your name, raise it as ours. Impossible. She could no longer tolerate his betrayal. And he wanted her to raise the mistress's child. Why should she? Even a saint wouldn't be that magnanimous. And she had never been one to sacrifice her interests for others. It wasn't as if she couldn't bear children of her own. Why should she raise another woman's child under her nose, forced to look at it every day? What, wasn't the humiliation enough already? Ranmar, the child is innocent, Zhu Yian frowned, baffled by her refusal. I know you're angry. When you've cooled down, we can talk again. Luo Muran stared at him, suddenly finding it all meaningless. Let us break up. I want tea. Zhu Yian's eyes were bloodshot, burning red as he clutched her wrist. It's just one child. It won't change how I feel about you. You don't have to reject him. Crack. Another bolt of lightning split the sky. Luo Muran jolted awake. It was a dream. She gasped for breath, forcing herself to shake off the lingering dread. Lately, she'd been having strange dreams like this again and again. Exhaling long and slow, she was about to drift back to sleep when her phone buzzed with a new WeChat friend request. The profile picture was a single word, Chen. Remark, Zhou Jingchen. Chapter 2 Shock. The god of slaughter asked me for a meeting. Luo Muran was stunned. She quickly glanced at the time. 3 o'clock in the morning. Her brows furrowed. Zhou Jingchen was infamous in the business world, a true god of slaughter. When he met gods, he killed gods. When he met booters, he killed booters. Even Zhu's father, after years of effort, had failed to outmatch him. So the massive Zhou family empire fell, without suspense, into Zhou Jingchen's hands. In Luo Muran's memory, her future little uncle had never liked her. She couldn't understand what could this man, who had never crossed paths with her, possibly want from her? And at 3 in the morning, no less. If it weren't for the fact that no one would dare impersonate Zhou Jingchen and that he himself was the embodiment of ruthlessness, she would have suspected a scam or worse, a supernatural encounter. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Muran tapped accept. Seconds later, a new profile picture began to pulse on her screen. Perhaps because Zhou Jingchen was simply too legendary, Luo Muran found it oddly surreal to see this stark black and white avatar appear in her WeChat. Is this Miss Luo Muran? This is Zhou Jingchen. I need to speak with you. His tone was polite, but also formal, carrying the undeniable pressure of someone at the top. Luo Muran's pale fingertips hovered for 2 seconds before she replied. This is Luo Muran. President Zhou, what can I do for you? She had always had a clear plan for her future. From the moment she accepted Zhu Yian, her goal was to marry into the Zhou family. She strictly abided by the rules of what could and couldn't be touched. She and Zhou Jingchen lived in entirely different worlds. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't predict why he would lower himself to personally contact her. So she cut straight to the point. Let us set a time to meet in person. Luo Muran stared at the message, curiosity sparking. Though Zhu Jingchen and Zhu Yian were uncle and nephew, their statuses in the Zhou family were worlds apart. And they were only 2 years apart in age. No matter what, her relationship with Zhu Yian should never have involved Zhu Jingchen. Still, Luo Muran made her decision. I'll book a ticket back to Jing City tomorrow. I'll contact you once I land. Before summer break, Zhu Yian had asked her to accompany him and his mother to Japan to escape the heat. But she had scheduled surgery for her grandmother during the holidays. It was only a minor procedure, but her grandmother was old, and she couldn't rest easy, so she had gone home. Before boarding her flight, she'd asked Zhu Yian if he would be taking Jiang Mingzhu along. Zhu Yian had laughed, as if she were joking. She has no patience to keep my mom company. Why would she come? He hadn't noticed the disappointment in Jiang Mingzhu's eyes. But Luo Muran had seen it all too clearly. It was obvious Jiang Mingzhu had wanted to go. Luo Muran wasn't without her misgivings. Perhaps that was why she had such a terrifyingly real dream. Real enough that she couldn't ignore it. Whether or not it was a warning, she had to take it seriously. Send me your ID number, Zhou Jingchen pressed again. No need. I'll buy my own ticket, she answered. She had to return to Jing City for school anyway. This was only moving up the timeline. To a man like Zhou Jingchen, the price of a plane ticket was nothing. But Luo Muran was cautious by nature, always avoiding any action that might leave her open to suspicion. Zhou Jingchen didn't push. Fine. Send me your flight info once you've booked. I'll come to the airport to pick you up. Luo Muran noted the choice of words. He hadn't said he'd send someone, he said I'll come myself. Her suspicions deepened. But she didn't refuse again. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiexi blinked up at her big demon king daddy in confusion. Why did you ask mommy for her ID number? Don't you already know it? To prove she was their daughter, she had memoized both his and mommy's ID and phone numbers and recited them to him. He remembered them in one go. Zhu Jingchen pinched her chubby cheek and explained. Your mom and I aren't married. To her, I'm just a stranger right now. Unless she willingly gives me her ID, it's not something I should know. Zhu Xiexi was even more puzzled. But she had seen their marriage certificate before. Daddy and mommy had looked so good on it. How could they not be married? Tilting her little head, brows furrowing, she asked seriously. Did you two secretly get divorced behind my back? Zhu Jingchen rubbed his temple. No divorce. They hadn't even married yet. Where would the divorce come from? He had already tried to explain the concept of parallel worlds. But a 4-year-old forgot as soon as she turned around. Oh tilde. Zhu Xiexi let out a breath of relief. She was only 4, but far from ordinary. In just 3 days, she had already noticed Daddy was still the big demon king daddy, but also not. This Daddy didn't recognize her. He didn't live in the same house with mommy. His world was cold. The daddy she remembered had clung to mommy whenever he wasn't working. Wherever mommy went, he followed. Even on business trips, he'd insist on video calls, refusing to let mommy hang up even at night. But this big demon king daddy hadn't seen mommy for 3 whole days. No calls, no video chats. He didn't feel like daddy at all. Still, she knew one thing: bad people wanted to bully mommy. So she and daddy had to protect her together. Zhu Jingchen turned off his phone and looked at the little girl still watching him. She won't get here for at least another 7 or 8 hours. Do you want to meet her after you wake up, or go with dark circles under your eyes? After I wake up. Zhu Xiexi immediately made her choice, wiggled her little bottom, climbed up, and burrowed into the blanket. Chapter 3: A bloody meeting. Luo Muran exited WeChat and immediately bought a return ticket. There are so many people traveling during the holidays that, except for first class, the nearest flights available are 3 days later. Economy class is discounted and only costs around 1,000 yuan, while first class costs more than 10,000 yuan. Luo Muran resolutely changed to take their high-speed rail. It takes a few hours longer to reach Beijing by high-speed rail. When her mother heard her say that she had to return to school early, she moved her lips but ultimately did not say what she wanted to say. Recently, there have been a lot of rumors about her in the family compound, and none of them are very good. To put it simply, after she was admitted to Peking University, she no longer focused on her studies. Not only did she have affairs online, she also hooked up with rich men. For things like this, the more you explain, the more explanations there are. The innocent will be innocent. She didn't intend to pay attention. After getting on the high-speed train, I sent the arrival time to Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen replied immediately, received. No one asked her why she didn't take the plane. This sense of distance gives people a very comfortable feeling. Before Luo Muran quit WeChat, he habitually took a look at his moments. I saw the circle of friends that Jiang Mingzhu just posted. Jiang Mingzhu posted a photo of a new bag from a certain brand. On her wrist is a new bracelet from the same brand. Caption: newly purchased baby. Luo Muran took a screenshot of her moments and sent it to her best friend Xushenlan. Please help me find out where I can buy this bag and bracelet now. Xu Xinlan makes a profit by helping people buy new bags and has a thorough knowledge of all brands. Xu Xinlan's message came back quickly. As far as I know, this bag and bracelet are only available in duty-free shops in the island country. Didn't your fiancée go to the island country? Did she go with him? Luo Muran was in a somewhat subtle mood. Zhu Yian finally took Jiang Mingzhu there. Luo Muran, sister, be more confident, she went with us. Xu Xinlan, this woman is poisonous. Luo Muran replied with an expression that was hard to describe, feeling a little depressed, and was about to quit WeChat. Zhu Yian sent a message. Zhu Yian, picture. Zhu Yian, picture. Zhu Yian, I bought this for you. Do you like it? The previous picture is a new bracelet from a certain brand. The next one is a new bag of the same brand. The same style as the one posted by Jiang Mingzhu. Luo Muran only took a glance, and his eyes passed over the bag in the photo and fell on the sky blue fabric in the corner of the picture. Jiang Mingzhu posted on her moments wearing a halter dress of this color. Luo Muran's mood became even more subtle. I sent the screenshot to my friend's circle. Does this mean that your brother and I should wear the same bracelet and carry the same bag? Luo Muran's mind flashed through last night's dream. Next, does my boyfriend also want to use the same one? She should be more confident. This continues. You have to use the same one. Zhu Yian was a little surprised when he saw the screenshot. When buying bags and bracelets, it was Jiang Mingzhu who helped him with recommendations. He thought it was good and bought it. I didn't see Jiang Mingzhu buy the same one. He turned around and asked Jiang Mingzhu, who was following behind him, did you buy the bag and bracelet too? Jiang Mingzhu smiled and admitted openly, yes, I was chatting with my sister just now. When we talked about the bag and bracelet, she said she had been waiting for it for a long time and insisted that I help her bring it. I had no choice. Don't worry, she and my sister-in-law are not in the same place, so they won't bump into each other. I see. Zhu Yian breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mingzhu asked cautiously, did sister-in-law misunderstand something? It's okay, I'll explain it to her. Zhu Yian smiled soothingly and called Luo Muran. Luo Muran hung up and didn't answer the call. In the past, I just felt annoyed with Jiang Mingzhu. But as long as Zhu Yian doesn't do anything wrong, she won't care too much. But since that dream last night, she felt that the relationship between Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu should be re-examined. Zhu Yian called again. Luo Muran still pressed it. She wants to marry into a wealthy family, but that doesn't mean she will compromise herself in order to do so. Zhu Yian really likes Luo Muran and it took him a long time to catch up with her. Seeing the call being hung up twice in a row, I knew Luo Muran was really angry, so I quickly sent a message to explain. Zhu Yian, Mingzhu bought it for someone else. Her friend is not in Beijing, so you won't run into her. Luo Muran, if you say so, then so be it, but don't give those things to me. During her relationship with Zhu Yian, she never confiscated any gifts from him. However, she always thinks more than others about anything she does. She never accepts gifts that are beyond her means. She would accept anything Zhu Yian gave her as long as it was within her means. For the gifts she receives, she will search the market price and take photos to record them. Then give a gift of equal value in return. She would also take photos of the gifts given in return and keep the receipts. The implication is that she would not take advantage of him before they got married. If they break up, even if she doesn't return the things he gave her, others can't blame her for it. Zhu Yian knew her principles and usually would not give her anything too expensive. But this time the package costs more than 20,000. Plus the bracelet. Almost 30,000. She earns quite a bit from her part-time job. But she is just a college student after all, and every penny she earns is not easy to come by. If I let him deliver the things to me, it would be bad enough to see it. She would have to spend 30,000 to buy him a gift, and she was afraid that she would feel so sick that she couldn't eat. Zhu Yian typed and deleted the characters, typed and deleted them, but nothing fit. Not to mention it's too late to buy another gift now. Even if I bought it separately, she wouldn't want it anymore. The joy I felt when buying gifts is gone. Jiang Mingzhu sat down next to Zhu Yian with a guilty look on her face. Yian, I'm sorry. I didn't expect that helping a friend carry things would make my sister-in-law so angry. Otherwise, I'll explain to her. No, it's not your fault. Zhu Yian rubbed his face, stood up and walked away, went to the smoking area and lit a cigarette. This time I accompanied my mother out to escape the summer heat, and I haven't seen Luo Muran for more than a month. He imagined in his dreams how happy they would be when they met. At this point, let alone being happy, it's even a question whether I can coax her. Jiang Mingzhu lowered her head, a smug smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. Mingzhu, where is Yian? Zhu's mother and several wealthy ladies who came out to escape the summer heat came out of the bathroom. Jiang Mingzhu looked towards the smoking area worriedly. Muran didn't like the gift Yian bought him. Yian was in a bad mood and went out to smoke. Mother Zhu glanced at the exquisitely wrapped gift box, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. She said that she had to find a wife who was of equal social status. But the son didn't listen and insisted on finding that little goblin. What is the use of looking good? He is petty and not presentable at all. After Zhu Yian finished smoking, he sent another message to Luo Muran. Some people say Jiang Mingzhu is insensitive. She posted on WeChat moments to surprise her friend, but she didn't expect it to cause misunderstanding. He also said that it was his carelessness that caused such a mistake. He also said that he would go back and beat her, and that he could beat her in any way he wanted as long as it would not make her angry. Luo Muran looked down and didn't reply to any message. 7 hours later. Luo Muran dragged his suitcase out of the exit and was about to send a message to Zhou Jingchen. A small figure rushed towards them like a small cannonball. She stepped back in fright, her foot tripped over the suitcase, and her phone flew out without her holding it firmly. Immediately afterwards, the body lost balance and fell backwards. Luo Muran was so panicked that he didn't have time to shout. A strong hand reached out, grabbed the back of little cannonball's collar, and lifted him up. At the same time, his other hand grabbed the mobile phone flying in the air, and then held her lower back firmly. In an instant, a strong scent of male hormones hit her face, and she was completely enveloped by a tall and upright figure. Chapter 4, Is it possible for her to know the secrets of the domineering boss? The man was very tall, with broad shoulders, and his figure was straight and upright under his well-tailored handmade suit. His facial contours were sharp, his features were three-dimensional, his eye sockets were deep, his pupils were dark and cold, his lips were pursed into a thin line. He looked serious, yet extremely handsome. Luo Muran was stunned and looked at him without saying a word. She couldn't say she was familiar with this face, but it was definitely not unfamiliar. Zhou Jingchen, the legend of the Zhou family. Zhou Jingchen is a low-key person and rarely appears at various cocktail parties. She has never met him in person. However, Zhou Jingchen's identity is there, and he can be seen from time to time in major media and financial magazines. Zhou Jingchen, who occasionally appears in the camera, has superior looks and is regarded as a god. But when he saw him in person, Luo Muran realized how unphotogenic he was. Whether it is appearance, figure, or temperament, they are all beyond dimensions. Zhou Jingchen in the camera is not even 1/10 his real self. Everyone in the Zhou family is very good looking. Luo Muran always thought that Zhu Yian was good looking, but after seeing Zhou Jingchen, Zhu Yian became nothing more than mud under his feet. Zhou Jingchen's eyes swept across the palm-sized little face in front of him. It is indeed beautiful, much more vivid and charming than the photo. Even the fatigue brought by the 7 or 8 hours of high-speed rail journey could not dim her radiance. No wonder Zhu Yian was so bewitched by her. However, he frowned when he thought of the little tricks this woman had done in order to marry into a wealthy family. He held the woman's slender waist with his hands, exerted a little force, and motioned her to stand still. Luo Muran quickly stood up straight. All she could think about was, she was fucked. Her meeting with Zhou Jingchen turned out to be like something out of a melodrama. It would be fine if they were somewhere where no one could see them, but they were at the high-speed rail exit where there was a huge crowd of people. Just based on Zhou Jingchen's face, he gets an incredibly high rate of people turning their heads to look at him. As soon as she fell, someone took out their phone and started taking pictures. Luo Muran could already imagine the next hot search headline and the expression on her future mother-in-law's face when she saw it. Zhou Jingchen saw her concerns, glanced at the phones held up around him, and whispered, "It's okay, someone will take care of it." Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Muran saw a number of bodyguards appearing from nowhere and walking quickly towards the people who were taking pictures of them. She is narrow-minded. This is Zhou Jingchen. Not to mention that he has a face that brings disaster to the country and the people. Even if he has an ordinary appearance, he would not allow people to take pictures of him casually. Luo Muran felt relieved, and then she noticed the little kid who was being held by Zhou Jingchen and was still waving his hands towards her. The little kid is chubby and has facial features very similar to Zhou Jingchen. His big eyes are as black grapes and he is very cute. But, what are those two messy buns of hair, one tall and one short? The little girl was excited when she saw Luo Muran noticed her, and she opened her mouth to shout, "Mom!" Zhou Jingchen was quick to cover her mouth and warn her with his eyes not to do anything rash. Zhu Xiaoxi pouted and looked at Luo Muran, her big eyes filled with tears, as if she was being bullied. The person who can be kept by Zhou Jingchen and looks similar to him must be a younger member of the Zhou family who is very close to Zhou Jingchen. Children like this are basically the little ancestors of the family. Luo Muran's eyelids jumped, and he immediately recalled what happened before he fell to confirm that he did not touch the little guy. Only then did he feel relieved and asked hesitantly, "Is the kid okay?" It would have been fine if she hadn't asked. After asking this, Zhu Xiaoxi felt even more aggrieved, and tears started to fall down her face. Mom really doesn't recognize her anymore. But she really missed her mother and wanted her to hug her. Luo Muran. Zhou Jingchen also had a headache. I regretted not letting Luo Muran figure out the situation, so I brought Zhu Xiaoxi here directly. He tucked Zhu Xiaoxi under his arm and held the armrest of Luo Muran's suitcase. "She's fine, let's go." Zhu Xiaoxi tilted her little head and looked at Luo Muran pitifully. Luo Muran didn't receive the child's signal asking for a hug. Her mind was full of thoughts about how she could dare to ask President Zhu to help her with her luggage. Just when she was about to say, "Let me do it," Zhu Jingchen had already walked away with his long legs, pushing the suitcase. Zhu Jingchen's legs are so long that he can walk several meters in just a few steps. Luo Muran could only jog to catch up. Looking at the man's tall and straight back, I thought he was quite a gentleman. Zhu Jingchen drove here by himself. He put Luo Muran's suitcase into the trunk of the car. He opened the back door, stuffed Zhu Xiaoxi in, placed her in the safety seat, fastened her seatbelt, and was about to give her a serious warning not to mess around. I saw the little guy's tears falling down without any cost, and the words on his lips turned into, "Be good, I'll take you to eat pizza tomorrow." Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up and she immediately bargained, "I want to eat KFC. Pizza is allowed once in a while. KFC is something you definitely don't get to eat on a regular basis." Zhu Jingchen was very resistant to foreign fast food, but at this time he had no choice but to agree. Turning around, he saw Luo Muran looking at his car in confusion, and explained, "I ordered some food. Let's have a midnight snack together. We can talk after we eat." After saying that, fearing she might misunderstand, he added, "Jiang's healthy porridge shop." Zhu Xiaoxi said Luo Muran would not eat on the high-speed train. Zhu Jingchen ordered food. The place was chosen by Zhu Xiaoxi. She said her mother liked this porridge shop very much. Zhu Jingchen is a workaholic. He doesn't have a strong appetite and only requires cleanliness. This porridge shop meets his requirements and he has no objection. Luo Muran felt relieved and sat in the back seat confidently. As a single man and a single woman, she had to avoid any suspicion that should be avoided. Even if the other person is Zhu Jingchen and he has a child with him, she will not go to a place that may easily cause misunderstanding. The owner of Jiangji Health Porridge Shop is said to be a descendant of the Jinglan banner. Although the porridge must be served in a bowl and every detail is decorated with great care, the ingredients he uses are made with great care. She didn't eat anything savory on the high-speed train, only some biscuits, and her heart was burning. It is very comfortable to eat a bowl of porridge. Moreover, Jiangji's private rooms are actually partitions surrounded by screens, making it a shabby place for doing business. However, she still underestimated the domineering nature of the boss. Zhu Jingchen booked the entire porridge shop. The waiters of the porridge shop stood in a row aside. The two-story porridge shop could only accommodate the three of them. There is privacy, but also openness. Zhu Jingchen didn't go to the private room, but just found a table in the middle of the lobby. He put Zhu Xiaoxi on the child's seat that the porridge shop had prepared in advance, tilted his head towards Luo Muran, and motioned her to sit wherever she wanted. Then he took off his suit, casually draped it over the chair next to him, pulled it out and sat down, then asked people to take their orders. Luo Muran found that this person looked like a domineering boss. In fact, he is not pretentious at all, and is quite casual. The waiter came over with the menu. Zhou Jingchen raised his chin towards Luo Muran and asked her to order. Luo Muran didn't dare to let Zhou Jingchen take care of her. She took the menu and asked formally, "Mr. Zhu, is there anything you like or avoid?" Zhou Jingchen was just about to say that he had no dietary restrictions and was not picky about food. Then Zhu Xiaoxi said, "Dad likes raw beef porridge and doesn't eat coriander." Luo Muran was startled by the word "dad" from the little girl's mouth, and subconsciously glanced at Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen turned his head and glanced at the little girl, without saying a word, and agreed. Luo Muran's heart was beating wildly. She must have heard some unknown secret. Chapter 5, My Own. Luo Muran considers himself a patient person. But looking at the two people, one big and one small, opposite me, I really can't bear it. In order to avoid being wronged after marrying into the Zhu family, she did her homework. He got to know the interpersonal relationships among Zhu family members and the personalities of important figures thoroughly. Zhu Jingchen is the president of Zhu Corporation. Of course she knew Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen only has his career in mind. He is almost 28 years old, and not only can he not get married, he doesn't even have a woman of the right age to get close to. Women who wanted to marry him used all kinds of means. However, even though he was drooling, no one could get close to him. So it was rumored that his woman was allergic. Just now, when she fell, Zhu Jingchen caught her and supported her waist, and she showed no signs of discomfort. It's complete nonsense that women are allergic. But it's true that I don't touch women. But if he didn't touch women, where did this big daughter come from? Luo Muran looked at the little girl, and as soon as his eyes met hers, he immediately smiled with his teeth but no eyes. Look at the domineering boss next to him who is leaning back in a relaxed posture. Exactly the same eyebrows and eyes. Biological. Can't run away. Why should I bring my daughter, whom I have hidden for so many years, to her? Luo Muran suddenly felt pressured. The image of the little girl crying when she saw her flashed through her mind. He took a deep breath, looked at the child opposite him, smiled and praised, "Little boy, you know what daddy likes to eat, great." Zhu Xiaoxi was overjoyed by the compliment. "I also know what mom likes to eat." Luo Muran kept smiling, but he felt uneasy inside. Her desire to survive made her not want to know any information about the child's mother. I was just about to quickly skip the topic of the domineering president's secret lover. The child then started to reveal his mother's secrets. "My mother likes to eat raw fish porridge without green onions." Luo Muran's mouth twitched, and the fake smile on his face almost disappeared. She was about to order some raw fish kanji without the green onions for herself. How can she order this? Zhu Jingchen noticed Luo Muran's expression and found it inexplicably funny. He supported his forehead with his slender fingers and watched the fight between mother and daughter with great interest. Luo Muran saw it from the corner of his eye, and wondered why this man was such a bitch. He tried hard to praise him again, "The kid is really great." Then quickly changed the subject, "So what do you like to eat?" The smile on Zhu Xiaoxi's face disappeared, she buried her head sadly, and tears welled up in her big eyes again. The big devil father said that she came from the future and her current mother didn't recognize her. My mother doesn't know her, so naturally she doesn't know what she likes to eat. But she still felt very uncomfortable. Luo Muran. How did she offend this brat? Zhu Jingchen cleared his cough and said, "She's not picky, just give her something to eat." Zhu Xiaoxi suddenly looked up and looked at Zhu Jingchen in disbelief. Why doesn't she pick? She obviously has something she likes to eat. Zhu Jingchen warned, "KFC tomorrow." Zhu Xiaoxi felt very aggrieved, but she honestly closed her mouth that was about to talk. Luo Muran thought this little girl was quite strange. Especially when facing her, it is easy to get out of control of emotions. Not wanting to ask questions like a weird older sister, she flipped through the menu and asked Zhu Jingchen, "Is there anything the child is allergic to?" Zhu Jingchen looked at Luo Muran in surprise, then looked at Zhu Xiaoxi. He is thick-skinned and grew up in the countryside. I never really thought about whether my child might be allergic to food. Luo Muran understood that he couldn't rely on this domineering CEO to solve such problems. Turning to look at the little kid, Zhu Xiaoxi received her mother's inquiring gaze and quickly sat up straight, saying solemnly, "I drink goat milk, and my cheeks will grow red." Although her mother didn't remember what she couldn't eat, she would care about her and make her feel a little better. Baby is awesome. It's great that such a young child can remember his allergens. Luo Muran's praise was sincere. Is there anything else that cannot be eaten? The little girl would cry whenever she spoke to her, so in order to avoid any missteps, she didn't want to have too much contact with the little girl. But there are allergens. Even if she stepped on a landmine, she would still ask one more question. Zhu Xiaoxi shook her head, no. Then let's have pumpkin millet porridge, okay. It's almost 9 o'clock, and it's time for the children to go to bed. Eating meat can easily cause indigestion. Pumpkin millet porridge is sweet and soft, children love it, and it is also good for the stomach. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. Okay. Mom didn't recognize her. I will still give her her favorite pumpkin porridge. Mom loves her so much. She loves her mother very much, too. Looking at his expression, Luo Muran knew that he had clicked the right button, and his eyes curved with joy. So good. Luo Muran doesn't like children. But for some reason, she felt inexplicably distressed when she saw the little girl unhappy. Seeing her smile, her mood also improved. This feeling is a bit strange. Luo Muran's voice is naturally soft and sticky. When talking to children, he deliberately softened his tone. Zhou Jingchen felt his ears tingling after hearing this, and he couldn't help but lower his head and pick his ears. After satisfying the boss and the little kid, Luo Muran hesitated for only half a second before ordering his favorite fish congee without green onions. Zhou Jingchen raised his eyelids and looked over. The look is meaningful. Luo Muran. She swore that she was not trying to scam people, she just didn't want to put herself in a difficult position. Luo Muran calmly asked Zhou Jingchen if there was anything else he wanted to eat. Zhou Jingchen said no. Zhu Xiaoxi raised her chubby hands and said, I want 3 small preserved vegetable pancakes with meat filling. A serving of small pancakes, not much bigger than Dad's fingernail, 9 in each. She has it all figured out, she and her dad and mom each have 3. Luo Muran ordered 2 appetizers for himself and put down the menu. Children, if you eat pancakes at night, you will have a stomachache when you sleep. Just 2. Zhu Xiaoxi argued. No. Luo Muran smiled gently, but there was no hint of negotiation in his tone. 1. No. Zhu Xiaoxi withdrew his hand in disappointment, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Who can tell her why her mother doesn't recognize her anymore and still won't let her eat the pancakes with meat filling? Zhu Jingchen raised his eyebrows and tapped the armrest of the chair with his slender fingers. The little thing has so many petty ideas that it's hard to count them all. I was battling wits and courage with him all day long. He wasn't paying attention and the little thing took advantage of him. But in front of this woman, all the little guy's clever tricks were useless. Complete blood suppression. He looked at the photo, but it still remained to be confirmed that Luo Muran was the child's mother. But listening to Luo Muran's matter-of-fact tone, and looking at the little thing's listless appearance, I believed it about 70% instantly. Children's emotions come and go quickly. In less than a minute, Zhu Xiaoxi wanted to get closer to Luo Muran again. If it weren't for Zhu Jingchen's suppressing gaze, she would have pushed the child's seat next to Luo Muran. Since the child's seat couldn't be moved, she stuck out her little butt and lay on the table to talk to Luo Muran about the parents. If she hadn't been thinking about tomorrow's KFC and didn't dare to forget her father's instructions, she would have shouted for her mother at the top of her voice and then spent all her family's assets. Chapter 6: A Different Boss. Don't be fooled by the fact that the little guy is very talkative and keeps chattering along the way. But when eating, he doesn't say a word and doesn't ask to be fed. The table is also clean and he doesn't spill food everywhere. Occasionally, rice grains would fall onto the table, but they would be picked up and wiped off with a napkin. The waiter came over to collect the empty bowl. Sir, do you want this bowl taken away? Luo Muran's hand holding the spoon paused slightly. Hesitate whether to continue or put down the spoon. Zhu Jingchen glanced at Luo Muran's bowl. Put it aside for now. Okay. After the waiter left, Zhu Jingchen said to Luo Muran, don't worry, eat slowly. Every minute of Zhu Jingchen's time is precious. Under normal circumstances, he would never waste his time having a midnight snack with a woman. But he was the one who made an appointment with him. He is not well educated enough to invite people to dinner and then rush them to finish their meal. Luo Muran smiled and nodded, then continued eating at his normal pace. Her father died early, and her mother and grandmother relied on their meager income to support her admission to Peking University. In order to reduce the cost of studying, she worked hard to get into the junior class, hoping to finish her high school career as soon as possible. Even so, in order to prevent her mother from worrying about the money to buy review materials, she would calculate the money to see if she could get some food every time she went to the cafeteria to get food. She was admitted to Peking University at the age of 16, ending her high school career of only leaving school but not getting in. After going to college, I received a full scholarship. Then, the part-time job income is also pretty good. There is no need to count every dollar like we did when we were in middle school. But she still feels ashamed of wasting food. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to eat the dishes she ordered, and Zhu Xiaoxi couldn't eat them either, so she had to finish them herself. However, she is not slow in eating. She finished eating, but Zhu Xiaoxi was still eating. Zhu Jingchen didn't rush him and let the little guy eat slowly. I just took out a napkin from time to time to wipe the little guy's mouth. Luo Muran looked at the interaction between the father and daughter and was once again convinced in his heart. Zhu Jingchen's biological child. But this also made her even more confused about Zhu Jingchen's purpose in looking for her. Neither of them spoke until Zhu Xiaoxi finished eating. Zhu Jingchen waited for the waiter to clean the table, wiped Zhu Xiaoxi's mouth with the wet tissue he brought, and then took the hot towel brought by the waiter and wiped Zhu Xiaoxi's hands before looking at Luo Muran. Luo Muran immediately sat up straight and crossed his hands on his lower abdomen. She has already met Zhu Yian's parents. Zhu's mother was not satisfied with her, but she agreed reluctantly because her son had to have her. The only thing she needed to do to marry Zhu Yian was to get past Zhu Yian's grandparents. But seeing Zhu Jingchen preparing to speak, it still felt like meeting the parents. Zhu Jingchen's gaze fell on Luo Muran's face. He had already passed the turbulent stage, but looking at Luo Muran's overly young face, he still felt a headache. Subconsciously, I wanted to pinch the aching area between my eyebrows. This was the third time he had seen her up close. The feeling is completely different every time. This time, Luo Muran's skin was whiter than snow, her eyes were sparkling, and her beauty was extremely flamboyant. If she were thrown into the entertainment industry, she would easily crush all the popular young actresses. Looking at this face, he understood his nephew's love-brain behavior. But he couldn't accept that he would get involved with his future nephew's wife without any scruples. He first met Luo Muran several years ago. At that time, he was invited to attend an open science class at Peking University. Luo Muran was a freshman in the junior class of that year. He was admitted to Peking University with a score close to full marks. He sat in the first row and was very small. The 16-year-old girl looked like a bean sprout, and it was obvious that she was malnourished. But she was very beautiful, with a pair of clear big eyes, staring at him eagerly for knowledge. It was hard for him not to notice. But, to him, it was just a lesson. And she is just a child who has not grown up. Forget it once it's over. A year later, she won first place in the youth robotics competition held by their company. He attended the award ceremony. The little girl stood on the podium. She had grown a lot taller, but she was still thin. She still looked small, but she no longer had the yellowish look of malnutrition. She tied her hair into a high ponytail, held the trophy, smiled brightly, and her eyes were like stars, very bright. Then, her profile appeared on his desk. A 2-inch standard photo. The 17-year-old girl smiled sweetly, and her whole body exuded the youthful vigor that only belongs to teenagers. She's a very promising girl. He is quite optimistic about her. However, she was too young at that time and still needed experience. He instructed his subordinates to pay proper attention. But after that, she never participated in any related competitions again. Their company's robot competition is held every 2 years. This is the robot competition 2 years after the last one. The organizer extended an invitation to her. She refused. He received the news and felt a little regretful. A few days later, he met her. That was the second time he saw her up close. Zhu Jingchen curled his fingers slightly and skipped that memory. He never paid any attention to her since then. The next time I heard her name, it was mentioned together with Zhu Yian. Only then did he realize that she was the woman his stupid nephew was crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to commit suicide just to marry. He was quite surprised when he heard that Zhu Yian was going to marry her. He rarely makes mistakes when judging people. Before, he thought she would be a simple-minded girl who was devoted to studying. Unexpectedly, his good vision failed completely on her. Zhou Jingchen frowned when he thought of the rumors about her that he occasionally heard. Zhu Xiaoxi was extremely anxious, as if saying, "If you don't tell me, I'll call you mom." Zhu Jingchen pinched her little bun and pulled it gently. Zhu Xiaoxi pulled back her little bun and behaved herself for the time being. Zhu Jingchen took out the longevity lock that he had borrowed from Zhu Xiaoxi and handed it to Luo Muran. "Take a look at this." Luo Muran took it in confusion. At first glance, it looks like an antique. Very old, but very well preserved antique. However, she was not naive enough to think that Zhu Jingchen wanted her to appreciate antiques. After studying it for a while, she found the switch, opened the longevity lock, and saw the photo embedded in the lock. When she saw the woman's face in the photo clearly, her pupils trembled. "What the hell?" Luo Muran looked up in surprise, looked at the little kid who was staring at her eagerly, and then looked at the cold and solemn boss opposite. "I tried hard to sort out the logic, but failed." He simply asked directly, "Mr. Zhu, this is?" Chapter 7. After giving birth to a daughter painlessly, who can she turn to for justice? When Luo Muran saw the photo, he inexplicably felt that the woman in the photo was her. But the maturity of the woman in the photo is not the maturity that comes from dressing up. But it is the maturity washed by time. The woman in the photo couldn't be her. If not her, then who could it be? Her parents were childhood sweethearts. They understood the love between men and women and were together. Their love was so touching that it was absolutely impossible for either of them to cheat on her and give her a sister. Anyway, in her memory, no one looked exactly like her. But what if the woman in the photo has nothing to do with her? Zhu Jingchen would never look for her. Luo Muran was admitted to Peking University at the age of 16 and believed that he had an extremely high IQ. But when faced with this photo, there is no logically plausible guess. Moreover, the man in the photo is Zhu Jingchen, the famous god of killing. Her future uncle. No matter how creative her imagination was, she wouldn't dare to think about anything shameless. Zhu Jingchen said concisely, "The woman in the photo is you. To be more precise, it's you 6 years from now." After saying that, he pointed at Luo Xiaoxi and said, "Zhu Xiaoxi traveled through time from 8 years later. In other words, in the next 2 or 3 years, you and I will get married, and then give birth to her. You will name her." When Luo Muran heard this, he felt as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, with smoke coming out of his eyes. Zhu Jingchen took out the paternity report between him and Zhu Xiaoxi and handed it to Luo Muran, then said, "This may sound unbelievable, but I have no reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, I'll arrange for you and Zhu Xiaoxi to do a DNA test." Luo Muran took the parent-child report and his throat tightened when he saw the line of words at the end. What Zhu Jingchen said sounded ridiculous. But he is Zhu Jingchen. Someone who would never joke about such a thing. Moreover, with Zhu Jingchen's status and position, if he wanted to do anything to her, he only needed to snap his fingers and she would roll from east to west, and it would be guaranteed that nothing would leak out and no one would know. There was really no need to lie to her. There was no need for a paternity test, she believed every word he said. It was because she believed it that she felt how terrifying the current situation was. She and Zhu Yian have even met their parents and are at the stage of discussing marriage. Zhu Yian was so afraid that no one would know that he spread the news everywhere. I'm afraid that at this time, everyone in the Zhu family knows about her and Zhu Yian. She must have been very desperate to get involved with Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran's gaze fell on Zhu Xiaoxi's face again. I finally understood where the indescribable sense of familiarity came from since the first time I saw the little girl. The little girl has facial features very similar to Zhu Jingchen, even the dimples when she smiles and the small moles at the corners of her eyes are exactly the same as Zhu Jingchen's. But if you look closely, you will find that not only does Zhu Xiaoxi look very similar to her, but even her hair color is the same as hers. Her hair is a natural dark brown-gray color, and the ends are naturally curly. Zhu Xiaoxi's hair is also dark brown-gray. This is rare among children. In addition, although Zhu Xiaoxi tied 2 messy buns, the flowers at the end of the buns were definitely her natural curly genes. Luo Muran's eyelids twitched as he watched, and his heart felt cold. If I tell others that my daughter came from the future, no one will believe it. In the eyes of others, the little guy could only be born by her. She is not yet 20. Zhu Xiaoxi is 4 years old. In other words, she had to get pregnant and give birth at the age of 16. Zhou Jingchen and the underage girl. Luo Muran felt his eyes go dark. I'm going to die. She is engaged to Zhu Yian. If it were revealed that she and Zhou Jingchen had such a big daughter, it is simply the biggest scandal in the wealthy circle. Luo Muran felt uneasy just thinking about it. Seeing that Luo Muran was shocked but still calm, and did not scream foolishly, Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief, put his arms on the table, and changed to a more relaxed posture. When do you think the time is right? I'll have someone take a sample from you for identification. I can do anything. You arrange it. Identification must be done. If the DNA doesn't match, she can get away with it perfectly. If it matches. Luo Muran felt a chill down his spine. The best way to keep this matter secret is for either she to disappear or Zhu Xiaxi to disappear. Given how much Zhu Jingchen dotes on Zhu Xiaxi, the person who disappears can only be her. Luo Muran didn't dare to think any further. He looked at Zhu Xiaxi uneasily. Zhu Xiaxi had been staring at her, and when she saw her looking at her, she immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Luo Muran forced a smile back. Smiling is uglier than crying. But Zhu Xiaxi was excited and immediately asked Zhu Jingchen, Dad, can I call Mom now? Cannot. Zhu Jingchen refused without hesitation. Oh. Zhu Xiaxi pouted in disappointment. Dad once said that if I call Mom rashly, it will not only scare her, but also have a very bad influence on her. Luo Muran could feel that Zhu Xiaxi would be very attached to her in the future. This made her feel that her situation was a mixed bag. Zhu Xiaxi sticks to her, and Zhu Jingchen considers Zhu Xiaxi's feelings. The way to deal with this matter will also be much gentler. She will be affected much less. However, in her opinion, no matter how small the impact is, the current situation is disadvantageous to her. But she couldn't estimate how bad the consequences would be. Luo Muran's mind was in a mess. She gave up her imagination and looked at Zhu Jingchen. At this moment, she was like a prey caught in a trap. Zhu Jingchen is the hunter who stands above the trap and has the power of life and death. She was anxiously awaiting her fate. However, she intuitively felt that Zhu Jingchen had other purposes in contacting her besides confirming her relationship with Zhu Xiaxi. You know, with Zhu Jingchen's ability, it would be easy for him to place a child or get rid of her. There is no need to explain so much to her. What's more, whether he was picking her up at the high-speed rail station or having supper here, he never avoided people. Quite a few people saw it. If anything happened to her, he would be the first suspect. Her mother was of little influence and could not shake the Zhu family, a behemoth. But Zhu Yian is Zhu Jingchen's nephew after all. No matter how powerful Zhu Jingchen is, he will not disregard his family ties and put himself in the whirlpool of public opinion in a high-profile manner. The premise is that she is obedient and cooperative and does not cause trouble. Otherwise, she might be ruthlessly sliced into pieces by him in a minute and thrown away somewhere unknown. Zhu Jingchen was very satisfied with her performance. His brows relaxed and his mood improved a little. I'll contact you tomorrow. Zhu Jingchen picked up his suit and stood up. He took the little guy out of the safety seat, held his little hand, and walked towards the door. Zhu Xiaxi turned around to look at her and signaled with her eyes, Mom, come quickly. Luo Muran's mind is in a mess right now. I really want to go home, take a shower and go to sleep. When I woke up, I found that it was just an absurd dream. Then everything returned to its original track. But the suitcase was still in Zhu Jingchen's car. I had no choice but to hurry up and follow the two, one big and one small, to the parking lot. Chapter 8, Moaning or Something, Don't Be Too Sexy. In order to facilitate his part-time job, Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan shared a small two-bedroom, one living room apartment near Peking University. Zhu Jingchen sent her downstairs. Zhu Xiaxi is very cute. Luo Muran was not opposed to this sudden daughter, but she developed a strong maternal love for her even without meeting her once. But Zhu Xiaxi was very clingy to her and refused to let her go. She pulled her sleeve, blinked her big eyes, and looked at her pitifully. Ranbao, can I go upstairs with you to have a drink of water? Zhu Xiaxi is very well behaved. Remember that you can't call me Mom now. But what should she call her mother? I remembered that my father called my mother Ranbao, so I started calling her that too. After calling, he secretly looked at his father. Zhu Jingchen, who was opening the trunk, heard the strange call and looked over. The father and daughter's eyes met, and Zhu Xiaoxi shrank her neck guiltily. Daddy said that only he could call them Ranbao and Ranran baby, and she was not allowed to follow suit. Zhou Jingchen. Luo Muran was stunned for a moment when he heard the word Ranbao, but looking at the strange reactions of the father and daughter, there was nothing he didn't understand. Goosebumps instantly covered his thin white arms. When Zhu Yian coaxed her, she would also call her baby. But Zhu Yian is a person who talks nonsense all the time, so it's not surprising that no matter how outrageous the words come out of his mouth, it's not surprising. But Zhu Jingchen is famous for his seriousness. Those women who couldn't catch up with him often said sourly behind his back that even though Zhu Jingchen looked like a disaster, if they really married him, their life would probably be more boring than that of an ascetic monk. But this call of Ranbao refreshed Luo Muran's understanding of Zhu Jingchen. Is President Zhu, who is as cold as an ice cube, so disgusting in private? Luo Muran suddenly thought of Xu Xinlan's evaluation of Zhu Jingchen. Men who appear serious on the surface are usually reserved and playful. I just listened to Xu Xinlan's joke before and just listened to it. But at this moment, there was a little kid standing in front of them, their child. Luo Muran suddenly felt uncomfortable. Zhu Jingchen felt Luo Muran's gaze, and turned away with a blank expression. But 1,000 alpaca horses were running through my heart. It's not him who is so disgusting as to call a girl baby, it's definitely not him. Marrying his nephew's fiancée was beyond his code of conduct. But with his current abilities, no one can force him. So marrying Luo Muran must have been his own choice. Although he didn't understand why his future self would do such a crazy thing. But he would never admit that he would call that woman Ranbao. Luo Muran forced himself to stop his wandering thoughts and looked at the little kid. Zhu Xiaoxi had just eaten a bowl of porridge and was not thirsty at all. He said he wanted to drink water because he hadn't seen his mother for 3 days, and now that he finally saw her, he wanted to stick with her. Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan have a very good relationship and there are no secrets between them. But the relationship with Zhu Xiaoxi involves Zhu Jingchen. On the surface, Zhu Jingchen did not make any demands on her, but this was also a test for her. If she takes a wrong step, she may fall into the abyss. Therefore, before figuring out Zhu Jingchen's plan, she couldn't let anyone know about her relationship with Zhu Xiaoxi, including Xu Xinlan. Therefore, it was not convenient for her to take Zhu Xiaoxi home. But looking at Zhu Xiaoxi's pleading eyes like a puppy, he couldn't say no. He squatted down, pinched Zhu Xiaoxi's soft little face, and coaxed her softly, "I took the high-speed train for a long time today. I'm very tired. I need to take a shower and have a good sleep. I'll accompany you tomorrow, okay?" Zhu Xiaoxi nodded reluctantly. Daddy said that if mommy was tired and needed to rest, she shouldn't bother her. Zhu Jingchen took out Luo Muran's suitcase, placed it in front of Luo Muran, and turned to look at the apartment building. "Which floor do you live on?" "12th floor." Zhu Jingchen nodded, "Go up." Luo Muran said goodbye to Zhu Xiaoxi and walked into the apartment building dragging his suitcase. Zhu Jingchen opened the car door. Zhu Xiaoxi climbed onto the safety seat obediently and fastened her seat belt. Zhu Jingchen heard a crisp, click sound, confirmed that the seat belt was fastened, closed the car door, sat in the driver's seat, but did not drive immediately. "I waited until the lights on the 12th floor came on before starting the car." Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan are both seniors and have been admitted to graduate school. Xu Xinlan has an appointment today. When she got home, Xu Xinlan had not returned yet. Luo Muran caught the high-speed train early in the morning. After getting off the train, he faced Zhu Jingchen and his nerves were tense the whole time. He was really tired. After putting down the suitcase, I grabbed some change of clothes and went to wash up. She has a mild case of misophobia. After taking a long-distance bus, no matter how tired you are, you must wash yourself from head to toe and clean yourself thoroughly. Then apply moisturizer all over your body and do full body care, leaving no part of your skin untouched. If she said it was to please her future husband, she would admit it. After all, the relationship between husband and wife needs to be maintained by that kind of thing. Even if the other person was covered in diamonds, she would not walk into the wedding hall with him. It was 2 hours later when she finished dressing and lay down on the bed. After taking a shower, I don't feel as sleepy as before. Luo Muran took the phone to check the message. When I turned on the screen, I saw Zhu Yian's 99 plus missed calls. When I opened WeChat, I saw 99 plus unread messages from Zhou Jingchen. Following below is Jiang Mingzhu's flashing avatar, and there are also a dozen unread messages. Zhou Jingchen's profile picture is a selfie of him standing on a yacht, wearing a white t-shirt, knee-length black casual shorts, and toad-shaped glasses. Quite handsome and stylish. Jiang Mingzhu's profile picture is also a photo on a yacht. She is wearing a white tank top with black hot pants and sunglasses. She is average looking, but with makeup and beauty filters, she looks pretty in photos. Different seas, different yachts, but it's all sea, and the background tones are pretty much the same. Two avatars with the same color tone flash together in a uniform manner. Luo Muran recalled something that happened not long ago. Zhou Jingchen and Jiang Mingzhu liked the same person's post, and when their avatars appeared side by side, some people joked that they were a couple. Then a bunch of people started to make a fuss, saying that they looked like a couple. At first, Jiang Mingzhu did not respond. Until Zhou Jingchen saw it, came out and laughed and scolded, "Get lost, bullshit couple looks, I have a wife." Jiang Mingzhu came out and said teasingly, "Jingchen and I are brothers, don't talk nonsense, if my sister-in-law sees it, she will misunderstand." He. Misunderstood your sister? Chapter 9. She is very obedient and easy to coax. Luo Muran's mood was not very good to begin with, and now it was even worse. If it weren't for the idea of keeping the enemy under my nose so that I could better scout the enemy situation, I would have wanted to block both of them. The two avatars, one above and one below, trembling close to each other, both reek of shit even through the screen. Luo Muran didn't want to be disgusted and affect his sleep, so he skipped the avatars of Zhou Jingchen and Jiang Mingzhu and read on. Here are some messages from several people. They are all related to work and study. She picked out a few important ones and replied, and just as she was about to exit WeChat, she found a friend request message. Click on it. Note, Shabao Mrs. Ranbao. The avatar shows Zhu Xiaoxi's cute little chubby face, with the two little buns on her head, one high and one low. It should be a newly released WeChat account. Luo Muran couldn't help but smile. The message was sent an hour ago. Luo Muran looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. By this time, the children should have gone to bed. She hesitated, then clicked through. Then I sent a message. Sorry, I was busy before and just saw Shabao's message. I sent the message and waited 2 minutes, but no reply. He should have fallen asleep. Luo Muran waited for another 5 minutes and was about to put away his phone. There is news. Black text on a white background, a low-key elite style. Zhou Jingchen, Shabao is asleep. Luo Muran shuddered. If she had a choice, she would rather play dead and pretend not to have seen the message. The knife was hanging on her neck and hadn't fallen yet. She was a little afraid of Zhou Jingchen. She complained in her heart, why was her future self so desperate that she ended up getting together with Zhou Jingchen, making her like a fish on a chopping board. With the principle of reciprocity, she replied to the message in a proper manner. Luo Muran, Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Zhou Jingchen, yes. Luo Muran. You're really welcome. Throw away the phone and don't reply. If he hadn't brought a little kid in front of her for no apparent reason, she and he would have had nothing in common. Why should she rush to curry favor with him? Island duty-free shop. Zhou Jingchen looked at the message box with no response from Luo Muran, and the air pressure around him dropped terribly. Yesterday he was in a hurry to go back to appease people, but unexpectedly the flight was suddenly suspended due to a typhoon. The suspension lasted for more than 30 hours. An hour ago, flights to various places took off one after another. Their flight is in 3 hours. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to buy another gift for Luo Muran. The bag I bought before was a limited edition product launched at a promotional price as part of the brand's anniversary celebration to give back to customers. Very cost effective. That bag wasn't on the market yet. He had heard Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan talk about it, saying that they liked it after seeing the pictures, but they didn't know what it was like in person. Then I accidentally saw it here and thought it was really beautiful. The price is just a little higher than the gift price Luo Muran can accept. But it's not unacceptable. Seeing that he wanted to buy a bag, Jiang Mingzhu told him how popular the bracelet that was also on sale was among female college students. After hearing this, he bought the bracelet without hesitation. Now, Luo Muran doesn't want either the bag or the bracelet anymore. The promotional price of that bag is less than half of the original price. Compared with that bag, other things of the same price seemed to be a little less interesting. He had been shopping for nearly 2 hours, and it was almost time to board the flight, but he hadn't bought anything. Luo Muran didn't answer his calls or reply to his messages. This was something that had never happened since they confirmed their relationship, and he was so anxious that his mouth was covered with blisters. Jiang Mingzhu secretly glanced at Zhu Yian's phone screen and saw a message box from Luo Muran. She pretended to be worried and said, "Yian, hasn't my sister-in-law replied yet?" "Yeah." Zhu Yian turned off the screen and put away his phone, feeling indescribably irritated. "My sister-in-law must be angry that I bought the same item for my friend. I sent a message to my sister-in-law and told her that I would not give the bag and bracelet to my friend. Last night, my friend scolded me for not keeping my promise." Jiang Mingzhu lowered her head in grievance. "Yian, you should give the bag and bracelet to my sister-in-law. No one we know has the same item, so she shouldn't be angry. When you buy something for someone else, you should give it to them. You can't let others say we have no credit. But if my sister-in-law is angry, you will feel bad, and I don't want you to feel bad. Don't think too much, she's not such a stingy person." Zhu Yian said this, but after hearing what Jiang Mingzhu said, he still felt a little uncomfortable. "Isn't he just a bag? It's not a big deal, it's not worth making such a fuss with him. Jiang Mingzhu, she hasn't paid any attention to you for 2 days. What if she doesn't pay any attention to you anymore? Won't?" Zhu Yian shook his head firmly. They are about to get married, and Luo Muran loves him so much, it is impossible for her to really ignore him. Luo Muran is very well behaved and easy to coax. Now he is not with her. Otherwise, he would have coaxed her into submission long ago. That bag and bracelet. Zhu Yian didn't say anything. He left his things on the sofa in the waiting hall yesterday. When he left, he didn't even think about taking them away. It's probably gone. Luo Muran is usually a good person. But when he gets stubborn, he is really stubborn. She said she would never ask for something she didn't want. So, the bag and bracelet were lost and he had no intention of looking for them. "But, you've been looking for so long and haven't seen anything suitable." Jiang Mingzhu glanced at the Chanel counter next to her, hatred flashing in her eyes. "There is a perfume in it, which was just launched on the market." She deliberately tried it in front of Zhu Yian, expressing her liking for it and hinting that he should give it to her. Either she couldn't afford it, or she wanted him to give it to her. As a result, after he bought it, he gave it directly to Luo Muran. "Forget it, I won't buy it." Zhu Yian walked away. "The last time I gave Luo Muran the perfume, she never used it once." Jiang Mingzhu looked at Zhu Yian's back as he walked away, and the sad expression on her face disappeared. "Luo Muran, don't even think about monopolizing Brother Yi's favor." Luo Muran was woken up by the vibration of his cell phone in the morning. He took the phone and opened his eyes blearily. Zhu Xia's chubby little face avatar flashed on the screen. A smile appeared on her lips. "Open WeChat." The little guy couldn't recognize all the characters yet, so he typed a few words and then switched to a video call. Luo Muran connected the video. Zhu Xia's pretty and overly cute little face appeared on the screen. Her hair was uncombed and fell softly down her back. She obviously has a lot of hair. I don't know why it was pierced like that when I saw it yesterday. When Zhu Xiaxi saw Luo Muran's face, she immediately smiled happily. An excited baby voice came from the receiver. Ranbao added Shibao as a friend. Shibao is so happy. Luo Muran was infected by the little guy, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Ranbao is also very happy. Chapter 10. Is this something she can see? If Zhu Xiaxi called her mom, she probably wouldn't be able to accept it. She thought the name Ranbao was pretty good. They can be intimate without anyone discovering their relationship. Zhu Xiaxi was even happier after hearing what Luo Muran said, and immediately started to act coquettishly in a baby voice. "Shibao misses Ranbao so much, when can Shibao see Ranbao?" Luo Muran asked, "Where is your father?" Zhou Jingchen said that he would arrange for someone to do a DNA test for her and Zhu Xiaxi today, but he did not specify the specific time. Before going to bed last night, she was thinking about whether she should take the initiative to contact Zhou Jingchen or wait for Zhou Jingchen to contact her. Although she has nothing to do these 2 days, she can wait slowly. But she was a little bit looking forward to the paternity test with Zhu Xiaxi. Hope to see the results soon. However, before she could figure out the result, she fell asleep. Now that Zhu Xiaoxi called, she asked casually. Let me see. After Zhu Xiaoxi finished speaking, she jumped off the chair, ran out of the room and went to a door. Luo Muran looked at the door and realized something belatedly. Just as he was about to stop it, he saw Zhu Xiaoxi push the door open, put her little head in, took a look inside, and then turned her watch over. Caught off guard, Luo Muran met the dazed cold dark eyes of the man leaning on the bed. Time stands still. 2 seconds later, she looked down and her phone slipped from her hand and hit her face. All the blood in my body rushed to my face, boiling and surging, hot enough to fry an egg. Zhu Yangwen roared angrily on his face, Zhu Xiaoxi. Then I heard the little guy greeted fearlessly, "Good morning, Dad." Then there was chaos and turmoil. Luo Muran picked up the phone expressionlessly and said, "Shabao, Ranbao, get up first. You can play by yourself for a while." Then, he hung up the video as if nothing had happened, and his movements were so quick that he didn't give the other party time to react. Joke. Who will take care of the child if his butt is on fire? Zhou Jingchen watched the woman's actions and laughed out loud. He had never seen such a mean woman in his life. After Luo Muran sent the voice message, the calm expression he had forced on his face instantly broke, and his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even hold the phone. The phone hit his face again with a loud bang. Luo Muran ignored his sore nose and pulled up the quilt to cover his face. But all I could think about was the scene I just saw on the camera. Zhu Jingchen was sitting naked on the bed, sleepy-eyed, with only a corner of the quilt covering his lower abdomen. With his hands resting on his bent long legs, his broad shoulders and narrow waist reveal his sexy chest and abdominal muscles. The ultimate temptation. Soul-searching. That face, that figure, that lustful look disguised as abstinence. What woman can withstand it? Anyway, she almost had a nosebleed. But the owner of that face and figure is the cold-faced devil Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran shuddered. Is this something she can see? No. Absolutely not. The person on the other side of the video was not Zhu Jingchen, who for some unknown reason got involved with her 2 or 3 years later and even had a daughter. But it was the 27-year-old Zhu Jingchen, who was heartless and had no desires. This is a perfect last meal, but I guess she would die just by smelling it. Luo Muran covered his face in despair. The more engrossed I was just now, the more I want to poke my eyes out now. 10 minutes later. Zhu Jingchen sat on the sofa. He was dressed neatly, even his shirt buttons were buttoned tightly. The little girl stood in front of him, like a quail hit by frost, her small fingers scratching the strap of her phone watch. Zhu Jingchen thought of the eye contact with Luo Muran 10 minutes ago, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Phone watch screens are small. He didn't see much. The woman lay on her back on the bed, looking lazy and relaxed, with a slender neck, bare shoulders that were glowing white, and delicate and sexy collarbones, outlining the most seductive spring scenery, tempting people to commit a crime. As for him, I guess almost everyone has seen it. It was still the same woman who was looking at him. Going crazy. Zhu Jingchen rubbed his face and forced out the dirty garbage that shouldn't be in his mind. He looked seriously at the little girl standing in front of him. Your mother. When he opened his mouth, he remembered that the education of a child was not a one-sided matter for the woman. So he changed his words. Have we ever taught you that when you enter someone else's room, you must knock on the door and ask for permission before entering? Zhu Xiaoxi nodded. Then why didn't you knock on the door? I knocked, and you promised. Zhu Xiaoxi defended herself in a low voice, but she lacked confidence. Zhu Jingchen was slightly stunned. He remembered that Zhu Xiaoxi had indeed called him before. After meeting Luo Muran last night, Zhu Xiaoxi finally stopped making a fuss. He finally had a good night's sleep. I had been sleep-deprived for several days, and after taking this nap, my biological clock stopped. He was woken up by Zhu Xiaoxi knocking on the door. He hadn't slept enough yet and responded in a daze. The little guy pushed open the door and saw that he was still sleeping. He didn't come in to disturb him and ran away. He dozed off for a while and prepared to get up, when the scene just now happened. What the hell is this? Zhu Jingchen suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. It feels like projects worth hundreds of billions of dollars are not as difficult as this little guy in front of me. He lowered his head, pinched the bridge of his nose, and spoke helplessly. Do you know how to put it back on? Zhu Xiexi blinked innocently and shook her head. Zhu Jingchen took a deep breath. Suppress the despair in your heart. Be patient and reason with your child. Even if you have knocked on the door before, you have to knock again if you want to enter again. Zhu Xiexi nodded obediently. Got it. In fact, she knows everything. I was just too happy just now, and I wanted my mom to see my dad soon, so I forgot about it. Zhu Jingchen stared at the little man's hair, which was the same color as the woman's. He thought of the way the woman stared at him, and then thought of her dog-like behavior of running away after looking at him, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. With her character, how will he sleep in the future? I can't figure it out. Never mind. Don't want to think about it anymore. Let us solve the small troubles in front of us first. Go get a comb. Seeing that his father was like a deflated ball, Zhu Xiexi ran away happily. She can brush her teeth and wash her face, but she can't comb her hair. Dad doesn't he do it very well either. But a little bit better than her. Zhu Xiexi took the comb, climbed onto the dining chair, swung her short legs, and waited for her father to comb her hair. 10 minutes later. 2 buns of hair that were completely out of place appeared on the little girl's head. Zhu Jingchen couldn't bear to watch. Tear it down and start over. Zhu Xiexi covered his scalp with his chubby hands and looked at him resentfully. Dad, you're almost making me bald. It hurts so much. Zhu Jingchen looked at the soft hair wrapped around a rubber band. He touched his nose guiltily. Shall I be gentle? Zhu Xiexi really wants to believe her father. But the little head just couldn't click. She misses her mother. I miss you so much. 10 minutes later. The 2 buns became even more crooked. Zhu Jingchen sighed and prepared to start over again. Zhu Xiexi protected Zhu with tears in her eyes, and refused to let him touch her again no matter what. Zhu Jingchen closed his eyes. Forget it, let it be. No matter how ugly they are still my biological children. Chapter 11, these are all Dad's favorites for Ranbao. Zhu Jingchen quickly adjusted his mentality, carried the little girl into her bedroom, changed her clothes, and took her out. Are we going to see Mom? Zhu Xiexi sat in the entrance changing her shoes, her face flushed with excitement. Zhu Jingchen said, but I have to eat breakfast first. Let's eat with Mom, okay? Not good. Before some things became clear, he didn't want Zhu Xiexi to get too close to that woman. For breakfast, Zhu Jingchen chose the same porridge shop as yesterday. The porridge at that shop tastes pretty good. But it wasn't so amazing that he had to run there every day. He just wanted to overlap with his future self and figure out why he was with Luo Muran. Don't worry about indigestion in the morning. Zhu Xiexi ordered century egg and lean meat porridge. Zhu Jingchen also ordered for her the preserved vegetable pies that she had been craving all night. He himself still eats raw beef porridge. But I added a serving of fried dumplings. The pie was really no bigger than his fingernail. Zhu Xiexi ate 1 and 2 bites and felt very satisfied. She quickly forgot that her father had almost pulled her bald head, and she approached Zhu Jingchen, calling him Dad all the time. Zhu Jingchen took the opportunity to inquire about the future. Did you often eat here? Zhu Xiexi shook her head. Mom only comes here to buy porridge when she doesn't have time to make it. But she always buys it back home and rarely eats it here. Does your mother like porridge? How is that possible? Zhu Xiexi looked at Zhu Jingchen as if he were a fool. Dad has a bad stomach, and the doctor said he needs to eat porridge to nourish his stomach. But Dad is too picky about food. He won't eat porridge made by anyone except Mom. That's why Mom makes porridge every day. Zhu Jingchen paused with his chopsticks holding the fried dumplings. When he was a child, he was busy with his studies, busy exercising, busy learning fighting sonder, and busy learning various skills. When you grow older, there will be more to learn. He has to break other people's 1 minute into several parts to use. All time is packed. There isn't much fun in that kind of life. When you first meet someone, you will yearn for things that you cannot touch. However, the price of yearning is too heavy, and he is still too young to afford it. After he felt the pain, he put away his thoughts and walked his own path in a serious manner. Over time it becomes a habit. He has also grown into what the family group needs. Of course, there are also sequelae. That was outside of work, and he had no desire for anything, including oral desire. So he is not picky about food. As long as it's not hard to swallow and fills your stomach, it's fine. After hearing Zhu Xiao's words, he was confused for a moment. I can't make the future him overlap with myself. He is a businessman, and plunder is in his bones. But he is not without propriety, righteousness, or shame, and he will steal anything. So what on earth had he been through to end up with the woman who was adored to death by his own nephew? Then it became what Zhu Xiao described. The raw beef porridge in the bowl still tastes the same as last night. But when I put it in my mouth, I felt that it was different from last night. After breakfast, I got in the car and sent a location to Luo Muran. Let's go there now. When are you free? Because of the fast in the morning. Luo Muran did not take the initiative to contact Zhou Jingchen. After getting up, I ran 2 laps around the Peking University playground as usual, had breakfast, came back to take a shower, and started making small cakes. In order not to miss any news about Zhou Jingchen, I set Zhou Jingchen as a special focus. As soon as Zhou Jingchen's message came, she saw it. The location Zhou Jingchen sent was found to be near Peking University. Take a taxi and it will arrive in a few minutes. Luo Muran never hesitates to do what he decides to do and always replies to messages immediately. I can go over there right now. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the scorching sun on the street. In Beijing's scorching heat of August, standing in the sun for half an hour can cause your skin to peel off. Wear a Bluetooth headset and type with your voice. Zhou Jingchen, wait 20 minutes before going out again, and wear a mask and sunglasses. After the message was sent, he added another sentence. Zhou Jingchen, do you have masks and sunglasses? This is to prevent her from showing her face. Those who are called in to conduct an appraisal for Zhu Xiaoxi are all people Zhou Jingchen trusts. Even so, Zhou Jingchen still asked her to cover her face. No matter what Zhou Jingchen's starting point was. But his caution instantly raised her sense of crisis several levels. Luo Muran replied, yes. Both of them chose to forget the morning video, and the tone of their messages was completely to the point, without even an extra punctuation mark. Zhu Xiaoxi lay on the central control storage box, tilted her head to watch her father send messages, and frowned. Dad, you haven't finished sending the message yet. It's all sent out. Zhou Jingchen put down his phone and started the car. Zhu Xiaoxi poked the screen a few times with her chubby little hand. A kiss, and then an emoticon package with red hearts all over the screen was sent. Luo Muran, ? Zhu Jingchen saw it out of the corner of his eye and felt unwell. He quickly pulled the car over and took back the emoticon. If the time exceeds 2 minutes, their withdrawal fails. Zhu Jingchen's handsome face was paralyzed. Resigned to my fate, I type, this emoticon was posted by Shibao. Luo Muran, emoji, love love. Luo Muran, give it to Shibao. Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Xiaoxi happily grabbed the phone and sent a bunch of emoticons saying, I love you, I kiss you, I miss you so much. Then he sent a voice message, these are all Daddy's favorites for Ranbao. Zhu Jingchen. Can this girl be retrained? Luo Muran knew that the father Zhu Xiaoxi was talking about was not 27-year-old Zhu Jingchen, but he still smiled. With Zhu Xiaoxi's jokes, the awkwardness in the morning was much lessened. However, she had already imagined how ugly the man's face was. End the fast considerately, Shibao, I'm making cupcakes. Let's meet up and talk later, okay? Is the cupcake made for me? Yes. Great. I have some cake to eat. In order to eat the cake earlier, Zhu Xiaoxi immediately returned the phone to Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen looked at the strange conversation on his phone, and the anxiety that he had been holding back in his heart slowly dissipated. Before meeting Luo Muran, he thought she wouldn't believe him. Even if she didn't dare to point at his nose and call him crazy, she would still avoid him. But after a brief moment of surprise, she accepted it calmly. Afterwards, there was a sense of distance when interacting with Zhu Xiaoxi, yet there was just the right amount of intimacy. He felt very comfortable with this way of getting along. At least for now. If only that woman could always be so sensible. Those troubles may not be a big deal. On this side, Zhu Jingchen put away his phone and restarted the car. Luo Muran also returned to the kitchen. Zhu Jingchen asked her to leave in 20 minutes. But when she does anything, she likes to reserve time for delays in case of accidents. So after only 10 minutes, I packed up the freshly baked cakes, grabbed a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and went out. Chapter 12, Dog Man. The sun in August is really scorching. In order to avoid getting tanned, she was fully armed with sun protective clothing and a sun hat, wrapped up tightly, with not even her fingers exposed. Zhou Jingchen asked her to cover her face. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to see her during this meeting. So she gave up taking a taxi and chose to ride a shared bicycle instead. In this way, no one will know her whereabouts this time. There are shared bicycles outside the community. She scanned one. The plastic armrests and seat cushions are so hot that you can roast meat. She rinsed the armrests and seat cushions with ice water to lower the temperature, then wiped them dry with a napkin and got on. The location Zhou Jingchen gave was a small Western-style building with a garden built during the Republic of China period. Although it has been renovated since then, it still retains its original flavor. I heard that only 10 years ago, a young man lived there for a while. After the boy left, only an elderly couple lived in the house to help look after it. Then, internet celebrities often go there to check in, take photos, or live broadcast. However, some internet celebrities do not pay attention to hygiene, and after they check in and leave, there is garbage everywhere. Therefore, a gate was set up in that area and no one was allowed to approach. The affiliated middle school and elementary school of Kyoto University are both nearby. In this area, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. A small studio apartment costs several million. This Western-style building is priceless. Later, Zhu Yian said that the small Western-style building belonged to his uncle Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen bought that small Western-style building when he was studying at Peking University. In order to have peace and quiet without being disturbed, he bought the surrounding land and built it into a park. However, Zhou Jingchen completed all subjects in less than a year and went abroad to study. So all in all, he lived in the small Western-style building for more than half a year. The key point is that Zhou Jingchen is only 15 years old. The money he used to buy the land was earned from his own research and development of robots, and he didn't use a penny from the Zhou family. After Xu Xinlan knew about it, he couldn't find any other words to praise him except the word arrogant. After listening to this, Luo Muran felt a little emotional. When she was in junior high school, she went to Beijing to participate in a competition and was taken by her teacher to visit the affiliated high school. The first stop at the affiliated high school is the celebrity list. Zhou Jingchen has graduated from the affiliated high school many years ago, but his photo is still on the celebrity list. She remembered him so well, not because of how handsome he was. Instead, he single-handedly turned the celebrity list into a connect the dots game. After hearing from her teacher that he had entered the junior class of Peking University, she regarded Zhou Jingchen as a role model in life. Later, she was able to be admitted to the junior class, which was partly due to the role model of Zhou Jingchen. After she entered Peking University, she went to the forum to look for stories related to Zhou Jingchen. However, Zhou Jingchen spent too short a time studying at Peking University and was too young, so there are very few traces left. Only 2 or 3 posts mentioned him, calling him a young genius born for robots. Influenced by this benchmark, she also worked hard in the field of robotics, with the goal of joining Zhou Jingchen's company after graduation. However, what happened there completely changed her mind. After many twists and turns, she established a romantic relationship with Zhou Jingchen's nephew. Now her relationship with Zhu Yian is on the verge of collapse, but she and Zhou Jingchen have a 4-year-old daughter out of thin air. You don't even joke like that. Luo Muran braved the scorching sun, lost in thought, and arrived at the legendary gate. The sun hat she wore had a protective screen, and when she rode on the bike, she looked like a walking monster. No doubt he was stopped by security. Zhou Jingchen would occasionally come to Jing Mansion. But usually, no one comes except the old couple who are in charge of guarding it and the workers who do regular cleaning and maintenance. After the security guard stopped her, he didn't even need to ask her purpose of coming there, and went back to the security booth to enjoy the air conditioning. Zhou Jingchen specifically instructed us to wear a mask and sunglasses. It means that he doesn't want anyone to know the purpose of her visit. She did not negotiate with the security guard. She looked at the time and decided to wait until the agreed time to send a message to Zhou Jingchen. Luo Muran was about to push the shared bicycle to a shady place. A black SUV drove steadily towards us. The security guard quickly raised the barrier, left the air-conditioned room, and stood at the door to greet them. Luo Muran saw their familiar license plate and waved quickly. Zhou Jingchen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked straight ahead. But the slender figure waving at him looked like an upright body bag, so bizarre that he couldn't help but pay attention to it. But he only glanced at it once before looking away expressionlessly. Don't know. Most likely, he is an internet celebrity who came out from some corner to gain traffic. The SUV drove past Luo Muran without slowing down. Luo Muran raised his hands and jumped up and down. Hey, hey. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the rearview mirror with disgust. In order to become famous, people nowadays either make their faces look like cones and act artificially, or just look as ugly as possible. There is no limit to what they will do to attract attention. Zhu Xiaoxi leaned against the car window, curiously looking at the weirdo. Then, she saw the paper bag in the shared bike basket and her eyes suddenly widened. It's Mom. Zhou Jingchen? Zhou Jingchen. The black SUV slowly stopped. Luo Muran hurriedly pushed the bicycle and jogged forward. The security guard rushed forward to stop them. The SUV window rolled down, revealing Zhou Jingchen's handsome face wearing sunglasses. Zhou Jingchen waved his finger at the security guard. The security guard understood and stepped back. Zhu Xiaoxi also rolled down the car window and leaned on it to look at Luo Muran. Luo Muran ran over pushing the cart and touched the little guy's messy hair. Shibao, good morning. Zhu Xiaoxi shouted, Ranbao, good morning. After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Zhu Jingchen in the front row. When Zhu Jingchen called her Ranbao, she didn't respond. I feel relieved. Looking at the paper bag in the car pocket, is that a small cake made for me? Right. Luo Muran picked up the paper bag and handed it to Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi happily took it. Thank you, Ranbao, I love Ranbao the most. Shibao is so polite and well behaved. After Luo Muran finished praising him with all his heart, he pushed the cart forward 2 steps, stopped next to the cab, and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhu, good morning. Zhu Jingchen looked at the fan-shaped face without any facial features, which was bending over the window and reflecting the dark light. His expression was indescribable and he nodded reluctantly. Luo Muran didn't notice at all that President Zhu was disgusted by his appearance, and said briskly, You go first, I'll follow. Zhu Jingchen looked at the shared bicycle she was pushing and felt a little confused. College students from ordinary families rely on the little money their families give them, and they would like to have the word short of money pasted on their faces. Those who are diligent can work part-time outside and will not lack living expenses, but they are far from being rich. Most of the travel is done by shared bicycles and subways. It was perfectly normal for Luo Muran to come here on a shared bike. But the relationship between Luo Muran and Zhu Yian has a clear path. It's impossible that Zhu Yian wouldn't even buy her a car. Luo Muran was sweating profusely under the sun. Even though he was in the corridor and shaded by trees, it was still hot. Especially after sweating, the sunscreen clothing sticks to the body, which is extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhu Jingchen didn't drive, I didn't know what he was thinking and I couldn't stand there anymore. He said carefully, How about you take your time and I'll go first? Zhu Jingchen looked at the strange-looking woman in front of him, raised his hand, moved his index finger, and asked her to step back. Luo Muran. Dogman. Chapter 13 Mr. Zhu doubts his life. Luo Muran picked up the bicycle and moved to the side of the road. Adhering to the virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, he stood aside and waited for Zhu Jingchen to leave first. Zhu Xiaoxi held the small cake and said, Ranbao, get in the car. Luo Muran pointed at the bicycle, I ride a bike. Zhu Xiaoxi looked up at the dazzling sun in the sky, then turned to look at Zhu Jingchen. Dad, isn't Mom getting in the car? Zhu Jingchen didn't say anything, pushed the door and got out of the car. Luo Muran thought that Zhu Jingchen thought the road she made was not wide enough. He looked back and moved both the man and the car to the side. Zhu Jingchen grabbed Luo Muran's bicycle, stretched out his long legs, walked to the back of the bicycle, and hung the bicycle on it. Luo Muran. Zhu Jingchen turned around and saw the body bag still on the side of the road. He walked past her indifferently, opened the driver's door, and said, Get in. The temperature was nearly 40 degrees Celsius, and Luo Muran was more than happy not to have to pedal the bike himself. Walking towards the back door, Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Xiaoxi quickly opened the car door and let Luo Muran get in, her eyes curved with joy. In the past, my father drove the car, but he only allowed my mother to sit in the passenger seat. When she wanted to talk to her mother, she could only lie on the central control storage box. The outfit that Zhou Jingchen disliked as a body bag was actually in line with Zhou Xiao's aesthetic. Zhou Xiao touched Luo Muran's sun hat curiously, then touched the protective shield. Ranbao, you are so cool. Luo Muran burst out laughing and pinched the little guy's chubby face approvingly. You have good taste, I think so too. Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Xiao received affirmation from her mother, and she kept flattering Luo Muran and praised him to the sky. After hearing what was said later, Zhou Jingchen wondered if he had seen it wrong and looked at the rearview mirror. Luo Muran felt the gaze directed at her and looked up. Zhou Jingchen met the featureless face in the rearview mirror, closed his eyes and looked away. Never mind. He doesn't understand children's preferences, nor does he want to understand them. Arrived at Jing Mansion. Luo Muran looked at the white building in front of him and finally understood what Xu Xinlan meant by arrogant. Their hundreds of years old British-style building has been well preserved. It is complete, yet reveals the rich heritage that comes from years of accumulation. The old couple who were in charge of looking after Jing Mansion were waiting at the bottom of the stairs. In the future world, Zhu Xiaoxi often stays at Jing Mansion with her parents. At that time, the two old people were still alive. Zhu Xiaoxi looked at the elderly couple who looked much younger and called them familiarly, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Liu. When Zhu Jingchen was very young, his two elders took care of his daily life. He is the person he trusts the most. If Zhu Xiaoxi can't go back, she needs someone to take care of her. The two old people are the most suitable candidates. He had already told the two of them Zhu Xiaoxi's identity in advance. Traveling from the future is too dreamy. But the two of them had unconditional trust in Zhu Jingchen, and after being shocked, they accepted it calmly. This was the first time the two old people met Zhu Xiaoxi. Seeing that the little lady was not only very cute but also very sweet, I immediately fell in love with her. After greeting the little girl, he looked at Luo Muran who was wrapped tightly. Zhu Jingchen didn't introduce herself, so they just nodded and greeted her. After Zhu Xiaoxi had a close chat with the two old people, she took Luo Muran's hand and followed Zhu Jingchen inside. Butler Zhang followed Zhu Jingchen and reported, Master, everyone is here and in the reception room. Zhu Jingchen nodded and looked back at Luo Muran, who was dressed tightly. Do you need to clean up? Is it convenient? Luo Muran's outfit is really good at protecting against the sun, even though it's really hot. If there are conditions to clean up, she doesn't want to put herself in a difficult position. Zhu Jingchen turned around and told Aunt Liu, take her to the guest room. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately raised her hand, I want to go too. Zhu Jingchen did not stop him. Luo Muran took the jumping Zhu Xiaoxi by the hand and followed Aunt Liu up to the second floor. Although Jing Mansion is an old building, but for the convenience of life, the internal structure has been modified. Although the old decoration style is retained, the facilities are modern. And it is also the most advanced smart device. As soon as Zhu Xiaoxi entered the room, she immediately ordered, Jingbao, turn on the lights and close the curtains. Luo Muran loved the little guy's thoughtfulness. Thank you, Shibao. You're welcome. Zhu Xiaoxi ran into the bathroom with her short legs. Seeing Luo Muran open the door and come out, he said, the young master is in the living room. I'll take you there. Luo Muran was just about to thank him. Zhu Xiaoxi jumped up, I know where it is. Then he pulled Luo Muran and ran away. When people get older, they like to be lively. Aunt Liu looked at the little lady running away and smiled lovingly. Although Jing Mansion is luxurious, it is as quiet as a tomb. With the addition of a little girl, the place immediately became more lively. Arrived at the door of the reception room, Zhu Xiaoxi knocked on the door. The door opened, and the person who opened it was a gentle young man wearing black framed glasses and a suit. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately called out, Assistant Cheng, good morning. Shibao, good morning. Assistant Cheng greeted Zhu Xiaoxi with a smile and looked at Luo Muran who was standing behind Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran was wearing large sunglasses and a mask that covered half of his face, so his face was completely invisible. But he knew who was coming, so he nodded to Luo Muran, made way for him, and invited Luo Muran into their house. Chapter 14 Ranbao, don't you want Shibao anymore? In the reception room, besides Zhu Jingchen and Assistant Cheng, there were two other people. One of them was in his 30s. The other one was only in his 20s, with a silver alloy suitcase at his side. He seemed to be the other one's assistant. The two men stood up when Luo Muran entered the room. Luo Muran immediately guessed their identities. She took off her sun hat. But it still looked strange wearing sunglasses in the room. But there was nothing unusual in the way the two men looked at her face. Assistant Cheng didn't introduce himself, so the two of them looked away, showing no curiosity at all. Professional quality is quite good. Luo Muran believes in Zhou Jingchen's ability, and there will definitely be no problem with the people he can use. But seeing it with my own eyes, I was relieved. As soon as Zhu Xiaxi entered the door, she ran towards Zhou Jingchen. Perhaps as the daughter of Zhou Jingchen and Luo Muran, the cautious gene is engraved in her bones. Since there were outsiders around, Zhu Xiaxi didn't call Zhu Jingchen Dad. Chen Bao, I brought Ranbao here. Zhu Jingchen, who was sitting on a single sofa and calmly handling official business in front of a notebook, twitched his eyes. Chen Bao? What the hell? Zhu Jingchen reached out and pressed down on the little cannonball's crooked head to prevent her from climbing onto his legs. Just as he was about to scold her, he saw a slender figure walking in from the corner of his eye. Thinking of Luo Muran being called Ranbao by the little guy, with a gentle expression on his face. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and changed them to, "Go sit aside." When there are outsiders around, children also need to save face. It is a very common thing for an adult to scold a child, but if it falls into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, they may be able to make something of it. He fought hard in the business world and knew that there was only permanent interests, not absolute trust. When interests between people are maximized, mutual trust is unquestionable. But if greater benefits appear elsewhere, not everyone can resist the temptation. At this time, trust will become a knife stabbing yourself. Assistant Cheng led Luo Muran to the two men and introduced them. This is Dr. Xiao, and this is Dr. Xiao's assistant, Dr. Fang. He introduced the doctor but not Luo Muran. Both sides understand. They nodded to each other tacitly as a greeting and then got down to business. Dr. Fang opened the medical equipment box, Dr. Xiao took samples, and Luo Muran and Zhu Xiaxi cooperated. After taking the samples, Assistant Cheng and the two doctors left together. The whole process takes less than 10 minutes. From beginning to end, the three of them never saw Luo Muran's face. After going out of the door, Luo Muran changed her clothes, so even if they passed by her, they would not recognize her. Butler Zhang escorted the person out the door and came in to report, "Master, Assistant Cheng." In fact, children are the most sensitive to adults' emotions. Luo Muran looked at the little guy's expression, which was very similar to hers, and thought of the 2 years after her father passed away. She was always worried that her mother would not want her. There was a dull pain spreading in my heart. A thought suddenly popped into my mind. She wanted to talk to Zhu Jingchen. The DNA results came out, confirming her and Zhu Xiaxi's mother-daughter relationship. If Zhu Xiaxi was a burden to him that could not be seen in public, she could take the child away. Moreover, she could sign a confidentiality agreement and not let anyone know about Zhu Xiaxi's relationship with him. She knew she was only 20 years old and had a bright future ahead of her. If another child is born, it will have a great impact on her life. But thinking of her own childhood anxiety, she wanted to take Zhu Xiaxi away. However, she knew that with Zhu Jingchen's ability, if he didn't want the child, he would have 1,000 ways to send the child away, and there would be no need to go to such great lengths. Therefore, if she proposed to take Zhu Xiaxi away, not only would she not be able to take Zhu Xiaxi away, but she would also get herself involved. Luo Muran squatted down, trying to maintain a smile, and hugged the little guy. "I don't want to give up Shabao, I just came back from Grandma's house and have a lot of things to do." Children know the excuses of adults. However, even if they feel uncomfortable, they will choose to believe it. Because they know that by doing this, their parents will be happy. In the past, Zhu Xiaxi would also choose to let Luo Muran leave. However, she knew that her parents were not the same parents as before, and if her mother left, she might never see her again. She just wanted her mother to stay and didn't want to be a good girl anymore, but she couldn't roll on the ground like Garbo next door. I was so anxious that I cried out, "Wow." Zhu Jingchen had already walked to the door. When he heard Zhu Xiaxi crying loudly, he turned around and saw the little girl throwing herself into Luo Muran's arms, her little body twitching from crying. After the little guy comes through, he will be angry and cry. But whether angry or crying, it only lasts for a short time. Sometimes, even if he doesn't coax her, she can coax herself. He had never seen the little one cry like this before. He looked out the living room window and saw the scorching sun outside. During this period of time, the temperature outside the house was a little higher than when we came. He stepped back and asked Luo Muran, "Are you in a hurry to do the things you want to do?" Chapter 15, Saving Food. Of course Luo Muran is not in a hurry. But she had already said it, and it was difficult to change her mind immediately. Zhu Xiaoxi reacted quickly and immediately hugged Luo Muran's neck, twitching and saying, "Ran Bao, don't you love the sweet and sour spare ribs made by Grandma Liu the most? Let's ask Grandma Liu to make sweet and sour spare ribs, okay?" Luo Muran scratched the tip of the little guy's nose, which was red from crying. "You want to eat it, right?" Zhu Xiaoxi shrank her neck guiltily. The dance teacher said she was too fat, so her mother had to control her diet. Even her favorite sweet and sour spare ribs were reduced from 3 times a week to once a week. So she sent a message to her father, saying that her mother wanted to eat. But Zhu Xiaoxi pouted when she thought of this. "You wanted to eat it too, so daddy secretly bought it for you. I saw it and asked him for it, but he lied to me and said it had medicine in it and was only for adults. Children would get stomachaches if they ate it." Luo Muran, Zhou Jingchen, Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu looked at each other. It turns out that the young master and this young lady were so loving in the future. The two looked at Luo Muran with more loving eyes. Luo Muran unconsciously turned his head and looked at Zhu Jingchen. As far as she knew, Zhu Jingchen was not interested in anything except work, and was old-fashioned and boring. I didn't expect that he had such a side to him. It's quite interesting. Zhu Jingchen was overwhelmed. That's not him. Definitely not him. He put his fist to his lips and coughed lightly, interrupting Zhu Xiaoxi's chattering. "Shibao, come here and wear some clothes. She doesn't have many. Can you take her to buy some clothes after dinner?" Zhu Xiaoxi looked at Zhu Jingchen, her eyes widened suddenly, and after the shock, her expression turned into an "I knew it." He used her as an excuse to get his mother to accompany him. The day after she met her father, Assistant Cheng sent a lot of clothes to her home, and the closet was full. How could she have no clothes to wear? Such a bad trick. She knew it was a lie even when she was 3 years old. Mom pretended not to know and let stupid dad fool her. Zhu Jingchen felt scared when the little guy looked at him. He didn't know how many outrageous things his future self would do. Afraid that Zhu Xiaoxi would open her mouth and say something disillusioning again, she quickly looked away and stared at Luo Muran's face, which was still covered tightly. "I have a very important meeting this afternoon and can't bring her with me." As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Before he was sure of certain things, he didn't want Zhu Xiaoxi and Luo Muran to be too involved. But if you don't think about it, it will just come out. But once their words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, and one can only accept it with closed eyes. Luo Muran had only met Zhu Xiaoxi twice. Although Zhu Xiaoxi's clothing combinations are a bit weird. But nothing I'm wearing today, from clothes to shoes, is what I wore yesterday. Even if President Zhu had never taken Zhu Xiaoxi out to buy clothes himself, he must have asked his subordinates to buy her clothes, so Zhu Xiaoxi would never be short of clothes. However, she did not expose it. Nodding, "Okay, you can put my business aside for now. I'll take her out for a walk this afternoon. It's still that mother after all." Zhu Xiaoxi no longer wanted to complain about the couple. She buried her little head in Luo Muran's arms, taking the opportunity to ask for benefits. "After buying clothes, can we go to the amusement park?" "We don't have enough time, let's go to the amusement park next time." Luo Muran decisively refused. Inviting her to dinner and taking Zhu Xiaoxi to buy clothes were all stopgap measures that Zhu Jingchen took to appease Zhu Xiaoxi. She must know when to advance and when to retreat. Crossing Zhu Jingchen's bottom line would not benefit her at all. She hopes to slowly find out Zhu Jingchen's plan, and then reach a consensus, and find a comfort zone where they can win together without hurting each other. Zhu Xiaoxi was not allowed to go to the amusement park, so she asked to watch cartoons instead. Luo Muran had never taken Zhu Xiaoxi with him before, and didn't know Zhu Xiaoxi's daily schedule. He didn't dare to agree rashly and looked up at Zhu Jingchen. "Zhu Jingchen, you can only watch it for half an hour." "Yeah." Zhu Xiaoxi cheered. She took the napkin her father handed her, wiped her face roughly, and dragged Luo Muran to watch cartoons. Luo Muran had nothing to do, so he readily agreed. Zhou Jingchen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Muran did not climb up the pole. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle on his face. You can take it now. There is air conditioning at home, but it is still uncomfortable to wear sunglasses and a mask for a long time. Now that there are no outsiders around, there is no need for Luo Muran to keep covering it up. Luo Muran was indeed feeling very uncomfortable, but he didn't act pretentiously. He raised his hand to take off his sunglasses and mask. Aunt Liu's eyes widened. This girl is so pretty. She had lived to such an old age and had seen too many beautiful girls to count them all. But the only one who could have such a beautiful woman was the young master's mother, who passed away young. Without waiting for the young master's instructions, he said, "Young master, I'm going to cook." He happily took his wife's hand and walked away quickly. Their young master is 27 years old and has never been interested in any girl. This was the first time I took the initiative to invite a girl to dinner. This girl might even be the young lady's biological mother. She has to behave well. Sweet and sour spare ribs must be there, and a few other specialties should be made to ensure that the young lady and the future young lady have a comfortable meal. Zhou Jingchen took care of the children for several days and fell behind in work. It was rare that Zhu Xiaoxi didn't pester him, so she walked towards the study with her notebook. Passing by the living room, I saw Luo Muran sitting on the sofa. She looked quite relaxed, but even in a long skirt, her knees were straight, and it was obvious that she was well educated. Zhu Xiaoxi snuggled up to Luo Muran affectionately. Luo Muran's thin arms wrapped around Zhu Xiaoxi's small shoulders, holding the little fat girl in his arms. Warm and harmonious. They both stared at the TV, not knowing what they were seeing, but they laughed out loud together. Two beautiful faces, with obviously different facial features, but when they smile, their expressions are exactly the same. Zhou Jingchen couldn't help but looked at it again and again. After entering the study, I somehow left the door open and heard bursts of laughter coming from the mother and daughter outside. He had never heard such laughter in his life. Luo Muran's phone vibrated. A message pops up. "Zhu Yian, Ran, where are you?" Zhu Xiaoxi didn't know many words, but she had sharp eyes and immediately recognized that the man in the avatar was her cousin. The little face changed and the soft little body became stiff. Luo Muran noticed that Zhu Xiaoxi was in a strange mood and touched the little guy's rosy face. "What's wrong?" Zhu Xiaoxi stretched out her chubby fingers and pointed at Luo Muran's screen. "It's my eldest cousin." "Yes." Luo Muran nodded. If Zhu Xiaoxi hadn't traveled through time from 8 years later. She doesn't know Zhu Xiaoxi yet. It has nothing to do with Zhu Jingchen. There was no need for her to hide her relationship with Zhu Yian from Zhu Xiaoxi. "Ranbao, don't like your cousin anymore, like daddy instead, okay?" Zhu Xiaoxi hugged her mother tightly. "My cousin is looking for my mother, and the bad guys are about to come. Lots of bad guys. If mom likes dad, bad guys can't bully mom." Chapter 16, Complaint Against Dad. Luo Muran recalled the time he spent with Zhu Xiaoxi. Make sure that you have never mentioned Zhu Yian in front of Zhu Xiaoxi. Could it be that Zhu Jingchen told his daughter about her and Zhu Yian? Is President Zhu's mouth so big? She didn't mind Zhu Xiaoxi knowing about her relationship with Zhu Yian. But if this matter came from President Zhu's mouth, it would be a little subtle. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Luo Muran denied his guess. Zhu Jingchen is generally recognized as a taciturn person. How could I say this to my 4-year-old daughter? Luo Muran knows what kind of person he is. At the same time, I also believe in Zhu Jingchen's reputation. Even if they were together, it must have been after she and Zhu Yian broke up. However, she broke up with her nephew and married her uncle. Although this is not uncommon among wealthy families, it is definitely not something to brag about. The Zhu family will definitely not let this matter spread randomly. Logically, Zhu Xiaoxi wouldn't know about the relationship between her and Zhu Yian. But from what Zhu Xiaoxi said, it was obvious that he knew. So how did she know? It is to listen to people talking behind your back. Or did something happen after she got married that became public knowledge? No matter which one it is, it will not be a good thing for her. The expression on Luo Muran's face gradually became solemn. Zhu Xiaoxi was a little scared when she saw that her mother stopped smiling. She unconsciously rubbed the sleeve that was held in her hand. Luo Muran felt his daughter's nervousness. He took a deep breath, relaxed his facial expression, and returned to his previous gentle expression. "Shibao, how do you know about me and Zhu Yian?" I saw it in my mother's eyes. My cousin is not a good person. Please don't like him anymore, okay? Zhou Jingchen grabbed Luo Muran's sleeve tightly, afraid that she would not agree. You saw it in your mother's eyes, not heard it from others. Luo Muran's heart was beating a little fast. Zhou Jingchen nodded, her mood suddenly becoming depressed. When mom was alone, she was always in a daze and looked so sad. Then I saw in her eyes that she was being bullied. They pushed her and hit her. Later, she lay in the bathtub, and the water in the bathtub was so red. Luo Muran's chest tightened, and then Zhou Jingchen said, Mom's mother and grandmother saved mom. But they went to look for those bad guys and were hit by a car and died on the way. Luo Muran's brain suddenly went blank. Heart-piercing pain came from all directions and gathered in her chest. She couldn't breathe and the blood drained from her face. Zhou Jingchen called out worriedly, Ranbao. After a while, Luo Muran spoke with difficulty, Shabao, what you saw was before mom and dad got together, or after they got together? Before we were together. Luo Muran curled his fingers. A voice in my heart told her. Nothing has happened yet. All of that could be avoided if she started planning from now on. Then how did you get through? That day, I saw mom secretly crying again, so I asked Uncle Jing to take me to find dad, because as long as dad was there, mom would be very happy. I fell asleep in the car, and when I woke up, my car was gone, and Uncle Jing was gone too. Then, I saw dad. Luo Muran even accepted the fact that his daughter had traveled through time from 8 years ago. There is nothing unacceptable about my daughter having some special abilities that are different from ordinary people. Do you know the people who bullied mom? I know some, and I don't. Zhou Jingchen has strong expressive ability, but she is only 4 years old after all. There is no way to explain everything I know at once. Luo Muran is not in a hurry. Did you tell your father about what you saw your mother being bullied? Zhou Jingchen tilted her head, unable to answer. She told her father that her mother would be bullied. But she didn't tell her father that she saw her mother being bullied through her mother's eyes. Does this count as telling or not telling? Luo Muran looked at Zhou Jingchen's reaction and roughly guessed the result. Zhou Jingchen is extremely cunning. Acting cruelly. Luo Muran wanted to avoid any deviation in his guess and cause unnecessary trouble. Guided Zhou Jingchen to tell the actual situation. Zhou Jingchen hugged Luo Muran and said, Don't be afraid, mom. Shabao will protect mom and won't let her be bullied by bad people again. After saying that, he added, Dad will also protect mom. Luo Muran listened to Zhou Jingchen's childish talk and laughed. The current Zhou Jingchen is not the Zhou Jingchen who will give birth to a child with her in the future. To Zhou Jingchen, she is now his future nephew's wife. If anything happens to her, he may not interfere. But the little guy's words still made her feel comforted. She didn't ask Zhou Jingchen how Zhou Jingchen would react when he found out about her. I just told her not to tell anyone other than her parents about these things. From what I learned from Zhou Jingchen, her future situation is quite miserable. Zhou Jingchen doesn't know about these things yet. But she didn't mind him knowing. With Zhou Jingchen's identity and ability, the future man who marries her will definitely know everything that happened to her. Since the future him knows those things, there was no need for her to deliberately conceal it. In addition, she also had another selfish motive. Since she knew what was going to happen, she would never let herself experience it again. The following days, she will be careful everywhere and avoid those pitfalls. However, if the power of fate is too strong, she will not be able to avoid it with her power. She hoped that Zhou Jingchen would help her because she was the mother of his future daughter. Don't call her realistic. Who in this world doesn't want to live a better life? Who would want to lose their parents and entire family, and be abused worse than pigs and dogs? She held Zhou Jingchen in her arms, and the more she looked at her, the more she loved her. She couldn't help but kiss her and said jokingly, Okay, then Ranbao will be under Shibao's protection from now on. Zhou Jingchen nodded seriously. Luo Muran thought the little guy was so cute. Before, I thought it was a trouble that came. Looking back now, this wasn't a problem at all, it was a blessing in disguise for her. I couldn't help but kiss her again. He rubbed Zhou Jingchen's head again. The palm of his hand touched Zhou Jingchen's masterpiece. I asked the question that I had been holding back since yesterday. Who braided your hair? Dad. Luo Muran imagined the domineering CEO combing his daughter's hair and burst out laughing. But he praises without any principles. Wow, dad can even braid Shaba's hair. He's so good. Zhu Xiao's taut hair was pulled, and she groaned in pain, complaining unconvincedly. He pulled out a lot of my hair. It hurts so much, and my tresses hurt too. Chapter 17 My own child. This is either because their hair is tied too tightly or some of the hair is stuck. As a woman with long hair, I know this kind of pain very well. Luo Muran untied the two buns on Zhu Xiao's head, one high and one low. When Zhu Xiao let her hair down, it almost reached her waist. It was shiny and smooth, and she looked as beautiful as a Barbie doll. Luo Muran massaged her scalp until she no longer felt the pain. Then she took out a comb from her bag and combed her hair carefully. Zhu Xiao's hair is so long, but it's not tangled at all. It can be seen that although Zhou Jingchen is not very good at braiding hair, he tries his best to take good care of his daughter. Ask yourself. If Zhu Xiao came through, she would be the first one to be found. She may not be able to do as well as Zhou Jingchen. Suddenly she felt a little relieved that Zhu Xiao saw Zhou Jingchen first instead of her. Zhu Yian sent her messages several times. Luo Muran didn't read the message and turned his phone to silent mode. The time she and Zhu Yian had been in love was not long. Together with Zhu Yian, she has selfish motives and ambitions. But she devoted herself wholeheartedly to this relationship. Even though she had that dream before and felt uncomfortable, she was only thinking about how to get rid of Jiang Mingzhu and didn't think it was time to break up with Zhu Yian. But after listening to Zhu Xiao's words, I realized that breaking up was inevitable. But she scored beautifully. Can't bear a stigma. This is easier said than done. Zhu Yian cheated on his wife and the mistress got pregnant. Zhu's mother could persuade her to treat the pregnant mistress well. Zhu Yian even asked her to help his mistress raise the child. Their confidence comes from their powerful family background. If she wants to get out of this unscathed, she has to take it slow and look for opportunities. But these are not things a 4-year-old can understand. Besides, she is less than 20 years old. Even if she broke up with Zhu Yian, she still had her own life. She didn't want to worry about Zhu Xiao's marriage problems at such a young age. Therefore, he no longer read Zhu Yian's news in front of Zhu Xiao. Zhu Jingchen in the study was multitasking. While handling official business, I listened to the laughter of the mother and daughter in the living room. The sound of the TV suddenly stopped. The TV must have been turned off. He raised his wrist to look at his watch. Exactly 20 minutes. Zhu Jingchen smiled slightly and felt pretty good. Zhu Xiao started chattering when she had no TV to watch. Luo Muran listened patiently and answered Zhu Xiao's questions from time to time. The voice is soft, neither anxious nor impatient. He never got to know that woman. Occasionally, when I heard news about her, it was always negative. He is not a person who believes everything he hears. However, after hearing too much nonsense, it is inevitable that you will dislike this person. But after 2 contacts, the feeling this woman gave him was not that bad. Zhu Jingchen was wondering what kind of person Luo Muran was when he suddenly realized that the mother and daughter had stopped laughing and were chirping softly. The living room and study were too big, and he could hear their voices, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. He was curious about what the mother and daughter said. But his upbringing did not allow him to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Get your mind back and focus on your work. But I don't know why. Even if he couldn't hear the conversation in the living room, the small voices always caught his ears and escaped. The words on the computer screen are just read and passed through, leaving no trace in the brain at all. Until Assistant Cheng sent a message, Mr. Zhu Yian is back. Zhu Jingchen's expression faded. I want his schedule. Luo Muran in the living room knew nothing about what happened in the study. She patiently made 2 beautiful buns for Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi looked at herself in the mirror and exclaimed, wow, happily. Her mother, who always dressed her up beautifully, came back. Aunt Liu prepared the meal and came to call us to eat. The lunch was very sumptuous. And, sure enough, there were sweet and sour spare ribs. Zhu Jingchen likes to drink soup after eating. But he doesn't like someone serving him while he eats. So, I make my own soup. Aunt Liu didn't know that Zhu Xiaoxi liked to drink soup before meals, so after setting the dishes, she went back to her room to eat with her husband. It was the first time that Zhu Jingchen had dinner at home with a woman he didn't know well. After sitting down, Zhu Xiaoxi took the initiative to place Luo Muran's and her own soup bowls in front of Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen looked at Zhu Xiaoxi, then at Luo Muran, and knew who he inherited the habit of drinking soup before meals from. He filled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Luo Muran before filling Zhu Xiaoxi's. Luo Muran felt that Zhu Jingchen and Zhu Yian were two completely different types of people. Zhu Yian's emotions were all shown on his face. If you like it, put it on your lips anytime. If I don't like someone, I won't even have a good face, let alone take care of them. Zhu Jingchen should be disgusted with her, but he still showed all the necessary courtesy. It is a good cultivation that is engraved in the bones. Luo Muran couldn't help but think that people like this might be smiling when they kill people. Zhu Jingchen filled 2 bowls of soup and picked up the chopsticks. Luo Muran just noticed that Zhu Jingchen had no habit of drinking soup before meals. Look at the bowl of soup in front of you, then look at Zhu Xiaoxi who is. Luo Muran waited for Zhu Xiaoxi to eat 2 pieces of meat, and then picked up a handful of vegetables with chopsticks. Zhu Xiaoxi threw it into Zhu Jingchen's bowl as usual. Zhu Jingchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. My own child. I picked up the vegetables and was about to return them. Then I saw an extra piece of vegetables in Zhu Xiaoxi's bowl. The father and daughter looked at each other, and finally accepted their fate and ate the vegetables together. This went on repeatedly, and the bowl of vegetables actually fed both the father and daughter. After the 3 of them finished eating, when Aunt Liu was clearing the table, she saw the empty plates and was surprised, thinking she was dreaming. The sun is brighter in the afternoon. Luo Muran had to return the shared bicycle, but she was afraid that Zhu Xiaoxi would get heat stroke, so she didn't dare to ride with her. I was just about to discuss with Zhu Jingchen whether I could drive Zhu Xiaoxi to the entrance of her community. Zhu Jingchen picked up the car keys, glanced at her, took Zhu Xiaoxi by the hand, walked towards the door with long legs, and said, "Let's go." Chapter 18 Zhu Jingchen protects his shortcomings. Luo Muran put on a mask and sunglasses, put on sun protection clothing, followed Zhu Jingchen, trotted out the door, and went straight to the shared bicycle hanging on the back of the car. Zhu Jingchen opened the back door and let Zhu Xiaoxi get in. When she turned around, she saw Luo Muran, who was wrapped from head to toe, standing behind the bike, not knowing where to start with her shared bike. Zhu Jingchen turned his face away, a little reluctant to watch. Get in the car. Luo Muran, I have to return the car. Zhu Jingchen nodded to show that he understood. Without waiting for her, he walked straight to the driver's seat. Anyone who can be a domineering boss should be reliable in doing things. Luo Muran looked at the open car door, gave up the insistence of riding his bike back to the community, got in the car, and sat next to Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi made a heart shape with her hands towards her. Yeah, I can be with my mom again. Halfway through the sentence, he remembered that he couldn't call her mom yet, so he immediately changed his words. I can sit with Ranbao again. Luo Muran was infected by the little girl, and a smile appeared in her eyes. She followed the little girl's words to tease her. Mom didn't sit with you before. Zhu Xiaoxi sighed like a little adult and said in a cryptic way, Dad said that only when mom sits next to him and gives him guidance can he drive the most steadily, and then I won't get car sick. Luo Muran. Zhu Jingchen. I don't know if this excuse can fool children. Anyway, the expression on Luo Muran's face is hard to describe. Zhu Jingchen's face also darkened. Although the father Zhu Xiaoxi mentioned was Zhu Jingchen a few years later. But that was also Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran was afraid that the leak in her cotton-padded jacket would continue, and President Zhu would go crazy. As an accomplice in deceiving children, Luo Muran felt it necessary to save face. I asked in a gentle voice, did you get car sick when you were riding in Dad's car? No. Zhu Xiaoxi shook her little head like a rattle. So, maybe it's really your mother who gave you good guidance. Zhu Xiaoxi bluntly refuted his story. Grandpa said that Dad started drifting when he was 8 years old. No matter how difficult the parking space was, he could drift it perfectly without even having to move the car. And I inherited my dad's genes and never get car sick. Luo Muran. This is embarrassing. Zhu Jingchen pinched his eyebrows with a headache. Can anyone tell him how to send this little thing back 8 years later? Luo Muran felt embarrassed but also a little funny, so he looked up at the front row. Zhu Jingchen happened to look up at the rearview mirror. Their eyes met in the rearview mirror, and both saw their helplessness in each other's eyes. Zhu Jingchen is indeed reliable. Wait for Luo Muran to return the shared bicycle. He directly sent Luo Muran and her daughter to the shopping mall under his name. This shopping mall ranks first in Beijing in terms of quality. Zhou Jingchen gave Luo Muran a black card with unlimited credit limit. Luo Muran did not refuse. Before the DNA results of Luo Muran and Zhu Xiaoxi came out, she was not considered Zhu Xiaoxi's biological mother. When it comes to the economy, the calculations must be clear and understandable, otherwise it will easily lead to criticism. Luo Muran took the black card. I thought to myself, the domineering CEO who bought Jing Mansion at the age of 15 is indeed rich. If Xu Xinlan saw the card, he would scream with excitement. Zhu Jingchen, buy whatever you like, and buy a few for yourself too, don't worry. This was the reward for taking Zhu Xiaoxi to buy clothes. Luo Muran smiled and said nothing. The things in this mall are very expensive. But does she lack this? She didn't need the DNA results, she was certain that Zhu Xiaoxi was her biological daughter. It is natural to use his money to buy clothes for my daughter. But it is her responsibility to take the children shopping for clothes. She would not ask for compensation from him and put herself in an employment relationship with him. Zhu Jingchen stared at Luo Muran's eyes for a few seconds and understood. A sincere apology, I'm sorry I offended you. Luo Muran smiled and nodded, it's okay. If you put yourself in her shoes, if she asked someone for help, she would also return the favor. She understood Zhu Jingchen's behavior of not wanting to owe her a favor. Zhu Jingchen, I'm having a meeting in the car. When you're done shopping, come down directly. This is the mall's VIP parking lot. The fresh air system works very well, it's not stuffy, and there is air conditioning. He works in his dedicated parking space and is not disturbed. Good. Luo Muran readily agreed and took Zhu Xiaoxi out of the car. Zhu Jingchen looked at Luo Muran, who was still covered tightly, and tried to hold back, but finally couldn't hold it back. We haven't done a DNA test yet, there's no need to cover it like this. Luo Muran didn't want to explain to Zhu Jingchen that she was dressed like this because she was afraid of getting sunburned while riding a shared bike. After getting in the car, she didn't want to take off her clothes in front of Zhu Jingchen, so she continued to wear them, planning to take them off after entering the mall. Since he was going to wait until they finished buying clothes, there was no need for her to go shopping in the mall with so many things. Luo Muran left his sun hat and sun protective clothing in the car. Zhu Xiaoxi was a little disappointed when she saw that her father didn't accompany her to buy clothes. But she was used to her father being always busy, and she was also used to the fact that when he had time, he would think of her mother first, and then her. He waved to Zhu Jingchen, goodbye, Dad. Then he took his mother's hand and skipped away. Zhu Jingchen looked at the mother and daughter, talking in low voices as they walked away, feeling a little subtle. Even a few hours ago, he would never have thought that there would be a day in his life when he would wait in the car for a woman and a child to go shopping in a mall. Assistant Cheng sent a message. Zhu Yian got off the plane from the island country to Beijing and immediately changed to a flight to S City. Zhu Jingchen remembered that Luo Muran was from S City. Assistant Cheng, do you need someone to follow you? Zhu Jingchen, follow. Assistant Cheng, I'll arrange it right away. When he sent a message to his boss, he had already arranged for someone to wait at the airport. After receiving instructions from the boss, you can buy a plane ticket and get on the plane. Zhu Jingchen exited the message box and fell into deep thought. Before, Zhu Xiaoxi kept shouting that there were bad guys trying to harm her mother, but he didn't take it seriously. One reason is that I thought my daughter wanted to see her mother. Second, he doesn't care about this woman Luo Muran. Letting Zhu Xiaoxi meet Luo Muran was just to see if Zhu Xiaoxi could go back to 8 years later after they met. After the meeting, if Zhu Xiaoxi did not disappear, then he would have to make the next arrangements for Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi is very attached to her mother. If anything happens to Luo Muran, it will definitely affect Zhu Xiaoxi. He is protective of his daughter and will not allow her to come to any harm. Therefore, he must know what kind of trouble Luo Muran will encounter. After he got the DNA report of himself and Zhu Xiaoxi, he asked someone to check Luo Muran. Luo Muran's interpersonal relationships are not complicated and he doesn't interact with many people. She is very popular with her teachers at school and has a good relationship with her classmates. She does not have any ambiguous relationships with any male classmates. I work part-time as a teacher in a dance studio and have 2 female students. I also write online articles for a certain website, which are very successful. They have been sold to film and television and are being adapted. The editor spoke highly of her. She has a good sense of proportion in interacting with her fans. Gentle, but with a sense of distance, not too close. Know how to avoid easy pitfalls and what is best for yourself. She's a very sensible and intelligent woman. Chapter 19. Can't I have a mother anymore? No problems have been found with Luo Muran's studies and part-time job so far. On the contrary, there are undercurrents in the Zhou family. Especially his eldest sister-in-law, Ms. Dong, who has a lofty ambition and a kind face but a suffering heart. On the surface, she was close to him, but secretly she was using all the connections she could to bring him down, hoping that one day she could do so. She now hopes to find a daughter-in-law with a good family background who can become a strong support for her. How could they accommodate Luo Muran, who had no family background? Luo Muran was determined to enter the Zhou family. Dong Menying is now afraid that her son will become alienated from her, so she acquiesces to Luo Muran's identity as future daughter-in-law. Based on his understanding of Dong Menying. The more Zhu Yian acted like he couldn't live without Luo Muran, the more Dong Menying hated Luo Muran. She would never let Luo Muran in. As for the means, he didn't know how Dong Menying would deal with Luo Muran. But his sister-in-law's methods are extremely dirty. Therefore, if there really are bad guys like Zhu Xiaoxi said, the problem is most likely in the Zhou family. Luo Muran took Zhu Xiaoxi into the elevator and headed straight to the children's clothing department on the third floor. What Zhu Xiaoxi is wearing today should all be newly bought, and they are all very expensive brands. However, Zhou Jingchen's straight man pairing made it look like a grandmother taking care of a baby. Luo Muran has never bought children's clothes, but he has good aesthetic taste. Plus, Zhu Xiaoxi is very beautiful. If you pay a little attention to the matching, it will look particularly good when worn. Luo Muran hinted and found out that Zhu Xiaoxi had a closet full of new clothes. So I only bought 7 or 8 sets of clothes for the season. Then I picked out 2 or 3 sets of slightly thicker ones to use in case of weather changes. Just stop buying. After coming out of the store, Zhu Xiaoxi took the initiative to share 6 packaging bags. This is the weight that she can handle at her current age. Luo Muran saw that Zhu Xiaoxi was having a hard time carrying the bags and wanted to take them back. Zhu Xiaoxi refused to do anything, carrying 2 on one shoulder and 1 on the other, stumbling forward. Dad said that before my brother becomes a labora, I have to do as much as I can. I can't let mom suffer. Luo Muran withdrew his hand and still agreed with Zhu Jingchen's straight male education. Whether a boy or a girl, if they are independent and able to endure hardships, they can crush many spoiled children. At the same time, he silently sympathized with Zhu Xiaoxi's brother who was still missing. After buying clothes, the mother and daughter went to the toy area. Luo Muran plans to buy her a dress-up Barbie doll. But Zhu Xiaoxi was not interested and went straight to the Lego area. Finally, I picked out more than a dozen sets of Lego. More than a dozen sets of Lego were piled high on the table. Luo Muran couldn't take it, so he took a photo and sent it to Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen replied immediately and sent the address of the villa. Luo Muran registered the address and requested that the clothes he had bought be delivered to his door. Their mother and daughter's hands were free, and they each had an Italian handmade ice cream, eating while strolling towards the parking lot. Zhu Xiaoxi was so happy that she almost went to heaven. In the past, ice cream was strictly controlled. It was only once in a long time that you could eat it, and only a little at a time. This is the 3rd time I have eaten ice cream since I found my younger father and mother. Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan rent a house in the residential complex where many other Peking University students also rent houses. Zhu Jingchen's car is too eye-catching. Repeatedly entering and leaving their community and being seen by others can easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Luo Muran sent Zhu Xiaoxi to the car, took the sun protection clothing and sun hat, and suggested going back by himself. Zhu Jingchen didn't force her. He watched her get into the elevator and drove away. Zhu Xiaoxi didn't insist, but she couldn't hide the disappointment on her face. The unfinished ice cream in her hand no longer tasted good. Zhu Jingchen glanced at the little girl, who looked like a deflated ball, in the rearview mirror and asked, "Do you like the clothes and Legos I bought today?" Zhu Xiaoxi nodded, somewhat uninterested. "Dad, can't I be with mom?" Zhu Jingchen glanced at the little girl again, pulled the car over, and patted the passenger seat. "Come." Zhu Xiaoxi unbuckled her seat belt, climbed to the front row, and sat in the passenger seat. Zhou Jingchen turned to look at the little girl and said seriously, "Shabao, you know she's different from your previous mother, right?" Zhu Xiaoxi knew, but she didn't want to say it. "You know." Zhu Jingchen looked straight into his daughter's big eyes. "But she's also my mother. Children have their own persistence. But she's still a child now. She has to go to school and can't take care of you all the time. Besides, she's only 19. If you ask her to get along with you the same way she did before, people will misunderstand that she had you when she was 15. Then everyone will look at her with tinted glasses, and she'll be scolded by many people. Are you willing to let that happen? This would be very cruel to Zhu Xiaoxi. But if we don't consider Luo Muran's situation, the situation Luo Muran faces will be even more devastating. Luo Muran just married him in the future and gave birth to a daughter with him. She did nothing wrong. It's unfair to her to ruin her life because of this. Therefore, he had to let Zhu Xiaoxi consider Luo Muran's situation. Zhu Xiaoxi shook her head. She didn't want her mother to be scolded. But Zhu Xiaoxi slowly lowered her head, and the light in her eyes dimmed. "So, I can't have a mother anymore." Zhu Jingchen was silent. After a while, he said, "Give us some time, okay?" Zhu Xiaoxi nodded. Zhu Jingchen touched her cute little head with a bun and said, "You can go find her, as long as you don't cause her any trouble." "Really?" Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up again. "Certainly." Luo Muran came out of the mall and took a taxi back to his apartment. The temperature is 39 degrees. I was sweating as I walked from the community gate to home. I went into the bathroom and took a shower, feeling refreshed. Then I took out my cell phone and looked through the message sent by Zhu Yian. Noticed a photo sent by Zhu Yian. It is a big banyan tree in her community in S City. The message was sent half an hour ago. Luo Muran called his mother and asked, "Mom, is grandma's examination done?" "He Wanjuan, just finished." "What was the result?" "It's fine. Your grandma is clamoring to go home quickly." "Didn't the doctor say that it would be best to replenish energy after the follow-up examination? A bottle of energy costs over 1,000. I need 3 bottles to be infused, and then I have to stay in the hospital for 3 days. Your grandmother is used to being frugal, so she wouldn't agree to it no matter what." Luo Muran directly transferred 10,000 yuan. He Wanjuan looked at the transfer, her face a little grim. "I didn't say that to ask you for money. I'd rather you ask me for money." Luo Muran looked at the ceiling, suppressing the tears that welled up in her eyes. "This money is for grandma's hospitalization. Tell her that if she doesn't follow the doctor's advice, I'll throw this 10,000 yuan away on the street." Chapter 20. It's too bad. After Luo Muran finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for He Wanjuan to speak. Then I saw He Wanyan's message box, typing repeatedly. Luo Muran felt very upset. "After my father passed away, Grandma said that my father was killed by her, and asked my mother to give her to someone, otherwise she would not give her any pension. It is said to be giving it to others, but in fact it is selling it. Mom didn't agree. That family divided up Dad's pension and left nothing for Mom. My mother wanted to snatch the money back, but failed and was beaten so hard that her nose and face were covered in blood. She went to see the village party secretary, and her grandmother threw 200 yuan in her mother's face. My father's pension, which is over 200,000 yuan, is the money the army gives to my mother to raise the children. At most, you can give a portion of it to the elderly as a filial piety. But all the aunts and uncles came to take a share. Only Mom is an outsider and Sholden TB there. But no one in the village was willing to help a foreign daughter-in-law. Mom tore up the 200 yuan, took her hand, and left Grandma's house without looking back. Returned to Grandma's house in S City. Her mother didn't sell her, but she never smiled at her again after that. Then, she worried every day that her mother would abandon her, and lived cautiously every day. When she grew up a little, she hoped that she could earn money to support herself and not worry about being abandoned. Later, she started making money, and the relationship between her and her mother changed from fear to estrangement. She always thought that her mother didn't like her. The reason she didn't abandon her was simply because of her conscience and responsibility. But Zhu Xiaoxi said that after her mother and grandmother saved her from suicide, they actually went to the Zhu family, a giant like it, to seek justice for her. After my mother married my father, she stayed at home to take care of the elderly and raise her daughter, and she had no income. The allowance that my father sent back was all taken by my grandmother. Her mother took her away, with only enough money to buy a train ticket back to her mother's home. My grandmother is also an elderly person living alone, making a living by pasting paper ingots for funeral homes. She took in her daughter and granddaughter who had no money, but she was unable to support two adults. Mom had no choice but to go out and find a job. She hadn't worked for many years and had long been out of touch with society. It was difficult for her to find a job, and even more difficult to support herself. But my mother is very competitive and she wants to have all the interest classes that other girls have. She refused to go, so her mother forced her to go. Looking back now, she realized that her mother did not love her. But she was still in pain from the loss of her husband, so she had to work hard to survive and support her. I am so tired every day that I don't have the energy to care about her restless mood. When Luo Muran heard Zhu Jingchen say those words at Jing Mansion, if it weren't for the endurance he had practiced since childhood, he would have almost broken down. Luo Muran took a deep breath. She learned that her grandmother and mother would die tragically under the wheels in the future in order to protect her. She didn't know whether it was an accident or man-made. But no matter what it was, she would never let this happen again. Before, the message Zhu Jingchen sent her was asking her where she was, not what she was doing. She felt something was wrong. Only when she saw the big banyan tree that Zhu Jingchen took a picture of did she realize that Zhu Jingchen had gone to S City. But today is Grandma's checkup day. My mother accompanied my grandmother to the hospital and there was no one at home. Zhu Jingchen knew that she had a bad relationship with her mother and would not come to her house alone. But she still took the opportunity to ask her grandmother about the follow-up results to test whether Zhu Jingchen had contacted his mother. She was used to having a stiff relationship with her mother. Even though she knew her mother didn't love her as much as she thought, she still couldn't say anything soft to her. When her mother talked to her, she just kept to herself as usual, without showing any concern. But she did not mention Zhu Jingchen, which means that Zhu Jingchen had not contacted his mother. To be honest, Zhu Jingchen was especially nice to her. I really don't have that kind of intention towards Jiang Mingzhu. They have been together for so long, and except for being confused about Jiang Mingzhu, he is definitely a good boyfriend. Otherwise, Xu Xinlan would have jumped out to break up the couple long ago. Luo Muran adjusted his mood, clicked on Zhu Jingchen's message box, and replied to the first message in 3 days, Beijing City. Zhu Jingchen called immediately, his voice hoarse with sleepiness. Ran, why did you return to Beijing City early? There was no blame, only joy that she was willing to receive his message, and disappointment that he could not see her immediately. Something happened, so I came back early. Luo Muran spoke in a calm tone. When the DNA came out, it confirmed that she and Zhu Jingchen were mother and daughter. Even if Jiang Mingzhu hadn't happened, she and Zhu Jingchen would have to break up. But the reason for breaking up would not be just a bag and a bracelet. Besides, there are some things she needs to confirm. Ran, is it convenient for you to video chat? I miss you. Convenient. Zhu Jingchen hung up the phone and immediately made a video call. Luo Muran clicked the answer button. Zhu Jingchen's bearded face appeared on the phone screen. He was still standing under the big banyan tree downstairs from her house. He probably didn't sleep well these past few days, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked visibly haggard. Luo Muran had just taken a shower and felt refreshed. Zhu Jingchen looked at Luo Muran in the video and immediately smiled. Then, seeing his sloppy appearance on the small screen, he touched his chin uncomfortably. I forgot to shave. Zhu Jingchen has always paid attention to his image. Things like forgetting to shave would not appear in his life. He looks like this because he has been anxious these days and has no time to care. Luo Muran did not expose him. He glanced behind him and didn't see anyone who was an eyesore. Then he looked at Zhu Jingchen calmly. Seeing that Luo Muran didn't respond, Zhu Jingchen apologized humbly and broke the silence. Ran, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Luo Muran looked at the cautious Zhu Jingchen on the screen. His heart was filled with ups and downs, and he couldn't describe the feeling. After entering Peking University, many people pursued her, including some rich second generations. She chose Zhu Jingchen. It is true that he has good overall conditions. But she has high demands on emotional value. If he cheated on her, she would choose to break up even if the Zhu family was rich. She is not the kind of person who would compromise. I don't understand why you didn't stop the loss in time when you realized something was wrong, and put yourself in such an embarrassing situation. Where's Jiang Mingzhu? I have no idea. Zhu Yian answered very straightforwardly. When the plane landed in the island country, he still couldn't get through to Luo Muran, so he immediately bought a plane ticket to City S. After picking up his luggage, he told his mother that he had something to do and would not be going with her, and then went to board the plane. As for Jiang Mingzhu, he really didn't care about her. We really don't know where Jiang Mingzhu is now. Why isn't she with you? I came to see my wife, why should she come with me? Zhu Yian sighed helplessly. Mingzhu has never liked playing with girls since she was a child. She has been running around with a group of boys like us all the time, treating everyone as a brother. Can you please stop imagining things? It's too embarrassing. Chapter 21. Zhou Jingchen's face was swollen. Luo Muran hung up the video call directly. Slowly. Zhu Yian looked at the hung-up video call, feeling anxious, and immediately called again. The phone rang once and then went silent. Then I couldn't get through anymore. The machine should be turned off. Zhu Yian couldn't understand why Luo Muran had to pick on Jiang Mingzhu. His mother and Jiang Mingzhu's mother were close friends. His father and Jiang Mingzhu's father were once business partners. He and Jiang Mingzhu grew up together and are childhood friends. Later, something happened to the Jiang family and they went bankrupt. Jiang Mingzhu went from being a rich second generation to an ordinary person. The psychological gap is not big, don't be afraid. Therefore, these brothers all took good care of Mingzhu. He had told Luo Muran all this before. Luo Muran also understood. I don't know what's wrong with me lately, I've suddenly become so picky. He loves Luo Muran. But if he breaks up with his brother just because of Luo Muran's bad temper, is he still a man? He couldn't understand Luo Muran's recent behavior. But the call that was finally connected was hung up just like that. I still want to slap myself in the face. She was still angry, so why should he say those things to her? Zhu Yian quickly bought a plane ticket back to Beijing, quickly left the old community, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the airport. After getting in the car, I opened WeChat and sent a message to Luo Muran, Ran, I'm going back to Beijing soon. When I get back, we'll meet and talk. The message was sent, but like the previous one, it fell on deaf ears. He leaned his head back against the pillow and closed his eyes, trying to suppress the migraine caused by lack of sleep. Zhu Yian didn't know that when he left the big banyan tree, a woman walked out of the bicycle shed not far away. She was wearing a blue dress, holding the suitcase handle in one hand and the bag that could only be bought in the island country's duty-free shops in the other. On her wrist, she also wore a bracelet of the same brand. She looked up at Luo Muran's grandmother's house on the second floor. On the narrow balcony, clean and half-worn clothes were hung out to dry. The woman curled her lips in disdain. No matter how clean you wash it, you can't deny the fact that you are poor. She stood there and waited for Zhu Yian to get into a taxi before she pushed her suitcase, calmly walked out of the community, and got into another taxi. Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu left one after another. An unremarkable middle-aged woman walked out from the second floor of the building next door, left the community, got into a taxi, and followed behind the taxi that Jiang Mingzhu was riding in. After getting in the car, she took out her camera. Send out the photos and videos you took. Then he sent a message. Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu left, probably heading towards the airport. A few minutes later, she received a plane ticket back to Beijing. Luo Muran hung up the phone, feeling a little depressed. I made a video call to my mother and confirmed that my grandmother had been admitted to the hospital and had been given emergency care. Only then did I feel relieved. The door at the entrance rang. Shushanlan came back with a lot of bags. When she saw Luo Muran's shoes as soon as she entered the room, she kicked off her shoes and rushed in screaming, hugging Luo Muran. Baby, I miss you so much. The two haven't seen each other for more than a month. Luo Muran hugged her best friend and was happy from the bottom of her heart. Even her mood, which had been affected by Zhu Yian, improved again. Is it done? It's done. Speaking of this, Shushanlan became excited. She pulled Luo Muran and sat him down on the sofa. I've found out. Your future mother-in-law is on the list for next week's charity gala. Bitch Jiang will definitely go to please your future mother-in-law. That day, if she dares to bring that bag to disgust you, I'll make her bump into that bag and make her doubt her life. After Shushanlan finished speaking, he flipped through a circle of friends and showed it to Luo Muran. In the photo, a sweet-looking young girl is wearing a bracelet and holding a bag, which are exactly the two models that Jiang Mingzhu has posted. The girl's name is Lin Yufei, and her family started out in real estate. Before the Jiang family went bankrupt, Jiang Mingzhu often criticized Lin Yufei for being a nouveau riche. The two are incompatible. After Xu Xinlan read the circle of friends post by Jiang Mingzhu that was only visible to Luo Muran, she pushed the bag and bracelet to Lin Yufei. Then she told Lin Yufei that Jiang Mingzhu had deliberately provoked Luo Muran and made him refuse to accept the bracelet and bag. Lin Yufei immediately asked Xu Xinlan to buy the bag and bracelet for her. After receiving the bag and bracelet today, Lin Yufei immediately posted it on her moments. Although Lin Yufei's family is a nouveau riche, they are genuine second-generation rich. She is generous and gets along well with rich girls. This circle of friends she posted is visible to everyone except Jiang Mingzhu and those who have contact with Jiang Mingzhu. With Jiang Mingzhu's style, when she takes something out to show off, she will definitely pull Zhu Yian to show off their brotherhood. When the time comes, the more happily Jiang Mingzhu shows off, the louder she will be slapped in the face. Someone rang the doorbell again. The takeout has arrived. Xu Xinlan jumped up. I bought beer and crayfish. We're having a big meal tonight. Luo Muran quickly got up, followed Xu Xinlan, and went to the entrance to help get the takeaway. Xu Xinlan bought a whole case of beer, 3 pounds of crayfish, and a lot of barbecue. It seems that he intends to accompany her to get drunk. Luo Muran put everything on the dining table, feeling warm in his heart. She took out 2 cans of beer and put the rest in the refrigerator. The two sat at the table and each opened a can of beer. Xu Xinlan held the beer can and clinked glasses with Luo Muran. I wish Luo Muran to crush that bitch Jiang as soon as possible and marry into the Zhou family as soon as possible. Luo Muran smiled faintly. I plan to break up. Xu Xinlan was stunned for a moment, then laughed and clinked glasses with her again. Yes, we don't want that guy anymore. Come, I wish you sisters to escape from the sea of suffering and regain your freedom. Luo Muran clinked glasses with her and took a big sip of beer. The slightly bitter and cold liquid went down her throat, just like her life. The two said they wanted to get drunk, but in the end Luo Muran didn't even finish both cans, but Xu Xinlan was really drunk. Luo Muran fell asleep quickly despite being slightly tipsy. The next day, Luo Muran was woken up by the message alert sound. Luo Muran opened her eyes and found that she and Xu Xinlan were both sleeping on the sofa, and Xu Xinlan was still sleeping soundly. She touched her phone and found that Zhu Yian had sent her a message last night. There are only 2 messages. The first message was sent at 11 o'clock last night. Ran, I'm downstairs from you, are you asleep? Good night. There was a 10-minute gap between the 2 messages. Luo Muran didn't reply to the message immediately, but looked at another chubby little face avatar. Shibao, picture. Shibao, picture. Shibao, picture. Zhu Xiexi sent dozens of pictures in a row. Photos of various small clothes and skirts. She didn't buy it at the mall yesterday. Shibao, I'm organizing my closet. Ranbao, help me figure out how to match these. Luo Muran's mouth twitched slightly. Yesterday Zhou Jingchen said that Zhu Xiexi had no clothes to change. This little leaky cotton padded jacket sent so many photos of clothes that Zhou Jingchen's face was almost swollen. Chapter 22 The Clinging Little Goblin. In the future, Luo Muran taught his children very well. Zhu Xiexi can already write a lot of words, but after all, she is only a 4-year-old kid, and it is still difficult for her to express herself completely with words. As you type, the words become voice. Luo Muran was afraid of waking up Xu Xinlan, so he got up, went to the bedroom and closed the door. But things like matching clothes are still very troublesome when relying on voice. Zhu Xiexi dropped the clothes in her hand and said resignedly, Ranbao, can you come home? This is too much trouble. Luo Muran refused without thinking. No. Why? Your father and I aren't familiar with each other yet. Of course, even if we were familiar, a girl can't just go to a boy's house casually, so I can't go to your father's house. Shibao, remember this, when you grow up, if a boy invites you to his house, unless there are special circumstances, not only can you not go, but that boy can also stop associating with you. Also, Shibao is too young to fully distinguish between good and bad people. You can't go to anyone's house without your parents' permission. Luo Muran felt that with her cautious personality, she would also instill these principles into Shibao in the future. But having come to this point, just in case, she still gave the little one some knowledge on how girls can protect themselves. The little guy listened very carefully. After his mother finished speaking, he nodded vigorously. Yes, Xiaobao understands. Xiaobao, you're so good. Luo Muran praised without hesitation. Zhou Jingchen walked past Zhu Xiao's room door with a cup of coffee. I saw the little guy standing in the middle of a room full of scattered clothes, holding his watch and talking to someone. His delicate little brows were furrowed with worry. The speaker of his phone watch was turned on loudly, so he stopped and listened for a while. Luo Muran was very patient with children, and his tone when speaking to them was so doting and soft that it made his ears itch. Luo Muran not only has a nice voice, but also speaks very simply and directly, making it easy for children to understand. Zhou Jingchen walked away leisurely, went to the study to get a brand new tablet computer, returned to the temporary children's room, made a gesture to Zhu Xiaoxi to keep quiet, and then waved. Zhu Xiaoxi ran over with her short legs. Zhu Jingchen handed the tablet to her and watched the little girl skillfully turn it on and log into WeChat. Phone watches can also make video calls, but the screen is too small, and it looks like a miniature version of your head, so it is too difficult to use it to see what clothes to match. A tablet is much more convenient. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately sent a voice message. How about I video chat with Ranbao? Luo Muran felt a little uncomfortable when she thought of the scene where she saw Zhu Jingchen naked. But it was hard for her to refuse Xiaobao's reasonable request, so she lowered her voice and asked, "Where's your father?" Zhu Xiaoxi immediately raised her little head and looked at her father, who was standing in front of her like a giant. Luo Muran deliberately lowered his voice, which sounded like a breath, making it even softer and more seductive. Zhu Jingchen couldn't help but pick his ears. Luo Muran's outstanding face inexplicably appeared in my mind. In fact, what makes Luo Muran outstanding is not just his face. Maybe it's because she dances Chinese dance, her figure and temperament are so great. Zhu Jingchen realized that his thoughts had strayed and stopped immediately. I lowered my head and met the little guy's dark eyes, and then I realized that I had a chaotic video call yesterday morning. His handsome face turned red, and he pretended nothing happened, then walked away leisurely with his coffee. Zhu Xiaoxi leaned against the door frame, watching her father walk away, and said, "I don't know where Dad went." Luo Muran thought Zhu Jingchen had gone out. She knew Zhu Jingchen was not an unreliable person, but she still couldn't help asking, "Are you home alone?" "Dad's home." "Oh." Luo Muran realized that he was overthinking, so he started a video call without hesitation. The video is connected in seconds. Luo Muran saw Zhu Xiaoxi standing in the middle of a room full of clothes. The little guy was wearing a pink vest and white shorts. The chubby little arms and short legs are exposed, which is extremely cute. Her hair was tied up in a messy high bun. Luo Muran actually thought it was pretty good looking. Luo Muran was completely relieved that he didn't see anything that shouldn't be seen. Zhu Xiaoxi happily took Luo Muran to visit her room. Luo Muran also wanted to know if Zhu Xiaoxi was adapting to her life after traveling here, so he cooperated and admired her. "Zhu Xiaoxi just came here. A makeshift children's room. I just replaced the carpets and furniture with cartoon patterns, and put a lot of cartoon patterns on the walls. No one knows how long Zhu Xiaoxi will stay, so Zhu Jingchen even prepared a children's room like this for her." Even though it was the work of a makeshift team, one could still feel Zhu Jingchen's care for his daughter. Luo Muran sighed again. If she had brought Zhu Xiaoxi with her, she would not have been able to do what Zhu Jingchen did in such a short time. After visiting Zhu Xiaoxi's room, I started to match clothes. When the mother and daughter focused on the clothes, Zhu Jingchen walked around the study, then returned to the leisure area outside the children's room with his notebook. Then he chose a sofa facing the door of the children's room and sat down, putting his notebook on the coffee table. While drinking coffee, I watched the chubby girl busy in the pile of clothes. From his angle, he couldn't see the tablet computer that Zhu Xiaoxi placed upright on the table, but the video audio was played out loud, so he could hear Luo Muran's voice. Zhu Xiaoxi showed Luo Muran the clothes one by one. Luo Muran would take Zhu Xiaoxi's preferences into consideration, and then add guidance to make those messy clothes look very beautiful. Zhu Jingchen watched it for a while and actually found it very interesting. Thinking back to the chaotic days of the past few days, I suddenly felt a sense of peace and tranquility. Zhu Jingchen relaxed completely, opened his notebook and started working. There are many kinds of clothes on the ground. Zhu Xiexi said that the clothes were all sent by assistant Cheng. Luo Muran guessed. Zhou Jingchen didn't want the outside world to know about Zhu Xiexi for the time being, so he just asked his most trusted assistant Cheng to buy clothes for Zhu Xiexi. Assistant Cheng doesn't he even have a girlfriend, let alone getting married. I had no experience in buying clothes for little girls, so I went through all the major children's brands that had clothes in the right sizes. He doesn't know how to look, but there are so many of them, there are always a few that can catch his eye. Although assistant Cheng is doing a big sweep. But children's clothing brands are different from luxury brands. The quality is guaranteed. The main choice is based on style and design. There are many clothes and they are easy to match. In a short while, several sets were ready. After matching a few sets, Zhu Xiexi said, "I'll do it tomorrow." Luo Muran knew that Zhu Xiexi mentioned matching clothes just to talk to her, so he couldn't help but smile and chat with her about all sorts of things. Zhu Jingchen looked at the document sent by assistant Cheng for a while, then raised his eyelids and glanced at the little guy. The little guy was lying in a pile of clothes, holding a tablet and chatting with Luo Muran. The mother and daughter had a happy chat. However, Luo Muran didn't let Zhu Xiexi look at the tablet for too long. They had almost finished chatting and were about to end the call. Xu Xinlan knocked on the door, then pushed it open a crack and poked her head in. "Dear, Zhu Yan said your phone is busy, so he called me. Do you want to answer?" The little kid who was chattering a second ago suddenly shut up. Zhu Jingchen stopped typing on the keyboard, raised his head and looked at the tablet in front of Zhu Xiexi. Chapter 23. Dad, can you marry Mom now? Luo Muran looked at the little kid staring at her nervously on the screen. Without avoiding him, she turned to Xu Xinlan and said, "I'll call him later." Xu Xinlan made an okay gesture, stepped out, and closed the door. Luo Muran smiled at the little kid in the video. "That's all we need to stop here today. Every child hopes to have a complete family. I hope my father and mother will be together forever." Luo Muran didn't know why he and Zhu Jingchen got together. But now, she has nothing to do with Zhu Jingchen. She would not have any thoughts about Zhu Jingchen just because of Zhu Xiex's appearance. Zhu Jingchen treated her the same way. So, it's not that she doesn't consider Zhu Xiex's feelings. Instead, Zhu Xiexi must fully understand that her mother has her own life. Mom can't give up her life or her dad just because she appears. And she, Zhu Xiexi, should also have her own life and her own pursuits in life. Instead, I just think about my parents' matters every day. She felt distressed when she saw her daughter's obviously depressed mood. However, she hid her heartache in her smile and did not show it. The duration of the call was agreed upon in advance. Zhu Xiexi was reluctant, but nodded anyway. "Then we'll talk next time." Luo Muran waved his hand. "Shabao, goodbye." Zhu Xiexi raised her hand and shook it weakly. "Ranbao, goodbye." After the video call ended, Zhu Jingchen looked away and looked at the phone beside him. He had photos and videos sent by assistant Cheng on his phone. Zhu Xiexi walked dejectedly to Zhu Jingchen with the tablet in her hand and handed the tablet back. By then, she would definitely not stop him, and it would be useless for him to beg her. Zhu Xiexi made up her mind, but as she watched her father rushing towards his own death, she sighed deeply, thinking that her father could still be saved. "You used to be jealous of your eldest cousin. If you could break up the couple now, maybe you would be less jealous in the future." After saying that, he patted his old father on the shoulder with an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your own good." Zhu Jingchen. Is he jealous of Zhu Yan, the love-brained girl? He might have lost his mind. The father and daughter stared at each other. Zhu Yan, who was waiting for Luo Muran downstairs, did not sit in the car to enjoy the air conditioning in order to show his sincerity. Instead, he stood outside the stairwell in the early morning temperature of 38 degrees. Zhu Yan was sweating profusely, and the refreshing look he had put on early in the morning was gone. He came waiting early in the morning, and finally got a promise from Xu Xinlan, which finally gave him some hope. I didn't dare ask Luo Muran what the "while" he was talking about meant. I could only stand downstairs and continue waiting. Upstairs, Luo Muran hung up the phone, washed up quickly, and went to the living room to clean up the dining table that he had not cleared last night because he was drunk. Xu Xinlan bore too much last night. Luo Muran had foresight and was afraid that the two of them would not be able to finish the meal, so he took out most of the food before they started eating. When I was halfway through eating and confirmed that I couldn't finish the remaining portion, I put the portion in the refrigerator. Otherwise, everything will go bad when they wake up. Xu Xinlan drank a lot last night, but he still remembered what Luo Muran said. Thinking of Zhu Yian, who was still waiting downstairs, "You said last night that you wanted to break up with Zhu Yian, were you serious?" When Luo Muran and Zhu Yian first started dating, Xu Xinlan was very optimistic about them. After all, few second-generation rich people from such families do not think they are superior to others, and they chase girls purely for fun. If he can't catch up with her, he will resort to trickery and make the girl's life a mess. The more unethical ones will even cause trouble to other people's families. Ordinary people cannot defeat these second-generation rich people, and they suffer a lot of grievances. Once you catch up, it's just for fun. Throw it away when you get tired of it. There are very few people who are as serious about dating as Zhu Yian and aim to get married. But after getting to know her better, I feel that it's not worth it for my best friend. First of all, Zhu Yian's mother would not be a good mother-in-law. When Luo Muran married into the Zhu family, she had to endure a lot of trouble due to the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Later, when it was discovered that Jiang Mingzhu's butt was so crooked, Zhu Yian couldn't see it and kept defending Jiang Mingzhu. That was the extent of her affection for Zhu Yian. If Luo Muran really likes Zhu Yian so much, she must be with Zhu Yian, and she wishes him well. Then she would pay more attention and keep an eye on Jiang Mingzhu. If there was anything, she would roll up her sleeves and do it. She would not let Luo Muran suffer any loss. If Luo Muran and Zhu Yian couldn't get along, she would also be happy to see it. Her daughter Luo Muran is beautiful and highly educated. She doesn't need to rely on anyone and can live a good life. There are so many men in this world, there is always one that suits her. Luo Muran. Showdown today? Xu Xinlan asked. It's not the time yet. Luo Muran said. Xu Xinlan understood immediately. Luo Muran carried the garbage bag and walked towards the door. When I was planning to throw away the garbage, I met Zhu Yian by the way. Xu Xinlan snatched the garbage bag and pushed Luo Muran to get ready. Since you are planning to break up, you have to do it beautifully. Even the meeting before breaking up has to be beautiful so that no one can find fault with it. As for things like taking out the trash, she can do it. Chapter 24. Let us get married soon. Xu Xinlan carried the garbage downstairs. When she got downstairs, she saw Zhu Yian coming towards her. Zhu Yian is wearing a white shirt and black trousers. Even though her face was red from the heat, her appearance was still very good. But when she thought about how she had always been very good at judging people, but had failed with this person, she became extremely angry. He glared at Zhu Yian fiercely and walked straight forward. Xu Xinlan and Luo Muran have a good relationship. It is normal for Xu Xinlan to feel unfair for her best friend when Luo Muran has a conflict with him. Zhu Yian didn't mind Xu Xinlan's attitude and looked back past Xu Xinlan. I was a little disappointed that I didn't see the person I was thinking about. He took a step forward and stopped Xu Xinlan. Is Ran up? Xu Xinlan said unhappily, I just woke up. Wait. Zhu Yian didn't ask any more questions, just thanked him, stepped aside and continued waiting. Xu Xinlan took a few steps and then stepped back. It's too hot outside. Mr. Zhu should get in the car and wait. You can also wipe off your sweat while you're at it. She doesn't care about Zhu Yian. There were people coming and going at the stairs, and Zhu Yian standing there was too conspicuous. If someone sees it, the gossip will spread and the blame will be thrown on her best friend. She didn't want her best friend to break up and be gossiped about. Zhu Yian tugged at his shirt, which was wet with sweat and stuck to his back. He felt that he could even smell the sweat, which would definitely smell on Luo Muran soon. He smiled gratefully at Xu Xinlan, and after Xu Xinlan walked away, he immediately turned around and walked towards his car. When I got in the car and wiped my sweat with a tissue, my eyes accidentally saw Xu Xinlan throwing a beer can into the recyclable trash. His expression paused. Did she drink last night? Are you drinking because you are in a bad mood because of him? Zhu Yian felt distressed. He took off his almost wet shirt, wiped the sweat off his body, pulled a clean shirt from the reserve box and put it on. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Luo Muran. Ran, let us get married soon. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that he had made an unforgivable mistake by buying a bag for Luo Muran. But he admitted that he was not careful enough, which led to Luo Muran's misunderstanding. But, no matter what the reason, he couldn't bear to see Luo Muran so sad that he had to drink to drown his sorrows. It's better to marry her home earlier and keep her by your side at all times. Then there will be no more misunderstandings and she won't be sad anymore. Luo Muran was putting on makeup and fell silent when she saw Zhu Yian's message. Zhu's mother admitted that she and Zhu Yian were in a romantic relationship with the intention of getting married. But in fact, the two parents have never met formally. She has a distant relationship with her mother, but she still hopes that her mother and grandmother can get involved in the matter of marriage. After all, they were her only relatives. The parents of both parties have never met because Zhu's mother's time is always not suitable. She knew it was just an excuse, but she was less than 20 and there was no rush. Now, she is glad that the parents of both sides have never met. Luo Muran swiped the screen and replied, "I'll talk later." Zhu Yian felt relieved. "When you come down later, wait in the corridor. Don't come out. I'll drive the car over." Luo Muran teaches Chinese dance part-time, so she needs to maintain good manners and not get too tanned. In summer, I rarely expose myself to the sun unless I have to. In order to prevent the car from getting overheated in the sun, he parked it in a shady place, about 20 meters away from the cave building. Even at such a distance, he would drive the car over and not let her take a step further. Luo Muran, okay. The dance organization where she works part-time is for children from wealthy families. The dance teachers in the institution must not only have professional skills, but also have decent manners. With this part-time job, she teaches several classes a week and can earn a stable income of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. This income is not high compared to her income from novels. But she takes it very seriously. Because this job allows her to maintain a good figure and posture without spending too much extra time and money. The sun was so strong that she didn't want to be exposed to it for even a second. "I won't reject Zhu Yian's thoughtfulness just because I want to break up with him." After Xu Xinlan came back from throwing away the trash, she pulled a chair and sat down next to the dressing table. That idiot Zhu Yian stood in the sun and tanned himself into a shrimp. Does he want you to smell his stinky sweat and talk to him? Luo Muran smiled and put on waterproof mascara. It's a self-torture trick. Zhu Yian is still a little scheming, otherwise, she wouldn't fall in love with him. Ran, don't feel sorry for him. Xu Xinlan's expression became serious. Regardless of whether they break up or not, between men and women, whoever cares more about the other will be the one who gives more. There are many women in this world who feel sorry for men who work hard and hope that they can live more comfortably when they return home. So she became a beast of burden, working hard and devoting everything for her man, her family and her children. But he has no time to take care of himself. As a result, her face became old and her figure became out of shape, and she became a yellow-faced woman in the eyes of others. The man enjoys his wife's efforts at home with peace of mind. But he works like a slave outside to run another small family. The women who are kept outside by them naturally enjoy everything given by men, and their only responsibility is to make themselves beautiful every day. One is a yellow-faced woman who has become old and ugly due to the neglect of her family, and the other is a young and beautiful beauty who has taken excellent care of herself. It goes without saying which one men will like. The image of his mother and grandmother lying in a pool of blood flashed through Luo Muran's mind. After applying lipstick, she snapped the lid back on. No. Zhou Jingchen had just replied to a message from Assistant Cheng when he suddenly remembered that he had not yet told Luo Muran when the DNA report would be out. He scrolled down his WeChat friends list, looking for Luo Muran's profile picture, intending to tell her. Suddenly he saw a group where he had never said a word since he was pulled into it. It was opened by some strange coincidence. The group is extremely active. He was still in high school when he was pulled into this group. As for how he got in, he had forgotten. "I think it's noisy, so I keep the screen closed." 10 years later, even he himself had forgotten that such a group existed. He glanced at the noisy group messages. Many of the people there were people he once knew. It's just that his life is planned precisely to every minute. He and those people gradually drifted apart, until only a few of them remained, and he had no contact with the others. This group that I joined when I was young no longer has any meaning. He was about to quit the group when a message popped up. Zhu Yian, Jianghu help. Zhou Jingchen paused. Zhu Yian, brothers, my wife has been angry and cold to me for 3 days. Now I finally made an appointment to meet her. We are about to meet. How can I coax her and make her look good without making any mistakes? Zhu Jingchen looked at the word wife, pursed his lips, leaned back, and looked at the phone screen indifferently. Wait and see how those young masters will help out. Chapter 25. My cousin is asking for death, I feel relieved. The vast majority of this group are rich young men who have grown up together. Reliable and without having to worry about losing face. However, there was one exception. But that person never spoke. The young masters have selectively forgotten him. A. That depends on why she is angry. B. Tell me, we need to know the situation before we can see if you can be saved. C. Luo Muran is quite a generous girl. She can leave you alone for 3 days. Tell me the truth, have you done something unjust? A bunch of young men were talking at once. In their opinion, Luo Muran is beautiful, has a good figure, is highly educated, and has a good personality. Apart from her poor family background, which prevents her from being married off through arranged marriage, she is a true goddess. Just then, Jiang Mingzhu's voice message came. Jiang Mingzhu, brother, our dorm is going to play Honor of Kings with the people next door, and it's going to be tomorrow. I'm not good at games, you have to save me. Zhu Yian replied with a voice message, you guys have a fight with someone else, how can I save you? Zhu Yian no longer treats Jiang Mingzhu as an outsider, and will not bully a group of women on her behalf. Jiang Mingzhu, please help me practice and get some points. Zhu Yian, I'm busy right now. Jiang Mingzhu, Zhu Yian, you can't be so disloyal. Zhu Yian, Deji and Qingzi are going to play games soon. How about I ask them to add you and play a few games with you? Jiang Mingzhu, it's quite troublesome to chat privately one by one. Do you have a group? Zhu Yian was multitasking. While replying to Jiang Mingzhu's message, he briefly recounted in the group the matter of buying gifts in the island country. Zhou Jingchen felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. It's not that he has any feelings for Luo Muran. I just feel an indescribable subtlety when someone calls me, my daughter's mother, wife. But the relationship between Luo Muran and Zhu Yian is real. He frowned slightly. He actually spent a long time looking at such a boring thing. It seems that he has been too idle recently. He decided to give himself more work. He pointed his finger at the 3 dots on the upper right side of the screen, wanting to leave the group again. Suddenly a message popped up. Zhu Yian invites Mingzhu to join the group. Zhou Jingchen suddenly stopped. The noisy group suddenly became quiet. Zhu Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to him playing with Lego, took a minifigure she had just built and showed it to her father. She happened to see the word pearl and her eyes widened. Pointing at the screen, he said, bad woman. Zhu Jingchen turned to look at Zhu Xiaoxi and nodded to indicate that he understood. The father and daughter looked at the message box together in tacit understanding. No one spoke in the group. Zhu Yian focused most of his attention on waiting for Luo Muran and did not notice the strange atmosphere in the group. After a while, a message popped up. Mingzhu, hello everyone, I am Jiang Mingzhu. Does any brother remember me? Zhu Jingchen pointed and retracted his withdrawn finger. Among this group, there are several people who grew up with Zhu Yian. When they were young, Zhu Yian took Jiang Mingzhu to play, and they played together. They were young at that time and were just playing around. It didn't matter if there was one more person or one less person. Because of Zhu Yian, they took good care of Jiang Mingzhu. Later, the Jiang family went bankrupt and moved away, and they rarely saw Jiang Mingzhu. They played with Jiang Mingzhu only because of Zhu Yian, and they didn't have a very deep friendship. After a long time, I forgot about this person. If it weren't for what Zhu Yian said before. Zhu Yian invited her to join the group, and she joined. But just as he was about to give Zhu Yian some advice on how to coax his girlfriend, Zhu Yian pulled the victim into the group. Those who wanted to speak just now are silent. Someone who didn't know Jiang Mingzhu before and was straightforward couldn't help but ask, is this the girl that Xiao just mentioned? Zhu Yian said lazily, well, my brother. Deji, Qingzi, aren't you going to play Glory? Take her to a higher level. The people called Deji and Qingzi are Jiang Lin and Shenxiujie respectively. They are all Zhu Yian's childhood friends. I also played with Jiang Mingzhu when I was a child. But at this moment, neither of them spoke. Zhu Yian called out again, good luck, Orange. Jiang Lin then sent a message, come on then, I have something to do later, so I can only serve one plate. Shenxiujie also said, I have something to do later, so I can only play one game. Jiang Mingzhu, thank you, brothers. Jiang Lin didn't say a word. Shen Xiujie said, "Young masterin, why don't you come along?" Zhu Yian, "I'm waiting for my wife, I don't have time." When Zhu Xiexi saw the word wife, she suddenly turned her head to look at Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen had no expression on his face. Zhu Xiexi opened her mouth and was about to speak. Zhu Jingchen raised his hand and pinched her little mouth. "She is now your cousin's fiancée." Zhu Xiexi pouted, feeling very aggrieved. Whispering softly, "You already said it, it's my fiancée, not. A fiancée is not yet a wife." Zhu Jingchen did not comment on Zhu Xiex's words. With Jiang Mingzhu holding back, the game was over in less than 5 minutes. Jiang Mingzhu came out and asked, "Yian, the medicine you ordered for Aunt Dawn has been prepared." Zhu Yian, "I'll call them later and ask them to send it over as soon as possible." Jiang Mingzhu, "I happen to be here, no need to wait for them, I'll get it for you and send it to Aunt Dawn." Zhu Yian said without hesitation, "Okay." Jiang Mingzhu, "Everyone, thank you for today. Bye." Zhu Yian glanced at his watch and saw that Luo Muran had not come out yet, so he retracted his gaze and glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. "I just noticed the strange silence in the group and asked, where are the suggestions you gave me?" No one answered. "Zhu Yian, what's wrong with you guys? You won't even help me with this little bit. Are we still friends?" Someone then spoke up, "Young masterin, you brought people in, what else do you want us to say?" Zhu Yian, "It's okay, just say whatever you want to say." The man didn't understand Zhu Yian's train of thought. "You are so close to her, aren't you afraid that Luo Muran will be jealous?" Zhu Yian laughed and scolded, "Get lost, she's just a tomboy, why would she be jealous?" After reading these words and looking at Jiang Mingzhu's profile picture, everyone in the group felt a little weird. Seeing this, Zhu Xiexi, a little smart kid, sighed deeply, "I feel relieved now that my eldest cousin is courting death." Zhu Jingchen glanced at the little guy with a half-smile and exited WeChat. A few minutes later, Luo Muran opened the parasol and walked out of the stairwell. She has very fair skin and does a good job of sun protection, so her skin tone is very even from head to toe. Glowing white in the sun. Zhu Yian hasn't seen her for more than a month. When I suddenly saw her walk into my sight, I felt as if I was in another world. It wasn't until he saw her pause and walked towards him that he suddenly came back to his senses. He quickly started the car and drove towards her. When Luo Muran saw him driving over, he stopped moving forward and waited quietly in the stairwell. Chapter 26 I Don't Know You Well. Zhu Yian stopped the car, took a sniff of his newly changed shirt, and made sure there was no smell of sweat before getting out, walking around the front of the car, and opening the passenger door. "Ran, get in the car." Zhu Yian's eyes were fixed on Luo Muran's face, and all the negative emotions disappeared. "I just want to hug her and kiss her. Then tell her how much he missed her. When Peking University is on holiday, not everyone will go home. In the residential complex where Luo Muran rents a house, there are still many Peking University students who have not returned home." Zhu Yian's car was parked in the community again. Luo Muran didn't want to argue with Zhu Yian in the community, so he walked towards the passenger seat without any objection. Zhu Yian smiled happily. He knew that his Ran loved him too much and was throwing a tantrum just to get his attention. Just then, Zhu Yian's cell phone rang. The two of them looked at Zhu Yian's mobile phone screen together. The caller ID shows Jiang Mingzhu. Luo Muran stopped and stood still. Zhu Yian glanced at Luo Muran. Luo Muran looked at him calmly. Even so, she had already made up her mind to break up. But after all, they had been together for such a long time, and she had some expectations in her heart. I hope he realizes Jiang Mingzhu's dirty intention of deliberately disrupting the situation and rejects Jiang Mingzhu for once. In that case, even if they break up, she will leave a way out for them so that they can part ways amicably. It won't be too awkward to meet each other next time. Zhu Yian looked at Luo Muran, was silent for a moment, and finally answered the phone. Luo Muran looked up, glanced at the bright sun in the sky, and retreated back to the stairwell. Zhu Yian thought she was going home, so he stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. Ran, wait for me." Luo Muran pulled his hand hard, trying to shake him off. It was a hot day, she was fully armed, standing still, feeling like she was in a steamer, but she still had to stand there and wait for him and Jiang Mingzhu to call. If there wasn't something that needed to be resolved, she would have turned around and gone upstairs immediately. Zhu Yian finally saw her, so how could he let go? Seeing her resistance, he immediately tightened his hand and grasped the woman's slender wrist. At the same time, Jiang Mingzhu's crying voice came from the phone, "Brotherin, I'm sorry." Zhu Yian heard that Jiang Mingzhu's tone was wrong and subconsciously looked at Luo Muran. In the past, Luo Muran would either turn his back or confront him directly. Questioned Jiang Mingzhu, did she calculate the time to come? But now, there is no need. Luo Muran said indifferently, let go. Zhu Yian saw that Luo Muran's expression faded. Thinking of the discomfort I had felt in the past few days, I clenched my hands even tighter. She pleaded softly, Ran, stop making trouble, just wait for me for a while. The houses in this community are not very soundproof. If the noise is too loud, it will alarm the people on the first floor. Luo Muran didn't want anyone to come out and watch the fun, so he suppressed his discomfort and stopped moving. Zhu Yian thought she had compromised like before and put the phone to her ear. I heard Jiang Mingzhu's anxious voice on the phone, almost crying, Brotherin, I didn't mean it. Zhu Yian glanced at Luo Muran and turned on the hands-free mode. What's up? Zhu Yian answered the phone using the speakerphone to tell Luo Muran that he and Jiang Mingzhu were above board. Luo Muran felt sick. Turn your face away. Jiang Mingzhu used those methods over and over again. She was tired of it and had no interest in watching the other person act. Jiang Mingzhu, when I was getting medicine for Aunt Dawn, I accidentally spilled it. Zhu Yian frowned, it spilled, let them do it again. Ms. Dawn prepares her medicine in advance and doesn't wait until the medicine she has is gone before taking it. It is urgent to get it re-prepared now, which means you just have to pay the money again. Zhu Yian didn't think it was a big deal. Jiang Mingzhu, they said they are out of 1,000-year-old ginseng, and they want me to get another one to make it again. Brotherin, can you come over? Zhu Yian was stunned and immediately looked at Luo Muran. I realized later that Ms. Dawn's medicine must be made with the best 1,000-year-old ginseng as a guide. The best 1,000-year-old wild ginseng is extremely rare. Wherever it appeared, the ground had been shoveled several times. There are very few wild ginsengs that are old enough to be found. Those that are hundreds of years old are almost extinct, and those that are thousands of years old are even rarer. Not to mention those that are thousands of years old, even if they are hundreds of years old, any family with some money will buy them when they see them so that they can come in handy at a critical moment. Those that can be circulated in the market are even rarer and hard to come by. Zhu Yian asked people to keep an eye on all the major auction houses for half a year, but didn't see a single one. The wild ginseng used as medicine this time was collected by Luo Muran from the mountains. Because of this ginseng, Ms. Dawn became more friendly towards Luo Muran. If there is still 1,000-year-old ginseng, then it would cost money to redo it and use it as medicine. But without the 1,000-year-old ginseng, the medicine hall could not reproduce it, and they had to give an explanation to Ms. Dawn. This matter concerns the reputation of their pharmacy. Jiang Mingzhu will not be allowed to leave until we receive a written statement from Ms. Dawn. Zhu Yian pulled Luo Muran, who was standing far away and whose wrist he was holding, to his front and said softly, let's go over and take a look. Luo Muran's mouth curled up in sarcasm, why should I go? When Jiang Mingzhu said that she had spilled Dong Menin's medicine, Luo Muran guessed the whole story. 90% of the conflict between her and Zhu Yian originated from Jiang Mingzhu. Every time she and Zhu Yian had a conflict, Jiang Mingzhu would try every means to stop Zhu Yian from coming to comfort her. Even if they cannot stop it, they will delay the time and then sow discord between them so that even if the two reconcile, there will be a grudge in their hearts. She and Zhu Yian had a cold war for a few days. Zhu Yian was anxious to reconcile with her, but Jiang Mingzhu would never let them reconcile smoothly. She expected Jiang Mingzhu to intervene. I just didn't expect Jiang Mingzhu to be so stupid as to touch Dong Menin's medicine. This is also the confidence that Zhu Yian has given him. She thought that no matter what happened, Zhu Yian would use money to settle it for her. However, this time, Jiang Mingzhu shot herself in the foot. Jiang Mingzhu on the other end of the phone seemed to notice that Zhu Yian was with Luo Muran, and quickly said, Ran, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Aunt Dong's medicine can't be delayed. You haven't seen each other for so long, don't always quarrel with brother and over trivial matters. If Zhu Yian wasn't confused, Jiang Mingzhu's jumping around would be useless. Therefore, Luo Muran originally didn't want to say a word to Jiang Mingzhu. Hearing this, I couldn't help but say, I don't want to disturb you, why did you call me? Also, I say it again, don't call me Ran Ran, I don't know you well. Ms. Luo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Jiang Mingzhu's voice was choked, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhu Yian frowned. Ran Ran, don't speak in such a tone. Mingzhu called for my mother's medicine. Luo Muran's face darkened, and he didn't even want to maintain the superficial peace. He shook off Zhu Yian's hand and peeled off the last bit of his face. What's her relationship with me? When will it be her turn to lecture me? Besides, why did you and I quarrel? Doesn't she know? Also, since she knew your mother's medicine couldn't be delayed, why did she touch it? Chapter 27 Stupid and Bad. Zhu Yian opened his mouth to help Jiang Mingzhu explain. Luo Muran didn't give him a chance to speak, sneering, Mrs. Zhu's medicine is worth over 10,000 yuan per pill. To avoid accidents, the pharmacy has specially made outer packaging to prevent falls and explosions. The medicine bottles are also sealed. I want to ask, what did she do to spill the medicine? The medicine bottle is also made of special material to prevent it from falling. Not to mention, if you don't hold it firmly and it falls to the ground, even if you drop it from the third floor, it may not be broken. Zhu Yian didn't notice that Luo Muran changed the way he addressed his mother from aunt to Mrs. Zhu. He opened his mouth but couldn't find any reasonable words to say. Jiang Mingzhu clenched her phone tightly, her face looking extremely ugly, and she spoke in a delicate and weak voice with sobs, Brotherin. Zhu Yian wanted to ask what was going on when the pharmacy called. Zhu Yian had no choice but to hang up Jiang Mingzhu's phone and communicate with the pharmacy. Mr. Zhu, Miss Jiang Mingzhu came to get medicine for your mother. Something happened. Would it be convenient for you to come and deal with it? Zhu Yian glanced at Luo Muran quickly. What accident? The pharmacy told what had happened. After Zhu Yian tacitly agreed to Jiang Mingzhu helping his mother get the medicine, he sent a message to the pharmacy. Jiang Mingzhu and Zhu Yian went to the pharmacy together, and the people there knew Jiang Mingzhu. With Zhu Yian's consent, the pharmacy gave the medicine to Jiang Mingzhu. But Dormenian's medicine is expensive, so even if you know someone, you can't just let them take it away. So, write a note and sign it. Go through the necessary procedures, then send a video to Zhu Yian for confirmation. It was a normal process and everything was going well. Jiang Mingzhu, who was waiting on the side, opened the outer packaging and took out the medicine bottle inside. She said she wanted to inspect it herself, lest she find problems when she took it back and couldn't afford to pay for it. It is reasonable to open the outer packaging and inspect the medicine bottle inside as long as the seal inside is not broken. What's more, Jiang Mingzhu was entrusted to pick up the medicine. The things passed through her hands, and inspection was a routine operation. They didn't stop it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mingzhu suddenly asked, I heard that this glass bottle is specially made to resist knocks and falls, so it should also be scratch resistant, right? After hearing this, the staff member nodded without thinking and said, of course. Rich people are willing to spend so much money on medicine, and they have very high requirements for the matching packaging. There are also requirements for appearance. However, ordinary glass bottles are somewhat resistant to scratches, let alone this bottle. Jiang Mingzhu was playing with the medicine bottle when she saw a cement truck approaching. The corners of her mouth curled up, and a malicious look flashed in her eyes. Let me verify it. The staff had a bad feeling and didn't have time to ask Jiang Mingzhu what she wanted to do. Jiang Mingzhu threw the medicine bottle out of the window. The Zhu family is the pharmacy's diamond VIP user. When they come to pick up their medicine, they go to the VIP reception room on the second floor. The staff member was so frightened that he rushed to their window and used the intercom to ask his colleagues on the first floor to go out and pick up the medicine bottle. That bottle of medicine, worth more than 20 million yuan, was lost and no one could afford to compensate for it. The staff were afraid that the medicine bottles would be picked up by someone, so they leaned on the window and stared at the medicine bottles thrown on the street without blinking. The perpetrator, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He leaned elegantly against the window and said with a smile, pick it up. If the bottle is intact, I'll tell Mrs. Zhu that your stuff is well made. The staff was so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. But what can she do? I could only stand by the window and stare, waiting for my colleague to pick up the medicine bottle. The colleagues on the first floor acted quickly and rushed out the door immediately after receiving the notification. But he was still a step too slow. A fully loaded cement tanker roared past and ran over the medicine bottle. Seeing the medicine bottle was crushed, Jiang Mingzhu immediately blamed the pharmacy. You said the medicine bottle was shatterproof, but it was broken by a car. Such a big pharmacy, how can you deceive customers like this? The pot worth more than 20 million yuan is under pressure. The staff at the pharmacy were almost furious at this stupid and vicious woman. They didn't waste time talking to Jiang Mingzhu and reported the matter to the person in charge immediately. When the person in charge arrived and learned what had happened, he immediately notified Zhu Yian and called the police. Jiang Mingzhu refused to call the police and said arrogantly, "It's just medicine, just make a new one." The person in charge smiled and quoted the price of the medicine, as well as the time and materials needed to remake it. Jiang Mingzhu only then realized that she was in trouble and rushed to call Zhu Yian. Everything that happened was monitored. More than 20 million worth of medicine was ruined, and the pharmacy couldn't just sit there and wait for Jiang Mingzhu and Zhu Yian to communicate. That's how this phone call came about. The pharmacy said that if Zhu Yian could not handle the situation in a timely manner, they would call the police. After Zhu Yian finished listening to the call, his expression became unusually wonderful. "I'll be there right away." As soon as the call from the pharmacy was hung up, Jiang Mingzhu called. Zhu Yian glanced at Luo Muran and picked up the phone. Jiang Mingzhu's sobbing voice came, "Brother-in, I'm sorry. I heard that it's not safe to store medicine in glass bottles. I was worried that auntie might have an accident with it, so I wanted to test whether the bottle was really sturdy. I didn't expect it to be like this. I really didn't mean it. They want to call the police to arrest me, and I'm scared." Zhu Yian also had a headache, but he said gently, "It's okay, don't be afraid, Ran and I will be there soon." After listening to the whole process, Luo Muran snorted coldly and turned away. Zhu Yian caught up with Luo Muran and grabbed her wrist again, his voice full of helplessness. "My mom's medicine can only last for 2 months. We have to go over and see how to remedy the situation." "I'm not going." Luo Muran pulled his hand away. Jiang Mingzhu was still crying on the phone. That bottle was made by the glass workshop that Luo Muran introduced. They said it was drop-proof and explosion-proof. I didn't expect it to break with just a squeeze. Luo Muran sneered. Love is waiting for her here. The glass bottles used to make medicine bottles are a craft passed down from her senior brother's family, and the medicine bottles were fired by her senior brother. Jiang Mingzhu heard from Zhu Yian that the medicine bottle used in the pharmacy was arranged by Luo Muran. Not only Dong Menying used medicine bottles, but many other high-end medicines also used glass bottles from that glass workshop. When Jiang Mingzhu heard Zhu Yian's words, she asked sarcastically in front of her, "How could that glass bottle be so strong? Could it be that Luo Muran exaggerated to attract business for her senior brother?" Zhu Yian didn't notice Jiang Mingzhu's provocation and said with a silly smile, "Anything that my girlfriend has verified must be correct." Luo Muran still remembers Jiang Mingzhu's gloomy expression at that time. Chapter 28. No one can put the blame on me. After Luo Muran heard what the person in charge of the pharmacy said, it is certain that Jiang Mingzhu deliberately threw the medicine bottle down after seeing the cement tanker. Jiang Mingzhu did this. The purpose is not difficult to guess. Throw the medicine bottle down from the upstairs. If it wasn't crushed, Jiang Mingzhu wouldn't lose anything. If it is crushed, sprinkle the medicine inside. She used this as an excuse to call Zhu Yian and disrupt his meeting with her. Afterwards, they could accuse her of false advertising and discredit her among the wealthy. As for the loss caused by the crushed medicine bottle and the scattered medicine, it was not within her consideration. If the medicine is ruined, just make a new one. Anyway, Zhu Yian is rich. Unfortunately, she didn't expect that the medicine required 1,000-year-old ginseng. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy that thing. The pharmacy was planning to call the police, but Jiang Mingzhu, seeing that she couldn't put the blame on the pharmacy, decided to put the blame on Luo Muran. In other words, Jiang Mingzhu intended to put the blame on her from the beginning. Luo Muran looked at Zhu Yian coldly. "What do you think? The previous misunderstanding has not been resolved yet and this happened again." Zhu Yian sighed and said to Jiang Mingzhu, "Mingzhu, that's my mother's medicine." Jiang Mingzhu fell silent instantly. Zhu Yian felt a little regretful. If he had not agreed to ask Jiang Mingzhu to help get the medicine, this would not have happened. He sighed again. Ran, come with me to take a look." Luo Muran had not originally planned to go. But Jiang Mingzhu brought up the medicine bottle issue, and for the sake of her senior brother's family's glass workshop's reputation, she had to go. In order to avoid having no one watching, Jiang Mingzhu put all the blame on her and her senior brother. Pharmacy. Jiang Mingzhu used both soft and hard tactics, insisting that the quality of the medicine bottles was a problem, hinting that the supplier of the medicine bottles was selling inferior products as good ones, and then persuaded the person in charge to stand on her side, saying that the quality of the medicine bottles was a problem that caused the accident. As long as the person in charge shares her hatred of the enemy, the loss will be borne by Luo Muran and her senior brother. If the person in charge does not stand on her side, he will offend the Zhou family. If they offend the Zhou family, their pharmacy will have no business in the future. The person in charge was so angry at Jiang Mingzhu's twisted logic that he didn't want to talk. If I didn't consider Zhu Yian's face, I would have called the police directly and let the police talk to this stupid woman who couldn't understand what people were saying. Jiang Mingzhu couldn't convince the person in charge, so when she saw Zhu Yian, she rushed over as if she had seen a life-saving straw and reached out to hold Zhu Yian's hand. Brotherin, I didn't know Auntie's medicine required 1,000-year-old ginseng. But if they hadn't made false claims and said the bottles were drop-proof and smash-proof, I wouldn't have thought of testing them for Auntie, and her medicine wouldn't have ended up like that. Jiang Mingzhu pretended to be weak and tried to explain, but in fact she put all the blame on Luo Muran. The person in charge was so angry that veins on his forehead were throbbing. Boss Zhu, there is absolutely no problem with our medicine bottles. It breaks when pressed, how can there be no problem? Jiang Mingzhu took Zhu Yian's hand and shook it. Brotherin, that bottle was made by senior brother Luo Muran, but even if she wanted to help senior brother, she can't pretend to be good by blaming him. That's medicine for Auntie. Luo Muran looked at the two people holding hands expressionlessly. Bulletproof glass can bear 8 tons, and the empty cement tanker weighs 15 to 20 tons. When fully loaded, it weighs up to 25 to 40 tons. Can you get some glass that can withstand the weight of the cement tanker? Let me take a look. Jiang Mingzhu choked and tightened her grip on Zhu Yian's hand. If it can be crushed, why do you say it's shatterproof? Luo Muran looked at the person in charge. The person in charge looked so disgusted that he didn't want to talk. Luo Muran is quite familiar with the person in charge, so what is there that he doesn't understand? He stopped talking and took out his phone to call the police. Hello, someone destroyed more than 20 million worth of other people's property and refused to admit it. Please come and deal with it. This is. When Jiang Mingzhu saw that Luo Muran actually called the police, her face changed and she immediately reached out to grab the phone. Zhu Yian didn't want to go to the police station, so he used his other hand to pull Luo Muran's hand that was making the phone call. Luo Muran dodged and quickly reported the address. Zhu Yian knew she was angry, so he didn't force her. He said softly, Mingzhu doesn't understand. If you're angry, you can scold me or beat me. Why bother making things difficult for her? Zhu Yian, you spend every day with Jiang Mingzhu. Has your brain been assimilated by her? She slanders me as soon as she opens her mouth, and I refuse to take the blame. I tell you the truth and reason with you, but now it's me who's making things difficult for her? Or do you also think that I deserve to be blamed for her? Zhu Yian, I'm telling you, no one can put this blame on me. Since I can't convince you, let the police speak. Luo Muran had previously wanted to part ways amicably with Zhu Yian. Now I feel naive. With Jiang Mingzhu as the troublemaker, she could only get away with it if the other party showed some mercy. Ran, I didn't mean that. Zhu Yian frowned, feeling a little dissatisfied that Luo Muran did not give him face in front of others. Luo Muran hung up the phone. Whether you mean that or not, go tell the police. My senior brother and I won't take the blame for this. Jiang Mingzhu shook Zhu Yian's hand anxiously. Brotherin. Zhu Yian looked up tiredly and took a deep breath, then looked at Luo Muran again. Ran, this is not about the medicine bottle, this medicine needs to be re-prepared. Oh, then this matter has nothing to do with me. You can talk to manager Do yourself. Luo Muran called the police, but couldn't leave yet, so he went to the side and sat down. Manager Do put all the evidence in front of Zhu Yian. Zhu Yian looked at the medicine cake he bought from the street, transferred the money with a gloomy face, and paid for the medicine. Jiang Mingzhu raised her chin and looked at Luo Muran, with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. Luo Muran glanced at Jiang Mingzhu. More than 20 million yuan, without blinking an eye, he helped Jiang Mingzhu pay the compensation. This is not true love. What is true love? In the past, she would be angry and would quarrel with Zhu Yian. But now, she only felt irony. Manager Zhu felt relieved after receiving the payment. Mr. Zhu, without the wild ginseng, we really can't take this order. Zhu Yian looked at Luo Muran. Luo Muran turned a blind eye and took the tea poured by the pharmacy staff. Jiang Mingzhu walked up to Luo Muran and said, Miss Luo, and has paid for the medicine, and the pharmacy won't bother you about the medicine bottle. But auntie's medicine can't be cut off. You went into the mountains to collect the ginseng last time. School hasn't started yet, and you have nothing to do anyway. It doesn't matter if you make another trip. Why don't you go into the mountains to collect another ginseng? Luo Muran knew that Jiang Mingzhu was not only vicious but also stupid. Arguing with her would be a meaningless and wasteful act. But he still couldn't help but retort. Are you sick? Manager Du never said there was a problem with the medicine bottle provided by my senior brother. Why is he bothering me? Zhu Yian is willing to be a scapegoat and help you pay the compensation. That's his business. But you ruined the medicine. Why should I pay for your mistake? Chapter 29 Spending $1,000 on other women. I did ruin Aunt Dong's medicine, but I didn't do it on purpose. If Aunt Dong knew her medicine was gone, she would be angry. Since you know the place, can't you make another trip for Aunt Dong? Jiang Mingzhu's eyes were red and she looked pitiful, but every word she spoke was filled with glass shards. Luo Muran sneered. Since you knew Mrs. Zhu would be angry, why did you throw the medicine on the street? If you wanted to test the bottle's strength, you could have just bought an identical bottle from the pharmacy. Why did you have to throw the medicine down? Didn't you just want to ruin the medicine and blame me? Don't tell me you didn't mean to do it. You did it on purpose. You have a brain the size of a walnut, so you think others are just as clueless as you. Relying on Zhu Yian's support, he couldn't even come up with a valid reason to shift the blame. He pretended to be pitiful and morally blackmailed her. If she didn't agree, it would mean she wasn't considering Dong Menying. When Dong Menying heard this, even though she was the innocent party, she would still feel dissatisfied because she was unwilling to help. Unfortunately, when she decided to break up with Zhu Yian, Dong Menying's feelings were no longer within her consideration. However, the face that needs to be torn must be torn. This will prevent others from taking advantage of her and treating her as easy to bully. I didn't realize the bottle was so fragile. If I knew where to get ginseng, I would go there myself. You've already got one, so getting another is just a piece of cake. Why are you talking so harshly? At this point, Jiang Mingzhu deliberately lowered her posture and continued to blackmail her morally. Please, for Nji's sake, help me this time. Luo Muran doesn't buy it. Do you think that 1,000-year-old ginseng is just cabbage? You can have it whenever you want. Forget Zhu Yian, even the face of the emperor is useless. And if you want to be Empress Dowager Cixi, when you poop, there's little Leo to clean your ass, so just tie yourself up and stop overthinking. Not everyone wants to be little Leo. Jiang Mingzhu choked. Little Leo Zhu Yian. Ran, how can you talk like that? Zhu Yian's face also looked a little ugly. More than 20 million, you pay it back just like that. Is there something wrong with what I said? Her face was torn, and Luo Muran was too lazy to pretend to be virtuous in front of him. The medicine is ruined, but the payment must be made. Zhu Yian said. You lost the medicine. Why do you have to pay for it? Mingzhu's family situation is so bad that she can't come up with the money. If I don't help her, what will she do? It's too embarrassing. You are free to help her however you want, but don't bring trouble upon me. Luo Muran didn't expect to control Zhu Yian's finances after marriage. But Zhu Yian would spend a lot of money on other women in front of her. If she really married him, one can imagine the grievances she would suffer in the future. Luo Muran was suddenly glad that Zhu Xiaoxi had come. If it weren't for Zhu Xiaoxi, she might not have been able to make the decision to cut the loss in time. Zhu Yian was about to explain when the police came in and asked, "Who called the police?" Luo Muran immediately raised his hand, "Me." The police took out the notebook and came over to ask what happened. Jiang Mingzhu immediately said, "Luo Muran, the money has been paid, and you still insist on calling the police and wasting police resources. Isn't that too much?" The implication is that Luo Muran made a false report to the police. Luo Muran, I called the police, and when you saw the irrefutable evidence, you persuaded someone to help you pay the 20 million yuan. Jiang Mingzhu, who is wasting police resources. This is a case of encountering a deadbeat. Only when you see you can't avoid it will you pay. The police understood immediately. In that case, is there anything else? If everything is fine, they will withdraw. Yes. Luo Muran took out his cell phone and turned on the recording. I want to sue Jiang Mingzhu for spreading rumors and damaging my reputation and that of my senior brother. If Jiang Mingzhu can't give a reasonable explanation, my senior brother and I will demand that she be held legally responsible. My senior brother's workshop is a century-old shop. She would not allow Jiang Mingzhu to ruin someone else's reputation with just a few words. Jiang Mingzhu's expression suddenly changed. Zhu Yian felt that Luo Muran was making a fuss over nothing, so he pulled Luo Muran and said, Ran, stop it. Mingzhu is just saying that. Luo Muran shook off Zhu Yian's hand. Zhu Yian, if someone slanders Zhu's products outside, do you also think that others just say so and it doesn't matter? That's different. What's the difference? The Zhu family relies on credibility in their business, but my senior brother's family doesn't? Or do you think the same as Jiang Mingzhu, that the glass medicine bottle can't withstand the crushing of a cement tanker weighing 20 or 30 tons, and that it's a quality issue? After hearing what Luo Muran said, the two policemen looked at Zhu Yian together. Zhu Yian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Luo Muran defending her senior brother in every possible way. But Luo Muran had said this: if he dared to question the quality of the medicine bottle, he would undoubtedly be regarded as mentally retarded. He suppressed his irritation and called Jiang Mingzhu over. Mingzhu, apologized to Ran and her senior brother. Luo Muran ignored Zhu Yian's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, took out his mobile phone and opened the video. Jiang Mingzhu stared at Luo Muran's phone, her face flushed red. But Zhu Yian had spoken, and she couldn't help but listen. Tears welled up in her eyes as she quickly said, I'm sorry. Luo Muran raised his phone to Jiang Mingzhu's face and asked, what are you sorry for? Jiang Mingzhu clenched her fists and looked at Zhu Yian. Zhu Yian's mind was full of Luo Muran's expression defending her senior brother. He was feeling annoyed and ignored Jiang Mingzhu's pleading look. Jiang Mingzhu burst into tears and could only say, I shouldn't say your senior brother and his colleagues are cheating consumers by selling inferior medicine bottles just because the cement truck crushed Aunt Dawn's medicine bottle. I also shouldn't accuse you of false advertising. The matter was resolved. Luo Muran sent the police away and planned to leave. Zhu Yian held her back and said, Ran, let's go into the mountains again. I'll go with you this time. Luo Muran looked at Zhu Yian as if he was looking at an idiot. Zhu Yian, if what I just said wasn't clear enough, let me say it again. 1,000-year-old mountain ginseng isn't cabbage. You can find it if you want. You have to try again. Luo Muran raised his hand to interrupt. If you want to be little Leo, do it yourself. Don't drag me in. I find it disgusting. Zhu Yian subconsciously wanted to refute, but then he thought of Luo Muran's words, more than 20 million, he would pay it if he said so. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, Ran, brother has something to do, Stop. Luo Muran was really impatient to listen to his repetitive words. Zhu Yian was upset. Even if Mingzhu was wrong, the medicine is for my mother. Ran, you are her future daughter-in-law. She will remember everything you do for her. Luo Muran sneered, it's still uncertain who your mother's future daughter-in-law will be. Zhu Yian was shocked, what did you say? Chapter 30, Someone Pays Money. Luo Muran didn't plan to spend too much time in other people's shops, so she borrowed a printer from Manager Zhu, retrieved the route map of her previous search for wild ginseng from her mobile phone, and printed out 6 full pages of A4 paper. He turned around and patted Zhu Yian on the chest. This is the last thing I can do for our previous friendship. She traveled to many places for that ginseng. Undiscovered wild ginseng basically grows in places where few people go. These places are either extremely dangerous and difficult for ordinary people to reach, or they are deep mountains and forests where poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts roam. Every time you travel, no matter how much preparation you make, you are risking your life. She followed the ginseng farmers, searching from mountain to mountain, and had a close brush with death several times before she was lucky enough to get this one. This line has been thoroughly searched several times by experienced ginseng farmers. Ginseng farmers clearly stated that along this line, it is difficult to find ginseng that is not only 1,000 years old, but even 20 years old. Since Zhu Yian believed Jiang Mingzhu's words so much, he thought that he could easily pick wild ginseng by going into the mountains. Then, let him walk the same path she walked. All the routes on the A4 paper were taken by her and the ginseng farmers. Each route is accompanied by detailed notes on road conditions, as well as the problems and dangers they encountered. She recorded these so that she could avoid difficult sections of the road and reduce the risk factor on her return journey. Although the required wild ginseng can no longer be harvested in these places, there are still other medicinal herbs that can be harvested. When she returned, she still kept the notes. I plan to find time to organize it and post it online to help people in need. Since Zhu Yian doesn't believe it, there is no ginseng to be found in the mountains. So, giving him a copy of the notes would complete the final fate of her and Zhu Yian's acquaintance. Zhu Yian took it, looked down and saw the contents on the A4 paper. His pupils constricted and he looked at Luo Muran in shock. Ran, I don't know. Luo Muran sneered sarcastically. Really don't know? Of course not. It's just deliberate neglect. Just like many people in school, every time after the exam, when they see other people's good grades, they always think that they can get good grades easily. Don't they know the hard work others put in behind the scenes? Of course I know. It's just because I don't want to pay and deliberately ignore it. Just like Zhu Yian. Does he really not know that 1,000-year-old ginseng is hard to find? Do you really think that you can find 1,000-year-old ginseng by going into the mountains? Of course not. He just had a little hope in his heart. Now that you know, do you want me to go again? Luo Muran looked at him indifferently. Zhu Yian couldn't speak. Luo Muran glanced at Jiang Mingzhu beside him. Jiang Mingzhu stared at the A4 paper in Zhu Yian's hand, with an expression of excitement on her face that she couldn't hide. Luo Muran sneered in his heart, stopped talking nonsense with Zhu Yian, picked up his bag and walked out. I'll give you the route map, I wish you good luck. Not to mention these places, wild ginseng can no longer be found. Even if she could pick it, she wouldn't go there again. Why not keep her life for something else instead of taking the risk of getting something she doesn't need? Zhu Yian had finally met Luo Muran, so he was unwilling to part ways on such a bad note. He took a step forward to stop her. Ran, don't go yet. At this time, a soft and tender child's voice came. Shouldn't it be the person who broke the thing who should go? Everyone looked towards the door. Two people, one big and one small, are stepping over the threshold. The big one is tall and handsome, while the small one is soft, cute and adorable. Luo Muran didn't expect to meet Zhou Jingchen and Zhu Xiaoxi here. After a moment of surprise, he immediately looked at Zhu Xiaoxi. I want to see if the little guy is feeling unwell. Their Chinese medicine clinic is upstairs from the pharmacy. The doctors who see patients are all experienced Chinese medicine practitioners with excellent medical skills. Zhu Xiaoxi was in good spirits, her face was rosy, and she spoke with a strong voice, not looking unwell. With Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu around, Luo Muran didn't feel comfortable asking anything. He just nodded and continued walking towards the door. I plan to send a message to Zhou Jingchen after I go out. Zhu Yian looked at Zhou Jingchen, then looked at the child in Zhou Jingchen's hand, and was even more surprised. This child looks so much like Zhou Jingchen. Zhou Jingchen is a complete workaholic. Not to mention women, he hasn't even had any scandals. There is definitely no such thing as illegitimate children. But he had never seen such a child in the Zhou family. He couldn't figure out where this kid came from, but Zhou Jingchen was his elder, so he had to say hello when they met. Zhu Yian called out honestly, "Uncle." Zhou Jingchen nodded coldly. Zhu Yian was about to ask who this kid was when Zhu Xiaoxi spoke again. Don't you need to compensate for breaking someone else's things? Zhu Jingchen answered without holding back, someone is just a sucker and pays for it. When it comes to sharp tongue, Zhu Jingchen is the one. Zhu Yian, the victim of a crime. Jiang Mingzhu. Why is this person so annoying? Zhu Jingchen's ability and appearance are far superior to Zhu Yian. Jiang Mingzhu had set her sights on Zhu Jingchen before. But Zhu Jingchen is naturally insulated from women. She didn't even have the chance to get close. After hitting a wall several times in a row, I gave up the idea. Zhu Xiaoxi blinked her big eyes, but to remake the medicine, we need to go into the mountains to collect herbs. Shouldn't the person who broke the medicine go to collect them? Luo Muran curled the corners of his mouth, feeling like he was being protected by his own child. Looking at Zhu Xiaoxi, her eyes and eyebrows curved with a smile. Zhu Xiaoxi became more excited when she saw her mother smile. She shook Zhou Jingchen's hand to remind her father that she was waiting for an answer. The sharp-tongued Zhou Jingchen did not answer his daughter's question this time. He raised his eyelids and looked at Zhu Yian, indicating that Zhu Yian's expression should not be too obvious when answering. Zhu Yian cursed in his heart, "It's none of your business." This uncle, who is less than 2 years older than him, is definitely someone else's child. When he was a child, his father often compared him with Zhu Yian. He was so annoyed with Zhu Yian. All he could say was, "She has no ability to survive in the wild. It would be very dangerous to go into the mountains." Luo Muran paused and looked at Zhu Yian coldly. So, Zhu Yian wanted to slap himself in the face. Why did he say that so quickly? I mean, she's not as capable as you. So, she trampled on my hard work with her dirty intentions. Because she felt wronged, because she was incompetent, I deserve to be tormented by her, deserve to risk my life and continue to take risks. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock. Is it safe for this aunt to go into the mountains? Or is it that this brother is afraid that the other one will get hurt, but it doesn't matter if this aunt gets bitten by a poisonous snake? Zhu Xiaoxi is very smart. Seeing that her mother pretended not to be familiar with her father, she automatically changed Ranbao to auntie. Zhu Yian's face turned red and white. No longer pay attention to this annoying kid who came out of nowhere. Ran, you know that's not what I meant. I will protect you and won't let you be in danger. I cherish my life. Luo Muran didn't want to argue with Zhu Yian in front of the children. She walked around Zhu Yian and headed straight for the door in her 5 cm stiletto heels. Chapter 31. Can I call you mom? Zhu Jingchen glanced at the tip of Luo Muran's shoes, which were so sharp that they could kill someone. Holding Zhu Xiaoxi's hand, he moved sideways to make way for the door. Luo Muran walked up to Zhu Xiaoxi and stopped. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately raised her head and smiled at her with 2 rows of small white teeth. Luo Muran bent down, pinched Zhu Xiaoxi's cute little face, and then took out a cheese lollipop. "Thank you for what you did just now, this is a thank you gift." Jiang Mingzhu curled the corners of her mouth sarcastically. Luo Muran, you don't even consider who brought up this child. How could he want your worthless things? Although Zhu Xiaoxi knew that she had to pretend not to know Luo Muran in front of Zhu Yian. But after all, he is just a 4-year-old child. When she heard someone say something malicious about her mother, her little brows twisted into knots and she was about to have a fit on the spot. Zhu Jingchen touched Zhu Xiaoxi's little head and said, "Thank you, auntie." Zhu Xiaoxi took the cheese lollipop her mother gave her and smiled with 2 cute dimples on her face. "Thank you, auntie." Luo Muran also touched the little guy's fluffy head. "Be good, you're welcome." Jiang Mingzhu felt as if she had been slapped hard in the face, and it was burning. Zhu Yian looked confused. When did this cold-faced king of hell become so friendly? Luo Muran didn't want Jiang Mingzhu to see through his clues, so he stood up and walked away. Zhu Yian had to discuss medicine with the pharmacy and couldn't leave yet, so he had to catch up and hand his car keys to Luo Muran. "Wait for me in the car." Luo Muran didn't take the car keys. "No, I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Zhu Yian didn't want to let her go, but he was afraid of losing face, so he couldn't pull her in front of Zhu Jingchen, so he just said, "Then I'll call you later." Luo Muran said, and left calmly. Zhu Jingchen took Zhu Xiaoxi, who was still looking out the door eagerly, and went upstairs. Jiang Mingzhu waited until Zhu Jingchen went upstairs before she breathed a sigh of relief and walked up to Zhu Yian. "Brotherin, Miss Luo has a bad temper. She doesn't even want to care about Aunt Dawn's affairs." Zhu Yian looked at the copy paper in his hand and said nothing. He glanced over Luo Muran's notes and felt guilty towards Luo Muran, but in his heart he still hoped that Luo Muran could go out with him to look for ginseng. However, he also knew that such thinking was selfish. Moreover, judging from the notes, it would be very hard to go out, and he was reluctant to let Luo Muran suffer that pain again. "I'll discuss this with Manager Du first." After Zhu Yian and Manager Du checked the information, they were even more confused. The production process of this medicine takes at least 1 month. The medicine his mother had was enough to last for 2 months. In other words, you have to find the 1,000-year-old ginseng within a month. He has never withdrawn the news that he has released the information about purchasing wild ginseng, but there has been no news so far. Jiang Mingzhu said, "Brotherin, I'll go with you to look for it, and will definitely find it. She thinks 1,000 years of life is just a bluff. How could it really be 1,000-year-old ginseng? Probably just a little older. Just a wiring diagram. If Luo Muran can find it, she can definitely find it too. The key is that if she goes out to look for ginseng with Zhou Jingchen, she will have many opportunities to be alone together, and then her chance will come. Once she finds the ginseng, she will not only be able to please Dong Menying, but also let Zhou Jingchen know that she can give him everything that Luo Muran can give him, and she can also give him what Luo Muran cannot give him. Zhou Jingchen was anxious to contact Luo Muran, so he casually replied, "Okay." Luo Muran left the pharmacy and didn't go far. We found a cafe nearby and sat down. Then he sent a message to Zhou Jingchen, "Shabao, are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Jingchen replied quickly, "She eats too much. I'm worried she might have food problems. I'm bringing her to the doctor and he'll prescribe some hawthorn pills to help with digestion." Luo Muran breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's good. If the DNA results come out, let me know." Since she had already ordered the coffee, she was not in a hurry to leave and planned to finish her coffee before leaving. Zhou Jingchen sent another message, "Are you busy later?" Luo Muran, "No. She really didn't have any plans for today." Zhou Jingchen, "Where are you now?" Luo Muran gave the address of the coffee shop. Zhou Jingchen, "We'll come find you later." 10 minutes later, Zhou Jingchen and Zhu Xiaxi appeared in the coffee shop. Luo Muran didn't know what Zhou Jingchen wanted her to do, so she didn't ask. She just asked Zhu Xiaxi what she wanted to drink. Zhou Jingchen took off his suit, sat down and ordered a cup of coffee. Zhu Xiaxi ordered a glass of freshly squeezed juice. While waiting for coffee, Zhou Jingchen said, "The DNA results will be out in about 10 minutes. Just wait here for a while." Luo Muran nodded and chatted with Zhu Xiaxi. Zhu Xiaxi hadn't seen Luo Muran all night, so she chattered with her about the cartoons she watched last night. Coincidentally, Luo Muran had also seen the cartoon that Zhu Xiaxi mentioned. The two, one big and one small, had a very pleasant conversation. Zhu Jingchen is usually busy and rarely has nothing to do. In the past, when I had some free time, I felt empty and had nothing to do. But at this moment, seeing the two of them discussing the plot of a cartoon with great interest, I couldn't help but listen a little longer. Unfortunately, he had never seen the animation, didn't know the plot, and couldn't understand it at all. Suddenly, I felt excluded. I feel a little unhappy for some reason. He took out his cell phone and put on his Bluetooth headset. Search for the anime they were talking about. Before I knew it, I had watched the animation in its entirety. Luo Muran caught a glimpse of Zhou Jingchen's screen out of the corner of his eye. It was natural to ask Zhou Jingchen a question. Zhou Jingchen had just watched the plot and answered it off the cuff. Zhu Xiaxi exclaimed in surprise, it turned out that her father also knew this cartoon. Then two people discussed the plot, and it became three people. When they came across places Zhou Jingchen had never seen, Zhu Xiaxi and Luo Muran were very considerate and gave him some scientific knowledge. The things that children read are very superficial and easy to understand. In the past, Zhu Jingchen would definitely feel bored. But now, the three of them chatted back and forth for more than 10 minutes. Not only did he not feel bored, but he found it quite interesting. 10 minutes later, Assistant Cheng sent a message, ending the plot discussion. Luo Muran believes that Zhu Xiaxi is his daughter. But when staring at Zhu Jingchen's phone, he felt inexplicably nervous. Zhu Jingchen clicked on the electronic version of the NDA test results. The test showed that Luo Muran and Zhu Xiaxi were mother and daughter. Expected result. He pursed his lips, feeling a little complicated. I feel a headache, but also a sense of relief that everything has settled. He turned the phone screen around and placed it in front of Luo Muran. Luo Muran picked up his phone and read the text on the test report word by word. Until you see the final result. There's an indescribable feeling in my heart and body. She thought about it for 2 days but still couldn't figure out how to deal with the situation that would follow. However, with results, you can work towards a goal. The tense string in her heart relaxed instead. Zhu Xiaxi jumped up happily, yes, you are my mother. Luo Muran returned the phone to Zhu Jingchen and touched her head affectionately, well, I am your mother. Since her blood relationship with Zhu Xiaxi had been proven, she accepted it calmly. Can I call you mom now? Luo Muran did not answer immediately, but smiled soothingly at Zhu Xiaxi, then looked at Zhou Jingchen. Chapter 32: How to Register Your Household Registration? Luo Muran admitted that she and Zhu Xiexi were mother and daughter. But Zhu Jingchen also exists in this relationship. Zhu Xiexi was following Zhu Jingchen, so she couldn't skip Zhu Jingchen and make a decision on her own. She had to figure out Zhu Jingchen's thoughts and plans before she could decide how to get along with Zhu Xiexi. Zhu Jingchen received news that Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu had left. He glanced at her half-drunk coffee and said, "After you finish your coffee, let's talk somewhere else." He had already thought about it in advance. If Luo Muran and Zhu Xiexi were indeed mother and daughter, how should he deal with this strange relationship? But this was just his unilateral idea, and he had to discuss it with Luo Muran and obtain his consent. In addition, he also wanted to hear Luo Muran's thoughts. Then they come up with a plan that can control all negative impacts to the minimum range they can control and is acceptable to both parties. The cafe is not crowded at the moment. But it is a public place after all. From time to time someone would walk by. It is not suitable for discussing matters that need to be kept confidential. Luo Muran had no objection and drank the coffee in a few gulps. Zhu Xiexi also sped up and gulped down her juice. Zhu Jingchen paid the bill and left with Zhu Xiexi, heading to the parking lot to drive. Luo Muran got up and went to the bathroom to put on sun protection clothes. Sun protection clothing is worn on both sides, with different colors and slightly different styles on each side. She bought this sun protective clothing not long ago. Even from the front, it was the first time Zhu Yian saw her wearing it. As she put on her sun protective clothing, she turned it inside out and put on a sun hat and sunglasses before leaving the cafe. After confirming that there was no familiar person nearby, he stood in a blind spot where the surveillance camera could not capture him and waited for Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen's car drove up, and Zhu Xiexi leaned on the back seat window, looking towards the direction of the coffee shop. Zhu Xiexi's eyes are like infrared scanners. Even though Luo Muran had changed his clothes, she still recognized him at a glance. Zhu Jingchen drives his own car. Luo Muran had no intention of sitting in the passenger seat. He opened the back door and sat next to Zhu Xiexi. Zhu Xiexi came over happily, raised her short, fat arms above her head, and made a heart shape with her hands. "Ranbao, I love you." Luo Muran loved this little girl so much that he held her face and kissed her hard. Zhu Xiexi was amused and giggled. Zhu Jingchen listened to the laughter in the back seat and his eyes glanced at the rearview mirror uncontrollably. His brows furrowed. The closeness between mother and daughter was not a good thing for him. The car drove into Jing Mansion. Zhu Jingchen chose to talk at Jing Mansion because it was close to Peking University and it would be convenient for Luo Muran to return to his residence later. In addition, the relationship between Zhu Xiexi and Luo Muran has been confirmed, so arrangements need to be made for Zhu Xiex's subsequent care. After all, he still has to work and can't always stay at home to take care of the children. Butler Zhang received the news and knew that Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran were coming. He calculated the time and waited at the door. The two knew that Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran had something to discuss, so Butler Zhang took Zhu Xiexi to the children's room to play. Aunt Liu served tea to Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran, then cut 2 fruit plates, brought one to Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran, and then took the other to the children's room to accompany Zhu Xiexi. Only Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran were left in the living room. After Luo Muran and Zhu Jingchen had met several times, they were no longer as reserved as they were at the beginning. "No one disturbed me." He asked directly, "What does Mr. Zhu think?" Zhu Jingchen's methods are so cruel that most people outside have nothing good to say about him. Luo Muran had heard a lot about this, so when she asked this question, she was a little worried that Zhu Jingchen would just arrange her to go abroad in order to prevent others from knowing about her relationship with Zhu Xiexi. A large number of people at Kyoto University want to develop abroad. But she had no such plans. Therefore, during her college years, while working part-time, she also worked hard to develop her network in the country. It can be said that she has devoted all her efforts to her future development in the country. If you are forced to leave the country, everything starts from scratch, which is equivalent to exile. The most important thing is that my mother and grandmother are both in China. They are both old. If they go to a foreign country with completely different living habits, cannot speak the language, and even have no one to talk to, it will be difficult for them to adapt. Although she and Zhu Xiexi are mother and daughter by blood. But she would not give up her hard work for Zhu Xiexi. I will never let my mother and grandmother suffer like that abroad. If Zhou Jingchen had such plans, she would not agree. However, given Zhou Jingchen's status and position, if she and Zhou Jingchen forced their way in, it would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. Therefore, she had no intention of confronting Zhou Jingchen head-on from the beginning to the end. I just want to understand Zhou Jingchen's thoughts and try to find a solution. It would not only reassure Zhou Jingchen, but also prevent her from suffering unbearable consequences. Luo Muran hid her emotions very well, but she was less than 20 years old after all, and her inner uneasiness could not be hidden from Zhou Jingchen, who had studied psychology and had been fighting in the business world for many years. Zhou Jingchen just wanted to solve the problem most effectively, so he said straight to the point, I don't know how Zhu Xiaoxi got here, nor do I know when she'll be able to get back. In other words, no one knows how long she'll stay here. Luo Muran nodded, knowing in his heart that Zhou Jingchen hadn't said a word. Zhu Xiaoxi might stay here forever. Zhou Jingchen sat on the sofa, his fingers intertwined, his body leaning forward slightly, staring at Luo Muran with a focused expression. She lived well in her previous world. Now that she's here, I can't treat her badly. Luo Muran agreed. In the few times she had contact with Zhu Xiaoxi, she could feel that Zhu Xiaoxi was living well in the future world. This is good, not only materially, but also spiritually. Only when I am spiritually satisfied can I develop the cheerful yet well-behaved personality I have now. To put it another way, Zhu Xiaoxi is not short of love. Only children who live in a good family atmosphere will not lack love. Did she ever tell me how she lived in the past? She has always lived with her parents. 2 nannies take care of her when her parents are at work. Every weekend she goes back to the old house with her parents to spend time with her grandfather. Luo Muran. Zhou Jingchen got straight to the point, except for hiring a nanny, neither you nor I can satisfy her. We must first solve Zhu Xiaoxi's household registration problem. You must register your household registration. If you don't, you can't even go to kindergarten. With Zhou Jingchen's ability, it is not difficult to register Zhu Xiaoxi. The only question is where the household registration is and whose account it is registered under. What do you mean, how do we register this household? Luo Muran was overwhelmed. For a large family like the Zhou family, the descendant's household registration will not be separated unless there is a special need. Zhou Jingchen's household registration is naturally with the Zhou family. If you want to register Zhu Xiaoxi's household registration together with Zhou Jingchen, it requires the consent of the entire Zhou family. The bigger the family, the more calculations there are. The Zhou family will not accept children of unknown origin. If you want to register Zhu Xiaoxi's household registration in the Zhou family, you must explain Zhu Xiaoxi's origins. Chapter 33. Dad supports the family and mom takes care of the children. Neither Zhou Jingchen nor Luo Muran could explain how they had a daughter 5 years ago. Unless you tell the truth. But time travel is too unbelievable. If people knew about this, not only would she and Zhou Jingchen be pushed into the spotlight, but Zhu Xiaoxi would also be targeted by people from all sides. There will be endless troubles later. Based on Luo Muran's experience of reading countless time travel novels, he believes that the matter of time travel must be kept secret. If you don't want to join the Zhou family, then you have to consider registering your household registration with her. If Zhu Xiaoxi registered his household registration with hers, it would only be as an illegitimate child. But Luo Muran is less than 20 years old. If an illegitimate child is registered, it means that she has a child at the age of 15. If that happens, what kind of criticism will she face? Just thinking about it made her breathless. Luo Muran's expression gradually became solemn. This matter was more troublesome for her than she had imagined. In addition, there is another way. Zhu Xiaoxi was adopted and registered under someone else's household registration. But in that case, Zhou Jingchen and Luo Muran would have no legal relationship with Zhu Xiaoxi, which would be a harm to Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran couldn't help but consider himself, but he also didn't want to let Zhu Xiaoxi down. If Zhu Jingchen didn't have a good solution, she would go back and confess to her mother, and then discuss whether they could find a way to register Zhu Xiaoxi's household registration in her home. Even if the generations are mixed up, she and Zhu Xiaoxi are at least a family in the household registration book. Zhu Jingchen didn't know that in just a short while, countless thoughts had already run through Luo Muran's mind. He interlaced his fingers and moved his thumbs in unconscious circles. Those who are familiar with him will know that this is his habitual action when he is considering how to start speaking. Luo Muran waited patiently, and there was a brief silence between the two of them. Zhou Jingchen suddenly looked up and saw Zhu Xiexi sitting on the second-floor corridor, holding the railing with her little hands, looking at them eagerly. Aunt Liu and butler Zhang squatted in front of Zhu Xiexi and coaxed her to go back to her room to play. Zhu Xiexi shook her head and refused to leave no matter what. Luo Muran felt Zhu Jingchen's gaze, turned around, raised his head, and met Zhu Xiexi's gaze. Zhu Xiexi's pink little mouth moved and she called out silently, "Mom." Luo Muran instantly felt the little guy's uneasiness and his heart softened. Although she and Zhu Jingchen are Zhu Xiexi's biological parents. But after all, they are not her parents who gave birth to her and raised her. As an adult, she would feel confused and uneasy when faced with the sudden arrival of her daughter. Little ones who leave their original families and parents will only feel more insecure. She suddenly had a 4-year-old child, and it was like a bolt from the blue. She had to face many troubles, feeling innocent and helpless. Zhu Xiexi traveled from a happy future world to here, where she couldn't even call her mother. How innocent and helpless she felt. The problem that Luo Muran was considering before was no longer a problem in an instant. Whether it is Zhu Jingchen or her, Zhu Xiexi's household registration must be on one side. Zhu Jingchen said, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Liu, go get busy." Although the little guy is only 4 years old, he is much smarter than other children of the same age. Knowing that her parents were different from the previous ones, her arrival disrupted their original lives. She was very scared, so they sent her away in order to return to their previous life. Zhu Jingchen spent a few days with the little girl and realized that Zhu Xiexi felt insecure. The final result of her discussion with Luo Muran was to seek Xiao Beaton's opinion, and she could listen if she wanted to. As for the negotiation process, he was still confident in Luo Muran. No matter how bad Luo Muran's reputation is outside, the fact that she can make Dong Menyin accept her relationship with Zhu Yian, even if it is only temporary, shows that she is a capable person. A person who knows how to deal with things will know when to speak and do things in moderation. Even if she doesn't agree with his plan in her heart, she will be careful with her words and won't make a scene, and the harm to the child will be within a controllable range. Moreover, he secretly hoped that Luo Muran would not accept Zhu Xiexi. Then it would be a lot less trouble for him to raise Zhu Xiexi by himself. So, since Zhu Xiexi wants to listen, let her listen. If she found out that her mother was not as good as she thought, she would be able to give up her thoughts about Luo Muran sooner. He never had children, but he had money. You can hire the best parenting experts. There is no trouble with Luo Muran. He can raise Zhu Xiexi better. Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu responded and went downstairs together. Luo Muran didn't know that Zhu Jingchen was framing him as a bad mother, so he waved to Zhu Xiexi, "Shibao, come here." Zhu Jingchen did not stop him. Zhu Xiexi's eyes lit up, and she immediately got up, ran downstairs, climbed onto Luo Muran's sofa, and sat down next to her. Luo Muran touched the small curly hair on Zhu Xiexi's forehead. "Did you wash your face and wipe the sweat off?" "I washed my face, wiped my back, and changed my clothes." Zhu Xiexi pulled up the clothes on her body to show Luo Muran, "These are the clothes that my mother matched for me, and then I added the elastic bands myself. Does it look good?" Luo Muran looked at Zhu Xiexi's braids, which were tilted so much that they were unbearable to look at, and praised her calmly, "It looks good." Zhu Jingchen raised his eyebrows. Zhu Xiexi watched Nezher last night and insisted on having her hair in a bun like Nezher this morning. He doesn't know how to do that. "I tried to curl my hair for a long time according to the video, but I couldn't do it right. In the end, I ended up with 2 prickly braids." Zhu Xiexi couldn't stand his pulling anymore and accepted her fate. So the father and daughter went out. For him, who suffers from mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, he feels uncomfortable just looking at those 2 braids. This woman actually boasted so much. From this we can see that nothing this woman says is true. No wonder his good-for-nothing nephew could get along with her. Luo Muran chatted with Zhu Xiexi for a few more words. The uneasiness in the little girl's eyes faded away. Then he hugged her and kissed her, saying softly, "Please sit for a while. Your father and I will talk about the matter first." Zhu Xiexi nodded obediently, and sat close to Luo Muran, with her little head resting on her arm. Zhu Jingchen watched the mother and daughter interact, and when they were both silent, he spoke again, "I plan to register Zhu Xiexi as my illegitimate child. Luo Muran, I heard that your family's household registration is for several generations living together. After hearing this, Zhou Jingchen raised the corner of his mouth meaningfully. You know quite a lot about the Zhou family. Luo Muran smiled slightly. She and Zhu Yian are at the stage of discussing marriage. Isn't it normal for her to know something about the Zhou family? When Ms. Dong and I met, she told me that if I married Zhu Yian, my household registration would be transferred to a property under Zhu Yian's name. If we had a child, the child's household registration would follow Zhu Yian. So, I guess all the descendants of your Zhou family are registered in the same household registration book. Dong Menyin's intention was obvious. But she said it frankly, without any embarrassment on her face. Zhou Jingchen chuckled and did not explain what Luo Muran said. Chapter 34 Raising the Child Together. Do you have any objections to Zhu Xiao's household registration being shared with mine? Or do you have any other ideas? Zhu Xiaosi opened her mouth and wanted to speak. Luo Muran pinched Zhu Xiao's mouth, stopped her with his eyes, and asked Zhu Jingchen, are you sure she is in the same household registration as you, and not under someone else's? She didn't know what her future would be like after she married Zhu Jingchen. Is it true, as Dong Menyin said, that her household registration is separately located outside? I don't know whether Zhu Xiao's household registration was with her father or mother after she was born. But she and Zhu Jingchen are not husband and wife now, so she can only arrange for Zhu Xiaosi according to the current situation. Zhu Jingchen stared into Luo Muran's eyes and answered affirmatively, confirmed. Luo Muran continued to ask, do you plan to make Shabao's time travel public or keep it a secret? Zhu Jingchen didn't hesitate, hide it. Luo Muran was very satisfied. She and Zhu Jingchen reached a consensus on this point. What do you need me to do? She tactfully didn't ask whether Zhu Jingchen's household registration was independent or in the Zhu family. He also didn't ask how he would explain Zhu Xiao's origins to the Zhu family if his household registration was in the Zhu family. Asking is questioning Zhu Jingchen's ability. A smart woman will never question a man's ability in front of him. Of course, she was not naive enough to think that she didn't need to do anything. Zhu Jingchen's time can no longer be measured by money. He could take the time to sit here and talk to her. There must be something she needs to do. She has no relationship with Zhu Jingchen, but she has half the responsibility to raise her daughter. Since Zhu Jingchen has solved Zhu Xiao's household registration problem, then the next step is for everyone to do their job. She will not shirk her responsibilities. However, what she can do is definitely not disappear. After hearing what Luo Muran said, Zhu Jingchen's expression was obviously relaxed. Dealing with smart people can save you a lot of trouble. No matter how difficult the deal was, he was able to negotiate it. No matter how complicated the project is, he can complete it. He is not afraid of difficulties or troubles. But Luo Muran's performance still made him feel quite good. He suddenly felt that the woman who was trying so hard to be a professional was not that bad. At least it's easy to get along with each other and communicate. Knowing Luo Muran's attitude, he directly expressed his thoughts. Zhu Xiaosi lives in a happy family. I don't want her to end up in a single-parent family here. Although his relationship with Luo Muran is different from that of a divorced single-parent family. But it is an indisputable fact that the family is incomplete. Luo Muran's expression froze. Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of competing with Zhu Yian for a woman. To be exact, I have no plans to marry you. Zhu Jingchen said bluntly. Luo Muran knew that he had misunderstood and smiled awkwardly. So what you mean? According to Xushinlan, Zhu Jingchen is rich, has a good figure, and is handsome. And a man like him with a strong body must be very good in that area. Apart from having a somewhat cold personality, he has the added bonus of a lucky surname, making him an absolutely suitable marriage partner. But she doesn't like men who are too strong. Zhu Jingchen is a man of his word, and his strength is unquestionable. She couldn't understand how depressed she would have to be in the future to end up with Zhu Jingchen. But at the moment, she would definitely not provoke Zhu Jingchen. Even if she broke up with Zhu Yian, Zhu Jingchen was not in her consideration. Zhu Jingchen, I will cover Zhu Xiao's living expenses, and you will be responsible for taking care of her. As for her education, we will share the responsibility. Do you mean that I should be a full-time mother? Luo Muran was speechless. Not to mention that she is about to go to graduate school. Even if she doesn't go to graduate school and graduates directly from college, she will not stop working and stay at home to take care of the children. Or be a full-time nanny, without legal protection. I'm not asking you to take care of the child full-time. She will live in Jing Mansion in the future. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu will take care of her. You should do what you should do and try to spend more time with her. Of course, I have requirements for the frequency and duration of my companionship. What she meant was that she didn't say she was busy with work and disappeared for 10 days or half a month. Before she was 20, she started living the life of a married woman. But when a huge pot falls from the sky, who can she turn to for justice? I silently mourned for my youth. Nodding, that's fine with me. But who's going to take care of her while I'm gone? She has to go to school and Zhou Jingchen has to go to work. It is necessary to hire a nanny to take care of Zhu Xiaoxi. With close care and daily interactions, Zhu Xiaoxi is only a 4-year-old child, so there's no guarantee that she won't let something slip. There is a high chance that the person who takes care of Zhu Xiaoxi will discover Zhu Xiaoxi's secret. Once the news that Zhu Xiaoxi is her daughter gets out, she will face all kinds of unpredictable public opinions at the first time. With the current pressure of public opinion, it is easy to destroy a person. She will not shirk her responsibility of taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi. But the ugly words that need to be said must be said in advance. When something happens, someone has to share the responsibility with her. She is not a saint and will not bear the pressure of public opinion alone. The child belongs to both of them, so she has to drag Zhu Jingchen into this. If something goes wrong, the tall one will take charge. It's not that she doesn't want to take responsibility, but she knows herself well. He knew that he was far superior to Zhu Jingchen in terms of family background and ability. What ordinary people cannot accomplish despite their best efforts is just a piece of cake for capitalists. If you have connections but don't use them, that's not being noble, that's being stupid. Zhu Jingchen's lips curled slightly. She is a woman who knows business. Girls of this age are at the age when they love to play. He thought that even if she didn't dare to refuse openly because of his status, she would at least bargain. I didn't expect her to agree so readily. His expression remained unchanged, but in his heart he looked at her with a new respect. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu are taking care of her. I was raised by them, so they are trustworthy. I will tell them everything, so you don't need to worry about anything here. Luo Muran didn't express his opinion immediately, but looked around the Jing Mansion. Such a big house, are they usually the only ones who take care of it? This is her second time here. Both times I only saw butler Zhang and Aunt Liu, and no other servants. Such a big house would take a lot of time just to clean and tidy it up every day. If there is no one else to clean, the two elderly people alone probably won't have the energy to take care of an energetic child. This house is cleaned by a cleaning company, and there are also special people responsible for maintenance. The staff will come to your door and will not disturb you. And they all signed a confidentiality agreement, so no matter what they heard or saw here, they cannot tell anyone else. If you are really worried, just be a little careful when you meet them. In addition, although Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu are a bit older, they have good personalities and are patient, so they will have no problem taking care of Shibao. Luo Muran was relieved. What is my external identity? She must have a legitimate reason to come here every day. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, it would be distorted into her wanting to be with Zhu Jingchen. She doesn't want to be slandered. Therefore, an identity that allows one to appear openly beside Zhu Xiaoxi is particularly important. Chapter 35 Mr. Zhu is shining. Zhu Jingchen said, "Dance teacher." Luo Muran and Zhu Xiaoxi both opened their eyes wide in surprise. Zhu Jingchen asked, "What do you think?" He said this to seek the opinions of the two people, one adult and one child. The big and the small nodded together. Aha! One big and one small, identical expressions, identical movements. Zhu Jingchen found it interesting and smiled, then it settled. Jing Mansion is very close to Peking University. It is very convenient for her to come and accompany Zhu Xiaoxi when she is not in school. But it is far away from where Zhu Jingchen works. I'm afraid it would be inconvenient if I don't run every day and visit Zhu Xiaoxi every few days. She was not familiar with him, but he had considered her very carefully. At this moment, Zhu Jingchen seemed to be glowing in Luo Muran's eyes. She made all sorts of assumptions. As a result, Zhu Jingchen helped her avoid all risks. She just needs to calmly intervene in Zhu Xiaoxi's life. When Zhu Xiaoxi heard this, she immediately turned to look at Luo Muran and cheered happily. I can dance with my mother again." These words made Luo Muran lose consciousness for a moment. It turns out that after going through so much in the future, even after losing her mother and grandmother, she is still dancing. Luo Muran's eyes were inexplicably warm, and he nodded, "Yeah. Zhou Jingchen, if you think it's okay, I'll have Assistant Cheng sign a contract with the institution where you work part-time. How many classes do you think would be appropriate to buy at the beginning?" Luo Muran wanted to say that there was no need to buy the course. But then she thought again, the students she had taught before all signed contracts through the institution. Zhou Jingchen was buying courses at an institution, and she and Zhu Xiaoxi were together, and they happened to pass by Minglu. She has been in this industry for more than 3 years and has already accumulated a certain amount of popularity. Even without going through an agency, you can still receive orders. But she signed on and persisted through the agency. Because beautiful girls are always stared at by many eyes, and there is no shortage of all kinds of malicious speculations. Through the organization, we can ensure safety while eliminating many strange looks. Buy 30 lessons first. I'll get my commission and return the money to you. There are many dance teachers in the institution. If you buy too many courses at once, people will inevitably become suspicious. Buying 30 lessons is a common practice for newbies. If you feel good, renew your subscription. At that time, it would be normal to buy a half-year or a year's course directly. The institution will take most of the money for buying courses. But she can give out the part she got. Zhou Jingchen is not short of money, but she doesn't take advantage of him. "You don't have to pay me back. If you feel bad about it, you can spend it on Zhu Xiaoxi." The plan Zhou Jingchen proposed was perfect and impeccable to Luo Muran. She didn't act pretentiously, "That's fine. Solve the most basic problem." Zhou Jingchen leaned back on the sofa and relaxed completely. The second question was raised. Zhu Xiaoxi is 4 years old and needs to go to kindergarten. Luo Muran also agreed with this point. Humans are social creatures and need to socialize. The same goes for children. Since we don't know when Zhu Xiaoxi will be able to wear it back, or whether she can wear it back, kindergarten also needs to be arranged. Luo Muran's father died early, and he lived in poverty as a child. It is completely different from the life of children from rich families. Since she started dating Zhu Yian, she has been planning everything. But after all, she was still a young girl who was not yet 20 years old, and had not yet planned to send her child to school. "I don't know much about the education of children in wealthy circles or what kind of kindergartens they go to," he said frankly. "Mr. Zhu, how much do you know about kindergartens?" Of course Zhu Jingchen didn't understand. He has no plans to get married yet. "I won't worry about what kind of kindergarten a child who doesn't even exist will go to. Attention to children's education is limited to poor mountainous areas." Moreover, he was only responsible for providing funding, donating money and books. Other matters are arranged by special departments. As for where Zhu Xiaoxi should go to kindergarten, he and Luo Muran had no idea. The two looked at each other, then turned their heads. Zhu Xiaoxi went to kindergarten at the age of 3, which is 7 years later. The two have come to the conclusion that at this point in time, Little Sun Bilingual Kindergarten should not exist yet. However, Zhu Jingchen still called Assistant Cheng and asked him to check whether the Little Sun Bilingual Kindergarten existed. Assistant Cheng quickly replied, "Little Sun Bilingual Kindergarten does not exist." Zhu Xiaoxi watched his father talking on the phone, his little head tilted, then tilted again, and then he said, "Oh," in a mischievous way. Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran did not ignore Zhu Xiaoxi's thoughts just because she was small, and looked at her together. Zhu Xiaoxi said, "Dad invested in Little Sun Bilingual Kindergarten and gave it to Mom." "Dad, you haven't opened a kindergarten yet, have you?" Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran. The two looked at each other, resistance written all over their faces. This dog food is so choking that they don't want to eat it. There is no homework to copy, so I can only rely on myself. Zhu Jingchen called Assistant Cheng and asked him to collect information about kindergartens in Beijing, while Luo Muran sent messages to the students' parents to inquire in a tactful way. Assistant Cheng is an unmarried young man. He guesses that his boss has no plans to get married in the near future, so he doesn't pay much attention to the kindergarten. However, as the president's assistant, his work ability and interpersonal relationships are both excellent. After asking around and adding the information I found myself, I summarized the information from both sides and sent a form to me in less than half an hour. It covers almost all kindergartens in Beijing. It records in detail the advantages and disadvantages of kindergartens of various levels in Beijing. There are many kindergartens, but they are clearly classified by level, which makes it easy to see at a glance, and it is easy to eliminate kindergartens that do not meet their inner standards. Zhou Jingchen forwarded a copy to Luo Muran. Each of them held a mobile phone and started choosing a kindergarten. Zhu Xiaoxi also came over and watched together. Zhu Jingchen asked Assistant Cheng to arrange a DNA test. This means that Assistant Cheng is allowed to know about this matter. But it is only knowledge, and there is no other privilege to make decisions on one's own. Therefore, Assistant Cheng listed all the kindergartens in Beijing. The data is quite large. Therefore, even if Assistant Cheng classified all kindergartens by district, and then separated public and private kindergartens in each district, and then arranged them from high to low according to price. Chapter 36 Tacit Understanding. Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran were able to rule out the low-priced private kindergartens at a glance. It takes a lot of time to choose between good public kindergartens and elite private kindergartens. The phone screen is too small, and it takes a long time just to swipe down, which is not easy to operate. It is even more inconvenient to flip pages back and forth when comparing. Luo Muran decisively gave up operating on the phone and looked up. Mr. Zhu, do you have a printer at home? Zhu Jingchen lived here when he was in school. During study, you often need to print materials and question sheets. In order to avoid having to go out to print, those who have the conditions at home will buy a printer to use at home. So there must have been a printer here before. But so many years have passed, and if the old printer is still there, it is already very old and I don't know if it can still be used. If it doesn't work, she plans to go to a nearby printing shop and print 2 copies. Have. Zhu Jingchen took a quick look at the form and had the idea of printing it. Luo Muran brought it up, and he stood up without saying a word and walked towards the study. Luo Muran didn't hesitate and followed immediately. She had no intention of doing it herself at someone else's house. But she also felt embarrassed to ask others to do their job while she just sat here waiting. When he arrived at Jing Mansion, Luo Muran felt proud. But it was only when she entered the study that she realized what true luxury was. The study was not the large room with large bookshelves and a desk that she knew. When you open the study door, there is a spiral escalator leading downwards. On the right is a solid wood handrail. On the left wall, a bookshelf as tall as a person spirals down along the escalator. The bookshelves are filled with all kinds of books. The book storage capacity is as large as a library. If you don't want to climb the stairs, there is a fully transparent elevator in the middle of the escalator that takes you directly to the building. Walk down the escalator. If you see a book that interests you, you can just pick it up and sit on the carpeted stairs to read. The study is on the 3rd floor below ground. It is more like a small exhibition hall than a study. The desk and sofa only occupy a corner of the study. The rest of the place is almost entirely filled with display cases. There are various trophies and medals, as well as prototypes of various robots. There is also a 360-degree holographic stage. Zhu Xiaoxi saw this and had no reaction. I believe that in the future, we will see it so often that we will no longer be surprised. But when Luo Muran walked into this study for the first time, he was instantly attracted by the robot prototypes. I couldn't help but walk over and look at the robots inside through the window glass, my eyes shining. It can be seen that the prototypes of these robots are many years old. But many things, even now, have immeasurable value. Behind the desk, Zhu Jingchen, who was turning on the printer, glanced at her and suddenly said, "Why don't you make robots anymore?" Luo Muran was slightly stunned, turned around and met Zhu Jingchen's dark eyes. Zhu Jingchen just looked at her, waiting for her answer. Luo Muran was silent. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. She said nothing, stopped looking at the robot in the window, and walked over to the printer. "Let me do it." Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhu Jingchen didn't ask any more questions and looked away. No need. Printing is usually done by secretaries and assistants. But he is not so delicate that he can't do it himself. All the kindergarten information was printed on about 10 pages. Zhu Jingchen printed 2 copies. He gave 1 copy to Luo Muran, took his own copy, and walked upstairs holding Zhu Xiaoxi's hand. A place like the study is too private. Luo Muran did not linger and followed closely behind him. The 3 of them returned to the living room. Zhu Xiaoxi is still clinging to Luo Muran. At the beginning, Zhou Jingchen and Luo Muran looked at their own things. But when they have ideas, the two of them are not in sync, and communication is difficult. Luo Muran simply put his own copy aside and looked at the same document with Zhou Jingchen. But in this way, the two of them came together. Zhou Jingchen smelled the faint fragrance emanating from the woman. It smells like shampoo, but not quite. He had never been intimate with any woman. But it's not that I haven't received any surname education. Besides, there have been courageous women trying to get close to him over the years. He had never eaten pork, but he knew that it was a taste unique to women. I even know that every woman has a different scent. The smell of Luo Muran. Zhou Jingchen couldn't describe the feeling, he just thought it smelled good and was quite seductive. He felt a little uncomfortable and leaned back against the back of the sofa. From a distance, I watched Luo Muran lying on the coffee table, drawing. The woman is very beautiful. With her looks, she should be beautiful and showy. But maybe it's because I read too many books. Or maybe it's the living environment. Converge the overly dazzling light. Instead of losing its luster, it becomes as restrained as mutton fat jade, becoming even more beautiful to the extreme. In addition, she has been dancing Chinese dance for many years, and her figure and temperament are outstanding. Even among the top young actresses in his entertainment company, none can compare to her. Zhu Yian, that playboy, is not good at his job, but he has a good eye for women. Zhu Jingchen's mind was in a mess and he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, he felt two pairs of eyes falling on him. I raised my eyelids and looked over, and saw two faces, one big and one small, with different expressions. Luo Muran had a professional smile on his face. Zhu Xiaoxi had an expression of disgust that made her unable to bear to watch. Zhu Jingchen glanced at the A4 paper on the coffee table. What's wrong? Luo Muran turned the A4 paper in a different direction, pushed it in front of him and said, I've roughly checked it out. What do you think? Zhu Jingchen glanced at Luo Muran's fair and tender face, which was no less fair than Zhu Xiaoxi's. Thinking of the fragrance he had just smelled, he felt a little reluctant to get too close to her. But he was so far away, looking at the documents handed to him with drooping eyelids, which was very impolite. His upbringing prevented him from treating his partners in this way. I could only clear the garbage in my head, sit up straight and move closer. There are too many kindergartens in Beijing. Use the elimination process first to eliminate those that you are not satisfied with. Then compare them one by one. All three of them looked at it very carefully, discussed it while looking, and marked out the ones that met the requirements. After the two of them worked together, Zhu Jingchen felt Luo Muran's ability to get things done. Luo Muran is organized, has precise goals, and acts decisively. And every choice she made was exactly what he thought. They had such a tacit understanding that he started to wonder if this woman was the worm in his stomach. After a comparison, there were only 7 or 8 kindergartens left. Some of them are far away from here. They both agreed that it was better to have a kindergarten nearby. Convenient pick-up and drop-off, reducing travel time. However, the final decision still needs to be made after an on-site inspection. Time flies. Aunt Liu came over and said the meal was ready. Luo Muran just realized that it was already lunchtime and quickly stood up to say goodbye. Chapter 37 Bad Dad. Zhu Xiaoxi held Luo Muran's hand and said, Mom, let's eat together, okay? Luo Muran squatted down and took Zhu Xiaoxi's hand. Mom has something else to do, let's see you tomorrow, okay? Zhu Xiaoxi has always been sensible. She said she had something to do before, so she wouldn't bother him anymore. But this time, Zhu Xiaoxi held Luo Muran tightly and did not let go, turning her head to look at Zhu Jingchen. Dad, the sun is so strong outside. Mom is most afraid of the sun. If she leaves now, she will be sunburned into a shrimp. Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran. She was a little tempted to pack up and return this leaky little cotton jacket. Zhu Jingchen stared at Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi lowered her head guiltily. When I was choosing the kindergarten, my mother turned off the sound on her phone. But her phone screen kept lighting up. She saw it, and Dad noticed it too. It was my eldest cousin who kept calling and messaging my mom. Although her mother didn't look at her phone when she was choosing a kindergarten for her. But after leaving Jing Mansion, you must watch it. Maybe my cousin is waiting downstairs at my mother's house now. As soon as Mom goes back, she will see her eldest cousin. My cousin is bad. She doesn't like her eldest cousin, and she doesn't like her mother and her eldest cousin being together even more. Zhou Jingchen looked at his watch. If Luo Muran goes back home at this time, he will either eat something simple outside or order takeout. Aunt Liu cooked your meal. Luo Muran declined politely. Even if I cooked her meal, she wouldn't stay. She will raise Zhu Xiexi together with Zhu Jingchen. But she and Zhu Jingchen still have to keep the distance. She can't just eat at someone else's house for no reason. Zhu Jingchen didn't force it, but looking at Zhu Xiaxi's listless look, he spoke faster than his brain could think. I'm going to go to the kindergarten in the afternoon. I don't have time to wait for you to run back and forth. As soon as I said that, I saw Zhu Xiaxi's expression that said you're dead. Zhu Jingchen. Did the future him have a brain injury or take the wrong medicine to become so cowardly? Luo Muran looked at Zhu Jingchen for a few seconds. Tell me a time. I'll wait for you at the intersection. I'm very punctual and won't keep you waiting. The tone is polite and distant. Zhu Jingchen was very busy at work and had not been to the company for a few days because of his daughter who had suddenly traveled through time. The work piled up like a mountain. Luo Muran could understand his difficulties. However, Zhu Jingchen has half the responsibility for raising his daughter. Taking care of the child for a few days is not a reason for him to lose his temper. As long as Zhu Xiexi is around, she and Zhu Jingchen will inevitably have contact even in the future. But apart from their relationship with Zhu Xiexi, they can be said to be strangers who will never have any intersection. In such a relationship, there is no need for anyone to accommodate the other. No matter what Zhu Jingchen's status is, she will not tolerate Zhu Jingchen's bad temper. If we can get along, let us keep in touch more often in the future. If you can't deal with it, just handle it impartially. School starts on September 1st and registration has to start at the end of August, so choosing a kindergarten is indeed urgent. Even if she left today, she still had to make another appointment with Zhu Jingchen tomorrow. It would be a disaster sooner or later, so it would be better to verify the kindergarten matter as soon as possible. Then everyone can do what they should do to avoid getting bogged down in arguments. Zhu Jingchen's brows were so tightly furrowed that they could pinch a fly to death. It might be that Zhu Xiexi came through and let him know that he would marry this woman in the future, which was too much of a shock to him. In addition, he hadn't had a good rest for several days, so his brain was always stuck, so he frequently lost his composure in front of this woman. Just now, in order to help Zhu Xiexi keep Luo Muran, he spoke without thinking, and even inexplicably brought him resentment that he couldn't explain. After saying that, he also regretted it. But his pride prevented him from lowering his head, and he said indifferently, 1:30. Okay. Luo Muran smiled and nodded. After saying that, he took Zhu Xiaxi's hand and said softly, see you later, okay. Luo Muran's performance was so natural that it was impossible to find fault with him. But the harmonious atmosphere just now was shattered. Children are the most sensitive. I immediately felt that something was wrong between my parents. Zhu Xiexi held Luo Muran's hand tightly with her little hand, but after hearing what Luo Muran said, she nodded and let go obediently. But the disappointment and worry in his eyes were clearly written. Zhu Jingchen had an indescribable feeling in his heart, and felt uncomfortable. Luo Muran nodded to Zhu Jingchen as a goodbye, then went to the kitchen door and greeted Aunt Liu and her husband. Aunt Liu was a little stunned. The food is ready, why didn't the young master invite us to dinner? Looking at the prepared food, and then at the young master standing in the living room with a cold expression, Aunt Liu and butler Zhang looked at each other, feeling a little uncomfortable. The young master has no talent for business. Whatever you invest in, you lose. It was only thanks to the Zhu family's strong financial background that they were spared from harm by him. So the old man put all the burden of the Zhu family on the young master. The young master was trained as the heir of the Zhu family since he was young. From childhood to adulthood, I have either been learning and training, or on their way to learning and training. He is destined to be lonely. The old couple took care of him for so many years. Except those related to study and work. I've never seen him bring anyone back. Miss Luo was the first girl the young master brought back. If I didn't value it, I wouldn't bring it back. As a result, the meal was ready, but the girl wanted to leave. It goes without saying that it was his young master's bad temper that offended the girl. It is not the servant's place to say anything about the master's affairs. I could only sigh in my heart, and then say goodbye to Luo Muran in a friendly manner. Luo Muran was fully armed, wearing a sun hat, walked out of Jing Mansion and stood outside to hail a taxi. There are trees on both sides of the passage to block the sun. But the temperature was nearly 40 degrees Celsius, and Luo Muran was wrapped tightly. Even standing outside, he felt hot just by looking at him. Zhu Xiexi thought about how her father always held an umbrella for her mother when they went out, and her mother was only responsible for looking pretty. But now dad is not nice to mom at all. The more Zhu Xiexi thought about it, the more upset she felt, looking at her mother standing alone outside. She cried out, "Wow." When Zhou Jingchen saw the little guy crying, he felt inexplicably guilty. I don't know if it was influenced by Zhu Xiexi, but when I looked at the slender figure standing in the shade of the tree, I suddenly felt a little bit like nothing. He lowered his head and said to Zhu Xiexi, who was crying like a little cat, "Stop crying. I'll go call your mother back." The little cat immediately shut up, but couldn't control its body, which was still twitching. Zhu Jingchen couldn't bear to watch, so he picked up the umbrella at the door and strode out of Jing Mansion. It's easy to get a taxi near Peking University, but I don't know what happened today. I searched for 2 minutes on the taxi app and no one accepted my order. Luo Muran was so hot that she wondered if Jing Mansion didn't normally allow entry, and the driver was afraid of not being able to pick up anyone and was unwilling to come here. I was just about to walk to the security booth and see if I could get a taxi. Suddenly, I heard Zhu Xiexi crying in the room. Luo Muran paused. Chapter 38, Reaching Consensus. She did not experience the pain of childbirth, became a mother painlessly, and did not feel the hardship of 10 months of pregnancy. But when I heard Zhu Xiexi crying, my heart still ached. I really want to turn around and go back to see what's going on. But I held back. Luo Muran suppressed the discomfort in his heart and walked forward quickly. She walked away, and Zhu Xiexi couldn't see her, so she probably stopped crying. Suddenly, steady footsteps were heard behind me. She turned around in confusion and saw Zhu Jingchen striding towards her in the sun. If he wants to find her, he can just call her directly, there is no need to come out in person. Luo Muran thought there was something wrong with his phone and quickly looked at it. Click on the incoming call. There were more than 20 missed calls, all from Zhu Yian. Look at WeChat again. There is a lot of news, but Zhu Jingchen's avatar is as quiet as a chicken. In a short while, Zhu Jingchen had walked up to her, opened the umbrella and covered her head. The figure was tall, casting her entire body in shadow. She was holding an umbrella and walking in the shade of the trees. But there is still sunlight that shines through the gaps between the branches. In order to make it light and easy to carry, she used a parasol that was only the size of a palm when folded, and when opened, it could only cover most of her upper body. Going further down, you will be scorched by the scorching sun, and you can only rely on the extra long sun protective clothing to withstand it. Sun protective clothing can block out sunlight, but even if it is breathable and not stuffy, it is only slightly better than similar products. Go out in the sun and it will still be hot as it should be, and it will still be stuffy as it should be. She stood outside for a while and felt her whole body melting with heat. The shadow above the head deepens. Luo Muran looked up in surprise and looked at the big umbrella covering the small umbrella. The temperature is here. It's still hot. But without direct sunlight, it is still much more comfortable. Luo Muran, whom Zhu Jingchen had met before, was more intelligent than other girls of the same age and knew how to handle things in moderation. People always unconsciously ignore her age. But at this moment, she obviously didn't expect him to come out. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her expression was ignorant and cute. Luo Muran's actual height is 168 centimeters, which is not short among girls. But she had been dancing since she was a child and had a slender figure, and Zhu Jingchen was too tall, so she looked particularly petite in front of him. Because it was hot, she didn't wear sunglasses or a mask. The palm-sized white face was baked pink by the high temperature. The fine fur is translucent and fluffy, looking soft and cute. It's easy to feel protective. This was also the first time he saw her pupils clearly without any emotion concealed. It is clear, translucent and clean like a spring in a mountain stream, exuding a leisurely coolness. Looking at it quietly, it seems that even the summer heat has dissipated a lot. Luo Muran was stunned for just a moment, then returned to his usual way of interacting with ordinary people. Friendly, yet maintaining a sense of distance. "Mr. Zhu, is there anything wrong?" Considering both of their faces, she did not ask Zhu Xiexi why she was crying. "It's not that I don't care. After just a few contacts, there was light in Zhu Xiao's eyes. Moreover, she could feel that although Zhou Jingchen had no experience in raising children, he was trying hard to be a father. Therefore, Zhu Xiao's sudden crying was most likely due to her departure. She knew that Zhu Xiao felt insecure. However, she and Zhu Jingchen were not the parents who lived with Zhu Xiao before. Zhu Xiao also needs to accept and adapt to their current state. Luo Muran, who had returned to normal, seemed to be wearing an invisible mask, hiding her emotions. Even her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, not as crystal clear as before. Everyone has his or her own way of living. Zhu Jingchen had no intention of interfering in Luo Muran's life, but he instinctively disliked the look of her wearing a mask. He knew he shouldn't have such thoughts, but his brain always went astray uncontrollably. Shibao asked Aunt Liu to make your favorite garlic spare ribs and stuffed tofu. Luo Muran smiled, feeling a little sweet in his heart. Is she being taken care of by her daughter? The implication is, Zhu Xiaoxi will live here from now on. She would have no choice but to dine at Jing Mansion in the future. Luo Muran sneered. Sorry, I'm narrow-minded. The two of them will raise children together in the future, which can be considered a cooperative relationship. She couldn't avoid Jing Mansion, nor could she avoid him. In order to have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Now that the domineering president has surrendered and bowed his head, Luo Muran must take this step. Luo Muran put away his umbrella and walked back with Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen changed the umbrella's hand, walked on the sunny side, and used his body to block the mottled sunlight coming through the shade of the trees. Luo Muran noticed his actions. This man is quite attentive. Zhu Xiaoxi ran out and pounced on Luo Muran. Luo Muran quickly squatted down and caught the little guy. Zhu Xiaoxi asked, Are you coming back to eat the garlic spare ribs and stuffed tofu that the baby ordered for you? Yes, that's right. Luo Muran nodded in affirmation. With tears still on her face, Zhu Xiaoxi smiled happily, hugged Luo Muran's neck, and kissed Luo Muran's face wetly. Luo Muran. Take a deep breath. I don't dislike my own children. The weather is too hot and children are prone to prickly heat. It's too hot outside, come inside. Luo Muran patted her little butt and motioned her to come inside. The little guy had just cried and was particularly clingy. He leaned his little face on his mother's shoulder and refused to let go. Luo Muran had no choice but to pick up the little fat girl. It's heavy, like a weight. Luo Muran was not used to holding a child, and she was wearing high heels, so she almost couldn't stand when she picked up the small weight. Zhu Jingchen reached out and held her lower back with his big hand. When their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Both of them felt a little uncomfortable and looked away together. Luo Muran steadied himself. Thanks. Zhu Jingchen responded and withdrew his hand. The feeling of the woman's slender waist, which was no bigger than his palm, still seemed to remain on his fingertips. A bit embarrassing. There's also a bit of an indescribable ambiguity. Chapter 39 Don't be a pig, teammate. Zhu Jingchen coughed lightly and said, Shibao is too heavy, let me hold him. He stretched out an arm and hugged Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi knew that her mother would not leave again, so she let go obediently. Zhu Jingchen held the chubby girl in one hand without any effort, and the umbrella held by his other hand was still firmly covering Luo Muran's head. Luo Muran raised his hand to take the umbrella held by Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen turned and looked at her. Luo Muran said, I'll hold the umbrella. Zhu Jingchen looked at the top of her head and then at her arms. She held an umbrella for him, raising her thin arms above her head. He imagined the scene in his mind and decisively refused. Need not. Luo Muran. My height was disliked. Let's go. Zhu Jingchen walked forward with the umbrella, which was still covering Luo Muran's head. Luo Muran could only follow and walk side by side with him. Zhu Xiaoxi looked at her father sympathetically and left with her mother. Neither of them spoke. Only the little fat girl lying on Zhu Jingchen's shoulder turned her head to look at her mother, then turned her head in the other direction to look at her father, then changed direction to look at her mother, and then looked at her father again. After looking back and forth twice, the two chubby little hands covered their mouths and laughed. Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran tacitly pretended not to notice the little guy's little movements. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, but not uncomfortable. If it weren't for the high temperature, there would be a kind of peaceful and harmonious feeling. Aunt Liu saw it through the window and nudged her husband, who was helping to clean up, with her elbow, saying, "Look." Butler Zhang turned his head. The young master held the chubby girl in one hand and held an umbrella for the beautiful woman beside him with the other hand, while the woman walked quietly beside the tall man, looking like a happy family of three. "Don't look blindly." Butler Zhang withdrew his gaze and continued to work, but the smile in his eyes could not be hidden. After entering their house, Zhou Jingchen was holding the child and it was inconvenient for him to fold the umbrella, so Luo Muran took the umbrella from him. This time Zhou Jingchen did not refuse. Luo Muran's sun protection suit even covers his fingers, with only a hole dug on the inside of the cuff so that the thumb can be stretched out. She held the umbrella handle. Zhou Jingchen was afraid that she didn't hold it firmly, so he didn't let go immediately. Luo Muran held his hand, and the sunscreen clothing scratched the back of Zhou Jingchen's hand, which was a little itchy. Zhou Jingchen quickly let go, moved to the side, and put some distance between himself and Luo Muran before bending down and putting Zhu Xiaxi on the ground. Luo Muran put away his umbrella and was about to turn around to find a place to put it. Zhou Jingchen took it, rolled it up, and put it in the umbrella bucket by the door. Luo Muran discovered that although this man was sometimes a little sharp-tongued, he was a true gentleman. In my heart, I added 1 point back to the 2 points I had just deducted from him. Only 1 point lost so far. Luo Muran was just about to say thank you. Zhu Xiaxi came running over, hugged her legs, looked up and smiled at her. "Mommy, you don't have to get sunburned anymore." Luo Muran found it funny and pinched her face to tease her. "Mom, is the ice cream a spirit? It can even melt." Zhu Xiaxi nodded. "Dad said so." Luo Muran. Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen, I didn't. Zhu Xiaxi sold her father without any psychological burden. "You have it. When we go out, no matter it is raining or sunny, you always take care of mom first with the umbrella. I am exposed to the sun, but you don't even move the umbrella to my side. I asked my father why he only held an umbrella for my mother and not for me. Didn't he say that mom is a girl with delicate skin and tender flesh that will be melted by the sun? That is to say, my mother is a girl and will get sick if she gets caught in the rain." When she said this, her lips pouted. "It's like everyone is a girl. Dad is just partial." Then I thought, it's mom who's dad's partiality, which is not unacceptable. Sighed. "Accept your fate magnanimously." Luo Muran burst out laughing. Zhu Jingchen dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment, feeling that he should save the situation. "That's not me." Luo Muran nodded seriously. "Yeah." Zhu Jingchen saw the forced smile in Luo Muran's eyes. Even more embarrassing. Luo Muran saw that the tips of Zhu Jingchen's ears turned red. "I'm afraid that this boss will get angry out of shame." He quickly grabbed the leaky cotton jacket and said, "Let's go wash our faces. I want to use that orange-flavored facial cleanser." Zhu Xiaxi thought of the new children's facial cleanser her mother bought for her, and immediately forgot about her biased father. "You brought it here. Aha! Have you ever used it?" "I've used it before. It makes so many bubbles, so soft and comfortable. You can also blow it up and it turns into small, colorful bubbles that fly. Such small bubbles. Wow, this is fun. Yes, let's blow bubbles together later, okay. Okay." The mother and daughter walked towards the bathroom while chatting. Zhu Jingchen looked at the backs of the two figures, one big and one small. Pursed her lips. When he faced Zhu Xiaxi, he had no idea what to say, and the little guy just kept chattering unto himself. After talking for a while, the little guy would look at him helplessly and say, "Dad, if you are so boring, why did you marry mom back?" He never thought of marrying Luo Muran. I don't plan to find a stepmother for the little guy. Naturally, I didn't take the little guy's words seriously. However, he still reflected on himself and felt that if he was too boring when interacting with his children, it would not be conducive to cultivating feelings. He tried hard for several days, but he really didn't know what else to say except, But Luo Muran could chat with Zhu Xiaxi easily. Although it's all nonsense. But listening to it, I didn't find it boring at all. Aunt Liu came over and asked if it was time to serve the meal. Zhu Jingchen, put it out. Aunt Liu looked at the mother and daughter who had already gone up to the second floor and were heading towards the children's room, and said with a smile, "Miss Luo is so kind to the little lady." Zhu Jingchen glanced at Aunt Liu. Aunt Liu's expression froze, and she immediately shut up and stepped back. The young master has had a cold personality since he was young. After joining the company, he became even colder and even lost his temper. Even though she and Lao Zhang had taken care of him for more than 20 years, they couldn't say too much. Zhou Jingchen looked at Aunt Liu's cautious expression, and the fading smile in Luo Muran's eyes and the distant tone flashed through his mind. He must be like this in front of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Liu. Suddenly I felt a little guilty. Aunt Liu, when you have time, ask Zhu Xiaoxi more often what vegetables and fruits Luo Muran likes to eat. Aunt Liu looked up in surprise and saw Zhu Jingchen's somewhat uncomfortable expression. The young master was too concerned about his reputation to say anything softly, so he deliberately made small talk to tell her that he had no intention of blaming her and asked her not to think too much about it. Aunt Liu's uneasy heart settled down. She responded and went to set the table happily. Luo Muran took Zhu Xiaoxi, who was no longer a kitten, and skipped downstairs, reminding her, "Shabao, go down the stairs by yourself, don't skip." Zhu Xiaoxi nodded immediately. "Yeah, I remember that. You can't jump without an adult holding your hand and without prior agreement with an adult." Luo Muran admired in her heart that Zhu Xiaoxi was taught so well by her future self. He never forgets to praise her. "Shabao is great, you remember everything." Luo Muran looked up and saw Zhu Jingchen's speechless expression. It seems to be saying, "This is common sense, don't you know it's normal? What is there to brag about?" When it comes to her child's education, she doesn't want a teammate who is a drag on her. His face immediately darkened and he glared at him unhappily. Zhu Jingchen. Chapter 40, Reaching Too Far. Aunt Liu came out with the dishes and happened to see this scene. After being surprised, she was secretly happy. Miss Luo dared to glare at the young master, but the young master was not angry at all. Judging from this, the young master does treat Miss Luo differently. After Aunt Liu set the table, she and butler Zhang went back to their room. Luo Muran noticed last time that Aunt Liu and her husband brought very little food back to their room. Maybe I'm too old to eat much. But Luo Muran looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, walked up to Zhu Jingchen, and asked in a low voice, "Have butler Zhang and Aunt Liu been eating in the room?" Zhu Jingchen nodded. Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu followed him from the old house to Jing Mansion. He has lived in Jing Mansion since junior high school. After arriving at Jing Mansion, I ate alone. In the old house, servants were not allowed to sit at the same table with their masters. He was young at that time and thought that since he had left the old house, he would not have to abide by the rules of the old house. Let the housekeeper Zhang and his wife have dinner with him. The two old people couldn't persuade him. Plus, I felt that he would be too lonely eating alone, so I agreed. Unexpectedly, a few days later, his mother came and saw it, and punished the two old people in front of him. If he hadn't compromised, the school and major he would attend would have been arranged by his family, and the old couple would have been fired that same day. After that, he never let the two old people eat at the same table with him again. Later, he became the president and took charge of the Zhu family's business. But I've long been accustomed to being alone, and it has always been like this. Luo Muran had never been to the Zhu family's old house, but he had heard that the master and servants of the Zhu family could not eat at the same table. This is normal in families that hire a nanny, but there are special cases. She didn't expect that Zhu Jingchen, who had been taken care of by his parents since he was a child, still abided by such rules when he went out. Luo Muran asked, "Then, when you and I are not around, will Shabao eat alone at Jing Mansion?" When she was a child, she could sit at the table and eat by herself when she was just over 1 year old. Zhu Xiaoxi is 4 years old and is no longer old enough to be fed. You should sit at the table to eat. If Jing Mansion must abide by the rules of the Zhu family's old house. This means that for a long time from now on, Zhu Xiaoxi will have to sit alone at the dining table to eat at home. Adults don't care. But children will be lonely. When she was washing her hands just now, she specifically asked Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi said that when their family lived in Jing Mansion, butler Zhang and Aunt Liu had dinner with them. This means that in the future, Jing Mansion will break the rules of the Zhu family's old house. Only after Zhu Xiaoxi gave her confirmation did she raise this question to Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen looked at Luo Muran, with a half smile in his eyes, mixed with a hint of sarcasm, as if saying that she was stretching her hand too far. Luo Muran's expression was slightly solemn. "Sorry, I am nosy." She hopes that Zhu Xiaoxi's living environment will be less rule-bound and more comfortable. But given her current relationship with Zhou Jingchen, making such a request was indeed overstepping the boundaries. Zhou Jingchen didn't comment on her words. He turned around and called Aunt Liu, who was walking towards the side door to the annex building. "Aunt Liu, go call Uncle Zhang and bring the meal over so we can eat together." Luo Muran was slightly surprised, but tactfully said no more. Aunt Liu was startled for a moment, then looked embarrassed. "Master, this is inappropriate." She would never forget the scene when their wife used her and Lao Zhang to force the young master to submit. "Do as I say." Now, let alone Jing Mansion, no one can control him even in the Zhou family's old house. Aunt Liu was nervous and looked at Luo Muran. Luo Muran smiled at her. "Mr. Zhou doesn't want Xiaobao to eat alone." Her smile, like her, is gentle and unhurried. Aunt Liu looked at Zhu Xiaoxi again. Zhu Xiaoxi smiled with her eyes curved. "Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Liu were eating with us anyway." Aunt Liu already knew that Zhu Xiaoxi had traveled from the future. Fortunately, she loves to watch short dramas and has watched quite a few time travel dramas. After being shocked, she quickly accepted it. "I know that Zhu Xiaoxi is talking about the future situation." I felt relieved instantly. He said, happily and trotted to the annex building. Zhu Jingchen pulled out a dining chair and asked Luo Muran to sit down. Luo Muran didn't act pretentiously. He said thank you and sat down. Zhu Jingchen adjusted the dining chair to the appropriate distance for Luo Muran and waited for her to sit down before sitting down in his own seat. Zhu Xiaoxi climbed onto the children's chair by herself and sat down obediently without anyone's care. The three of them didn't move, waiting for Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu together. Zhu Jingchen had a dull expression on his face. Luo Muran couldn't tell what his emotions were, nor could he tell whether he was disgusted with her interfering in his family affairs. However, she has to take on the responsibility of educating and taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi. We have to start with Zhu Xiaoxi's mental and physical health. The two people have reached a cooperation agreement. If there is anything, the two of them can discuss it privately. You may raise different opinions. If the other party is arbitrary and domineering, he will just treat her as a free nanny. Then there is no need for them to cooperate. Their parenting style needs to change. Like divorced parents. Both parties clearly list the obligations they need to assume. Then everyone sets a clear price and does what is appropriate. Divorced parenting is harmful to children. But in a family where parents are not in harmony and quarrels break out at any time, the harm to the children is even more like a nuclear explosion. The child was terrified all day long, even breathing in fear, for fear of causing family conflict. Children who live in such an environment do not have distorted personalities and are mentally strong enough. As for mental health, being sunny and cheerful, just forget about it. Being an executioner, you still expect others to shine upon you. That's not a dream, it's a brain disease. Besides, she is only 19 years old, and the child is not everything to her. She will not give in to Zhu Jingchen for the sake of the child. I will never give up my life for my children. Therefore, if I cannot discuss education with Zhu Jingchen, she would choose divorced parenting, which is relatively less harmful. Luo Muran thought he was calm. But she didn't know what she was thinking. In the eyes of Zhu Jingchen, who had been trained in micro-expressions, her thoughts were transparent. Zhu Jingchen supported his forehead with his hand, stared at Luo Muran for a while, then tilted his head and chuckled softly. He was wondering how Zhu Xiaoxi could agree to something in person but then turn around and turn her back on him. It turns out it came with this little thing. Aunt Liu and Butler Zhang brought the food that was to be eaten in the room. Same as the dishes on the table. But there are only 2 dishes and 1 soup. And there is no single best dish. The portion size was also small. Zhu Jingchen felt a little uncomfortable. He was raised by his 2 elder parents. Deep down, I hope my 2 elders live a good life. But he didn't expect that in a place he didn't notice, the 2 old people lived so cautiously. The 2 of them could see the regret in Zhu Jingchen's eyes at a glance. I quickly explained, we are old and can't eat much. Zhu Jingchen didn't say anything. Luo Muran stood up and put the dishes that the old couple had not touched together with those on the table. Zhu Xiaoxi also stood on the child's seat to help. Chapter 41 Let her sleep at home. If the dishes were combined, the old couple would not come to the table and would only take the dishes on their plates. The 2 old people felt warmed by the sight. The haze in Zhu Jingchen's heart also slowly dissipated. According to the Zhou family's rules, one should not talk while eating. But Zhou Xiaoxi was particularly excited today, and her little mouth was chattering. Luo Muran would listen carefully, but asked Zhou Xiaoxi not to talk with food in her mouth. Zhou Jingchen didn't say anything, but he didn't stop it either. His attitude made Luo Muran feel quite good. Aunt Liu's cooking is delicious. There are dishes she likes. Although Zhou Jingchen is a man of few words, it does not affect her enjoyment of the delicious food at all. In addition, there is Zhou Xiaoxi, a living treasure, who provides her with emotional value. The slight discomfort Zhou Jingchen's unclear attitude left her with was quickly dispelled by the delicious food. She enjoyed the meal very much and unilaterally forgave Zhou Jingchen. Regardless of whether he minded her involvement, the result was what she wanted. Isn't this worse than some people who talk big and make others happy, but in the end do nothing? Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu were a little uneasy at first, but seeing that the young master looked relaxed and that it was indeed not for the young lady's face in front of others, they endured it and slowly relaxed. The lunch was short but the atmosphere was great. It was the warmth they had never felt since the lady punished them. Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu ate a lot more than usual without realizing it. Then I discovered that the young master had quietly eaten an extra bowl of rice than usual. Zhou Xiaoxi has the habit of taking a nap. After eating, I started to feel drowsy after a while. Zhou Jingchen picked up the little guy and walked upstairs. Zhou Xiaoxi was finally allowed to be with her mother today and was particularly clingy. She lay limply on her father's shoulder, but forced her eyelids, which were about to close, to look at Luo Muran, calling like a kitten, "Mom." Zhou Jingchen stopped and turned to look at Luo Muran. The domineering boss's eyes were very oppressive, but when they fell on Luo Muran, they were pleading. Luo Muran's feet were quicker than his brain. By the time he reacted, he had already walked over and reached out to take the little kid in Zhou Jingchen's arms. Zhou Jingchen turned away and said, "You can't carry me, I'll do it, you follow me." Zhou Xiaoxi is indeed too heavy. She could carry the baby a few steps on flat ground, but climbing stairs was really tiring, so she didn't insist and followed Zhou Jingchen upstairs. Seeing her mother by her side, Zhou Xiaoxi closed her eyes with peace of mind. The man is tall and straight, the woman is slender and delicate, and the baby is soft and cute. No matter how you look at it, they are a harmonious and happy family of three. Aunt Liu and Butler Zhang, who were cleaning the table, saw this and smiled at each other. I really hope that these two can get together like in the future world. The children's room, like Zhou Jingchen's villa, was a temporary modification. On the basis of the original, we replaced it with dreamy wallpaper and cartoon carpet, put the original furniture into the storage room, and bought a set of children's furniture. Lovely wardrobe, bed and small table. There is also a cloud-shaped plush carpet on the carpet in the corner of the room. There is a cute little tent on the plush carpet. There were several stuffed dolls of various sizes piled inside. It can be seen that it was purchased in a hurry, but it shows the care put into every detail. Just by looking at this children's room, Luo Muran knew that Zhou Jingchen had left Zhou Xiaoxi in the care of Aunt Liu, and she could rest assured. Zhou Jingchen put the already asleep Zhou Xiaoxi on the bed and changed her into pajamas. Luo Muran pulled the air-conditioning quilt over her. He whispered to Zhou Jingchen, "How long does Xiaobao take his nap?" Zhou Jingchen said without thinking, 2 hours. Luo Muran checked the time on his phone and smiled. Zhou Jingchen thought of what he had said before, 1:30, and tried to save face. "I'm going to carry her." Luo Muran raised his eyebrows, not letting him go, and said venomously, "Forget it, it's so hot, you're not afraid of getting a rash on your neck if you hold him while sleeping." Zhou Jingchen felt guilty, turned his face away, covered his lips with his fist, and coughed dryly, "I've prepared a room for you next door. If you want to rest, I'll take you there." "No, I'll wait in the living room." Luo Muran suppressed the smile on his face, refused without hesitation, and stood up to leave Zhou Xiaoxi's room. If Zhou Jingchen wasn't so well known for being insulated from women, she would have wanted to pack up and leave. She stayed for dinner just for Zhou Xiaoxi's sake. He even let her sleep in his house. Do you think she is so casual? She also has the habit of taking a nap. The future her will probably take a nap as well. Zhou Xiaoxi holds her mother in her heart, and probably told Zhou Jingchen about her habit of taking naps. In fact, after a little thought, she understood why Zhou Jingchen prepared a room for her. However, she really didn't know him well. Not to mention Zhou Jingchen. Even Zhu Yian, who had been in a relationship with her for such a long time, didn't dare let her sleep in his house. Zhou Jingchen followed her out of the children's room and gently closed the door. After taking 2 steps out of the children's room, he called out to Luo Muran, who was walking towards the stairs with a sullen face. I prepared a room for you because I thought it would be more convenient for you to have an independent space, whether it's to rest or do something else. Also, that room is connected to Zhu Xiaoxi's room. Zhu Xiaoxi sleeps very well and rarely gets up at night. But after all, he is only 4 years old, so someone needs to look after him next door. He originally intended that room for Aunt Liu to take care of Zhu Xiaoxi, but he thought it was not appropriate to separate Aunt Liu and Uncle Zhang. In addition, Zhu Xiaoxi had just come here and the environment had changed, so she sometimes felt insecure. Especially clinging to him and Luo Muran. Luo Muran has to go to school, work part-time, and have a relationship. He felt that it was enough as long as he could spend more time with Zhu Xiaoxi every now and then. I didn't want to take up more of Luo Muran's time. So he decided to come back every night. Then I thought about Luo Muran coming over, and what if he happened to meet Zhu Xiaoxi taking a nap? She waited in the living room, probably feeling uncomfortable. Just clean up the room and let Luo Muran use it. As for what Luo Muran was worried about, it's not like he hasn't thought about it. But he felt that taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi would not be a matter of 1 or 2 days. We can talk about any problems you have. Zhu Jingchen took out the key from his trouser pocket and handed it to her. I get off work late, so even if I come here after get off work, I probably won't run into you. Even so, if you still mind, I can come over after you leave. Luo Muran remembered that there was a very cartoon-like door on the wall of the children's room. She thought it was a decoration, but it turned out to be a real door connecting to the next door. In this case, it was like giving her an office and lounge. If she continues to think about avoiding suspicion, it will make her look unhealthy. Luo Muran took the key. Sorry, I got distracted. Zhu Jingchen nodded, walked past her and went downstairs. Luo Muran called him, Mr. Zhu. Chapter 42 Airborne Troops. Zhu Jingchen stopped and looked back. His face showed no emotion. Luo Muran, this is your home. You can come back whenever you want. There is no need to avoid it. They deliberately avoided meeting each other, which was no different from raising children in a divorced manner. After a long time, Zhu Xiaoxi would notice it. Also, I will break up with Zhu Yian. This matter has nothing to do with Shibao, but I still think I should tell you. Zhu Jingchen watched the whole process of what happened at the pharmacy today. It is not difficult to imagine that there is a problem in her relationship with Zhu Yian. Anyway, we decided to break up. Let Zhu Jingchen know in advance. We can worry less about each other. Zhu Jingchen nodded, said nothing, retracted his gaze, turned around and went downstairs. He could see that this woman was sensitive and cautious, but fortunately she was not stubborn, was rational, and could listen to advice. Zhu Jingchen went downstairs and into the study. Luo Muran held the key, hesitated for a moment, and did not go downstairs anymore. He turned around and walked back. She noticed that there were 3 doors in a row on this floor. The children's room is in the middle. The room connected to it is on the outside. Luo Muran stopped at the door of the room, grasped the door handle, pulled it gently, and the door opened. The moment she saw the whole room, her worries disappeared. This room is not a bedroom in the traditional sense. It was supposed to be a small lounge. The room is furnished with a desk, a bookcase, a lazy sofa, an antique gramophone. Judging from the indentations in the carpet, there once was a pool table in the corner of the room. Luo Muran closed the door and walked to the bookcase. There are quite a lot of books in the bookcase, including various travel notes, historical records and famous works, and only a few professional books. This should be an extracurricular book that Zhu Jingchen casually read when he was in school and relaxing. There are many old records in the glass cabinet next to the phonograph. Luo Muran took a casual look and found that there were quite a few out-of-print books that her senior brother had tried his best to collect. She didn't know whether Zhu Jingchen really had a hobby of listening to records or was just pretending. However, she admitted that based on the collection in this cabinet, he really managed to show off in front of her. Luo Muran closed the cabinet door and walked towards the soft couch by the window. The couch is 1 meter and 3 meters wide. The length should be customized, even a tall guy like Zhu Jingchen can lie down in it. There were bedding, pillows and air conditioning quilts on it. She reached out and touched it. Brand new, but washed. When you get close, you can smell the fresh scent of the sun. Luo Muran knew that these were all cleaned up by Aunt Liu and butler Zhang. But without Zhou Jingchen's instructions, they would not act on their own. Zhou Jingchen is really meticulous. No wonder Zhu Yangwang has such a bad reputation outside, but others can't poach anyone from his company. Luo Muran thought that Xu Xinlan was worried about her internship recently. She submitted her resume to Zhu Jingchen's Xinker Technology Company yesterday, but she didn't know when she would get the result. Like her, Xu Xinlan plans to pursue graduate studies. There is no mandatory requirement for internships in graduate school. But a good graduation result cannot be achieved without the credits earned through internships. So internship is still necessary. She has been working part-time and can get an internship certificate from the institution. Therefore, she had no plans to find another company for internship. But Zhu Jingchen's question to her rang in her ears: why don't you make robots anymore? The fingers holding the phone tightened unconsciously. A bad memory emerged in my mind. Her nails dug into her palms, and the pain pulled her out of that unpleasant memory. She took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. It was as if he wanted to spit out that memory and the bad air together. Her strongest skill is her ability to quickly adjust her emotions. Even if your heart is still shrouded in gloom and your mood is at its lowest, you can pull yourself out of it and do what you should do. Going out to do things in such high temperatures is not an easy task. She needs to heal her spirit. You know, when you work in the company, you can even take a nap on your desk during lunch break. She planned to treat taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi as a job. This was a workplace, not Zhu Jingchen's residence. With this idea in mind, there are no psychological barriers to taking a lunch break here. Zhu Xiaoxi needs to sleep for 2 hours. And she only needs half an hour for a nap. Luo Muran planned to check his phone for a while, reply to the messages that needed to be replied to, and then take a nap. Take off your shoes and lean back on the couch. The soft cushion is made of memory foam. It is soft but will not collapse. It supports the parts that need to be supported, as if it wraps the whole person perfectly. It is very comfortable. The quilt cover is matched with the couch. Luo Muran noticed the trademark hidden in the corner. It was a high-end mattress brand she had seen in the mall. A mattress costs tens of thousands of dollars at the cheapest and 6 or 7 figures at the higher end. This couch should be custom-made, and the price of custom-made cushions is higher than those in the store. When the domineering president takes action, one word can describe it: generous. Luo Muran was glad that he was sensible and did not suggest sharing Zhu Xiaoxi's living expenses with Zhu Jingchen. Otherwise, just the mattress would make her vomit blood. Maybe it's because I'm not used to being in an unfamiliar environment. Not sleepy at the moment. I opened WeChat and sent a message to Xu Xinlan: have you finalized your internship? Xu Xinlan sent a tearful message: I guess there's no hope. Luo Muran: why? Don't be fooled by the fact that Xu Xinlan buys bags for people all day long, which seems out of place. But she didn't fall behind in her major at all and her grades were very good. She has read Xu Xinlan's resume. The app is well made. Being an intern is very competitive. Even if you were in a company like Shinko, you shouldn't be eliminated without even having the chance to interview. Xu Xinlan: I asked my senior brother about it, and he said there are airborne troops. Luo Muran frowned. Airborne troops are inevitable everywhere. When an intern encounters a paratrooper, the only outcome is basically death. However, she was indeed a little surprised that the airborne troops appeared in Xinke. After all, King Zhu Yang's bad reputation of being ruthless is not only known outside, but also inside. Luo Muran: brother, did you tell me what the airborne soldiers were called? Xu Xinlan: Jiang Mingzhu. Luo Muran was stunned. Zhu Yian and Zhu Jingchen have had a bad relationship since childhood. If it weren't for the generation gap and status constraints, they would have fought a big fight long ago. Jiang Mingzhu and Zhu Yian are iron buddies. Let us not talk about Zhu Yian for now. Can he swallow his pride and push Jiang Mingzhu into Zhu Jingchen's company? Take Zhu Jingchen for example. There is no reason for him to place a hostile element as a spy in his company. The key point is that Zhu Yian didn't tell her about this. It was because she and Zhu Yian had a conflict recently and missed it. Or did Zhu Yian deliberately hide it from her? In addition, is Zhu Jingchen aware of this matter? No matter who encounters this situation, being squeezed out by the paratroopers will feel bad. Luo Muran did not comfort Xu Xinlan, but just asked, "Are you free tonight?" Xu Xinlan, "No. Luo Muran, I have something to do this afternoon. When I'm done, we'll go out for a nice late night snack when I get back home." Xu Xinlan readily agreed, "Then I'll just wait for the midnight snack to hang on." Luo Muran exited Xu Xinlan's message box, feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 43 Breakup. When Xu Xinlan was a junior, he failed to get into graduate school and had to take the exam on his own. "This school year, we have all worked very hard. Time and energy are limited, so choosing an internship company should be not only cautious but also highly targeted. Unlike most other seniors, I use a one-size-fits-all resume and submit it to several companies at the same time. Or if you are not accepted by one company, you can change your application and apply to another one." Xu Xinlan spent a month looking up a lot of information, but the app he made was all in vain. If you are not as skilled as your opponent, you lose. If you encounter paratroopers and you are unlucky, you can only accept defeat. But that person turned out to be Jiang Mingzhu, a scumbag who makes a living by plagiarizing other people's ideas. She once took Zhou Jingchen as a benchmark and paid close attention to him. Zhou Jingchen is cold-blooded, ruthless, domineering and tyrannical. In order to seize the market, he kills and devours his competitors without any sympathy. But he has zero tolerance for plagiarism. Why did Shinker accept Jiang Mingzhu? He stared at the screen for a while before clicking on Zhu Yian's profile picture. Unread messages filled the screen. "Ran, I'm done here, are you waiting for me? I called you, but no one answered. Didn't you hear me? Ran, where are you? Are you angry again?" Mingzhu was so nervous. She was only thinking about testing the bottle's strength and didn't notice the tanker truck. "I've already told her off for messing things up like this. She knew she was wrong and was very regretful. Let's have a meal together someday and ask her to apologize to you in person." Luo Muran sneered and didn't want to read the rest of the news. After saying so much, there was not a single word about Jiang Mingzhu being held responsible for her wrongdoings. I took a quick look, skipped to the end, and replied, "How are you going to tell your mom about this?" Zhu Yian must have been keeping an eye on his phone. Seeing her reply, he immediately replied, "I'll explain to her that there's a problem with the medicine. I'll look for wild ginseng again and prepare the medicine as soon as possible." "Luo Muran, she asked you what was wrong, what did you say?" "Zhu Yian, I had it all planned out. I'll just say I didn't hold the medicine steady, it fell to the ground, and got run over by a car. My mom loves me the most, so I tried to soothe her, and she quickly calmed down." Luo Muran, "But I hope she knows the whole story." Zhu Yian, "No need. My mom can be quite fussy sometimes. If she knew it was Mingzhu who did it, she'd be upset. Only if I say it was me will she stop remembering it. He. Sure enough, Jiang Mingzhu is his true love." Luo Muran, "You're worried that your pearl won't be well received by your mother, but why don't you consider that I risked my life to go into the mountains and worked so hard, only to have it all go to waste? She went looking for ginseng in order to gain favor with her future mother-in-law. Regardless of whether you can get it done or not, you have done it and put in the effort. She must get the reward she deserves. But she would not think that all her hard work was in vain just because Zhu Yian said that she knew she was wrong." Zhu Yian, Ran, I know you worked very hard to get the ginseng. Even if the medicine is ruined, I am grateful to you. I will treat you twice as well in the future." Being doubly nice to her meant letting her give birth to a bastard for him and Jiang Mingzhu. Luo Muran's stomach was churning. I originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to get out of this situation safely. But now, she felt that saying one more word to him would only waste her energy. Luo Muran, Zhu Yian, let's stop here. Zhu Yian looked at the screen and his blood froze. Obviously, each word is extremely familiar, but when put together, it seems so strange and eye-catching. After coming to his senses, he immediately made a phone call. He couldn't wait to hear her say it, but she only said it to irritate him, not seriously. Luo Muran took a look and saw the door connecting to the next door. She was afraid that the house's soundproofing was poor and would disturb Zhu Xiaoxi, so she hung up the phone. Zhu Yian listened to the beeping sound on the phone, and the blood in his body rushed to his head, and he returned to the WeChat interface. Typing quickly. Zhu Yian, answering the phone. Luo Muran, it's inconvenient. Zhu Yian, where are you? Luo Muran, it has nothing to do with you. After replying the message, turn off the phone directly. The world is quiet. She thought it would be painful to say the breakup. As a result, my heart was as calm as a stagnant pool of water. Neither sad nor heartbroken. There is only a hint of loss and confusion. After all, she had invested so much in this relationship, and it was gone just like that. No matter how realistic she is, she will not be without feelings. Luo Muran glanced at the time on the antique clock in the room. It will take another 40 minutes for Zhu Xiaoxi to wake up. I put my phone down, lay down, and plan to close my eyes and rest for a while. My mind is in a mess. Plus, it was an unfamiliar environment. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep before I even counted to 5. When I opened my eyes again, 40 minutes had passed. It was 10 minutes longer than her usual nap. Shabao's voice could be heard from next door. Luo Muran quickly stood up. I folded the air conditioning quilt, went to the bathroom and quickly washed my face. Then he walked to the door leading to the next door and knocked gently. The door opens. Zhu Xiaoxi, who was wearing a nightgown, saw her and exclaimed, "Wow," in surprise. Obviously, I didn't expect my mother to be next door. Luo Muran squatted down, hugged Zhu Xiaoxi, and kissed her chubby little face. "Shabao, good afternoon." Zhu Xiaoxi happily held Luo Muran's face and gave her a loud kiss. "Mom, good afternoon, I have something for you." After saying that, he pulled Luo Muran into the children's room. Only then did Luo Muran notice Zhou Jingchen standing in the room. Zhou Jingchen was holding the clothes he was planning to change for Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran greeted him. Zhou Jingchen nodded in response. A bit cold. But Luo Muran thought this was good. There is no need for two people who are not familiar with each other to pretend to be familiar with each other just for the sake of face. Luo Muran was pulled into the bathroom by Zhu Xiaoxi. The children's room was temporarily converted. Furniture and soft furnishings can be used ready-made. But there is no way to deal with hard decorations such as the bathroom. So I put up a footstool in the shape of a cartoon tree stump in front of the sink. Then a children's toilet seat was installed on the toilet. The design is quite ingenious and does not look out of place at all, but rather cute. Zhu Xiaoxi climbed onto the footrest and pointed at the mirror for Luo Muran to see. There were 3 stick figures drawn on the mirror with children's toothpaste. The one on the far right is a thin and slender stickman, the one in the middle is a very small stickman, and the one on the far left is a very tall stickman that is obviously larger in size. The tall and thin stickman and the small stickman both have smiling faces. The big stick figure on the right has straight eyes and a straight mouth, and looks very serious. 3 stick figures holding hands. The big stick figure on the far left is holding an umbrella. The umbrella only covers the 2 stick figures on the right. It's clear at a glance who the 3 stick figures are. Luo Muran looked at the 3 cute stick figures. Suddenly I felt healed. My eyes couldn't help but stop on the umbrella held by the big stick man. Chapter 44, Household Registration. After being together with Zhu Yian treated her very well. I will also hold an umbrella for her. These actions appear gentlemanly and considerate. She feels pretty good. But look at the stickman drawn by Zhu Xiaoxi. Only then did I realize that this kind of consideration is different from that kind of consideration. Zhu Yian held an umbrella for her on purpose to please her. Such pleasing will disappear as the relationship between the two develops and time passes. Just like many women say, how good, considerate and romantic their husbands were to them before they got married. But after getting married, he did nothing. Not to mention those cute little hobbies, even talking to them has become indifferent. This is because, during the courtship process, males will deliberately do things to win the favor of females. They do these things just to get the woman. To put it bluntly, it is a means to achieve a goal. Once they get her, the novelty wears off and they feel that the woman is already theirs, so there is no need to spend time and effort to please her. Some may even become impatient. Women thought they had changed. In fact, they are just that kind of people. But it was after marriage that his true colors were revealed. But Zhu Jingchen held the umbrella for her not to please her. But just like he did to Zhu Xiaoxi, he cared for her from the bottom of his heart. This kind of personality will not change with time or changes in relationships. Luo Muran laughed at himself. She may still be too young. Or maybe she is too eager for others to be kind to her. Zhu Yian showed her some kindness a little bit, and she was dazzled by him. It was such obvious industrial saccharine, but she treated it as a treasure and ate it with gusto. Zhu Xiaoxi pointed at the stick figure and said, "Mom, is my drawing good?" Luo Muran bent down and hugged the soft little person, rubbed his cheek against the little pink face, and praised sincerely, "Good, very good." A painting made her realize how superficial she had been before. How can it not be good? Of course the painting should be good, but not too good. Luo Muran watched Zhu Xiaoxi wash her face and rinse her mouth. The chubby little hands scooped up water and splashed it on his face, looking a bit clumsy. But do it very seriously. It can be seen that in the future world, these things will be done by her future self or the nanny. It was only when Zhu Xiaoxi arrived here that she started to do it herself at Zhou Jingchen's request. I guess Zhu Xiaoxi had several nannies taking care of her in the past. The nannies naturally took care of Zhu Xiaoxi meticulously. Zhu Xiaoxi has been spoiled since she was a child and doesn't have to do anything by herself, so it's normal for her to become a useless person. Zhou Jingchen doesn't need to worry about these daily chores. He didn't take it seriously. But now he takes care of the child himself. Live together day and night. All the problems that he had not discovered in the future were now in front of him. Many things you don't care about until you see them. But once I see it, I can't tolerate it. So there was a situation where Zhu Xiaoxi took action on her own. Luo Muran agreed with Zhu Jingchen's approach on this point. She also thinks Zhu Xiaoxi should do what she can and be more independent. Luo Muran looked at Zhu Xiaoxi's clumsy movements and did not help her. Just stand by and watch gently, waiting quietly. After Zhu Xiaoxi finished washing up, she took the children's towel and wiped her back, which she could not reach. By the way, I wiped her from head to toe and applied some prickly heat powder to make sure the little one was clean and refreshed. Then he took her little hand and let her playfully jump down from the footstool. Zhu Jingchen was leaning against the wall by the window, talking on the phone with assistant Cheng. I saw the mother and daughter coming out of the bathroom. He immediately gave one last instruction and put away his phone. Although he had made arrangements and asked Aunt Liu and butler Zhang to take care of Zhu Xiaoxi. But he didn't just give up the responsibility of taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi. He carried Zhu Xiaoxi, who was covered in prickly heat powder, to their bed, picked up the little skirt that Zhu Xiaoxi had chosen herself, and put it on her. It must be the result of training in the past few days, the movements are quite nimble. Dad did most of the work, and Luo Muran took the initiative to take over the job of combing hair. The main problem is that the hair that Zhu Jingchen tied for Zhu Xiaoxi never grows where it should. It's all thanks to Zhu Xiaoxi's good looks that she doesn't look so sloppy that it's an eyesore. I went to visit the kindergarten to take Xiaoxi Zhu with me. She doesn't have the psychological endurance of President Zhu, and she can just walk around with a bird's nest on her head as if nothing happened. Zhu Xiaoxi's image is her face. She didn't want today's trip to become a black history and be gossiped about behind her back. Luo Muran had been combing his own hair for more than 10 years, so he thought combing Zhu Xiaoxi's hair would be easy. But after I started, I found that combing children's hair is not as easy as I imagined. Zhu Xiaoxi couldn't stay quiet for a minute. Her little head would turn here and there, either looking down at her toys or turning back to talk to her. Children's hair is very smooth and soft. It was clearly tied together well, but it became loose again as soon as she moved. After finally tying it up, somehow a few strands of hair got stretched too tight, making the little one cry out in pain. 20 minutes passed before she finished combing the Nezer hairstyle that Zhu Xiaoxi had been dreaming of. Luo Muran spent 20 minutes combing Zhu Xiaoxi's hair. Zhu Jingchen actually watched from the side for 20 minutes. When she was tying her hair into a bun, Zhu Jingchen watched her particularly attentively. Luo Muran put down the comb and saw Zhu Jingchen let out a long sigh from the corner of his eye, looking relieved. Luo Muran. Is King Juyan so stubborn even when it comes to being a nanny? The three of them finally went out together. Zhu Jingchen is not short of money, so he doesn't need to consider the cost effectiveness when choosing a kindergarten. The two of them had clear goals, which was to only consider the educational philosophy and then see whether Zhu Xiaoxi liked it or not. Noble kindergartens have very good conditions, and the facilities and designs are designed according to children's preferences, and the teachers are also very professional. For children, there is only a difference between liking and liking more. Adults will also consider the family conditions of the children entering school. Build interpersonal resources from an early age. But Zhu Jingchen himself is strong enough and does not need this convenience. I just want Zhu Xiaoxi to have a happy childhood. Zhou Jingchen and Luo Muran looked at 3 kindergartens and stopped looking. They unanimously decided to choose the kindergarten affiliated to the primary school closest to Peking University. The attached kindergarten is a public kindergarten affiliated with Kyoto University. It is a key kindergarten in the city. There are several wealthy sponsors investing in it. The kindergarten's hardware conditions and teaching staff are not inferior to the best private kindergartens in Beijing. The first kindergarten they visited today was the affiliated primary school kindergarten. When I walked into the classroom, I felt that the children were very lively, cute, polite, and friendly. Moreover, Zhu Xiaoxi tried a class and felt it was very good. Zhu Jingchen booked the kindergarten before the kindergarten teacher got off work. Luo Muran was shocked when he saw the household registration booklet that Assistant Cheng handed over. Chapter 45, Raising a Baby Together. They had just discussed the issue of Zhu Xiaoxi's household registration in the morning and registered her in the afternoon. And he has the same household registration as Mr. Zhu. The kindergarten principal was also shocked. Zhu Jingchen's face is his trademark. When the principal saw that Zhu Xiaoxi and Zhu Jingchen looked similar, he guessed that the little girl was a descendant of the Zhu family. But I never expected that she was Zhu Jingchen's daughter. The principal looked at Luo Muran. Luo Muran was too young to be the little girl's mother. Just as he was wondering about the identities of the two, Zhu Jingchen wrote Luo Muran's name in the Guardian column. This time, not to mention the principal, even Luo Muran was a little surprised. Zhu Xiaoxi was very happy when she saw her father and mother's names next to each other. She is a child with a biological father and mother. Unlike Duan Jiazu, he only has a biological father, and all his mothers are stepmothers, and he changes one every year. Those stepmothers, when facing Duan Jiazu, called him baby so sweetly, but when they turned their backs, they had a look of disgust and aversion on their faces. She also heard Duan Jiazu's stepmothers secretly cursing Duan Jiazu for having a dead child. The principal didn't dare to pry into Zhu Jingchen's privacy. When Zhu Xiaoxi followed the teaching assistant to read a book nearby, he asked quietly and obscurely, "Does the guardian's identity need to be kept secret?" Zhu Jingchen put away his pen, "Just be normal. There's no need to avoid it, nor do you need to deliberately give it preferential treatment." The principal understood. Zhu Jingchen hopes that his daughter can interact normally with other children as an ordinary child. Luo Muran listened quietly at the side and felt that this person was responsible and capable. The principal looked at Luo Muran. Luo Muran said openly, "I am Zhu Xiaoxi's dance teacher. I spend more time with her. If there is anything that is inconvenient for Ms. Zhu, you can contact me. She has such a good image and she looks young, she seems to be only 17 or 18 years old." The principal had no doubts and agreed with a smile. For safety reasons, cars are not allowed into the kindergarten. Zhu Jingchen's car was parked in the parking space outside the kindergarten. Coming out of the affiliated primary school kindergarten, it takes a few minutes to walk. In August in Beijing, it is scorching hot without air conditioning. Neither of them wanted to hug the chubby girl who was like a stove. Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran each held an umbrella. Then one of them took Zhu Xiaoxi's hand, and the 3 of them walked out side by side. The umbrella held by Zhu Jingchen covered Zhu Xiaoxi's head completely. In this way, Luo Muran's umbrella only needs to cover himself. Luo Muran thought of the stick figure Zhu Xiaoxi drew on the mirror and looked at Zhu Jingchen quietly. I saw half of Zhu Jingchen's shoulder exposed to the scorching sun. She was dazed for a moment. It seems that I understand a little bit why she will be with Zhu Jingchen in the future. After getting in the car, Luo Muran helped Zhu Xiaoxi take off her sun protection clothes. Then he took off his own clothes and asked Zhu Xiaoxi, "Which one is better, the attached kindergarten or your previous kindergarten?" Zhu Xiaoxi said without hesitation, "Little son is feeling a little better." "How is it good?" Luo Muran is very satisfied with the affiliated primary school kindergarten. Zhu Xiaoxi actually said that little son was better, and she couldn't help but wonder how good little son was. Zhu Xiaoxi said, "Because my father said that I am mom and dad's little son, so our kindergarten is called Little Sunday. Of course our kindergarten is the best." Luo Muran. Well, she was overthinking it. When Zhu Jingchen heard this, he couldn't help but look up and look at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Then he saw Luo Muran's speechless expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Muran thought of that kindergarten, which was given to her by the future Zhu Jingchen. Suddenly, she became curious about how she and Zhou Jingchen got together. But as soon as the thought came to mind, he stopped it immediately. Can't think. If you think too much, you will be affected and then be led by Zhu Xiexi. Zhu Yian alone had already annoyed her to the point of exhaustion. She really didn't want to have anything to do with anyone from the Zhu family anymore. Especially Zhu Jingchen. She wasn't deliberately going against the future. I simply feel that she and Zhu Jingchen are not suitable for each other. Zhu Xiexi was having fun playing with the Rubik's Cube given by the principal. Luo Muran didn't disturb her. He looked up and saw Zhu Jingchen's eyebrows and eyes outlined like thick ink in the rearview mirror. Do your parents know about Zhu Xiexi? Zhu Xiexi was registered in the Zhu family. There is no way that Mr. and Mrs. Zhu don't know about this. Luo Muran knew that he was asking a nonsense question. But she still had to ask what needed to be clarified. I know. Zhu Jingchen didn't intend to hide it from Luo Muran. When did they find out? Last night. Have they met Shibao? My parents went abroad for the summer vacation, so I haven't seen them yet. But they have already booked their flights, so they should be on their way back now. Does anyone else know? The she was referring to was Zhu Yian's family. Zhu Jingchen raised his eyes and glanced at her through the rearview mirror. I don't know yet, but I should know soon. There is an extra person on the household registration book, and it is impossible to keep it a secret from them. Then, if they ask about the child's mother, what are you going to say? Luo Muran felt a little headache when he thought of the Zhu family. If the child's father is from an ordinary family, there will be a lot less trouble. What do you want me to say? Zhu Jingchen answered without asking. Luo Muran. She really doesn't know. Zhu Jingchen looked at Luo Muran, who looked bitter and resentful, and smiled. They don't need to know. He spoke calmly. But the words spoken are so domineering. It is his own strength that gives him the confidence. Zhu Jingchen looked at his watch and said, I told Aunt Liu not to cook dinner for us tonight. Let's just find a place and have dinner together. When Zhu Xiexi heard her father say that they wanted to eat together, she threw away the Rubik's Cube and rubbed against Luo Muran. I want to eat KFC. No. No. Zhu Jingchen and Luo Muran said in unison. After the two finished speaking, they couldn't help but look at each other. His eyes met in the rearview mirror. Then removed them as if they were burned. Zhu Xiexi pouted and whispered, I knew it would be like this. Luo Muran touched Zhu Xiaxi's little head. The weather is too hot. Eating KFC can easily cause you to get a sore throat. I'll take you there when the weather cools down. Zhu Xiaxi's eyes lit up again. Really? Real? Yeah. Zhu Xiexi made a heart shape with her hands happily. Luo Muran is only 19 years old now. The control over Zhu Xiexi will not be as strict as it used to be in the future. Zhu Xiexi smiled with her white teeth blooming. It's time for dinner. Luo Muran left at this time and found a place to eat by himself. Why not have a meal with Zhu Xiexi to celebrate her admission to school? Zhu Jingchen was just about to ask her what she wanted to eat. Luo Muran's cell phone rang. When Zhu Xiexi saw the incoming call, her eyes widened. But Luo Muran's face turned pale. Zhu Jingchen saw her strange expression in the rearview mirror and shut his mouth. Chapter 46. Are you dating a rich man? Luo Muran, everyone in your family is relying on you to get involved with a rich second-generation kid. Is the money you give to your family from that rich second-generation kid? He Wanjuan's voice was as cold as ever, without much emotion. But Luo Muran could still hear the suppressed anger in He Wanjuan. She and Zhu Jingchen, father and daughter, were in the same car. Even though she had never taken advantage of Zhu Yian, such a topic still embarrassed her. She handles interpersonal relationships outside with ease. But when she was with her mother, she always felt a suffocating feeling that made her feel breathless, and all her smoothness disappeared. Over the years, when she faced her mother, she forced herself to cut off the sharp thorns that had risen up. Even when she contradicted her mother, her tone was not too sharp, and the relationship between the mother and daughter, which was not very good to begin with, was sublimated to the point where they would never have any contact with each other until they died. In the past, when I received a call like this, my anger and grievance would instantly surge. I would suppress my temper and not yell at my mother, but I would also talk back directly, leaving her speechless. Then there was a long Cold War, and I only kept in touch with my grandmother. It was not until the holiday that her grandmother called her home and forced her and her daughter to reconcile. For the sake of her grandmother, she and her mother would put aside their pride and deal with the situation as they pleased. However, the relationship between mother and daughter was not good to begin with. The so-called reconciliation was that when there was something they needed to ask the other party, they could speak up and the other party would answer. She would say something when she left home to go back to school. Then the mother would respond. There is nothing else besides this. But now, Luo Muran thought, perhaps in the near future. He Wanjuan and her grandmother went to the Zhou family to seek justice for her, and ended up tragically dying in a car accident. Listening to He Wanjuan's aggressive tone, I felt no anger, only grievance. She looked up at the rearview mirror. Zhou Jingchen was concentrating on driving and didn't look at her, and didn't seem to notice her. Only Zhu Xiaoxi, who didn't understand the ways of the world, blinked her big eyes at her, but also obediently closed her little mouth that never stopped laughing. The actions of the father and daughter relaxed her tense nerves slightly. She covered the microphone, turned her face to the car window, and said in a low voice, "Mom, it's nothing. I have someone with me now, so it's not convenient to talk. I'll call you back later." He Wanjuan has a bad temper and often rolls up her sleeves and yells at people over trivial matters, making those who follow her feel embarrassed and ashamed. But he is not the kind of person who will make trouble regardless of the occasion. He Wanjuan was silent for a few seconds on the phone, then said, "Your grandmother and I have arrived in Beijing and are now at the high-speed rail station. Tell me your address and we'll go there ourselves." Luo Muran's heart skipped a beat. As soon as grandma was discharged from the hospital, the two of them came to Beijing without saying a word. She could imagine how unpleasant the rumors about her at home were. "Don't wander off, I'm coming to pick you up now. My mother and grandmother are not familiar with Beijing, and they are reluctant to take a taxi, and they don't know how to take the subway. Give them the address and they will find the bus. Although there is a direct bus from the high-speed rail station to Beijing University, there are too many people on the bus and it is very crowded when getting on the bus. My grandmother had surgery not long ago and her body has not fully recovered yet. She was worried, so they went to squeeze into the bus. What's the point of picking it up? It's a waste of money running back and forth." He Wanjuan thought of those unpleasant words, closed her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She has no skills and can't earn much money. When Luo Muran was young, his family couldn't even eat meat every meal. Clothes and shoes are the cheapest. Moreover, as long as Luo Muran's clothes are not too small or torn, even if they are washed white and old, he will wear them. She has been attending the best schools since junior high school. You can get free tuition and scholarships based on your academic performance. The better the school, the more children from wealthy families there are. Even if she tried to save money as much as possible, she could let Luo Muran attend interest classes and learn dancing. But she didn't have brand-name shoes, a cell phone, or beautiful bags. No matter how good her grades were, she would still be laughed at and excluded. In such an environment, Luo Muran never asked her for anything out of envy. She just buried her head in studying, and studying again, and kept to herself every day. Grandma asked her, "Isn't there anyone you can make friends with?" Luo Muran said, "Data shows that friendships nowadays, especially those between children from ordinary families, are more likely to last if they don't go to college and stay in their hometown. But if they go to college, the chances of those friendships continuing after graduation are negligible. Even if we see each other at a class reunion, we've become strangers. I'm going to college, so I don't want to waste my time on this." She felt very uncomfortable hearing such words. But she could feel that her daughter had a clear understanding of herself and always knew what she wanted and what she wanted to do. Perhaps everyone has some vanity to a greater or lesser extent. But her daughter will not sell herself out of vanity. She will just study hard, reach the height she wants to reach, and then get what she wants in an upright manner. No matter how people outside spread rumors. She believed her daughter was not that kind of person. It wasn't until the photos were sent home that she began to feel uneasy. Before she found out the truth, she felt uncomfortable with every penny Luo Muran spent. Luo Muran's eyes were red, and he explained in a gentle voice, "I'll go and pick you up to take the subway. The subway from the high-speed rail station to Beijing University costs 3 yuan per person and it takes less than 20 minutes. The bus costs 2 yuan per person, which is 1 yuan less than the subway. But the bus to Beijing University is quite far. Even without traffic, it takes more than an hour. It's almost rush hour now, and if you're unlucky, it won't take 2 hours. It will take you nearly 10 hours to come here by high-speed rail. Grandma must be very tired. Are you sure you want her to squeeze on the bus for another 2 hours? He Wanjuan and was silent. Then, my grandmother's slightly reproachful voice came from the other end of the phone. You're so old, and you can't even talk to your daughter properly. The subway is only 3 yuan, and it's fast. How great! I've never taken the subway before. I'll just wait here for Ranbao to come and take me on the subway. After the grandmother finished speaking, she leaned closer to the microphone and asked lovingly, Ranbao, is it far for you to come here? It's not far. I can take the subway there quickly. Okay, then your mother and I will wait for you here. Yeah. Luo Muran responded and asked, Grandma, have you left the station yet? If not, ask the staff how to get to the subway station. You can get there without leaving the station. You can wait for me at the subway station entrance. We've already left the station. This high-speed rail station is huge, and we walked for a while before we even got to the exit. Then your mom couldn't figure out the exit machine, and she spent a long time trying to figure it out, but she couldn't get out. Finally, a staff member helped her out. Luo Muran's heart sank as he listened to his grandmother's chattering, which was intended to lighten the mood. Chapter 47. Something happened. Then walk a little to the left from the exit, about 100 meters, and there's a KFC. Find a seat inside and sit for a while, and I'll come find you. It was such a hot day that Luo Muran didn't dare let his mother and grandmother stand outside waiting. Are you going in to buy something to eat? I'll order 2 drinks for you. I'll give you the order number later. When you hear your number called, go to the cashier and get them. They are not expensive. Grandma was afraid that the mother and daughter would argue again, so she agreed on her own initiative. Luo Muran hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Jingchen. Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry, I can't have dinner with you for a while. Can you drop me off at the subway station in front? Zhou Jingchen raised his eyes, met her gaze in the rearview mirror, and nodded, okay. The high-speed rail station was crowded. It was almost time to get off work, so he drove her, which was slower than taking the subway. Zhu Xiexi knew her mother was busy, so she didn't bother to argue. She tilted her head and asked, Are grandma and great-grandma here? Yes. Luo Muran touched Zhu Xiaxi's little head. Mom is going to pick up grandma and great-grandma. I'll have dinner with you another day, okay. Zhu Xiexi is very well behaved most of the time. Luo Muran thought Zhu Xiexi would agree obediently. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiexi said, Mom, grandma and great-grandma will be beaten by bad guys when they leave the high-speed rail station. Mom, take me with you. I want to protect grandma and great-grandma. Luo Muran's pupils trembled. What did you say? Zhu Jingchen also looked over in the rearview mirror. Zhu Xiex's brows knitted into knots, and she said seriously, outside the high-speed rail station, there are bad guys waiting for grandma and great-grandma. As soon as grandma and great-grandma leave the station, they will surround them and say that mom seduced her husband and caused her to divorce. Then they will beat grandma and great-grandma. Mom, what is seduction? Luo Muran's face changed suddenly. He didn't bother to explain what seduction was, nor did he bother to ask Zhu Xiexi how she knew these things. With trembling hands, he dialed He Wanjuan's number. The phone call was connected, but no one answered. The long beep tilde sounds were like a death warrant, making it difficult for her to breathe. Luo Muran was anxiously waiting for He Wanjuan to answer the phone, and did not notice that Zhu Jingchen in the front row put on the Bluetooth headset and made a call. Zhu Jingchen said a few words in a low voice, hung up the phone, and parked the car at the subway station entrance. Luo Muran had called 3 times, but He Wanjuan still didn't answer. Tears welled up in her eyes and her vision became blurry. The car stopped. Luo Muran pushed open the car door, grabbed his bag, rushed out, closed the door, and hurriedly ran to their high-speed rail station without even bothering to say goodbye. Zhu Xiexi wanted to get off the car as well. Zhu Jingchen sternly stopped him. Zhu Xiexi, you are not allowed to go. He wasn't driving, just tapping the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. I want to go. Zhu Xiexi looked at her mother's back as she stumbled into the subway entrance, scratching her head anxiously. Their mother in her memory was always so noble and elegant, unhurried, and had never been like this before. Are you as fast as she is? If you catch up with her, Will she hold you in her arms or drag you along? And what will you actually do if you go? Will she have to protect you from getting beaten up during a fight, only to then get beaten up even more, or will she throw you out and hit someone? Zhu Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Dad is bad. A dad who doesn't help mom is a big bad guy. She wanted to follow her mother to save her grandmother, but she couldn't refute what her father said. Zhu Jingchen sighed and his tone softened. She'll be fine. Something will happen. Zhu Xiaoxi cried even more sadly. Grandma and great-grandma were beaten by bad people. Mom will be heartbroken. Zhu Jingchen stopped coaxing her. The car was filled with Zhu Xiaoxi's ghostly howls and her accusations against her bad father. Zhu Jingchen ignored him and lowered his head to swipe the screen of his mobile phone. 2 minutes later, Assistant Cheng called. Mr. Zhu, everything has been arranged. Let someone keep a close eye on it. Yes. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately stopped crying, hugged the back of the driver's seat, poked her head out, and asked with a sob, did Uncle Cheng arrange for someone to protect Grandma and great-grandma? Yeah. Zhu Jingchen didn't even glance at the crying cat behind him. Is it too late? It's okay, just in time. Zhu Jingchen hung up the phone and started the car. Zhu Xiaoxi imitated the adults and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. Then he sniffed and started to flatter her without hesitation. I knew Daddy loved Mommy the most and wouldn't let her suffer. Daddy, you're so awesome. No wonder Mommy said I should follow your example. Zhu Jingchen felt a headache after hearing this. Wipe your nose, don't rub it on me. Okay. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately climbed back into the safety seat, holding the tissue box, and began to wipe her nose. Dad, are you going to the neighborhood where Mom lives? Zhu Jingchen didn't answer. Zhu Xiaoxi continued to ask, you are obviously worried about your mother, why don't you go to the high-speed rail station? Zhu Jingchen stopped pretending to be dead. By the time we arrived, they had already left. Oh, so you go wait downstairs. Zhu Jingchen focused on driving and agreed. Zhu Xiaoxi was chattering endlessly in the back. Zhu Jingchen got a headache from the noise. He pinched his eyebrows and suddenly missed Luo Muran. If Luo Muran were here, even if the little one made noise, it wouldn't give him a headache. Shibao, how do you know someone wants to beat grandma? Zhu Xiaoxi was born after Luo Muran's mother and grandmother passed away. When living people mention their deceased loved ones, it is mostly because they miss them and reminisce about the past. Most of the topics they talked about were about their past together or the regrets they had. It is very rare to talk about such unpleasant things, and even rarer to describe the process in such detail. So how did Zhu Xiaoxi know all this? Zhu Xiaoxi said, I saw it in my mother's eyes. Zhu Jingchen stopped the car, turned around and looked at Zhu Xiaoxi, and asked seriously, the mother before, or the mother now? Zhu Xiaoxi's face was serious, this time it's my current mother. Zhu Jingchen patted the passenger seat and asked Zhu Xiaoxi to sit in the front. Zhu Xiaoxi unbuckled her seat belt, jumped out of the safety seat, climbed to the front row, sat on the passenger seat, and faced Zhu Jingchen. The father and daughter had a serious conversation. Shibao, besides grandma and great-grandma being beaten today, did you see anything else? I saw so much in my mother's eyes before. But I saw it for the first time in my young mother's eyes. Besides your mother, have you ever seen anything else in other people's eyes? Zhu Xiaoxi shook her head. Have you ever told anyone about this? I told my mother. You can only tell Dad and Mom about this from now on. Don't tell anyone else. Zhu Jingchen looked solemn and gave serious instructions. He accepted everything Zhu Xiaoxi had done even though she came from the future. It would not be difficult for him to accept one more special ability. Chapter 48 Zhu Jingchen takes action. On the subway, Luo Muran repeatedly called He Wanjuan and his grandmother's phone numbers over and over again. Again and again, no one answered. Luo Muran believed Zhu Xiaoxi's words without a doubt. But when this kind of thing doesn't happen, even calling the police is useless. It takes about 2 minutes to get to a subway station. But 2 minutes after another seemed to stretch so long. She stared at the circuit map, anxious. A message popped up. Zhu Jingchen, the person Shibao mentioned has been apprehended. Your mother and grandmother are safe. Luo Muran was in a daze for a moment after reading the message. I suspected that I was too anxious and had hallucinations. I was just about to pinch myself hard to confirm whether the message existed. The cell phone rang. It was Grandma calling. Luo Muran quickly picked up the phone. Grandma's powerful voice came from the phone. Ranbao, something happened here. Your mother and I didn't hear you call. Luo Muran's heart was beating wildly, and he asked anxiously, what happened? We just got your call at the exit, and we were thinking about how much money we'd have to spend to go to that KFC. Since you said you could get to the subway station from inside the high-speed rail station, we wondered if we could go back. Then we went to tell the staff we wanted to go to the subway station from inside, but the staff wouldn't let us in and told us to go to the subway station outside. We didn't know the way, so we asked him how to get to the subway station outside, and he said there were 3 locations. We said we were going to Peking University and asked him which subway station to go to, but he said any subway station would get us there, just by changing lines. When we heard that, we didn't dare go on our own, and we didn't know where you came out. What if we missed you? Then we begged him to let us in, but he refused to say anything. Ranbao, why wouldn't we be allowed in when we just got out? Grandma rambled on and on for a long time. But he didn't say what happened. Luo Muran listened to her grandmother's chatter, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked up, trying hard not to let the tears roll down, and waited until her grandmother finished complaining about not letting them re-enter the station before she whispered, Grandma, you haven't told me what happened yet. Grandma said, your mom and I were arguing with the staff over here when, not far away, a commotion suddenly broke out. Then everyone here went over to watch the commotion. Your mom and I were afraid something might happen, so we followed over to see what was going on. It seemed like that group of people were trying to block someone and were rushing towards the exit when they were stopped by the police at the high-speed rail station. They were suspected of intentionally disrupting social order and were taken away. With all the commotion going on, we didn't notice you calling. When everyone dispersed, we remembered you mentioned ordering a drink, so we quickly took out our phones to call you. That's when we noticed you were calling so many times. When Luo Muran heard this, the tears in her eyes rolled down uncontrollably. She was afraid that her grandmother would hear it, so she quickly covered her mouth tightly. The passengers around turned their heads and cast inquiring glances. Grandma asked, Ranbao, what drinks did you order? Luo Muran hurriedly wiped away her tears, no. Grandma breathed a sigh of relief, if you don't want to order, then don't order. We haven't even reached KFC yet. Okay. Luo Muran tried hard to hold back her tears, not wanting her grandmother to notice the difference in her voice. Where are you now? We're heading to that KFC. She was afraid of missing Luo Muran, so she didn't plan to go to the subway stations the staff mentioned, but decided to go to KFC. If they don't buy food, they won't go in, just wait at the door. Luo Muran knew that if they didn't buy food, Wanjuan and her grandmother would not go into KFC to use the air conditioning. I looked up at the route map and saw that there were still 2 stops left. I had 4 minutes left to get off, and adding the time to get to KFC, if I ran faster, I could get there in 6 minutes. Wanjuan and her grandmother had been frugal all their lives, but she insisted on buying them drinks during these few minutes, which made them feel uncomfortable. At this time, there is no sunlight at the entrance of KFC, and the door of KFC cannot be completely sealed, so a little cold air will come out. Standing at the door, you can feel a little cooler. Luo Muran did not insist. Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. Hang up the phone. My heart felt relieved, and all the strength in my body seemed to be drained away. My whole body felt limp, and my legs had no strength left. She leaned against the crook of the carriage, squatted down with her knees hugged, and took a long time to calm down. The group of people Grandma was talking about should be the ones Xiaobao was talking about. Those people went there to beat people up. If you take action directly at the exit, the person leaving the station will be blocked inside the exit and will not be able to leave the station. Then not only will the beatings be stopped immediately, but they will also be arrested for disturbing social order. Therefore, they will definitely choose a place not far from the exit, where they can block people but will not affect others' exit. Wanjuan and her grandmother argued with the staff, who could only wait not far away. During this time, someone contacted the police and prevented the incident from happening. The person who contacted the police would only be Zhou Jingchen. Luo Muran's mind emerged the image of Zhou Jingchen driving silently when she answered the phone, and an indescribable feeling slowly rose in her heart. I later realized the message Zhou Jingchen sent me. He quickly opened WeChat and clicked on Zhou Jingchen's message box. The chat history still stopped at the message Zhou Jingchen had just sent. The station announcement sounded, "We have arrived at Jingshi Station. Passengers who wish to get off please prepare in advance." She stood up quickly. A crowd of people waiting for the bus appeared outside the car window. The door opened with a click. Luo Muran hurriedly replied, "Thank you," put away his phone, and walked out with the crowd. Many people got off the bus. A dense stream of people rushed forward. Luo Muran couldn't run, so he could only squeeze in wherever he could and rush forward. After finally getting out of the station, I started running towards KFC. As my grandmother's words replayed in my mind, my eyes became red again. He Wanjuan struggled with the staff, trying to return to their high-speed rail station through the exit. In the past, she would never have thought about it. She did this just to make her journey here cooler and not have to travel outside in the scorching heat. They would only think that He Wanyan was ignorant and unreasonable, which made her embarrassed and ashamed. But now, she is glad that He Wanyan got entangled with the staff out of ignorance. Many things that he had not wanted to understand before flashed through Luo Muran's mind. Only then did she deeply realize that He Wanjuan's love for her was ordinary yet profound. If it weren't for Zhu Xiaoxi, perhaps she would have realized what she had missed only after losing He Wanjuan and her grandmother. Zhu Xiaoxi said that when she was alone, she always stared blankly and looked very sad. She believes in herself and will not be discouraged by a scumbag. The reason she became like that was only because the deaths of He Wanjuan and her grandmother dealt her a fatal blow and became a hurdle she could not get over. Chapter 49 Father and Daughter Battle. After Luo Muran had that dream, "I just want to change my original life trajectory and avoid those things from happening." However, she was also worried that the power of fate might be too strong to resist. However, today Zhu Xiaoxi let her and Zhou Jingchen know what was going to happen. Then Ho Wan Quan and her grandmother, who were originally going to be beaten, became outsiders in the incident. This incident taught her that destiny can be changed. None of this has happened yet. There's still time to redeploy. Whether it was what she dreamed about or what Zhu Xiaoxi said, she is not allowed to appear in her life again. Zhu Jingchen looked at the word "thank you" that came back after a long while, and didn't know what to say. Zhu Xiaoxi lay on the central control storage box and stretched her neck to look at her father's mobile phone screen. Seeing my father staring at the screen without typing for a long time, I became very anxious. "Dad, go ask Mom if she has picked up Grandma and Great-Grandma." Zhu Jingchen glanced at the little kid and said, "According to the time, she should have just gotten off the bus and hasn't seen anyone yet." "Then you have to reply to the message too." She was busy on her way and had no time to read it. "She'll read it when she has time." Zhu Jingchen snorted. The little girl wanted him to be so eager to please Luo Muran, but she didn't want him to be too obvious about it. Luo Muran has to raise the baby with him. If anyone touches Luo Muran's family, Luo Muran will definitely be affected. By then, she would not only have no time and energy to care about Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi still has to be influenced by her. Then he won't have an easy life. He was already overwhelmed when his daughter suddenly showed up. Of course we won't allow that to happen. That's why he intervened in Luo Muran's affairs. There is no more. Asking him to please Luo Muran is wishful thinking. Besides, today's incident was just because those two were lucky. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to cover the sky, those two would not be able to escape the beating today. He was very eager to take the credit. And looking at the words "thank you" on the screen, I can imagine Luo Muran's absent-minded look. He really didn't want to reply to this message. Zhu Xiaoxi was still trying to persuade him. "Mom was really scared just now, don't you want to know if she cried?" "Are you crying?" Zhu Jingchen's mind flashed with Luo Muran's stumbling figure as he got out of the car, and the red corners of his eyes. She must have been crying. Zhu Jingchen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "If you want to know so much, why don't you ask yourself?" Zhu Xiaoxi took out her watch and said pitifully, "It's out of battery." Zhu Jingchen then remembered that he forgot to charge Zhu Xiaoxi's watch yesterday. He simply threw his phone to Zhu Xiaoxi. "Introduce yourself, don't let Luo Muran misunderstand that I'm licking her." "Okay." Zhu Xiaoxi held her phone and complained inwardly. "You clearly want to know if Mommy cried, but you pretend not to want to know." "I asked Mommy, but I didn't tell you." "You're so upset." Zhu Jingchen looked at Zhu Xiaoxi's little expression. I can see through her little thoughts. glancing at the little guy with a smile. Little idiot, don't you think about whose phone she is taking? Wait for Luo Muran to reply. Can he still not see? He has a small head, but he is still trying to win over his mind. It's better to take a shower and go to bed early. In front of KFC. The little old lady sat on the suitcase. The suitcase was bought for her by Luo Muran before she was hospitalized. It is said that not only can you put things inside the suitcase, but you can also put another bag on top, and then you can push it together easily. It's not like the old-fashioned luggage bags, which are very tiring to carry. She said she bought it for her, but since she was a patient, He Wanjuan would never let her take anything. In the final analysis, Luo Muran just felt sorry for her mother. She didn't want her mother to have to work hard carrying so many bags and use her as an excuse. The old lady looked at the blisters on the corners of her daughter's mouth. Sighed. The child we raised can't be bad. Now we're not talking about those things called Photoshop that can synthesize photos. Those photos are definitely fake. Ranbao has a stubborn temper. If you yell at her, she won't say a word. When you see the child, talk to her nicely if you have anything to say. Don't start interrogating her like she's a criminal. She's been harmed by someone, and now she has to endure your bullying. How unfair it is. The middle-aged woman standing next to the little old lady looked haggard and thin. I listened to my mother's words without saying a word. The little old lady asked dissatisfiedly, "Did you hear what I said?" He Wanjuan said, "Just spoil her. Even if you don't spoil her in everything, she wouldn't be so stubborn." The old lady said nonchalantly, "Isn't it because of me that you have this stubborn temper?" He Wanjuan glanced at the old lady, fanned her with a fan, and didn't want to talk anymore. Luo Muran ran across their high-speed rail station square and saw his grandmother and He Wanjuan standing next to the entrance of KFC. She had only been away from home for a few days, but both her grandmother and He Wanjuan had obviously lost weight. Especially He Wanjuan, she was in very bad condition and looked several years older. Luo Muran's nose felt sore and he almost cried. The little old lady was sensitive. She was afraid that the little old lady would notice something, so she sniffed hard to suppress the bitterness in her heart. He ran over without stopping. "Grandma, Mom." The old lady looked at Luo Muran's red face from running, and immediately took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. "It's so hot, why don't you open an umbrella?" He Wanjuan next to her also frowned, but said nothing. The fan used to fan the old lady quietly turned a little to the side so that Luo Muran could also feel the wind. Although the sun is not as strong as in the afternoon, it is still quite hot. Luo Muran touched his burning face and realized that he had forgotten his sun protection clothing and umbrella in Zhou Jingchen's car. I took the tissue from my grandma and said, "I forgot to bring it." The old lady took out a half-worn umbrella from her bag and put it in her hand. "The sun in Beijing is much stronger than ours. It hurts so much when your skin peels off." Luo Muran said, and handed over a bottle of mineral water that he had just bought at the small grocery store, one for each of them, and said, "Drink some water." He Wanjuan brought a water bottle, but the weather was too hot and she drank it all up early. I heard that there is hot water on the train, but it is quite far from the carriage where they are. She was worried about the old lady being alone, so she didn't dare to go and get some water. The two of them were indeed very thirsty at this moment. Take the mineral water and unscrew the lid. The two were afraid of having to pee urgently on the way, and there was no toilet on the subway, so they didn't dare to drink more. They took a few sips to moisten their throats and then closed the lid. Luo Muran helped his grandmother down from the suitcase, picked up the travel bag at He Wanjuan's feet, put it on the suitcase, and opened the umbrella. "Let's go, let's take the subway." "Let's go." The old lady livened up the atmosphere. "When I get back, I'll tell my sisters that I've also taken the Beijing subway." He Wanjuan glanced at Luo Muran without saying a word. She also opened an umbrella, supported the old lady, and followed Luo Muran forward in silence. Chapter 50. Father and daughter join the battle. When they arrived at the subway station, Luo Muran bought a ticket to Peking University Station for He Wanjuan and her grandmother, and she paid with Alipay herself. The old lady is almost 60 years old, but she is quite open to new things. Luo Muran taught her how to swipe the card to enter the station, and she learned it quickly. She entered the station and turned around to teach He Wanjuan, who didn't understand how to swipe the card. Luo Muran felt guilty as he watched the old lady who was complaining about her daughter's stupidity while earnestly teaching her how to swipe a card. In fact, City S had a subway a few years ago. However, He Wanjuan and her grandmother usually stayed in the county town, and when they went to the city, they took the bus instead of the subway. She is either busy with her studies or planning for the future. Even when she goes home during the holidays, she stays at home, doing her own things in front of her laptop and mobile phone. I never thought about taking He Wanjuan and my grandmother out for a walk and seeing more of the outside world. The old lady had just taken the high-speed rail, but she was still very interested in the train running underground. At the starting station, there are seats available. The little old lady sat on the cold stool, as excited as a child. He Wanjuan was preoccupied and didn't say a word. She just held onto the suitcase handle tightly, keeping the suitcase close to her legs, trying not to cause inconvenience to others. There were so many people taking the subway that the aisles were full of people standing. With her vision restricted, the old lady stopped looking around and asked Luo Muran in a low voice, "Shabao, are we going to your place now?" Luo Muran didn't know what was going on at home. But since He Wanjuan came to Beijing because of the rumors, she would definitely go to see where she lived. If you don't take them there to see it first, there's no guarantee that they won't have wild thoughts. So, Luo Muran didn't rush to book a hotel, but took them back to their residence first. She and Xu Xinlan shared a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. They each lived in a room. Xu Xinlan is going to start live streaming again. It was actually quite inconvenient for He Wanjuan and her grandmother to go there. Neither she nor Xu Xinlan brings men home. The house is clean. After seeing this, He Wanjuan and her grandmother felt a little more at ease. Therefore, she planned to let He Wanjuan and her grandmother look at her residence before discussing the accommodation issue with them. However, if I suddenly bring my family there, I have to tell Xu Xinlan, so as to avoid sudden visits and causing inconvenience to others. Good friendships are built through getting along with each other. If you don't consider the other person's feelings, it will make people unhappy. These unpleasantnesses will accumulate over time and even the best of relationships will collapse. Xu Xinlan opened WeChat and planned to send a message to Xu Xinlan to inform her in advance. As soon as I entered WeChat, I saw the avatars of Zhou Jingchen and Zhu Yian flashing up and down. She ignored Zhu Yian and clicked on Zhou Jingchen. There are several voice messages. The first one is more than a minute long. Even if it is converted into text, it will take a while. He Wanjuan and her grandmother were next to her. She didn't dare click on it, but just scrolled down and saw the last message that was not a voice message. Zhu Jingchen, Zhu Yian is downstairs from your house. Luo Muran felt like she had eaten a fly and her mammary ducts were blocked. She had been busy with Zhu Xiao's kindergarten affairs in the afternoon and didn't want to be bothered by Zhu Yian's affairs, so she turned off the silent mode on her phone. Later, when he learned that He Wanjuan and his grandmother would get into trouble, all his thoughts were on his grandmother and he completely forgot about Zhu Yian. This piece of news was like a bucket of cold water, chilling her heart to the bone. "Ranbao, what's wrong?" I heard my grandmother's voice. Luo Muran looked up and saw that her grandmother and He Wanjuan were looking at her. He quickly collected his thoughts and said, "It's okay, I forgot. I made an appointment with my roommate to have dinner together tonight." "Are you talking about Xu Xinlan?" asked Grandma. When Luo Muran talked to her grandmother on the phone, in order to reassure her grandmother, she would chat about nothing, and she often mentioned her former roommates in the dormitory. Grandma remembered Xu Xinlan. Every time food was sent to her, she would be asked to share some with Xu Xinlan. Then ask her. If it's convenient for her, she can eat with us. Okay. He Wanjuan and her grandmother came from far away, so she had to let them stay in Beijing for a few more days. Of course, rumors must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, with He Wanyan's personality, she might suffer internal injuries. Luo Muran replied to Zhu Jingchen with a "thank you." Then he hurriedly sent a message to Xu Xinlan, saying that her grandmother and mother had suddenly come to Beijing and wanted to visit their rental house, and were now on their way back. Xu Xinlan is a very nice person, as long as you inform him in advance. She would make good arrangements and not wait until someone comes in before busying herself with things, which would cause embarrassment to both parties. Xu Xinlan replied immediately, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Luo Muran, my grandma asked if it would be convenient for you to have dinner together. Xu Xinlan, Grandma and Auntie won't leave so soon, right? Luo Muran, I want them to play for a few more days. Xu Xinlan, then I'll go make a pot of fruit tea to help Auntie and Grandma cool down. I'm going to the library soon, so we'll have dinner another day. In the past few years, every time Luo Muran's family sent something, she would benefit from it. Now that people are here, she must do her best to be a good host. However, she had never heard Luo Muran say that his family was coming before. Moreover, as far as she knew, Luo Muran's mother and grandmother were not crazy people. He wouldn't come here suddenly for no reason or without even saying hello. Unless something happens. At times like this, when the family meets, they must have something to talk about. As an outsider, it is not convenient for her to be present. So, she decided to stay away and wait until Luo Muran had settled his family affairs before inviting her family to dinner. However, they still had to meet, and she would leave after saying hello. Luo Muran felt relieved and didn't argue with her. Okay. After greeting Xu Xinlan, he quickly glanced at Zhou Jingchen's WeChat ID. Zhou Jingchen did not reply. She was confused as to why Zhou Jingchen saw Zhu Yian waiting downstairs of her house. But she didn't have time to think about Zhou Jingchen now. We must get rid of Zhu Yian as soon as possible. It takes less than half an hour to get from the high-speed rail station to her residence. Several minutes had passed by now. If Zhu Yian can't leave as soon as possible. If they go back, they will run into each other. In the past, if you ran into someone, you would just say he was your boyfriend. Zhu Yian is a person who has his own way of dealing with people. As long as he is willing, he can easily win the favor of women of all ages. He is indeed a rich second generation. But no one stipulates that when looking for a partner, you can't look for a rich second generation person from a wealthy family. Have a serious relationship, even if someone is jealous. She was also accused of not being able to hang out with rich second generations but with wealthy men. Rumors will be self-defeating. However, no matter what Zhu Yian thought, in her eyes, he had already become her ex-boyfriend. Since he is my ex-boyfriend, I definitely can't let my grandmother and he Wanyan see him again. Luo Muran clicked on Zhu Yian's message box and scrolled to the bottom. Sent a message, where are you now? Zhu Yian replied immediately, downstairs from your house. Luo Muran looked up at the route map and saw that there were still 4 stations. He pursed his lips and directly used a big move. Chapter 51. He spoiled the person he coaxed. Luo Muran, Zhu Yian, do you want me to have no home to return to? If so, then you can stay there. Zhu Yian was stunned. He just couldn't find her or contact her. Thinking that she had to go home. Just waiting here. He thought that he would be able to see her again when she came back. Then make your words clear. How did it come to pass? He wanted her to have no home to return to? Jiang Mingzhu said that he spoiled Luo Muran too much. Luo Muran now is like a spoiled child. He makes a fuss if he is not satisfied with anything. She kept making a fuss until the adults gave in and coaxed her. In fact, at this time, you can't spoil her anymore. She made a fuss for a while, but then she realized it was useless and stopped. If I encounter the same situation in the future, I will behave myself and won't make a fuss anymore. He had seen the children of his relatives and found that it was indeed the case. He agreed with Jiang Mingzhu's statement. However, he still needs to be coaxed. No way. It's because he spoiled him. So Luo Muran didn't answer his calls or reply to his messages. Even if it's just a message saying break up. Even though he felt upset, he was certain that Luo Muran was just angry. Or rather, jealous. Although he felt that it was unreasonable for Luo Muran to be jealous of Jiang Mingzhu. But I was still very happy. Because being jealous means she cares about him. But every time he waited for a long time for the news, he felt uncomfortable. The key is that every time it happens, it's different. All the psychological preparation I made before is useless. Zhu Yian looked up at the window upstairs and couldn't help but get angry. He replied with a dark face, okay, I'm leaving. We'll talk again when you feel better. After replying the message, he threw his phone on the passenger seat and started the car with a sullen face. As the car drove out of the community, my eyes swept across a black Hummer parked across the street. What Beijing lacks the least is various second-generation people. Any falling leaf could hit one. He didn't take the $2 million Hummer seriously, but he felt that the little Nezer lying on the back window and staring at him looked familiar. Zhu Yian was in a terrible mood and couldn't help but take a few more glances, wondering where he had seen it before. A Lamborghini and a Hummer passed by each other, and I saw a string of license plates that looked very weird. Zhu Yian turned around suddenly. Seeing the hand resting on the driver's window, the joints were slender, delicate yet powerful. The little Nezir behind him waved his little hand at him and said, "Bye. Zhu Yian." Who can tell him why Zhou Jingchen and that annoying little brat are here? Zhu Xiaoxi watched Zhu Yian's car drive away, happily closed the car window, and leaned over to the air conditioner to enjoy the cool breeze. "Dad, did Mom reply to the message?" Zhu Jingchen nodded expressionlessly, "Yes." "Oh yeah, let me see it, let me see it." Zhu Xiaoxi jumped out of the safety seat and climbed onto the central control storage box. Zhu Jingchen turned the phone screen towards Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi looked at the word, "thank you," and her eyes widened in disbelief. She said so much, but her mother only replied with 2 words. Zhu Xiaoxi stretched out her chubby little finger and swiped twice, but couldn't move it. Only then did she confirm that her mother had really only replied with 2 words. Her mouth was pouting, looking a little aggrieved. Zhu Jingchen took back his phone and threw the napkin box to her. "Wipe the sweat off your face." The little guy gave up enjoying the air conditioning just to show off in front of Zhu Yian. This vengeful character is just like him. When Luo Muran sent the message, Grandma kept tilting her head and whispering to Huanjuan, without looking at her phone. She took out her headphones, put them on, and clicked on Zhu Jingchen's voice message. A baby's sweet voice came into my ears. "Ranbao, have you seen Grandma and Great-Grandma? Are they okay? If they are, please give them my regards." 7 or 8 voice messages were all sent by Zhu Xiaoxi. There is no point, just say whatever comes to mind. To sum it up, she has never met her grandmother and great-grandmother, and she really wants to see them. She said that she is the most obedient child, and her grandmother and great-grandmother will definitely like her. She also said that she knew a lot of fun places, and if she could take her grandmother and great-grandmother there, she would guarantee that they would have a blast. Luo Muran couldn't help but smile as he listened to Zhu Xiaoxi's chattering baby voice. I don't know who this little guy inherited his mysterious confidence from. Huanjuan saw the gentle smile on Luo Muran's lips and her alarm bells rang. The old lady patted Huanjuan, signaling her to be quiet, and asked gently, "Shibao, who are you chatting with?" Luo Muran took off one of his headphones. "My student asked me to say hello to you and Mom." The little old lady was surprised and said, "This child is so cute. He even knows to say hello to us." "Well, I was with her when you called me." Luo Muran put the headphones in his hand on his grandmother. Then click on voice. The little old lady was distracted when she heard the baby voice coming from the headphones. Only when he felt Huanjuan's gaze did he quickly calm down and listen to what the little girl said. The little girl was like a little tit, chirping and asking where to take them to play and where to eat. The little old lady smiled with her teeth showing but her eyes missing. "This child is so cute. What's his name?" Luo Muran clearly said that he was a student, but just by listening to his voice, she inexplicably felt like getting close to him. Luo Muran said, "Zhu Xiaoxi." Huanjuan couldn't hear it, so she frowned and looked at the grandmother and granddaughter, her eyes full of vigilance. Luo Muran looked at his mother's scrutinizing eyes, hesitated for a moment, took off the headphones he was wearing and handed them to Huanjuan. Huanjuan said firmly, "I won't listen." The old lady glared at Huanjuan with a look of disappointment. He took the earphones from Luo Muran and put them into Huanjuan's ears. The earphones are not inserted properly and are not worn firmly, so they are about to fall down. Huanjuan hurriedly supported him and was about to take off the headphones and return them to Luo Muran when she heard a milky voice coming from the receiver, saying the word, "Grandma." The hand stopped. This sound. It seems like Luo Muran was a child. To be precise, like when her father was still alive. Especially the sound of calling grandma, it's exactly the same. Luo Muran only played for voice messages. The next one mentioned Zhu Jingchen, so she didn't continue playing. Huanjuan waited for a while, and when she saw that there was nothing else, she lowered her head to take off the ear and handed it to Luo Muran without saying a word. When Luo Muran connected the headphones, he noticed that Huanjuan's eyes were a little red. She wanted to ask Huanjuan what was wrong, but her mouth seemed to be sewn shut and she couldn't say anything. He curled his fingers and took the headphones back in silence. The old lady hadn't heard enough and glanced at Luo Muran's phone screen. "That's it. Luo Muran, the rest involves parents." When she heard that it involved parents, the old lady knew it was inconvenient for them to listen, so she reluctantly took off her headphones. "This child is so adorable. Your mother and I brought some homemade winter melon candy. It won't make children sore. If her family doesn't mind, you can bring some to her when you go to teach her. Chapter 52 Walking Conspicuous Bag. The old lady felt that Zhu Xiao's voice was exactly the same as Luo Muran's when he was a child. I really want to see what the little girl looks like. But she didn't mention it because she was afraid her daughter would feel bad. And knowing that Luo Muran worked part-time in the institution, it would be inconvenient to bring someone else's child out. I can only ask Luo Muran to bring some food to Zhu Xiaoxi. Okay. Luo Muran agreed readily. Even if the old lady didn't say it, she would give it to Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran is very cautious and always keeps a distance when interacting with others. The old lady saw her being so defenseless for the first time and couldn't help asking, "How old is Zhu Xiaoxi?" 4 years old. How old was she when she started dancing? Luo Muran asked Zhu Xiaoxi this question. Said, 3 years old. You also started dancing at the age of 3. The old lady remembered that her son-in-law was still alive when Luo Muran first learned to dance, so she kept silent. When they arrived at the station, Luo Muran took the initiative to take the job and took the suitcase that Wanjuan had been holding in front of him. The crowds of people getting off the bus were like ants moving, rushing in one direction. The old lady was afraid of getting lost, so she grabbed Wanjuan's hand and followed Luo Muran closely. Luo Muran lowered his hands, and he and his mother each held one of their grandmother's skinny and rough hands. After exiting the subway station, cross the road and you will reach Xuefu Garden. Due to its convenient transportation, many college students who start their own businesses during college rent here. Luo Muran looked around as he exited the subway station. I saw a Hummer parked on the side of the road. The cuckold license plate number is like a walking conspicuous bag. A warning light lit up above Luo Muran's head. I took a few silent glances and saw that the car windows were closed. The car windows have anti-peep film, so you can't see what's going on inside the car. But she could feel 2 pairs of eyes on her. Her eyes swept across the Hummer without stopping, just passed by, then moved forward a little before retracting. The speed of vision recovery is even faster. Pretend she didn't see the Hummer. Zhou Jingchen saw it in the rearview mirror outside the car, and thought of her 2 perfunctory thank yous, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He turned to look at the old man that Luo Muran was holding, and the middle-aged woman walking on the other side of the old man. The skin color of both of them is dark from years of hard work and being exposed to wind and rain. The old man has kind eyes and a smile on his face. The middle-aged woman pursed her lips with the corners of her mouth slightly turned down. She probably rarely smiled, and her face looked a little bitter. But whether it is an old man or a middle-aged woman, the way they look at people is very positive. People with this kind of face have positive values and will be strict, even old-fashioned, in education. He couldn't imagine how Luo Muran grew up to be so realistic and conscienceless in such a family environment. Zhu Jingchen thought of this and glanced back out of the corner of his eye. I saw Zhu Xiaoxi sticking to the window glass, staring at the backs of the 3 people walking away, wishing she could stick closer to them. Zhu Xiaoxi felt her father's gaze and immediately looked for her presence. Dad, I think grandma and great-grandma will definitely like me. Zhu Jingchen tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips. Before you consider how much your grandma and great-grandma like you should first think about whether your grandparents like you. Zhu Xiaoxi turned to look at Zhu Jingchen with an expression that said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know there's a saying about grandparents being close to each other? My grandparents naturally like me very much. What they see as your shortcomings are all advantages to me." Zhu Jingchen rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. I don't know where this narcissistic gene came from. Luo Muran walked into the apartment building but didn't see Zhu Yian. Only then did he confirm that Zhu Yian had indeed left. Instantly, I felt a lot more comfortable. After going upstairs, she didn't take out the key to open the door directly, but rang the doorbell. The door opened. Xu Xinlan came out to greet them warmly. "Granny Yan, Aunt He, it's very hot outside, come in and cool down." Wanjuan rarely smiled and was a little unaccustomed to such enthusiasm, but she was afraid that other children would think too much, so she smiled at her, but her smile was a little shy. Yang Shufan spoke to Xu Xinlan on the phone and recognized her voice immediately. "Is it Xinlan?" "It's me." Xu Xinlan helped Luo Muran get things while inviting everyone to sit on the sofa. "I made some fruit tea for you. It should be cool by now. Drink some tea first to cool down the heat. We'll just sit for a while." We still need to go out and find a guest house. Don't be busy. This is a small 2-bedroom apartment. As soon as Yang Shufan entered the door, she felt that the house was not big. With 2 more people, the house would seem crowded. I plan to sit for a while and then go out to find a place to stay. Xu Xinlan brought out some fruit tea. No need to go out and look for a guest house. Just stay here. Mother-in-law and auntie will stay in Ranran's room, and Ranran will sleep with me. Our house is a little small, but it has everything. It's more convenient than staying in a guest house. That's not very convenient. He Wanjuan doesn't want to disturb others. It's convenient, let's just leave it at that. Xu Xinlan was very outgoing and made all the arrangements for Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan clear in just a few words. Luo Muran became a background figure and couldn't say a word. She was worried about Zhu Xiaoxi. I walked to the window and looked towards the gate of the community. Zhou Jingchen's car is starting. It was so far away that even the people in the driver's seat couldn't see clearly. But she didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she felt her eyes met with the man in the driver's seat and subconsciously turned her head away. When she looked away, she remembered that at such a far distance, Zhou Jingchen probably couldn't even see her face. Zhou Jingchen's eyes swept across the slender figure retreating from the window, and glanced at the sun-protective clothing and parasols in the back row, always feeling a little empty. When Luo Muran left the window, Xu Xinlan was already taking Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan to visit the kitchen and bathroom. She and Luo Muran don't usually cook. They even use boiling water to make instant noodles. The only time they turn on the fire is to make fruit tea. But it has everything it needs, so it has everything. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan were both experienced people. After taking a look around, they knew that Luo Muran lived here and that no boys came and went here. I feel a little relieved. After Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan finished their tour, Xu Xinlan put their luggage in Luo Muran's room. Grandma Yang, Aunt Xu, Ranran's bed is a little narrow, but with the air conditioner on, it won't be hot for 2 people to sleep on it. Xu Xinlan was too enthusiastic, and He Wanjuan was too tongue-tied to say no. Yang Shufan also felt that since things had come to this point, if she continued to talk about moving out, it would only make the child think too much, so she agreed. Xinlan, let's eat together. Xu Xinlan waved her hand quickly. I have an appointment with a classmate to go to the library. She got me lunch, and I'll be there soon. Granny Yang, Aunt Xu, you must be tired after such a long high-speed train ride. Get a good rest tonight, and we'll have dinner together tomorrow. Yang Shufan had something on her mind, so she didn't force it. Chapter 53. This is going to destroy her. Luo Muran saw Xu Xinlan off and took the opportunity to ask while waiting for the elevator, is the news about the new airborne troops accurate? Speaking of new members, Xu Xinlan's expression darkened and he nodded. Xinke is her dream company. As a result, she prepared for so long, but was rejected before she even submitted her introduction. Not only was I disappointed, but I was also disappointed with Xinku. Luo Muran said, show me what senior brother said. My senior brother was afraid of being seen, so he withdrew it after sending it. I didn't expect that Jiang Mingzhu was really capable. Xu Xinlan sneered, isn't it just a practice? If I can't stay here, there will always be a place for me. Don't go to Zhu Yian for this matter. I won't ask for help. I won't look for him. Luo Muran knew the character of the new senior brother. So cautious that the message had to be withdrawn. This is basically confirmed to be true. When Luo Muran returned home, he saw Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan taking things out of their travel bags one by one as soon as he entered the door. The small dining table was filled with all kinds of food, including bacon, sausage, cured chicken, cured rabbit, dried persimmon cakes, and winter melon candy. This might empty all the stocks at home. Luo Muran paused, and his eyes began to feel hot. They came to call for punishment, but they brought her everything they could give her at home. Luo Muran took a deep breath. Grandma, why did you bring so many things? They are very heavy. Yang Shufan patted the suitcase and said, with the suitcase you bought, it's not heavy at all. It's a rare trip, and I don't have to pay for postage. If I don't bring more, I'll be at a loss. He Wanjuan took out some winter melon candies and pushed them in front of Luo Muran. These are for Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran felt warm in his heart. Looking at He Wanjuan's expressionless face, he couldn't help but ask, Mom, the 2 old people who are responsible for taking care of Zhu Xiaoxi are very good to me. Can you give them some bacon, sausage, or something? He Wanjuan listened to Luo Muran's flattering tone, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't say anything, but took out a food bag and put 2 sausages and a piece of bacon weighing more than 1 pound in it. This is already 1/3 of all the sausages and bacon, which is not a small amount. Luo Muran packed it in a packaging bag and took it with him when he went to Jing Mansion. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan are usually very frugal and rarely eat out. I had planned to cook a pot of rice with bacon at home and eat it, and then go out to buy some groceries and cook it myself tomorrow. It turned out that there was not a single grain of rice here, so I had to follow Luo Muran outside to eat. Luo Muran knew that the two of them were used to saving money, so he didn't dare take them to an expensive restaurant. I found a roast duck restaurant near the school that has great food and good value for money. Without outsiders around, He Wanjuan became even more silent and had no appetite. Even the old lady's deliberate efforts to ease the atmosphere were ineffective. I ordered roast duck, but there was a lot left over. When it came time to pay the bill, He Wanjuan insisted on paying. The only thing missing is writing on his face that he doesn't need Luo Muran's money. Luo Muran didn't argue with her like he did before. He just called the waiter to pack up the remaining roast duck. Back home, Luo Muran poured 2 cups of the fruit tea Xu Xinlan had brewed and placed them in front of the two of them. How did the rumor that I'm hanging out with a rich second-generation guy spread? He Wanjuan opened her mouth. Yang Shufan was afraid that He Wanjuan's words might be offensive, so she patted her and said, "Let me speak." He Wanjuan shut up. Those rumors started circulating the day I was hospitalized for a follow-up checkup. By the time I was discharged and returned home, the unpleasant words had spread throughout the neighborhood. Aunt Liu from next door said that a young man and a girl came into our neighborhood one after the other. The young man was very good-looking, tall and handsome. He stood under the big banyan tree in our yard for a long time, looking up at our balcony. While the young man was looking towards our house, the girl was talking to the old woman named Li, the gatekeeper, in the carport. Later, the young man received a phone call and left, and the girl followed him. Then, Mrs. Li told everyone that you were hooking up with a rich second-generation kid, and with more than one person. Luo Muran guessed who spread the dirty rumor. But he still asked cautiously, "What does that woman look like?" Since it concerned Luo Muran's reputation, Yang Shufan and her daughter knew everything clearly, no matter how big or small. So he told Mrs. Liu what she saw at that time. No one has ever seen that girl, and they say her accent doesn't suggest she's from our area. Luo Muran suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "Just because others say it, you believe it?" I didn't believe it at first, but 2 days later, your mother received some photos. When Yang Shufan said this, her whole spirit seemed to be drained away, and tears welled up in her wrinkled old eyes. He Wanjuan took out the photos and placed them in front of Luo Muran. "These photos are not only mine, they have spread throughout the community." Luo Muran took the photos and looked through them one by one. In the photos, she is either in the man's arms or trying to get into his arms. The background is either a luxury car or a high-end villa. The angle is very tricky, her face is clearly captured, while the faces of the men cannot be seen, but they are all ambiguous, which makes people imagine. These men, without exception, are the parents of her students. To be precise, it was her student's father. Luo Muran, tell me honestly, are these true? He Wanjuan's tone was as cold and hard as ever, but the panic in her eyes revealed her emotions. She is scared. Luo Muran put down the photo and looked at his mother calmly. "Yes. You?" He Wanjuan's chest heaved violently with anger. Before his mother could get angry, Luo Muran continued, "However, all the photos were taken with a borrowed lens. The actual situation is not what you think." "What is that?" He Wanjuan tried hard to suppress her anger. "The men in the photos are all parents of my students. Every photo was taken when I accompanied their daughters to a performance. Their wives and daughters were also with us. I did not have any intimate behavior with them. All the photos were taken with false camera angles. Someone deliberately found these misleading angles to take the photos and then slandered me." Luo Muran has a good memory. Just by looking at what she and her parents are wearing in the photos, she can tell what day the photos were taken. He Wanjuan's pupils trembled. She picked up the photos with trembling hands and looked at them carefully one by one again. When she looked at the photos from a different angle, she soon saw the clue. All the blood in her body rushed to her head was buzzing, her dark face turned red, and even her breathing became difficult. Yang Shufan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Who is so evil to do such a wicked thing? If these photos were taken intentionally by someone, then the person who took the photos clearly wanted to destroy Luo Muran. Wanjuan looked up, the bloodshot in her eyes red as if they were about to bleed. You know those two people that Mrs. Liu mentioned, right? Chapter 54 Confession. No. Luo Muran sneered in his heart. It's more than just knowing each other, we are too familiar with each other. Wanjuan, they harmed you, right? Right. Luo Muran was certain that Jiang Mingzhu had done this. Zhu Yian was not aware of this. But Jiang Mingzhu targeted her because of Zhu Yian. Ultimately, it all started with Zhu Yian. There's nothing wrong with saying that they harmed her together. Why are they doing this? Wanjuan's eyes were bloodshot and she clenched her fists again and again, squeezing them so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The young man that Mrs. Li mentioned is my boyfriend, Zhu Yian, who is now my ex-boyfriend. The woman is his childhood sweetheart, Jiang Mingzhu. If I'm guessing correctly, the Huang Yao should have been fabricated by Jiang Mingzhu, and the photo might have been taken by her, but I have no evidence. Jiang Mingzhu did this because she didn't want me to have an easy life, or she wanted me to break up with Zhu Yian. My mother is not well educated, but she is very smart and has a clear understanding of the reality of human nature. Otherwise, the family wouldn't be so poor, and they would have always supported her studies and not let her go home to work. Wanjuan, struggling with her impoverished family, scraped together enough money to send her to interest classes. She had only one thing to say to her: the rest of your life is your own. How you live it depends on how much you turn what you learn into skills. She took these words to heart. She gave up the idea of dropping out of school to find a job. Study hard and dance hard. Whatever you do, push yourself to do your best. Wanjuan has been sober all the time. Just like this time. They heard so much gossip at home. Instead of calling her directly to question her, he resolutely went north to Beijing. Wanjuan did this to see it for herself. Luo Muran knew exactly what kind of person Wanjuan was, and now she had arrived in Beijing. Hiding the truth will only backfire. Wanjuan stood up suddenly and said, "Where are they? I'll go find them." Luo Muran looked at his mother's skinny body trembling slightly with anger, and thought of the future when his mother and grandmother would go to seek justice for her and die tragically, and he felt a dull pain in his chest. She reached out, took Wanjuan's hand, and held it tightly. "Mom." Wanjuan was stunned, and looked down at her daughter, who had stopped being close to her since she didn't know when, and a trace of bitterness rose in her heart. She is incompetent, weak and afraid of offending others. When her husband was still alive, he would come back to visit her and tell her that she didn't have to endure everything. If you are unhappy at home, you can go with him to join the army. But she felt that since they seldom met, and each time they met for only about 10 days, they were like honey and oil to each other, so he was naturally on her side. However, if she doesn't take good care of his parents and sisters, he will blame her one day. So she refused to join the army. In order to avoid being found guilty in the future, she endured the anger towards her husband's family. But her husband died, and her previous tolerance did not awaken the conscience of her in-laws to provide her with any care as an orphan and a widow. What she got was that the whole family united to force her to sell her daughter. Don't say that she won't agree to sell her daughter for fame and fortune. Even if you agree. This time it's selling my daughter, what about next time? Then next time, she should be the one to be sold. She is weak, not ignorant. She refused to sell her daughter and fell out with her in-laws, and was kicked out of their house with nothing. She couldn't even get her husband's pension back. When I returned to my mother's home, I saw my mother, who had become much older due to illness. Only then did she realize that her life had been a mess in the years since she got married. In order not to cause her more trouble, her mother said that she was doing well and she didn't need to worry about her. She really thought that her mother didn't need care. When I saw my mother's hunched figure, I realized how stupid and selfish I was. She was penniless and had a daughter to support. Her mother was old and sick, and she could no longer be a burden to her mother, so she started looking for a job. But this society is not friendly to a woman who is no longer young, has little education, and has a daughter who needs to spend time and energy to take care of. She never gets a good job. Things that are illegal and immoral should not be done. She could only do odd jobs here and there. She would do anything, from moving bricks to cooking. But even so, there is not work to do every day. No work means no food at home. Once she couldn't find a job, the anxiety tormented her day by day. At this time, any sudden unexpected expense, even if the class committee in the parent group said that the class fee paid last time was not much and another payment was needed, would make her anxiety reach its peak. Life was overwhelming her. Days like this are so tiring. She was so tired that she had no time to consider her daughter's emotional needs. Slowly, Luo Muran became mute in front of her. Don't hang around in front of her even if you have nothing to do. She knew it was wrong to treat her daughter like this, but she simply didn't have the energy to care. Later, the child grew up, did not go astray, and had good grades. It's not because she raised the child well, but because the old lady was doing things behind the scenes that she couldn't do, and the child was mentally strong and didn't go astray. So, even though Luo Muran was not close to her, she had nothing to complain about. As long as she can walk her own path in the future, that's enough. Anyway, she couldn't give her anything, so they just had to live in peace with each other. Luo Muran was admitted to Peking University and went to Beijing. The old lady said that Luo Muran was living a good life in Beijing. Not only did he receive scholarships for school, he also had a part-time job teaching children to dance. Not to mention the food money, even the rent for the house is enough. She thought that Luo Muran would never come back to their little place. Later, Luo Muran found a job in Beijing and supported himself. She took care of the old lady in her old age and saw her to the end of her life in a small county town. After the old lady passes away, she and Luo Muran will live their own lives, which is fine. At least, Luo Muran can live a good life and won't be as useless as her. If it weren't for those photos, she would never come to Beijing in her life. This time, her idea was also very simple. If she could prove that it was a rumor, she would go back and tear those people's mouths apart. No one will be allowed to slander Luo Muran. If it was true, she would drag Luo Muran out of that quagmire even at the cost of her life. She thought about a lot of things, but she never thought that Luo Muran would take the initiative to get close to her. Suddenly faced with Luo Muran's intimate behavior, I was confused and didn't know how to respond. I want to withdraw my hand, but I can't bear to do so. Mom, let me handle this myself, okay? Luo Muran raised her head and pleaded in a low voice, her big black eyes looking like her father's, clear and innocent. He Wanjuan was a little dazed. It had been a long time since Luo Muran had spoken softly in front of her. It was so long ago that she almost forgot that she was a soft little pink ball when she was a child. My heart softened all of a sudden. Chapter 55, Her Daughter's Father, It's a Waste Not to Use Him. Your ex-boyfriend Zhou. Zhou. He Wanjuan suddenly wanted to have a good talk with Luo Muran and ask her if she had been bullied by those two people. But she hadn't spoken to Luo Muran in a friendly and amicable manner for a long time. When he spoke, his tone was still stiff. With his hands hanging at his sides, he clutched the hem of his clothes and shut his mouth. Zhu Yian. Luo Muran quickly completed the name that he Wanjuan had not remembered. Ms. He is still as sharp-eyed and clear-headed as ever. I got the point right away. Boyfriend. He Wanjuan looked at Luo Muran's raised eyebrows and frowned. Is it that the man doesn't agree to break up with you? Luo Muran touched his face. I was just glad that my mother was very smart and could see the key points immediately without me having to rack my brains to explain. He turned around and was slapped in the face. Yes, I just proposed breaking up, and he hasn't accepted it yet. He Wanjuan's face darkened. Yang Shufan was afraid that the mother and daughter would not agree and would start arguing again. He hurriedly pulled He Wanjuan's arm. Don't get angry so quickly, listen to what Ranbao has to say. He Wanjuan looked at Luo Muran's fair and soft little face, and her eyes and eyebrows that looked very similar to her husband's. She suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart, so she sat down. What kind of person is your ex-boyfriend? As he is already her ex-boyfriend, He Wanjuan doesn't care about the reason why Luo Muran broke up with her. I just want to know what kind of person he is and whether he will hurt Luo Muran because of the breakup. I've been dating him for a year, and he's been pretty good to me. But I recently realized we have different values and outlooks, and we won't be happy together in the future, so I decided to break up. I broke up with him this morning through a message. It happened so suddenly, and he can't accept it for now. This kind of thing needs to be discussed face to face. He Wanjuan strongly disagreed with Luo Muran's approach. I was originally planning to find time to talk to him face to face, but now you're here, aren't you? It's us who delayed you. He warned you and sneered. I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Luo Muran knew that his mother cared about her, so he spoke in a rogue tone and deliberately teased He Wanjuan. You? He Wanjuan was really angry. Yang Shufan hit He Wanjuan and said angrily, You are so stubborn. You can't even hear your daughter teasing you. He Wanjuan was stunned. Luo Muran half knelt in front of He Wanjuan and held her hands with both hands. Mom, believe me, whether it's breaking up with Zhu Yian or those rumors at home, I can handle it. He Wanjuan looked at her daughter's hand, her expression a little uneasy. Then, what about Jiang Mingzhu, the one who spread the obscene rumor? Luo Muran smiled. It turns out that her vengeful, stingy and vindictive character is inherited from Ho Wan Quan. I won't let her go. I heard that Zhu Yian is quite wealthy. Jiang Mingzhu grew up with him, so his family should be well off, right? If you go against her, will you get yourself into trouble? Mrs. Li said that the young man was well dressed and it was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. If you grew up with this kind of person, your family should be well off. She's even brought Wang Yao home. If I don't fight back, she'll just keep pushing it further. Who knows what she'll do next time? He Wanjuan's eyes darkened as she thought of her own endurance in her husband's family. Fortunately, Luo Muran did not become a person like her. Be careful. After saying this, he saw the little old lady covering her mouth and laughing. Only then did I realize that the words I had just said were so soft that they didn't sound like what she said. Pointing to the things on the table, he forced a change of subject. I remember your grandmother said that there are few roommates who get along well with you. If you see anything suitable, bring some to them. Okay. Luo Muran felt his mother curl her fingers uncomfortably, so he held her hand tighter, smiling with curved eyebrows. He Wanjuan and Yang Shufan were very tired after taking the high-speed train for a whole day. Luo Muran put everything that needed to be put in the refrigerator, and then urged the old lady and He Wanjuan to take a bath and go to bed. After both of them fall asleep, adjust the air conditioner to a suitable temperature. He closed the door gently, sat on the sofa, and looked at the pile of photos on the coffee table, his face gloomy. Open the notebook, retrieve all the evidence of Jiang Mingzhu's plagiarism, and organize them in chronological order. When Jiang Mingzhu was in school, her grades were poor. She repeated a year and was only able to get into a fake university. Later, he copied the research data of a senior student of Luo Muran and won the third prize in a robot competition. After the senior student found out, she prepared evidence to sue Jiang Mingzhu. Jiang Mingzhu received the news and went to find her senior. The next day, the senior student withdrew the lawsuit. Once when she was drunk, the senior student cried and said that Jiang Mingzhu got the data through her father, and if Jiang Mingzhu was sued, her father would also go to jail. She doesn't care whether her father goes to jail or not, but her mother is in love. When her mother heard that she had even sued her father, she wanted to jump off the building and commit suicide on the spot. In addition, after Jiang Mingzhu obtained the data, she changed some parameters. Jiang Mingzhu has powerful connections behind her. Even if the lawsuit really goes to court, she doesn't have a 100% chance of winning. After weighing the pros and cons, he took a sum of money from Jiang Mingzhu and transferred the part that Jiang Mingzhu plagiarized. Although this was her own choice, it was unfair for her to receive this money. Jiang Mingzhu later used similar methods to make a robot, which won the favor of a professor and allowed her to pursue a master's degree. After that, plagiarism incidents continued to occur one after another. However, Jiang Mingzhu's method of plagiarism was very clever. She always skirted the line of truth, making it so that people knew she was plagiarizing but could not sue her. There are many companies with less strong sense of ethics that don't care about her behavior. As long as the results are achieved, that's fine. Therefore, those plagiarism incidents did not have much impact on Jiang Mingzhu. As for the newcomers, Luo Muran's mind flashed through the award-winning exhibits he saw in the study of Jing Mansion. Curled his fingers. She didn't know how much of Zhou Jingchen's youthful pride was left after years of fighting in the business world. But she didn't intend to gamble on Zhou Jingchen's character. Luo Muran marked out the data of the products copied by Jiang Mingzhu after they were put on the market. It doesn't matter whether you have a sense of morality or not. The important thing is that as long as one is a businessman, he or she will value profits. A product that cannot generate profits is just a pile of scrap metal no matter how much it is hyped up. However, all of Jiang Mingzhu's products, when put on the market, had dismal performance. Luo Muran sorted out the information but did not send it to Shinker's reporting email address. Instead, he sent it directly to Zhou Jingchen via WeChat. She didn't know what connections Jiang Mingzhu had to get the new position. But the new category was created by Zhou Jingchen himself. Does not belong to the Zhou family. Zhou Jingchen is number 1. Her daughter's father, what a great connection. It's a waste if you don't use it. Don't ask her how she dares. The truth is, she is just so worldly and unscrupulous. The message has just been sent. The phone rang. Luo Muran glanced at the incoming call, walked into the kitchen and answered the phone. How did chapter 56 turn Xiarnyarn into a ghost story? Shibao, why haven't you slept yet? Luo Muran asked in a low voice, covering the microphone. It was 9 o'clock, well past bedtime for a 4-year-old. Zhu Xiao's soft voice came from the phone. Because of Shibao, I miss Ranbao so much that I can't sleep. Well, I also miss my great-grandmother and my grandmother so much that I can't sleep either. This little elf. Ever since Luo Muran broke up with Zhu Xiao, he has never cared about her. Zhu Xiao must have been waiting for news from her, and only called her when she got impatient. Even so, he was careful to call her Ranbao instead of Mom. Luo Muran felt a little guilty. Coaxing in a low voice. Ranbao also misses Shibao. Can you please call me Mom quietly? Zhu Xiao was immediately so happy that it was like fireworks exploding in the sky. She lowered her voice and called out as if she was whispering. Mother. Luo Muran could feel that she cared about Zhu Xiao now, and her future self would care about Zhu Xiao so much. Zhu Xiao still regards her as the sky. Luo Muran's heart softened and he said softly, Grandma and Grandma brought you some winter melon candy. I'll bring it to you tomorrow, okay? Zhu Xiao cheered. Oh yeah, Mom always said that the winter melon candies made by my great-grandmother and my grandmother were the best. I can finally eat them. Shibao is so happy. Through the screen, Luo Muran seemed to be able to see Zhu Xiao's smiling face with curved eyebrows and eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. But after laughing, tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. In Zhu Xiao's world, the two people closest to her are no longer there. There was a moment of silence on the other side before Zhu Xiao's voice was heard again. Mom, are you sad again when you mentioned Grandma and Grandma? Luo Muran was surprised at Zhu Xiao's sensitivity, but immediately understood. I think she will always feel sad when she mentions her mother and grandmother in the future. Children are sensitive to emotions, especially when their mothers are depressed, they will feel it immediately. Luo Muran quickly took a deep breath to conceal his emotions and make his voice sound happy and relaxed. How could that be? Grandma and Grandma brought a lot of delicious food to see Mom, and Mom is very happy. Really? Yes, I also brought some homemade bacon and sausages for Butler Zhang and Aunt Liu. Wow. Zhu Xiaoxi clapped enthusiastically, then asked, is there anything for Dad? Zhu Jingchen, who was sitting on the children's sofa, moved his ears. Luo Muran. Forgot about President Zhu. To be precise, she deliberately ignored him in order to keep a distance from Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen listened to the conversation between the little guy and Luo Muran through the tent curtain, with a slight smile on his face. He knew this would happen. What a heartless person. Thinking of this, he was confused for a moment. He was actually expecting it just now? Are you looking forward to the mysterious gift that the woman told the child about? Zhu Jingchen felt that he was sick, and very sick. Luo Muran on this side reacted quickly. She brought gifts for housekeeper Zhang and his wife, but there was no gift for Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Xiaoxi feels that her father and mother have a bad relationship. Such thoughts can easily make children feel insecure and are not conducive to their growth. She and Zhu Jingchen are not husband and wife, so there is no need to pretend to be close, but she should not let Zhu Xiaoxi mistakenly think that she and Zhu Jingchen are not on good terms. Luo Muran coughed lightly and pretended to be mysterious. Of course, but I want to give him a surprise, so don't tell him. Zhu Xiaoxi put her eyes close to the gap in the tent curtain, met her father's gaze, tilted her head and covered her mouth. Zhu Jingchen scoffed silently. To coax the child. However, Zhu Xiaoxi was indeed coaxed and actively cooperated. Yeah, I won't tell Dad. Zhu Jingchen decided to arrange for a family doctor to examine Zhu Xiaoxi to see if there was anything wrong with the little guy's brain. Zhu Xiaoxi was completely unaware that the great devil was worried about her brain, and began to look forward to the mysterious gift her mother would give her father. Mom, then you have to come earlier. Okay, but Xiaobao should go to bed now. Luo Muran was secretly complaining in his heart. How does Zhou Jingchen take care of his child? He lets the child go to bed late every day. Okay. Xiaobao agreed and started bargaining, but, can mommy tell me a bedtime story? Daddy turned Big Bad Wolf into a ghost story, it's too scary. Luo Muran. She felt that her brain capacity was not enough and she really couldn't figure out how Zhou Jingchen turned the story of Big Bad Wolf into a ghost story. Luo Muran thought for a moment and asked, is Dad here? Zhu Xiaoxi crawled out of the small tent and stared at the big devil who had occupied her small sofa and propped up his head with his hands. Then he nodded, here. Luo Muran didn't feel embarrassed at all because Zhou Jingchen heard him fooling the child. Then how about I tell you the story of Pinocchio? Good. Then go to bed and lie down obediently. Zhu Xiaoxi immediately climbed onto the bed, lay down obediently, kicked away the air-conditioned quilt, and covered herself. Then put the children's watch on the pillow. Mom, I'm ready. Luo Muran opened the Pinocchio that he had found on his phone and began to read. Pinocchio is a magical puppet. He is naughty, loves to lie, and doesn't like to study. Whenever he lies or is dishonest, his nose will grow longer. Luo Muran's voice is soft and pleasant. When reading the story, he deliberately made his voice very slow and soft, making it sound more gentle. Zhou Jingchen actually listened with great interest. Zhu Xiaoxi obviously enjoyed listening to it, but after a few minutes, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Zhu Jingchen was a little confused. How did she manage to simplify the plot into a boring children's bedtime story and make it so vivid and interesting? It can also make Zhu Xiaoxi fall asleep in just 6 minutes. No matter what story he told, Zhu Xiaoxi could always think in the direction of horror stories, and her eyes became brighter the more she listened. He was about to coax himself to sleep, but Zhu Xiaoxi was still asking him, will pleasant goat turn into a ghost after being cooked? Zhu Jingchen stood up. Tiptoed to the bed. I picked up Zhu Xiaoxi's children's watch and was about to tell Luo Muran that Zhu Xiaoxi had fallen asleep, but then I found that Luo Muran had hung up the phone. Zhu Jingchen placed the children's watch on the desk away from the child's bed. Prepare to leave. The phone vibrates. There is news coming in. It was sent by Luo Muran. Zhu Jingchen clicked on Luo Muran's message box. Several messages popped up one after another. Luo Muran, Mr. Zhu, please take Xiaobao's phone watch away. Luo Muran, Mr. Zhu, a 4-year-old baby should normally go to bed at 8 o'clock in the evening, and no later than 9 o'clock. Could you please pay attention to Xiaobao's sleep and rest schedule? Luo Muran's tone was polite, but in fact, he was blaming Zhu Jingchen for not arranging Zhu Xiaoxi's daily schedule properly. Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Xiaoxi could listen to his stories for 2 hours. He was so thirsty that he wanted to knock Zhu Xiaoxi unconscious. Who could he turn to for justice? After reading these 2 messages, Zhu Jingchen noticed that Luo Muran had sent him a document before these 2 messages. Chapter 57. This man is a real dog. He didn't know what it was and was about to click on it to take a look. Luo Muran's message came again. Luo Muran, Mr. Zhu, can we not tell ghost stories to the children? Zhu Jingchen. Big Wolf and Pleasant Goat is also called a ghost story. Zhu Jingchen wanted to say, you tell the story. Wait until Zhu Xiaoxi asks you, if Xiao Hui is kicked into the sky, will he explode into fireworks? See who you think is telling the ghost story. Then I thought of Luo Muran's gentle voice when he told the story of Pinocchio. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Forget it, I'm not as skilled as others, so I'll just give in. Zhu Jingchen, I didn't tell you a ghost story. Your daughter just has a very vivid imagination. Luo Muran felt strange when he saw the words, your daughter. And I inexplicably felt that the boss was a little aggrieved. What was going on? She looked up at the document that had been sent out, which was still unread. Decided to be an understanding partner. Luo Muran, wow, Mr. Zhu has stimulated the baby's imagination. That's great. Amazed smiley. Luo Muran, Xiaobao's bedtime, let's move it up a little bit, okay. Zhu Jingchen. Are you trying to coax him like Zhu Xiaoxi? Zhu Jingchen closed the screen of his phone and didn't want to say anything. After Luo Muran finished showing off, he got back to the topic. Luo Muran, thank you for talking to my grandma and mom today. If you're free someday, I'll treat you to a meal. The thanks are sincere. Zhou Jingchen was a little unable to keep up with Luo Muran's conversion speed. He paused for a moment before typing the words, a piece of cake, on the screen. Then he thought of the bacon and sausages that Luo Muran gave to butler John, and the mysterious gift that he used to trick Zhu Xiexi. Delete, a piece of cake. Zhou Jingchen, you do. Luo Muran. Although she didn't fire in Beijing. But children from poor families have to grow up early, and she knows how to cook. And it's done well. Luo Muran thought about it and agreed readily, okay, but it will take a few days. People with Zhou Jingchen's family background have no shortage of food. What matters is sincerity. Since she was going to do it, she had to put her full sincerity into making a good meal, not just casually cooking 1 or 2 dishes. It's a rare opportunity for grandma and mom to come to Beijing. She was still on vacation and wanted to go out with them and have some fun. Cooking takes time, and my mother and grandmother rarely go out. Without her, they would just stay at home. She didn't want to let her family down, so she had to postpone thanking Zhou Jingchen. As soon as Zhou Jingchen heard it, he knew what Luo Muran was thinking. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhu Xiaxi's sleeping face. Thinking of the little guy leaning on the car window, staring at Luo Muran and his 2 grandchildren. Send a message, the day after tomorrow, Jing Mansion, I will host a welcome party for the 2 elders. You can just cook 2 dishes. Luo Muran wanted to thank Zhu Jingchen, but how could she let Zhu Jingchen treat her to a meal, let alone invite her family as well? She refused without thinking. The message has not been sent yet. Zhu Jingchen sent a voice message, Shibao wants to meet the 2 elders. Luo Muran's heart was moved. After hearing Shibao's voice, grandma and mom loved it very much. Judging from their reactions, they probably want to see Shibao too. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to let them meet. Luo Muran, I'll discuss this with them tomorrow and get back to you. Zhu Jingchen, okay, I'll have Assistant Cheng come to your agency tomorrow. You can schedule a time with him to sign the agreement. Also, tell Assistant Cheng what you want for the dance studio, and he'll arrange it. The institution where Luo Muran works part-time provides general interest class training. Parents can buy classes directly from the institution and then specify which teacher to teach. But Luo Muran teaches a one-on-one elite class, and when necessary, he has to teach in the student's home. To ensure safety, you will also need to sign a security agreement. After signing the agreement, she could enter and leave Jing Mansion legally. Luo Muran, okay. Zhu Xiexi said that Jing Mansion has a dance studio. The dance studio should have been set up after the 2 got married. Now, Zhu Xiexi wants to dance, and if she goes to an institution for classes, both she and Zhu Xiexi have to run back and forth. Zhu Jingchen decided to decorate a dance studio in advance to make it convenient for both mother and daughter. After talking about Zhu Xiexi, neither of them knew what to say. It was a dull moment. Zhu Jingchen swiped the screen but didn't want to put away his phone. Luo Muran slid down the message box. The document she sent is still in the unreceived status. I'm not sure if Zhu Jingchen doesn't intend to accept it. She hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that had been in her heart all night. Luo Muran, Mr. Zhu, can I talk to Assistant Cheng about the follow-up of the high-speed rail station incident? Grandma and mom just watched the fun and were unable to participate in the aftermath. She wanted to know whether those people gave out the mastermind behind the incident after being taken away by the police. Zhu Jingchen, Assistant Cheng is off work. The boss was absent from work to take care of his child. Assistant Cheng, who was so busy signing contracts on his behalf, was dizzy. Luo Muran immediately realized that Assistant Cheng was working very hard and she shouldn't disturb him when he was resting. Then I'll wait until Assistant Cheng is free tomorrow and contact him. Zhu Jingchen. He was the one who asked her to help, so why was it so difficult for her to ask him directly? Zhu Jingchen scoffed and sent a voice message to Assistant Cheng, tomorrow, when Luo Muran asks you about the high-speed rail station, just say you don't know. Assistant Cheng? Assistant Cheng's forehead was ringing with alarm. Ever since the boss suddenly had a daughter, he has been paying all kinds of attention to Luo Muran. It feels like a fairy is about to descend to earth. As a caring little assistant, you should share the fairy's worries. Assistant Cheng didn't dare wait until tomorrow. After thinking about the wording, he sent a message to Luo Muran. Assistant Cheng, I didn't look at the outcome of the handling of the high-speed rail station rioters. I reported it directly to Mr. Zhu. Luo Muran received the news, and there was nothing he didn't understand. Zhou Jingchen is a real dog. She had already guessed who was behind the scenes. Family is her bottom line. If Jiang Mingzhu dares to touch her family, she must be prepared to kneel down and be beaten. If you just guess and fight back, you will easily be slandered and bitten back. She wanted to get evidence and crush Jiang Mingzhu completely. Assistant Cheng hinted at this. Luo Muran could only find Zhou Jingchen. Mr. Zhu, I've been having trouble sleeping. I can't wait until tomorrow to ask Assistant Cheng. I'm sure you know the answer, but why not tell me first? Zhou Jingchen snorted. I'd never trust you. He complained in his heart, but the corners of his lips curled up. He quietly closed the door of the children's room and dialed the number directly, dry pot shrimp. Luo Muran. What the hell? Chapter 58, saying he is mean is just praising him. The top female student from S University was admitted to Peking University without taking any extra classes. Her IQ is online. Luo Muran only thought for a moment and knew the problem. People in S City have a strong taste for food. My grandmother was hospitalized and ate their nutritional meals in the hospital cafeteria for half a month. The meals tasted bland and her appetite was poor. When I was discharged from the hospital, the doctor told me that I could eat some food with a stronger flavor, as long as it wasn't too spicy. This would improve my appetite, my nutrition, and my body would recover faster. So she went to buy some fresh shrimp and made a pot of dry pot shrimp. It doesn't taste spicy, but it has a nice color and looks very appetizing. When the dry pot shrimps were out of the pot, she took a photo and posted it on her Moments. Her circle of friends was forwarded by Zhu Yian. Zhu Yian wrote, "The dry pot shrimp made by my wife is amazing. When my wife comes back, I must let her make it for me and enjoy it." Luo Muran immediately recalled Zhou Jingchen's taste. Zhou Jingchen's taste seems to be quite strong. Maybe it was the dry pot shrimp that Zhu Yian forwarded that made Zhou Jingchen greedy. Luo Muran was very considerate and immediately promised to make a pot of delicious dry pot shrimp for President Zhu. I got the police's handling results as I wished. Unfortunately, the results were not satisfactory. Since those people did not meet He Wanyan, they took the lead in saying that they did not wait for the person they were waiting for. Others only knew to beat someone up, but didn't even know who to beat up. Jiang Mingzhu escaped perfectly. Based on Luo Muran's understanding of Jiang Mingzhu, he was not surprised by this result, but he couldn't help feeling disappointed. The next day, Luo Muran was woken up by Xu Xinlan's call. After Xu Xinlan answered the call, she threw the phone away, hugged Luo Muran and started laughing wildly. Ran, Xinka notified me to go for an interview. Luo Muran's eyes flickered slightly, and he pretended to be ignorant. Didn't they say there were airborne troops? I just asked my senior brother. It said that Zhu Yian's mother is the mistress of a new vice president, and Jiang Mingzhu got the job through this connection. It said that the starting procedures won't be completed until next week. Normally, Zhou Jingchen wouldn't care about such a small employee. But for some reason today, Zhou Jingchen arrived at the company early this morning and asked his assistant to personally go to the HR department to verify the list of interns. It said that someone reported that Jiang Mingzhu had a history of plagiarism, and the key is that the plagiarized materials were not easy to sell. Jiang Mingzhu was immediately fired, and the vice president also suffered the consequences, being demoted and sent to a branch office. Without the paratrooper, I was called in for an interview. Congratulations. Luo Muran hugged Xu Xinlan and was genuinely happy. No matter what Zhou Jingchen thinks of her behavior this time. Anyway, she achieved her goal. Xu Xinlan shared another piece of news. My senior said that when Xinka tried to contact Jiang Mingzhu, he couldn't get through to her phone number. Jiang Mingzhu must have been out having fun. When she found out she was fired, her expression must have been very funny. Luo Muran smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Later on, there were many moments when Jiang Mingzhu cried. There is only one bathroom in the house. Xu Xinlan was still excited and asked Luo Muran to wash first. While Luo Muran was washing up, he received a call from Zhu Xiaoxi. Ranbao, have Grandma and Grandma agreed to come to Jing Mansion for dinner? I just got up and haven't had time to say anything yet. Luo Muran chatted with Xu Xinlan last night, went to bed late, and woke up late in the morning. Then when you ask them later, tell them that Xiaobao really wants to meet them and ask them to agree. Okay. Luo Muran also wanted his grandmother and mother to see Zhu Xiaoxi, so he readily agreed. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan got up early. When Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan got up, they not only went to the supermarket next door to buy rice, flour, meat and vegetables, but also prepared breakfast. Mung bean porridge and big meat buns. The mung bean porridge is thick, but the porridge that has been cooled tastes refreshing and cool. I also make the big meat buns myself. The skin is thin and the filling is large, and you can taste the soup when you bite it. Xu Xinlan was almost moved to tears by the fragrance. I have never eaten such delicious meat buns. Luo Muran hadn't eaten the big meat buns made by his grandmother for a long time. I ate 3 in one go and drank a bowl of porridge. At the dinner table, Luo Muran mentioned that Zhu Xiaoxi's parents had invited them to dinner. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan both agreed that it was inappropriate to go to someone's home for dinner after giving them a little bit of food. Luo Muran helped clear the table. Their parents are very sincere. It would be a shame if I didn't go. Zhu Xiaoxi's parents saw the dry pot shrimp I posted on my WeChat moments and said they really wanted to eat it. I'll buy some vegetables tomorrow and go over to make a dry pot shrimp and 2 more dishes. It's like returning the favor. Xu Xinlan blinked her eyes, not understanding why she had to cook when she went to someone else's house for dinner. At the same time, I feel that the parents of this little boy named Zhu Xiaoxi are simply weird. But I didn't dare to speak carelessly in front of my elders. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan looked at each other. They were afraid that if they refused, they would offend Luo Muran's clients. Yang Shufan said, "Then let's take one of the cured chicken and rabbit with us as well." This time they came up with 2 chickens and 2 rabbits. The chickens are free-range chickens raised at home, and the meat is tender and not tough. Yang Shufan is also very good at making cured meat. Including the bacon and sausages distributed yesterday, almost half of the things we brought were distributed. But in their opinion, rich people would not look down on such things. But other than that, they had nothing else to offer. Luo Muran had no objection. Okay. Finished clearing the table. Xu Xinlan pulled Luo Muran aside and whispered, "Are the parents of that little Zhu Xiaoxi a bit mean?" Luo Muran smiled, "Not bad. That's a living devil." To say he was mean was to compliment him. After hearing what Luo Muran said, Xu Xinlan became more certain of her guess. Ran, we don't lack students. If the family members are too weird, don't accept them. It's actually not bad. You'll know when you have a chance to see it later. To make He Wanjuan feel at ease, Luo Muran sent a message to Zhu Yian, asking him to meet and explain the breakup. Unexpectedly, the news fell on deaf ears. Jiang Mingzhu did post a message on her moments. Wearing sportswear, with the caption, "Travel. You don't have to think about where to go." Luo Muran sneered. Exit the circle of friends. Sent a message to Zhu Xiaoxi, Grandma and Grandma agreed. Zhu Xiaoxi called immediately, "Really? Real?" Zhu Xiaoxi got the accurate information and immediately ran to Zhou Jingchen happily. "Dad, Grandma and Grandma agreed to come to Jing Mansion for dinner." When Luo Muran heard this, he quickly sent a message to Zhou Jingchen, "Mr. Zhu, our family will bother you the day after tomorrow." Zhou Jingchen's message came back, "2 elders, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Luo Muran smiled. "And he is quite careful." Reply, "No." Zhou Jingchen, "What ingredients do I need to prepare for dry pot shrimp?" Luo Muran. This guy is determined to get the dry pot shrimp. Chapter 59, Playing Trouble. 2 hours ago. Beijing Airport VIP Lounge. Zhu Yian was scrolling through his phone aimlessly. On average, I check WeChat every 2 minutes. Luo Muran's avatar is as quiet as a chicken. Jiang Mingzhu sat down next to him and said, "Sister-in-law is just in a bad mood and wants you to pay more attention to her." "Brotherin, don't worry." Zhu Yian didn't look up and continued to scroll through his phone aimlessly. Look at the groups and the circle of friends. However, he was willing to listen to what Jiang Mingzhu said. Because Luo Muran was just angry with him and wanted him to pay more attention to her, she didn't really want to break up with him. He firmly believed that Luo Muran would not break up with him, but the Cold War of not sending him a message still made him upset. He left Xuefu Garden yesterday and called his usual playmates out for a drink. Luo Muran doesn't like drinking and rarely attends such gatherings. When I arrived at the club, everything was no different from usual. But the wine I drank last night was tasteless and boring. He sat for a while and then left. After getting in the car, the driver asked him where he was going. He signed up for Shuefu Garden without thinking. It was only when we got there that we realized what was happening. But after I realized it, I didn't want to leave. Just sitting in the car, looking at the lighted windows upstairs. As I was watching, I fell asleep in the car. It was already daybreak when I was woken up by the ringing phone. The call was from Jiang Mingzhu, who said there was news about ginseng and we had to rush over immediately. He didn't want to leave Beijing at this time. But I wondered, if I found the medicine, Luo Muran would not be angry anymore. He wiped his face, booked a plane ticket, went back, packed his luggage and went to the airport. Announcement of boarding. There was still no message from Luo Muran on WeChat. Zhu Yian opened his moments, took a photo of the plane taking off outside the window, and then retrieved his phone to take a screenshot of the dry pot shrimp. Post the two pictures side by side on your moments. Caption: I hope to eat the dry pot shrimp made by my wife when I come back. I picked up my backpack and walked towards the boarding gate, but my eyes never left the screen of my phone. In the past, when he posted on WeChat moments, Luo Muran rarely commented, but would like his posts. Soon someone liked it, and Jiang Mingzhu was the first one. But there is no Luo Murans. Zhu Yian got on the plane and planned to continue surfing the WeChat moments. Then he found that the circle of friends he had just posted was gone. Exit and re-enter, still nothing. He thought it was a WeChat draw and didn't take it too seriously, but he felt a little annoyed when he didn't see Luo Muran like the post. The flight attendant told us to turn off our phones. Before turning off his phone, he refreshed his moments one last time, but still nothing. I had to turn off the computer. Xinke President's office. Zhou Jingchen sat in front of the computer. Strings of code on a black screen. If someone who knows the business sees it, they will find that this is the code used by advanced hackers to invade other people's mobile phones. Zhu Xiaoxi, who was sitting on the sofa next to him with her short legs crossed and browsing her father's WeChat on her tablet, had a look of as if she had eaten shit just a minute ago. But suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He jumped off the sofa, ran to Zhu Jingchen, and held up the tablet to show him. Dad, the circle of friends that my cousin just posted has disappeared. Yeah? Zhu Jingchen asked knowingly, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, his fingers moving quickly on the keyboard. Strings of codes appeared on the screen extremely quickly. Yes. Zhu Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Afraid that her father couldn't see it, she stood on tiptoe and showed Zhu Yian's circle of friends to her father. When he turned over, his big black eyes opened even wider. Not only did the message I just sent disappear from my cousin's circle of friends, but it also disappeared. Even the posts she had posted before, which made her look angry, disappeared. Zhu Xiaoxi turned the tablet over and checked it carefully. Then exclaimed, "Wow. They are really all gone." Zhu Jingchen saw the little guy smiling out of the corner of his eye, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He originally wanted to delete Zhu Yian's entire circle of friends. But I also think this is too boring. So I started to pick and choose. Then the ones related to Jiang Mingzhu were left behind. If someone goes into Zhu Yian's circle of friends now, they will find that it is a world of just two people, Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu. Zhu Jingchen finished the code, exited the interface, and was in a good mood. Zhu Xiaoxi climbed onto her father's lap and shared her eldest cousin's circle of friends with him. After looking around, he suddenly covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Zhu Jingchen poked the little guy's chubby face with his finger. "What are you laughing at? If mom saw this, she would definitely wish them dead. Maybe your mother will be sad." Zhu Jingchen raised his eyebrows slightly. "No." Zhu Xiaoxi said firmly, "He's my ex-boyfriend, I won't be sad." Zhu Jingchen laughed and felt better. "What does your mother like to eat?" "Sweet and sour fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, big meatballs." Zhu Xiaoxi immediately listed a long list of dishes, all of which were meat. Zhu Jingchen's mouth twitched. "These are all your favorite foods." Zhu Xiaoxi felt guilty and immediately changed the list of dish names. Double pepper twice cooked pork, thinly sliced pork belly, stir-fried until golden brown and curled up. She also likes boiled fish, braised crucian carp, kung pao duck, and fish-flavored eggplant. After reporting the name of the dish, he added a sentence. This time it's real. Then do you know what your great-grandmother and grandmother liked to eat? When Zhu Xiaoxi was born, the two old people had already passed away. Zhou Jingchen thought Zhu Xiaoxi wouldn't know, so he just asked casually. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaoxi really knew it. Grandma likes sweet braised pork, vegetarian tofu pudding, steamed crispy pork with rice flour, and stuffed tofu. Grandma likes mapo tofu, brown sugar rice cakes, and braised lion's head, but they rarely make steamed crispy pork with rice flour and braised lion's head. Why do you do it so seldom? Because meat is expensive, they are reluctant to buy it. Every time it's my great-grandmother's and my grandmother's death anniversary. My mother would cook for my great-grandmother and my grandmother herself. Every time I cook all the dishes that my grandma likes. She wrote it all down. When Zhou Jingchen heard this, a long-forgotten memory suddenly emerged in his mind. I suddenly felt a little depressed. He touched Zhu Xiaoxi's furry little head and said, then let's have someone cook all these dishes tomorrow, okay? Not good. Zhu Xiaoxi shook her head. Why? If we can't finish the food, it will be wasted. My great-grandmother and my grandmother will feel bad. That's right, there is still a long way to go. Zhu Jingchen accepted the opinion. So what do we do tomorrow? Zhu Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought for a moment. How about we make it first, the ones they usually don't want to eat? Okay, I'll listen to you. The father and daughter discussed and decided on the dishes for tomorrow. Assistant Cheng knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Zhu, Miss Luo has already left. Great, I'm going to see my mom soon. Zhu Xiaoxi wanted to be Luo Muran, and her favorite tablet was no longer interesting to her. She jumped off Zhu Jingchen's legs and ran to the door. Zhu Jingchen stood up, stretched out his long legs, picked up the little kid, and strode towards the door. Assistant Cheng? Is the boss trying to snatch even the work assigned to him? Assistant Cheng, who believed he could retire in Xinke, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 60 was reported. Luo Muran has to go back to the agency to sign the agreement. Xu Xinlan volunteered to go out for a walk with He Wanjuan and Yang Shufan. The slander against Luo Muran has not been resolved yet. He Wanjuan wanted to return to S City as soon as possible to explain everything to her neighbors. But Luo Muran said that gossip is engraved in people's bones. Unless she can come back with conclusive evidence. Otherwise, even if she talks till her mouth breaks, the only people who will believe her are those who are on good terms with them. As for others, they agreed on the surface, but they still gossiped behind people's backs. Some people even fabricated stories to accuse her of failing to bring back evidence, even at great expense. They might as well just play here peacefully for a while. Wait until she has collected all the evidence before going back. After He Wanjuan's husband passed away, she became taciturn but listened to advice. Agreed to stay a few more days. But since I have to stay for a few more days, it would be bad to stay here all the time and disturb Xu Xinlan. Luo Muran planned to book a hotel, but Xu Xinlan took the initiative to move back to the dormitory so that they could stay there with peace of mind and for as long as they wanted. There were originally 4 people in their dormitory. The relationship is good. Because of their part-time jobs, Luo Muran and Xu Xinlan rented a house. Their dormitory is preserved. When I have classes, I will go there for lunch break. There was no problem at all for Xu Xinlan to return to the dormitory. Luo Muran knew that Xu Xinlan sincerely wanted to help her, so she didn't refuse. Besides, she has actually already repaid this favor. Luo Muran explained everything he needed to explain and left. Originally, Zhu Jingchen wanted to pick her and Zhu Xiaoxi up and leave together. But she didn't want anyone in the agency to find out about their relationship, so she refused. She took the subway to the institution, which only took half an hour. When Luo Muran arrived at the institution, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right. Although she teaches dance here, she is different from other teachers here. The dance teachers working here are all graduates of dance majors. She is not a dance major. She can work part-time here because she has won many awards in city and national dance competitions. However, in the eyes of some people, she is still unprofessional. She works part-time here and has heard people talking about her behind her back. But this is the first time I've experienced such a weird atmosphere. A colleague saw her and said, "Boss Xiao wants you to go to her office." Xiao Zhizhi came here half a year ago. She is the daughter of a shareholder and a typical person with connections. But there is ambition. Luo Muran usually has little interaction with Zhou Jingchen, but she can feel Zhou Jingchen's hostility towards her. This hostility stems from the current owner of the institution. The founder of this organization was Guoqing, who was a judge when she participated in a Chinese dance competition in Beijing. She won the special prize in that competition. Guoqing admired her very much. After she returned to S City, the two kept in touch. Guoqing often asked her to shoot dancing videos and send them to him, and then gave her guidance. To her, Guoqing is like a mentor. The current boss is Guoqing's son Fei Yixing. I once participated in a competition and danced a duet with Fei Yihang. Because of these relationships, Fei Yihang took good care of her. Zhou Jingchen likes Fei Yihang. Even though I knew she had a boyfriend, I was still on guard against her. However, she has students and a dance studio at home, so she rarely comes to the institution. Even if Zhou Jingchen wanted to find fault with her, she couldn't find anyone. The past 6 months have been relatively peaceful. Luo Muran arrived at the agency, but did not see Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi should not have arrived yet. Then Zhou Jingchen looking for her should not be Zhu Xiaoxi's business. Luo Muran thanked his colleagues and went to Zhou Jingchen's office. She knocked on the door, and a woman's voice came from inside, "Come in." Luo Muran pushed the door open and asked calmly, "Mr. Xiao, are you looking for me?" Zhou Jingchen had a lot of folders piled in front of her. She looked very busy and said without even looking up, "Wait a moment." She didn't let Luo Muran sit. Luo Muran could only stand in front of the desk and wait. This wait lasted for several minutes. Zhou Jingchen read the documents slowly and methodically. Luo Muran knew very well that this was to establish her authority. She looked at her watch. "I don't know when Assistant Cheng will arrive." Zhou Jingchen didn't even raise her eyelids. "What's wrong?" "Fine." Luo Muran's work is not under Zhou Jingchen's jurisdiction. She didn't plan to tell Zhou Jingchen in advance that Zhou Jingchen was going to sign a contract with the agency. Zhou Jingchen looked up, stared at her, threw out a stack of photos, and said in a lukewarm voice, "If you have nothing to do, just explain what's going on." Luo Muran picked up the photo. It was exactly the same as the one I sent to my mother. "Luo Muran, Fei Yixing has been telling me repeatedly that you are a talented person and asked me to take good care of you. As long as you attend classes well, I don't care whether you come to the institution regularly or not. But this is how you work. In our line of work, good looks are generally a factor, which can easily attract trouble. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, we should respect ourselves and maintain a safe distance from parents. But what are you doing? What do you think our organization is? A platform for you to be a mistress and hang out with rich men? That's quite harsh to say." The office door was not closed, and many people were eavesdropping at the door. Those who knew that Luo Muran had a boyfriend found it unbelievable. However, more people are gloating. Zhou Jingchen, without asking any questions, mobilized a large number of people based on a few misplaced photos, just to force Fei Yixing to resign while she was away on a business trip. Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing she hates the most. Luo Muran looked at Zhou Jingchen, who was almost unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. "You called me here to scold me. You still think I was wrong?" "Yes, I was wrong to scold you. Please apologize to me." "Luo Muran, who do you think you are? You did something like this, affecting the reputation of our organization, and you still want me to apologize to you? No matter who I am, you haven't checked the authenticity of these photos, or even verified them, and you've just been speaking ill of them. This is not the quality of a manager. The photos are clear, and this is the evidence that you're hooking up with students' parents. Luo Muran, considering you've been working in our agency for several years, I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Please organize the client information you have, and I'll have someone go and hand it over to you." The implication is that Luo Muran should get out. Luo Muran sneered. Zhou Jingchen's thoughts were all written on her face, there was no need to guess. Not only did he fire her while the boss was away, I also want to take over her clients. Resignation does require a job handover. However, when most people leave their jobs, whether for the sake of past friendship or to meet again in the future, they will recommend suitable new teachers to their clients. But Zhou Jingchen asked her to hand it over directly. Not only did they take her resources for themselves, but they also wanted to destroy her reputation and make parents stay away from her. The way he eats is quite ugly. Chapter 61, Not Beautiful, Wanting Beauty. Xiao Jijia dared to do this because she relied on her mother being a shareholder. In Xiao Jijia's opinion, even if she had a good relationship with Guoqing's mother and son, she was just an employee. They found out about this afterwards, and even if they were upset, they would not offend the shareholders of the institution because of an irrelevant person. He was calculating on the abacus so hard that the beads fell on his face. Unfortunately, Xiao Jijia didn't understand her well enough. She is not a poor little girl who has no social experience and can be bullied by others. Xiao Jijia thought that with just a few words, he could throw dirty water on her and then step on her. I am not beautiful, but I want to be beautiful. Luo Muran said calmly, call the police. Since Xiao Jijia didn't even ask the reason, she was unilaterally convicted. Even if she proved herself innocent, Xiao Jijia would not pay any attention. Then there is no need to continue their verbal battle. What? Xiao Jijia was shocked. I said call the police. Luo Muran repeated word by word. Why call the police? Xiao Jijia thought Luo Muran was crazy. He wanted to call the police for such a trivial matter. I'm suing you for slander and destroying my reputation. Xiao Jijia was furious and slammed the table. Bullshit. You've behaved improperly, someone reported you, and even sent me the photos. And you still dare to quibble. Luo Muran, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Mr. Guo and Mr. Fei backing you up. The evidence is before you, and you can't deny it. Taking it to the police station will only harm you. If this kind of thing is reported to the police station and spreads out, it will affect the institution's enrollment, so it can only be handled privately. There was no way Xiao Jijia would let Luo Muran call the police. Once we get to the police station and the police contact all the parents, we'll get to the bottom of what's going on with these photos. Luo Muran took out his cell phone and dialed 110. Xiao Jijia didn't expect that Luo Muran would really be so bold as to call the police. Her face changed and she rushed over to grab the phone. Luo Muran, you can be shameless, but I can't let you ruin the reputation of this organization. When you threw dirty water on me without distinguishing right from wrong, you didn't consider the reputation of the institution. Teachers and students' parents are unclear. If this gets out, who would dare to send their child here? At this moment, Xiao Wang, who was in charge of reception, ran to the door and knocked nervously. Mr. Xiao, a guest is here to sign a contract. Xiao Jijia frowned unhappily. She finally found an opportunity to deal with Luo Muran. Just at this time, some parents came to sign the contract. It's so annoying. Xiao Wang heard the conversation between the two outside the door. He looked at Xiao Jijia, then at Luo Muran. Thinking of the person behind him, he was about to break out in a cold sweat, but he could only bite the bullet and say, Mr. Xiao, the guests are waiting at the door. Dance institutions mostly accept students who are children and teenagers, so reputation is very important. If clients hear about this kind of affair between teachers and students' parents, it will have a negative impact on their institution. Xiao Jijia's face darkened in annoyance. These employees are so incompetent that they bring people up without even calling to ask first. The main blame is Luo Muran. He did something shameless and refused to admit it. He is trying to make excuses here and wasting time. If she had known what was good for her, or had had some shame, she would have seen the evidence, quickly completed the formalities and left, and she wouldn't be in the trouble she is in now. If you are just an ordinary customer, you can just buy it at the counter downstairs and you won't find her here. Those who go to the second floor need to find a designated teacher and sign a VIP contract. These customers basically come from well-off families. Although her mother is a shareholder, she is also very embarrassed because she cannot achieve any results. If you come to her, it's all because of her achievements. Xiao Jijia couldn't push it out. He glared at Luo Muran fiercely and warned her not to talk nonsense. He told Xiao Wang, please invite the guests to the reception room first and treat them well. I will come right over. Xiao Wang wanted to invite the person to the reception room, but she didn't dare. Besides, they came specifically to sign the contract with Luo Muran, so what is the point of you, Xiao Jijia, going there? The key point is that when he came to see Luo Muran, he heard such explosive words as soon as he arrived. His handsome face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and the look in his eyes was even more terrifying. She didn't even dare to look people in the eye, so how could she dare ask someone to wait for her, Xiao Jijia, in the reception room? Xiao Wang was so anxious that his tongue was tied, but he could only tell the truth. The guest is here to sign a contract with Mr. Luo. Xiao Jijia was stunned for a moment, and a hint of hatred flashed in her eyes. This Luo Muran's rank is really high. I already have so many, and now I have another one. Men nowadays are like cats that have never eaten fish in their lives. They pounce on fish as soon as they smell it. Xiao Jijia glanced at the photo in Luo Muran's hand and said righteously, Luo Muran is no longer suitable for signing a contract. I will go to see this client in person, apologize to him, and then recommend a better teacher for him. After saying that, he stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and headed towards the door. At this time, a hand holding the organization's promotional brochure reached out and used the brochure to push away Xiao Wan, who was standing at the door. A tall and straight figure appeared at the office door. White shirt and black trousers, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, his body proportions are amazing. That face is so handsome that it has no friends. However, his face was so grumpy, as if someone owed him 8 million and refused to pay it back. Plus, his aura is too strong. Standing at the door of the office, it felt like summer hadn't even passed yet and winter had already arrived. With his other hand, he was holding a pretty little girl. The little girl had a very standard bun on top of her head, and her hair color was a very special gray-brown. I don't know who provoked her, but she was so angry that even her eyebrows turned pink. Following behind the two men was a young man wearing a black suit, carrying a briefcase, and looking gentle and handsome. Judging from his behavior, he should be an assistant. The assistants all have extraordinary demeanor, let alone the one in front. Xiao Jijia's heart trembled as she watched. She forced herself to remain calm and looked at the little girl that the man was holding. Zhu Xiaoxi was warned by her father not to rush into her mother's arms as soon as she arrived at the institution. She understood, but she just pretended not to know him. But I was really angry when I heard that woman scolding my mother. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble for her mother, she would have rushed up and spit in the woman's face. My mother is not shameless. People like her who talk nonsense are the most shameless. She was obedient and didn't curse, but this woman actually wanted to replace her mother and find another teacher for her. How disgusting. Zhu Xiaoxi was so angry that she could hardly hold her temper anymore. Seeing Xiao Jijia looking at him, he immediately glared back fiercely. She doesn't want to pay any attention to the bad woman who bullies her mother. Xiao Jijia's forced gentle smile froze slightly when she saw Xiao Xi's disgusted expression last week. This kid is so annoying. But it doesn't matter, she is not the one teaching the children to dance. No matter how annoying the child is, she doesn't need to take care of him. She just needs to please the parents and get the contract signed through her hands. If you have any ideas, you can leave a comment in the book review. If you like this article, please move your hands, click on the collection, and give it a heart tilde. Chapter 62. It's Zhou Jingchen. Xiao Jijia pretended to be kind and smiled at Zhu Xiaoxi. Little friend, what's your name? Zhu Xiaoxi turned her head. Humph. She would never talk to a mean woman who bullied her mother. Xiao Jijia smiled, as if nothing had happened, and looked at the man's handsome face with a flattering smile. What is this gentleman's name? Zhu Jingchen ignored her and his eyes fell directly on the photo in Luo Muran's hand. Xiao Jijia clenched her fists, the smile on her lips froze, and her face looked a little ugly. Luo Muran called out, Boss Zhu. Zhu Jingchen didn't even raise his eyelids, his extremely handsome face was expressionless, and he didn't respond. He just took Zhu Xiaoxi's hand, walked into the office, stopped one step away from Luo Muran, took the photo from her hand, and flipped through it casually. Luo Muran watched calmly, not feeling embarrassed, and did not try to stop him. Xiao Jijia looked at Luo Muran's reaction and cursed in her heart, thinking that people who could do such a thing were really shameless. Then he thought that this man came for Luo Muran, and they probably knew each other. He couldn't help but look at Luo Muran's beautiful but non-aggressive face. This kind of face can most make men want to take advantage of her and want to protect her. Xiao Jijia is not very good looking, and she is considered a popular internet beauty thanks to her makeup. But without makeup, not only does she look plain, but people will also laugh at her behind her back because of her triangular eyes with slanted corners. Xiao Jijia was so jealous of Luo Muran's face, which was so beautiful without any embellishment. She withdrew her gaze with a sullen face and stole a glance at the man in front of her who was as straight as a sword. I always thought Fei Yihan was handsome enough. But when I saw this man, I realized what kind of man could be so handsome. However, she always felt that this face looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Last name Zhu. Xiao Zhizhi suddenly thought of something and looked up suddenly. Isn't he this the one who often appears on the cover of financial magazines? The founder of Xinke and the president of Zhou Group. Zhou Jingchen. At only 27 years old, he not only has an amazing family background and good looks, but also extraordinary computer skills. The robots he developed are sold well both at home and abroad. The key point is that she has been single since birth, which has made countless women jealous. However, this man was unattainable to her. I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao Zhizhi recognized the person and felt very complicated. Luo Muran's rank is really unusually high. Such a person can also be hooked up. However, no matter how high Luo Muran's rank is, he can only go this far. Don't even think about the benefits that will come later. She didn't know what the relationship between this dead kid and Zhou Jingchen was. But since Zhou Jingchen brought this child to sign the contract personally, this child must be of extraordinary status. Zhou Jingchen has been single since birth and until he was 27 years old, so he is absolutely very picky about women. After seeing these photos, it is absolutely impossible for Luo Muran and I to develop an ambiguous relationship between men and women. Of course, it is impossible for his children to be taught by a woman with chaotic relationships between men and women. Luo Muran is finished. She just had to sign this one. Not only can I hand in a beautiful test paper this year. In the future, I can get close to Zhou Jingchen through that dead kid. As long as I can get Zhou Jingchen's appreciation. Is there anything you want? Xiao Zhizhi already had a picture of the wonderful life that was to come. When she thought of something touching, she brushed the wavy hair hanging on her shoulders, revealing a touch of charm just right, but she made sure not to appear frivolous. Luo Muran didn't inform the agency that Mr. Zhu was coming today. We apologize for the poor hospitality. I heard you were here to sign a contract, but Luo Muran had some personal issues and it's not appropriate for him to bring the children. Xiao Zhizhi lowered her head slightly, looking guilty. Zhou Jingchen raised his eyelids and looked at Xiao Zhizhi for the first time, then raised the photo in his hand and asked, because of this? We are not good at judging people, but this is just Luo Muran's personal behavior. We were not aware of it before. But, Mr. Zhu, don't worry, I am handling it and will never let a few bad apples spoil the whole pot of soup. We have many good teachers here. If Mr. Zhu trusts me, The implication is that it is purely a character flaw of Luo Muran and has nothing to do with the organization. Their organization will never allow people with bad morals to exist and teach children bad things. Zhou Jingchen glanced at Luo Muran with a smile. As if to say, that's all, and you still dare to ask me to sign the contract. Luo Muran pressed the end recording button expressionlessly. Just as he was about to fight back, a small figure rushed out and pushed Xiao Zhizhi away, who was moving towards Zhou Jingchen. You're talking nonsense. She's not like that. You're spreading rumors. I've recorded everything you just said. When the police come, I'm going to sue you for defamation. Also, I only want her to teach me how to dance. I don't want anyone else. Luo Muran blinked. She was protected by her own baby again. Moreover, the little guy was smarter than she thought, and he even knew to record the video as evidence. Luo Muran squatted down, hugged Zhu Xiaoxi, and kissed her smooth and soft face. Thank you, Shabao, for keeping the evidence for me. Zhu Xiaoxi was very angry at first, but after being coaxed by her mother, she calmed down a lot. He patted his watch and said, I will definitely protect the evidence. The mother and daughter sang in unison. Xiao Zhizhi was so angry. He took a deep breath, suppressed his disgust for Zhu Xiaoxi, and put on a kind smile, trying to coax the damn kid first. When Zhu Xiaoxi saw Xiao Zhizhi wanted to talk to her, she immediately covered her ears and said, I don't want to hear you. Zhou Jingchen patted Zhu Xiaoxi's fluffy little head soothingly, then turned to ask Assistant Cheng, have you notified Fei Yixing? He's already been notified. He's in City Y and can't make it, but he asked his mother to come over, and she's on her way now. Xiao Zhizhi's breath got stuck in her throat. But then I thought, there is evidence that Luo Muran seduced students' parents. Even if Guoqing came, he couldn't protect Luo Muran. You can also take this opportunity to let Guoqing deal with Luo Muran personally. Xiao Zhizhi felt that Zhou Jingchen called Guoqing over because he was on her side. She became more attentive to Zhou Jingchen. It will take a while for Aunt Guo to come over. Mr. Zhu, why don't you sit next door and have a cup of tea? Zhou Jingchen replied indifferently, no. Xiao Juju didn't give up. Then I'll take you to visit our dance studio. No. The scene was awkward for a while. No one watching outside the office dared to come forward to smooth things over. Zhou Jingchen handed the photo in his hand to Assistant Cheng. Give the photos to the police and ask them to find out who sent the package. Also, contact the people in the photos and ask them to bring their wives and daughters over so the police can take their statements. The smile on Xiao Juju's face froze. Chapter 63. This man is poisonous. Luo Muran's clients are either rich or noble, and are all well-known figures. Expose other people's husbands' infidelity in public in front of their wives and daughters. Although Luo Muran can be nailed to the pillar of shame. But he also threw the person's face to the ground and rubbed it. The photo was taken from her again. Then she would offend everyone. Those people, not to mention her, even her mother would fawn on her when they saw her. If she offended anyone, not only Guoqing and Fei Yixing, but even her mother would not let her go. Mr. Zhu, this is our internal matter, so let's not waste police resources. If you don't want to waste police resources, why are you making up obscene rumors? Zhou Jingchen retorted bluntly. Xiao Juju wanted to say that there were photos as evidence. Zhou Jingchen was too impatient to argue with her and said to Luo Muran, wait until the matter is thoroughly investigated, and you can sue those who should be sued and punish those who should be punished. Okay. Luo Muran agreed readily. The photos that he Wanjuan brought were received in S City. It is very difficult to verify the information as the distance is more than 1,000 kilometers. The photo appeared in Xiao Juju's hands, which was an opportunity for Luo Muran to find out the person behind the scenes. This is why she called the police without hesitation. Now that Zhou Jingchen took the initiative to support her, she was even more confident. Zhou Jingchen was quite satisfied with Luo Muran's attitude and turned around to give instructions to Assistant Cheng. Tell Ms. Guo that since she's a child tutor, she needs to be vigilant when hiring people. If she hires someone with bad intentions and corrupts other people's children, will you compensate her? The fake smile on Xiao Juju's face completely shattered. Later she realized that after she said so much, this man not only did not believe her, but instead believed that Luo Muran was wronged. She was like a clown from beginning to end. The key point is that Zhou Jingchen's words were obviously directed at her. Xiao Juju was anxious and angry, but she didn't dare to show her anger. She has been here for more than half a year and has dealt with quite a few clients. I've seen people who speak rudely, but I've never seen anyone speak so rudely. Mr. Zhu, regarding some personal behavior, we also. She couldn't stop people from being cold. We can only throw all the dirty water on Luo Muran and let Luo Muran take the blame. Zhou Jingchen didn't even glance at Xiao Juju, and looked at Luo Muran, go to the reception room. Luo Muran stood up immediately, Mr. Zhu, please follow me. After saying that, he extended his hand to Zhu Xiaoxi and smiled slightly, would you like to go drink watermelon juice with the teacher? Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, and she immediately took Luo Muran's hand, tilting her head back and asking, is the watermelon sweet? Luo Muran said, oh, I don't know either. When you have tasted it, tell me, okay. Zhu Xiaoxi nodded immediately, then reached into her pocket and took out a golden chocolate bar and handed it to Luo Muran, this is a return gift for the watermelon juice. Luo Muran took it with a smile. She really loves her little baby. Zhou Jingchen watched the interaction between the mother and daughter, and his expression relaxed. Xiao Juju watched the three people leave and was so angry that she almost bit her teeth. Entered the reception room. Zhou Jingchen finally stopped standing and sat down on the sofa. Luo Muran wanted to laugh when he thought of Xiao Juju's face twisted with anger. But he was still at the center of the incident, so he couldn't express it too obviously. He could only lower his head and endure it. Zhou Jingchen raised his head, looked towards her, and suddenly said, laugh if you want to. Luo Muran was already having a hard time holding back his laughter. Zhou Jingchen's words seemed to press a switch. Luo Muran couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. Zhu Xiaoxi didn't understand why her mother was laughing, but when she saw her mother laughing, she felt happy too. Zhou Jingchen waited until Luo Muran had laughed enough and asked, does she always bully you? It's okay. Luo Muran wiped away the tears of laughter, thank you. Xiao Juju has always disliked her, but the number of times she came over in the past 6 months did not exceed 2 hands, and she only came over on weekends. I almost never run into Xiao Juju. Zhu Jingchen was not polite either, you owe me another favor. Luo Muran smiled, as a sign of agreement. Some favors are owed once they are due. She didn't intend to deny it. What are you drinking? Luo Muran was going to squeeze juice for Zhu Xiaoxi and get a drink for Zhou Jingchen at the same time. Zhou Jingchen, coffee. Good. Luo Muran took out a shopping bag from her locker. He took out 3 cups, 2 coffee cups and a glass juice cup. In addition, there was a box of coffee and a small watermelon. She bought these on the road. All these institutions have them. But she didn't want to let Zhu Xiaoxi use the ones that had been used by guests. Anyway, you can take it back after using it. From now on, Zhu Xiaoxi can also use it when she goes to her place. I bought a new cup for Zhu Xiaoxi, and also prepared one for Assistant Cheng. When I was choosing a coffee cup, for some reason, I ended up buying 2 different styles. I also bought the coffee that Zhou Jingchen drank at Jing Mansion. When she finished her shopping and walked out of the store, she felt like she was crazy. Unexpectedly, it came in handy. When Zhu Xiaoxi saw Luo Muran going to squeeze juice, she wanted to go and help. Luo Muran took her to the tea room. Xiao Zhuzhe looked through the blinds at Luo Muran walking towards the tea room with the dead child, talking and laughing, and felt unwilling. But he didn't dare tell his mother about offending Zhu Jingchen, so he called Guoqing. The call is connected. Guoqing, I'm already at the door. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Zhuzhe heard the coldness in Guoqing's tone and felt a little uneasy. Return to the reception room. Luo Muran gave the watermelon juice to Zhu Xiaoxi first. Zhu Xiaoxi took a sip and said, "Wow, so sweet." This was what he said before answering Luo Muran. "If the watermelon juice is sweet, tell her." Luo Muran responded enthusiastically, "Wow, that's great." Zhu Xiaoxi raised the watermelon juice and gave it to Luo Muran to drink. Luo Muran touched her head and gently refused. With outsiders around, she had to keep a distance from Zhu Xiaoxi. She placed the coffee in front of Zhu Jingchen and Assistant Cheng. The cup is new, no one has used it. Zhu Jingchen looked at the 2 different coffee cups and asked, "Did you buy this?" Luo Muran, "Yes. There's no need to hide this kind of thing. An ordinary coffee cup costs about 20 or 30 yuan each." Zhu Jingchen was not picky about price, but he was picky about style. He pointed to the cup in front of him and said, "Why give me white and give him black?" Luo Muran. She just took it casually. Before Assistant Cheng started drinking, he quickly moved the cup in front of him towards Zhu Jingchen. Luo Muran said, "Assistant Cheng's has sugar added." She asked Zhu Xiaoxi while making coffee. Zhu Xiaoxi said that Assistant Cheng doesn't add milk to his coffee, but does add half a packet of sugar. Assistant Cheng's hand stopped. Zhu Jingchen raised his eyelids and looked at Luo Muran with a meaningful look in his eyes. Luo Muran pretended not to see it. Zhu Jingchen snorted and refused to take Assistant Cheng's cup of coffee. "You don't want to drink it." Luo Muran took out his thermos from his backpack. "I drink boiled water." Zhu Jingchen looked at the pink thermos in her hand with an expression that was hard to describe. Chapter 64, with Mr. Zhu's support, you can fight at will. Guoqing and the police arrived together. When Xiao Zhuzhe saw Guoqing, she felt like she had seen a protective umbrella. She immediately opened the office door and ran over. With red eyes, she complained aggrievedly, "Auntie Guo, Luo Muran has gone too far. She did something shameless, refused to obey discipline, and even let the client insult me." Guoqing was almost furious with this idiot. "Why do you think she did something shameless? She did nothing wrong, why should she be disciplined for you? Besides, is that discipline? That means asking others to admit to something they didn't do and then be kicked out of the institution by her." Xiao Zhuzhe not only wants to drive people away, but also wants to ruin their reputation. And then don't let others resist. The hydrogen sulfide in the septic tank is not as poisonous as her. Xiao Zhuzhe quickly said, "There are photos. Have you verified the authenticity of those photos? Are you sure they are not synthesized or something else?" Guoqing was furious, but considering the presence of guests, he tried to lower his voice, but his tone was still cold. Of course Xiao Zhuzhe has not confirmed it. She was excited when she saw the photo, and her mind was filled with the thought that Luo Muran was dead. After being scolded by Guoqing, his face turned red and he subconsciously wanted to refute. Some people are just that stubborn. Even if you are unreasonable, you still have to argue. But at this moment, she felt several mocking gazes falling on her. When she looked up, she saw several contemptuous glances from the reception room. Especially that annoying kid, the word, idiot, was almost written clearly on his face. Luo Muran saw Guo Qing and the police coming and walked out of the reception room. Guo Qing has already learned what happened from Assistant Cheng. Seeing Luo Muran, he glanced at Zhou Jingchen with a sullen face and held Luo Muran's hand. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. Luo Muran held Guo Qing's hand in return and said, I'm sorry to trouble you, teacher. Guo Qing shook his head. It's our fault that this happened to you. She knew that Zhou Jingchen was interested in Fei Yihang. But since Mrs. Xiao wanted to squeeze people in, she couldn't refuse. I thought that since Fei Yixing didn't like Zhou Jingchen anyway, Zhou Jingchen would stay here for a while, but wouldn't be able to catch up with Fei Yixing, and would find it boring and leave, so I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect this to happen. She can trust Luo Muran's character. But since something like this happened, she must find out the truth and give Luo Muran an explanation. The police who came to investigate were a man and a woman. After hearing this, the two of them roughly understood what was going on. They really hate people who have nothing to do after eating and make trouble all day long, forcing them to run outside in the scorching sun for even the smallest problems. But they are public servants, so they can only do their job impartially. The male police officer named Xing asked, who called the police? Luo Muran didn't dare to trouble President Zhu again. He immediately said, Officer, I called the police. Officer Xing looked at Luo Muran. I immediately guessed that this was the person involved. The little girl is very pretty, but her eyes are very straight. With his many years of experience in handling cases, this was another girl who got into trouble because of her outstanding looks and the envy of others. What's going on? Two officers, please come inside and sit down and talk. Guo Qing interrupted, then led the two policemen to the reception room and turned around to tell the receptionist to make tea. Zhou Jingchen didn't want to deal with the police, so not only did she not follow them, she turned around and walked towards her office. Officer Zheng called her over and said, Lady, please come over here and tell us about the situation. After listening to what he heard just now, he was sure that this person was the one who caused the incident. How could I let her go? Zhou Jingchen had changed his position. Instead of sitting on the sofa, he pulled a chair and sat in the corner. It felt like he was giving up the battlefield to others and taking a back seat. Assistant Cheng stood beside the table, waiting for the two policemen to take their seats. After all, he was the one who called the police, so he was the real person who called the police. However, he did not call 110, but called the director of the Public Security Bureau directly. Officer Zheng is an old employee of the Public Security Bureau. He saw Zhou Jingchen as soon as he entered the door. Although Zhou Jingchen didn't say a word, his aura was so strong that it was hard to ignore him. Although Officer Zheng did not know Zhou Jingchen, he met the process assistant. When I saw Assistant Cheng, I roughly guessed his identity. Seeing that Zhou Jingchen had no intention of paying attention to them, they didn't bother to go any further. They greeted Assistant Cheng and sat down. Just sat down. The male protagonists in the photos all came with their wives and daughters. 3 couples and 6 adults were all confused. I don't know what to call them over for. These people are all well-known figures, and a small training institution cannot afford to hire them. They were able to come purely because of Zhou Jingchen's face. When they entered the reception room and saw Luo Muran, they were a little surprised. Luo Muran is their daughter's dance teacher. She is a very good teacher and their daughter likes her very much. After class, I will send the class content and videos to the child's mother so that they can understand their daughter's learning situation and progress. Apart from that, I rarely contact them, especially the child's father, with whom I have no contact at all. They couldn't figure out what could have happened that would have made Assistant Cheng call them over. The little girls were very happy to see Luo Muran and immediately ran towards him. Hello, Teacher Luo. Luo Muran squatted down, touched the heads of the little girls one by one, and greeted them one by one. When she squatted down, Zhou Jingchen, who was blocked by her, was revealed. When the visitor saw Zhou Jingchen, he immediately smiled. Zhou Jingchen is a rare person. Not to mention that they usually attend various cocktail parties and never see Zhou Jingchen. Even if they met, they were not qualified to show themselves in front of Zhou Jingchen. No matter what they were called here for today, as long as they could show off in front of Zhou Jingchen, they would make a fortune by making this trip. Zhou Jingchen was also very considerate. Nodded at them. The three couples suddenly felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze. They all thought that they would do whatever Luo Muran asked them to do just for this greeting. As long as he can do it, he must do it. Even if they were asked to buy 3,000 classes, they would pay without hesitation. Seeing that her mother seemed to have a good relationship with these young ladies, Zhu Xiaoxi suddenly felt a sense of crisis and grabbed her mother's hand. Luo Muran felt his daughter's uneasiness. Holding Zhu Xiaoxi, he placed her in front of him and said, "Let me introduce her. Her name is Zhu Xiaoxi, your junior sister." When the girls heard that it was a new junior sister, they immediately came in, took Zhu Xiaoxi's hand, and introduced themselves chatteringly. When the three couples heard that the little girl's surname was Zhu, they looked at the little girl who quickly started playing with their daughter, exchanged glances, and felt that the trip was worthwhile. Luo Muran let the children play by themselves and entertained the three couples. These are all her financial backers. Guo Qing also hurriedly told someone to make tea. Everyone is here. Luo Muran will no longer waste your time. She placed the photo of Xiao Jijia that almost threw at her face in the middle of the long table. The three couples were shocked. What the hell is this? Chapter 65 Retribution. Luo Muran said, "These are the photos our President Xiao brought out today, saying that I had an improper relationship with you gentlemen. In addition, a few days ago, someone sent photos exactly like these to my hometown in S City." The faces of the three couples turned ugly. One person, with a sullen face, slammed the table and stood up. "This is ridiculous. Tell Mr. Xiao to come over and tell us what's going on with these photos." His wife immediately stood up and soothed him softly, "Mingyuan, don't be angry. Let the police investigate what happened." Wei Mingyuan nodded, but took out his cell phone and notified the legal department to come over. The other two also called their own legal departments. Guo Qing stood up and sincerely apologized to the parents before turning to Xiao Jijia. "Mr. Xiao, please talk to the two officers and the parents about what's going on with these photos." Xiao Jijia quickly explained, "Someone sent me the photo. From beginning to end, she never cared about the authenticity of the photos. Even if I saw the police, I didn't care. She believed that the photo was not taken by her, and if you look into it, it has nothing to do with her. Just use the photos to discredit Luo Muran. Until I met these parents, they all called the legal department without exception. Only then did I realize that I might really be in trouble." Mrs. Wei glared at Xiao Jijia. "I won't tell you how these photos came about. You got the photos, but instead of figuring out what's going on with them, you falsely accuse Miss Luo of having an affair with my husband." "Xiao Jijia, I didn't. If you don't have it, people will call the police." "Can they call us?" "Xiao Jijia, if you can't give us a reasonable explanation, we will pursue legal responsibility against you and sue you for spreading rumors and destroying our reputation." Like Mrs. Wei, the other two couples knew what day the incident happened as soon as they saw the photo. They were just taking their daughter to participate in a competition, but they were secretly photographed and the situation was distorted like this. They were very angry and spoke in a very rude tone. What Luo Muran wants to investigate most is the person behind the scenes. After the ladies finished speaking, they said to the police, "Officer, please find out who is spreading rumors." Officer Zheng was knowledgeable and after looking through the photos, he realized that they were all misplaced. He has seen many similar cases. You can basically tell what's going on at a glance. It was a small case, but it was assigned by their director personally, so he didn't dare to be careless. Nodding, "We'll find out." Officer Zheng questioned them one by one. All the photos were taken on the day of the girls' competition. Since they were going to a competition, all three pairs of parents took a lot of photos. This is enough to prove the ulterior motives of the person who took these photos. The photo was not taken by Xiao Jijia. Xiao Jijia and Luo Muran were just having a verbal argument. Although the police could only give her verbal education, they couldn't do anything to her. But none of the three couples are easy to mess with. Xiao Jiju insisted on the unclear conversation between Luo Muran and the parents, which was recorded by Luo Muran. As for recording, spreading rumors and damaging other people's reputation, every lawsuit will be successful. Even if it was just a civil dispute, it would be enough to make her suffer. After the police finished questioning, they left. In order to find the culprit who spread the rumor, in addition to investigating the sender, we also had to contact the police in City S to visit him at his home. These take time to check. This matter cannot be rushed. After the police left, the three pairs of parents did not leave immediately. First, Zhou Jingchen spread rumors about them for no reason, and they couldn't let it go easily. Second, Zhou Jingchen didn't leave, and they didn't want to leave either. Staying here would allow them to keep their face in front of Zhou Jingchen for a while longer. As the legal representative of the training institution, Guo not only apologized to Luo Muran and the parents again, but also publicly fired Zhou Jingchen. This is an explanation to Luo Muran and all the parents. Zhou Jingchen packed up her personal belongings and went downstairs carrying the cardboard box. Just as arrogant as he was when he was scolding Luo Muran in the morning, he is just as embarrassed now. Zhou Jingchen saw Luo Muran interacting happily with several children. Zhou Jingchen, who was sitting in the back, had a dull expression, but as long as he sat there, these parents didn't dare to look at Luo Muran. She hated Luo Muran so much that when she passed by Luo Muran, the hatred in her eyes was almost tangible. Luo Muran didn't even glance at Zhou Jingchen. Just a clown. It's not worth her wasting energy. Her thoughts are now all on the children. Zhu Xiaoxi needs to socialize if she wants to live here for a long time. These three little girls are only a year older than Zhu Xiaoxi, and they all have good personalities and habits. If you get along well, you can have more friends to play with in the future. The three pairs of parents bought one-on-one VIP premium courses for their children. But in order to increase the fun of the class, Luo Muran will give the children extra lessons for free. The additional lessons are not one-on-one. She would put children of similar age together to dance in a group to cultivate their ability to cooperate. From the children's conversations, the three pairs of parents already knew that Zhu Xiaoxi was Zhu Jingchen's daughter. They were shocked that Zhu Jingchen, who was not good at treating women, actually had such a big daughter. But that doesn't stop them from wanting their daughter to interact more with Zhu Xiaoxi. As the relationship between the children improved, they naturally became friends with Zhu Jingchen. So since this matter is Zhou Jingchen's personal behavior, it has no direct relationship with the organization. In addition to their relationship with Luo Muran, none of them wanted to make things difficult for the organization. Anyway, even if Zhou Jingchen was fired, she has her identity information, so they will still pursue legal responsibility and Zhou Jingchen can't escape. Zhu Jingchen swiped his card and signed the contract. After a few minutes, seeing that the time was almost up, he called out, "Shabao, let's go." Zhu Xiaoxi felt sorry for her mother being bullied today. She was reluctant to part with her mother, so she tilted her head and asked Luo Muran, "Ranbao, are you leaving?" Luo Muran was indeed fine, but after what happened today, she wanted to have a chat with Guo. Guo also wanted to keep Luo Muran and comfort him. Zhu Jingchen suddenly spoke up and said to Luo Muran, "I want to take Shabao back to Jing Mansion, and I'll give you a ride along the way." After hearing this, Guo changed his tone and said, "Let's contact each other by phone." Luo Muran had no choice but to agree. When the parents who were about to leave together saw Zhu Jingchen taking the initiative to send Luo Muran away, they became even more determined to sue Zhou Jingchen. Even if it's just a civil dispute, Zhou Jingchen will be punished. Zhou Jingchen, who was driving, sneezed. "I didn't see the car in front of me, stopped at a red light, stepped on the accelerator, and rear-ended it." When she finished sneezing, she realized that the car she had rear-ended was a phantom. Her full responsibility. Xu Xinlan was taking Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan out to see the night view of Beijing. To make Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan sit comfortably, she borrowed a car and a driver from her brother. The three of them were sitting in the back seat, chatting happily. Suddenly, with a bang, the body was knocked against the front seat by the sudden impact. Even though it was her brother's luxury car, she still felt a pang of pain when she bumped into it. Xu Xinlan covered her nose and got out of the car to see that one of the headlights was broken and the paint was peeling off. "Look at the driver behind. Oh har har. He is a bad guy who is always trying to trip up Luo Muran." Chapter 66: What to do if dad is too clingy. Zhou Jingchen has three brothers and sisters. There is an older brother above and a younger sister below. She is the second child and the least favored one. In addition to shares in the training institution, her family also owns a small company. Compared with ordinary people, they are quite rich, but they are just quite rich and have nothing to do with being a millionaire. In the past 2 years, his company encountered an economic crisis and could only barely maintain expenses and did not make any money. The income from the training institution is currently his family's largest source of income. Because of this, her mother arranged for her to work in a training institution, hoping that she would marry Fei Yixing. My brother uses the excuse of expanding his network to spend money like water and drink outside every day. My sister had poor academic performance, so she was sent abroad to study. The cost of studying abroad is not low. In order to be able to be with those rich girls, your food, clothing and other expenses must be comparable to those of rich girls. My brother and sister spend a lot of money, so we have to save money elsewhere. So, her pocket money was cut. She now doesn't get a penny from her family, and she has to hand over most of her salary and commission to the training institution. She used to dance when she was a child, but stopped in junior high school, and now she can't even do a split. Except for Luo Muran, all the dance teachers in the institution graduated from dance majors. She couldn't teach students, and the teachers in the institution were more skilled than each other. When clients came, they would go directly through the company's procedures and never refer them to her. She will not receive any commission for contracts that are not signed by her. And her fixed salary is only over 10,000 yuan. She had been in class for half a year and had no savings. If you rear-end a phantom, even a minor scratch will cost you a starting price of 7 figures. She saw the phantom in front of her and felt numb. Xu Shenlan stood by the car with his arms folded and waited for 2 minutes, and saw Xiao Zhizhi sitting in the car motionless. Raise an eyebrow. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Not to mention that the car is not hers. Even if it was hers, she didn't say that someone hit her butt, and she let the other person play dumb and pretend that nothing happened. Xu Shenlan knocked on Xiao Zhizhi's car window. Xiao Zhizhi pretended not to hear. Xu Shenlan had always disliked Xiao Zhizhi, and seeing Xiao Zhizhi's attitude, her anger grew. No more knocking, just slap me. There were loud bangs. Xiao Zhizhi lowered her head and refused to say a word. A Humvee drove up and pulled over. The back door opened and Luo Muran got out of the car. Lan, what's wrong? Xu Shenlan's rage was about to soar to the top of her head. When she heard Luo Muran's voice, she turned around and said, "This bitch rear-ended my brother's car and stayed in it and refused to get out." Luo Muran looked into the car and saw that it was indeed a narrow road for enemies to cross. Where are my grandma and my mom? In the car. Xu Shenlan pointed at the phantom. When she talked about this, she got angry. When Xiao Zhizhi bumped into them, she obviously didn't slow down, and the force was so great that she almost knocked the 3 of them out. Fortunately, I was riding in her brother's car today, which can withstand the impact. If it were her old car, they would probably all be on 120 now. Even so, the 2 elders were frightened. After hearing this, Luo Muran quickly opened the door of the phantom. "Grandma, Mom, are you okay?" The driver got out of the car to check the damage. Only He Wanyan and Yang Shufan were in the car. He Wanjuan was still calm, but the old lady was frightened and her face turned pale. But now they are worried about other people's cars. Yang Shufan asked, "We are fine, but the car is damaged, right?" She didn't recognize the car, but the interior was so luxurious that even if she didn't understand, she knew it must be very expensive. The car was damaged. How much will it cost to repair it? Xu Shenlan kindly lent them her car to take them out for fun, but the car got hit by someone else, and they felt bad about it. Luo Muran said, "The car must be repaired if it is damaged, but the rear-end collision is the fault of the other party, and the repairs should be paid for by the other party." Only then did Yang Shufan feel relieved. "Unfortunately, you still feel bad. It will take time to repair the car. What about other people using it? Anyone who can drive a phantom will never lack cars to drive." But the car belonged to someone else, so Luo Muran couldn't say it was okay. He could only comfort her, let Xu Shenlan call her brother and ask. Yang Shufan nodded. "Grandma and mother are fine." Luo Muran retreated. Xiao Zhizhi still sat in the car without moving. Luo Muran was speechless. This person is really weird. It seems that if you refuse to get off the car, others will not pursue the matter. As soon as she closed the car door, she heard Zhu Xiexi leaning on the Hummer window, waving at her. "Ranbao, Grandma and Grandma, are you okay?" "It's okay." Luo Muran walked over, touched her head, then walked to the front row of cars and knocked on the window gently. The car windows were down. Zhou Jingchen looked at her from across the passenger seat. "Mr. Zhu, I have something going on here. How about you guys leave first?" Her grandmother and mother were here, so she had to stay and couldn't go with Zhou Jingchen and the others. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the incident and said indifferently, "Call the police." In his opinion, arguing with weirdos is a waste of time. Luo Muran nodded, said goodbye to Zhou Jingchen, and then said bye to Zhu Xiexi. Zhu Xiexi refused to leave and said, "Grandma and Grandma must be scared. I'll go and accompany them." Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan were fidgeting in the car. Luo Muran felt that if Zhu Xiexi, this lively darling, was with them, they would be able to relax. Jingda and Jing Mansion are not far away. It would be fine to let Zhu Xiexi follow her and then send her back later. But Zhu Xiexi is now being raised by Zhu Jingchen, so she can't act on her own and turns to ask Zhu Jingchen for his opinion. "Otherwise, I'll take Shabao back later." Zhu Jingchen, go ahead. Zhu Xiexi climbed onto the central control storage box, hugged Zhu Jingchen's neck, and kissed him happily. "Goodbye, Daddy." Zhu Jingchen was smeared with saliva on his face, feeling a little disgusted. He tapped the steering wheel with his slender fingers. "I'll wait for you in the car." Zhu Xiex's smile froze. The plan of going to accompany my great-grandmother first, and then getting free meals and free beds fell through. Zhu Jingchen sneered. He knew that the little guy would become more and more aggressive after getting rid of him. Zhu Xiexi wanted to struggle again. "Dad, can't you just go first?" Zhu Jingchen, no. Zhu Xiexi looked so hopeless that she wanted to post a question: "What should I do if my dad is too clingy?" Luo Muran watched the father and daughter fighting, feeling a little amused and helpless. She let him go first because she was afraid of wasting President Zhu's precious time. Now that people want to wait, can she say no? Of course not. He opened the car door and carried the chubby girl out of the car. "Mr. Zhu, if you have something to do, you can leave first." Luo Muran smiled. Zhu Jingchen looked at the woman's polite yet distant expression, too lazy to answer, and simply rolled up the car window. Luo Muran took Zhu Xiex's hand and walked towards the phantom. He opened the car door and helped Zhu Xiexi get in. "Grandma, Mom, this is Zhu Xiexi, you can just call her Shabao." Chapter 67, Poisonous Mouth. Zhu Xiexi didn't wait for her mother to introduce them. She smiled and said, "Hello, Grandma." "Hello, Grandma." Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan had noticed Zhu Xiexi a long time ago. "At first sight, I thought this girl was so pretty. At second glance, I felt that the child looked a little familiar. Then I looked at that chubby little face, and for some reason, I wanted to get closer to her even more than when I heard the voice." Seeing Luo Muran bringing the child over, they were surprised and very happy. Yang Shufan immediately grabbed Zhu Xiex's chubby hand and said, "Shabao is so cute." He Wanjuan is an introverted person, but she couldn't help but touch Zhu Xiex's little curly hair. Yang Shufan was surprised and said, "Shabao's hair is also curly, just like Ranbao's when he was a child. Not only are the curls the same, but the colors are the same." If He Wanjuan wasn't under her nose all day and Zhu Xiexi wasn't the child of such a wealthy family, she would have suspected that Luo Muran had a younger sister. When Zhu Xiexi heard her grandmother praising her for looking like her mother, she immediately smiled with joy. Luo Muran asked her grandmother and mother to take Zhu Xiexi out to play, and she got off the car to accompany Shushinlan. Shushinlan has changed from taking pictures of the car windows to taking pictures of the roof. The roof of the car was slammed loudly. Xiao Jiju just sat in the car and refused to give any explanation. It is not rush hour, but the stalemate between the two cars will still affect the traffic behind and cause traffic jam. Luo Muran glanced into the car. Xiao Jiju's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. "Lan, stop filming and call the police." Luo Muran felt that Zhu Jingchen was right. To deal with such people, they had to call the police. Shushinlan really lost her patience and took out her cell phone to call the police. The two spoke without lowering their voices. Xiao Jiju could hear it. Seeing that Shushinlan really called the police, he could no longer sit still. He slammed open the car door and got out. She just searched on Baidu in the car and found out that the car needs to be returned to the factory for repairs. The rear headlight was broken, and the paint was scratched off. The repair costs plus round-trip transportation costs would be at least over 2 million. She got out of the car and found that in addition to the taillight and the peeling paint, there was actually a small dent. "I wonder how much more money I will have to pay for this concave area." She had no savings, so if she wanted to pay for the car repairs, she had to ask her family for money. Her mother sent her to a training institution so that she could catch up with Fei Yixing. Now Fei Yihang not only failed to catch up, but was also fired. Just this matter, I don't know how to tell her mother when I get home. How dare I ask for millions? Xu Xinlan alone was already annoying her to death, and now there was Luo Muran. Xiao Zhuzhe glared at Luo Muran fiercely. Luo Muran, how can you be so wicked? You called the police to cause trouble for me this morning, and now you're instigating others to call the police. Luo Muran's three views were refreshed by the antisocial attitude. Spreading rumors and slander, and skirting the line of law is unethical. It is unethical to call the police in order to protect your own reputation. Luo Muran originally wanted to be more careful with his words in front of Zhu Xiaoxi so as not to raise the child to be irritable. But if she doesn't fight back against such crooked words, it will really teach the child bad habits. Luo Muran's pretty face suddenly sank, and her little mouth started talking non-stop. Have you graduated from elementary school? If you don't even understand the meaning of being immoral, go back and hire a tutor to cram in your elementary school textbooks. Don't be so uneducated and show off. You're spreading obscene rumors. I'm calling the police. If you have any complaints, go tell Uncle Hat. Don't start rolling around on the ground having a seizure the moment Uncle Hat leaves. It's not illegal to go crazy. Go 200 meters ahead and take bus number 12 to the bus stop. Get off at the last stop, cross the street, go through the main gate, sign in, and go as crazy as you want. The window of the Hummer parked on the side of the road had been rolled down at some point. Zhou Jingchen was holding a cigarette in his mouth and burst out laughing when he heard this. The terminus of bus number 12 is Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. This girl looks gentle and speaks softly. I didn't expect his mouth was so poisonous. Xiao Zhuzhe was so angry that her nose was crooked. Want to refute? Luo Muran spoke very quickly, suppressing Xiao Zhuzhe and not giving her a chance to speak. You hit someone's car, but instead of getting out to negotiate properly, you just sat in the car pretending to be dead and didn't let anyone call the police. Xiao Zhuzhe couldn't help herself and yelled, she drives a phantom. Her family is so rich. Why did she have to come to me for the insurance claim? Besides, it's none of your business. What's your business? She and Xu Xinlan were high school classmates. At that time, her father's company was quite profitable. Her family conditions are relatively good among her classmates. Then, she discovered that everything Xu Xinlan used was also very good. The family conditions should be good too. She thinks rich people should play with rich people. So, he took the initiative to show his goodwill to Xu Xinlan. As a result, Xu Xinlan ignored her. Said they were not the same kind of people. Later, Xu Xinlan was admitted to Peking University, but she was not, and the two of them had no more contact. The next time they met, it was Xu Xinlan who came to the training institution to pick up Luo Muran. Xu Xinlan opened a cherry QQ worth more than 30,000 yuan. It's said to be second-hand. She thought Xu Xinlan's family didn't have much money. When I was in high school, I used those things just to show off. When she arrived at Peking University, there were too many rich people and she could no longer pretend, so she ended up hanging out with poor people like Luo Muran. Unexpectedly, not long after, Xu Xinlan was seen again in a phantom to pick up Luo Muran. She thought Xu Xinlan was dating a rich man. As a result, Wu Qing said that Xu Xinlan's brother's business was very big, but their parents worked in public institutions and the family was very low-key. Only then did she realize that Xu Xinlan's family was really rich. Although Xu Xinlan comes from a wealthy family, she is humble in front of Luo Muran and treats them like real sisters. Then, her family background is better than Luo Muran's, and she should have more common topics with Xu Xinlan. So she started thinking about making friends again. As a result, Xu Xinlan rolled his eyes at her kindness and didn't say a word to her. After being rejected twice, she hated Xu Xinlan and Luo Muran. Luo Muran was shocked by Xiao Zhuzhe's theory that one is not guilty if he has no money. It seems that if others have money, they should give it to them for free. I'm poor, so give me half of your money. Why should I give you my money? Since you hit someone else's car, they shouldn't ask you for compensation just because their family is rich. Since you're richer than me, there's nothing wrong with me asking you for money. Xiao Zhuzhe's face turned blue and black after being confronted. Zhou Jingchen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He finally knew who Zhu Xiao's machine gun-like mouth resembled. After hearing this, Xu Xinlan guessed that Luo Muran had returned to the company today and had another argument with this guy, and it even got to the point where they called the police. I was so angry that I wanted to swear. Luo Muran was afraid that she would not be able to piss off her best friend to death, so she turned to Xu Xinlan and said, "Does she think your brother's money is like toilet paper that anyone can use?" Zhou Jingchen laughed so hard that he leaned on the steering wheel. This girl was so mean. Xiao Juju choked and angrily scolded Luo Muran. "Luo Muran, that's enough. Her family doesn't need this little money, why do you have to encourage her to embarrass me?" Zhou Jingchen stared at Luo Muran and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, wanting to see how he could respond to Luo Muran's little mouth. Chapter 68. There's something going on with these two people. Zhou Jingchen was waiting to see the show, but Luo Muran stopped acting. He stepped back and gave the main field to Xu Xinlan. "What do you think we should do with your brother's car?" Zhou Jingchen couldn't help laughing as he watched Luo Muran retreat to the second line. He lit the fire and ran away, making people angry to death without paying for his life. Xu Xinlan looked at the traffic policeman walking towards them and said, "I'll pay whatever I owe you." Her family is not so poor that they can't even afford to eat, yet she still wants to be a deadbeat here. Who will tolerate her? She had thought it through. She would rely on Xiao Juju to trip up Luo Muran whenever she got the chance. This time, if she didn't give her a good beating, she would be letting down their friendship. The traffic police came over and saw that it was Phantom that rear-ended someone else. Without even looking at the perpetrator, I felt a pang of sympathy for him. The traffic police looked around and then looked at Xiao Juju, who was looking angry, and he didn't feel any sympathy at all. This woman is probably mentally retarded. If the car behind is following too closely, it is understandable. But from the surveillance, we can see that the cars behind are keeping a safe distance. When they see the red light ahead, they slow down when necessary and stop when necessary. Only this one person was driving while looking at his phone. He didn't even know the red light was on, he sneezed, didn't slow down, and stepped on the accelerator. It would have been fine if he had just followed such a luxury car at a distance, but he was distracted by playing with his phone, and when the light turned red, he didn't even brake and drove straight into someone else's butt. The point is, she bumped into someone, but her expression was as if someone was blackmailing her. However, traffic police have seen many such people. Some people do not follow traffic rules and scratch other people's cars, but they insist that it was because others were not driving properly that they hit them, and ask the traffic police to put the blame on the other party. Traffic police don't care about these things and just do their job. Take photos, check surveillance, issue invoices, and divide responsibilities. The rear-end collision was entirely to blame, no doubt about it. The next step is to determine the damage on the spot with the insurance company. Xu Xinlan of course demanded compensation at the highest standard. For example, touch-up painting requires a special process, and if it is not done properly, there will be color difference. Even if you can't see it at the time, the color difference will become obvious as it is exposed to the sun and rain. Therefore, Xu Xinlan refused to accept the local 4S repair and asked to return the car to the factory for repair. For a super luxury car, this requirement is understandable. When Xiao Juju heard the price quoted by the insurance company, her face turned green. But this time, she didn't ask Xu Xinlan to pay for it herself. Instead, she said, "Xu Xinlan, you should file an insurance claim. You guys usually spend a lot of money on insurance, you can't always let them make money for nothing. The insurance will fully compensate for this small damage." Luo Muran laughed when he heard that. The insurance company staff was so angry that they almost vomited blood. They are not taking advantage of the insurance business. The car owner didn't crash the car himself, so why should their insurance company pay compensation? Even the traffic policeman who had just issued the ticket and was about to leave couldn't help but turn around and take another look at this idiot. It took almost an hour to deal with this accident. There are passengers in the car. Xu Xinlan felt very sorry for making the customer wait for so long, and was no longer willing to talk to this idiot. "Xiao Juju, go to the accident claims center at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Don't be late." After saying that, he didn't even look at Xiao Juju's disgusting face and pulled Luo Muran into the car. He opened the car door and saw the little kid happily playing with his two elders in the car. He immediately turned to look at Luo Muran. They used their eyes to ask the little kid if he also wanted to ride in their car. If the little kid wants to come along, their car will be overloaded. She had never seen Zhou Jingchen in person, but his handsome face was so iconic that anyone who had seen a photo could recognize him. Zhou Jingchen has a bad reputation. She didn't dare to say anything careless, lest the little one hear it and tell the parents, causing trouble for her Luo Muran. Luo Muran squeezed his friend's hand, bent down and greeted Zhu Xiaoxi with a smile. Shibao, your father is calling you. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan were incredibly fond of the little guy. Seeing that his father had gone to look for him, they felt reluctant to let him go, but they couldn't help but say, go ahead. We'll make something delicious for Shibao tomorrow. Zhu Xiaoxi used to always hear her mother talk about her great-grandmother and grandmother, but never seen it. I saw them today and felt that my great-grandmother and grandmother were very nice, even better than my mother said. If I were to describe her current mood using the idiom she had learned, it would be it's a pity that we met too late. I don't want to leave at all. But I couldn't ignore what my father said, and my mood was visibly low. When she heard that Grandma said she would make her something delicious, she nodded, waved her chubby little hand and said goodbye. Zhu Xiaoxi climbed out of the car, listlessly holding Luo Muran's hand, and walked towards her father's car, looking back every step of the way. Luo Muran opened the back door, carried Zhu Xiaoxi into the car, greeted Zhu Jingchen, and was about to close the door. Zhu Jingchen suddenly asked, where are you going later? Luo Muran said truthfully, Xu Xinlan has ordered a meal, let's go eat. Let's go together. Zhu Jingchen said naturally. Luo Muran was stunned. Inconvenient. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and her listless expression disappeared. She looked at Luo Muran expectantly. Luo Muran thought to himself. Of course it's inconvenient. A group of women are having dinner together, what's the point of you, a grown man, following them? She couldn't understand what medicine Zhu Jingchen took wrong today. I was madly resisting in my heart, but seeing Xiaoxi's pleading eyes like a little puppy last week, I could only say against my conscience, convenient. Then let's go. Zhu Jingchen turned around and went back to a corner where Luo Muran couldn't see him. There was a hint of mischief in his eyes. I'll ask Xu Xinlan where she's eating and send you the location. Luo Muran was depressed to death. She had to work very hard to come up with a reason to go to Jing Mansion tomorrow so that He Wanjuan would not suspect his relationship with Zhu Jingchen. He followed her for no reason, and it was hard for He Wanjuan not to think too much. No, I'll follow you. Luo Muran. Okay then. Dad, I want to ride in the same car with my great-grandmother and my grandmother. Luo Muran was just about to say that the place would be overloaded. Then I heard Zhu Jingchen say, go. Luo Muran. Yeah. Zhu Xiaoxi cheered. Xiaopang stretched out her arms and asked Luo Muran to carry her out of the car. Luo Muran looked at the leaky cotton-padded jacket in front of him and could hardly hold back the smile on his face. Zhu Xiaoxi got into Xu Xinlan's car. The car was full, so she had no choice but to take Zhu Jingchen's car. She didn't feel anything when she was riding in Zhu Jingchen's car with Zhu Xiaoxi. But she felt a little uncomfortable when they were alone. What's more, there are elders with us. She felt inexplicably guilty. But it would seem even more strange not to agree to Zhu Xiaoxi at this time. Luo Muran carried the chubby girl out of the car with an expressionless face. Xu Xinlan was afraid of the heat, so Luo Muran walked away and got into the car. She had previously been sitting in the back seat with the two elders. But when Luo Muran came, she considerately sat in the upper row and gave the back seat to Luo Muran. When I turned around, I saw Luo Muran coming back with the little kid. What's going on? Xu Xinlan looked at the little kid, then at the incredibly stable Hummer. Smell of adultery. Chapter 69. Zhu Jingchen, handsome without any blind spots. Luo Muran opened the car door and let Zhu Xiaoxi get in. Shibao wants to go with us, and her parents agree. With Grandma and He Wanjuan around, Luo Muran didn't say much and decisively chose to put the blame on Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi happily took the pot, nodded her little head vigorously, and rolled her big eyes. She decided to take the opportunity to add some drama to help her father gain favor in front of her great-grandmother and grandmother. Dad heard that my great-grandmother and my grandmother loved me very much, so he asked me to spend more time with them. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan were coaxed so much that the corners of their mouths were about to crack up to their ears. But I felt that there seemed to be something wrong with these words. Before the two elders could taste it, Xu Xinlan was shocked. Using lip language, he asked Luo Muran, Zhu Jingchen's daughter. Luo Muran nodded. Dear. Luo Muran nodded again. Xu Shenlan cursed 1,000 times in her heart. Legend has it that Zhou Jingchen is allergic to women. With Zhou Jingchen as the center, there will be no women between the ages of 3 and 50 within a 1-meter radius. How did he give birth to this daughter? A parabola. Also, Luo Muran had just broken up with Zhou Yian. People from the Zhou family should take a deity when they see them. Now he is so close to someone's uncle. What is going on? Two people who have never met each other suddenly get together. No matter how you look at it, you feel that there is something fishy going on between them. Xu Xinlan's gossipy heart was burning. If the child wasn't there, she would have wanted to eat the melon immediately. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan didn't know Zhu Jingchen's identity, nor did they know how Luo Muran usually got along with his students. I was very happy to hear that Zhu Xiaoxi was going to have dinner together, but I didn't think much about it. Xu Shenlan looked at the little kid, and became more and more excited the more he looked. This is a melon. A unique big piece of news related to Zhu Jingchen. But she also knew that curiosity killed the cat. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask about. But as their host of a meal, she should take the initiative to say hello to the child, so that when other parents ask about it later, they won't think that she doesn't know how to behave. To show her friendliness, Xu Shenlan deliberately smiled gently and kindly. Shabao, tell me what you like to eat, and I'll order some for you later, okay? Little did she know that in the eyes of the children, her smile looked like that of the wolf grandmother who deceived the children. Zhu Xiaoxi's alarm bells rang, and she instantly turned into a cool girl. She said seriously, no need, Ranbao knows what I like to eat. Xu Shenlan. Yang Shufan. He Wanjuan. Several eyes were cast at Luo Muran. Luo Muran covered his face. She doesn't know. I really don't know. Xu Shenlan understood that this was the child's blind trust in Luo Muran. However, such childish talk is quite amusing. Xu Shenlan teased Zhu Xiaoxi deliberately, after we finish our meal, we're going to go out and play. We'll be home very late. Will your family be worried? Zhu Xiaoxi shook her head steadily. No, after dinner, Dad and I will go together. Question mark. Xu Shenlan immediately turned to look at Luo Muran and asked with her mouth, Zhu Jingchen wants to go with us. Luo Muran originally planned to mention Zhu Jingchen's wish to join them, but he subtly mentioned it. Xu Shenlan is smart and understands it immediately. As a result, before she could even open her mouth, she was exploded by Zhu Xiaoxi. Luo Muran dug his toes into the ground in embarrassment, almost dying. I could only bite the bullet and say, Shabao wants to go, so I invited Shabao's father to come along. At this time, she certainly couldn't say that Zhu Jingchen came up to her on his own. Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan knew where the strange feeling came from. Wherever this child goes, her father follows. It is common for men to take care of children nowadays. It is normal for the father to follow the child. The problem is that this child is particularly attached to Luo Muran, so the child's father and Luo Muran seem to be too close. Luo Muran is a single girl, and it is easy for people to misunderstand her if she gets so close to a married man. In addition, what alarmed her the most was that Zhu Xiaoxi kept talking about her father but never mentioned her mother. The two exchanged glances, and there was a hint of scrutiny in their gazes towards Luo Muran. Luo Muran felt numb when he received the gazes from the two men. But there is no way to explain it now. I could only pretend that nothing happened and said to Xu Shenlan, this car is overloaded. Please help look after Shabao. I will go to take care of Mr. Zhu's business. Okay, go ahead and don't worry, we'll take care of the kid. Luo Muran touched Zhu Xiaoxi's round little head and said, Shabao, you'll have to take care of grandma and grandma. Shabao likes it, it's not hard. If you have any questions, just talk to Aunt Shenlan or call me. Yeah. Zhu Xiaoxi waved her chubby little hand to indicate that she understood and she could leave. Luo Muran and Xu Shenlan exchanged glances, closed the car door, walked to their Hummer, and opened the back door as usual. Zhu Jingchen, I'm the driver. Luo Muran. Why are all the men in the Zhu family such dogs? Although Luo Muran complained in his heart, he obediently sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seat belt. She had ridden in Zhu Jingchen's car several times. Before, I always sat in the back, and with Zhu Xiaoxi accompanying me, the atmosphere was pretty good. Now sitting in the passenger seat, when I turn around I can see Zhu Jingchen's profile. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Zhu Jingchen's face is 360 degrees handsome without any dead angle. Because the nose bridge is straight and high, and the jawline is distinct and crisp, the contours are more rugged than the front face. Humans are visual animals. Luo Muran didn't have any such thoughts about Zhou Jingchen, but he couldn't help but secretly glance at him a few times. Then I discovered that because of her delicate nose, Zhu Xies's profile didn't look much like his, but rather quite like hers. Zhou Jingchen let her watch and just drove his own car. Suddenly, Luo Muran's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone. The caller is Zhu Yian. He didn't call earlier or later, but he called when Zhou Jingchen was here. Luo Muran muted his phone. Red light. Zhou Jingchen stopped the car and glanced at her. Luo Muran put away his phone without saying a word. When putting down the phone, he accidentally touched the phone that Zhou Jingchen had thrown on the armrest. The screen lights up. There is an open WeChat group message box on the phone screen. He must have been checking the news before driving. After the screen lit up, the interface was flooded with messages from someone. Zhu Yian, picture. Zhu Yian, picture. Zhu Yian, picture. Zhu Yian posted more than a dozen photos in a row. There are ornaments and decorations in various ethnic minority styles. Then sent a text message. Zhu Yian, brothers, please help me find out which one is the best gift for my wife. Luo Muran. Due to what happened to Jiang Mingzhu 2 days ago, topics related to Luo Muran are very sensitive. Several people who were chatting animatedly suddenly fell silent. It took several seconds before someone came out to make a joke. Zhou Jingchen glanced at the phone screen and ignored it. For some reason his phone was set up so that the screen wouldn't turn off after a long while. P.S. Please vote and collect, love you. Chapter 70 Help you vent. It was about to get awkward. A message popped up. Mingzhu, Angie has been nagging here for almost 20 minutes now. If everyone doesn't come up with some advice, we'll have to spend the rest of the night here. Zhu Yian laughed and scolded, isn't it because you don't understand girls at all? Otherwise, would I be so entangled? Mingzhu, I'm just worried that the sister-in-law I picked won't like her and she'll quarrel with you again, right? Zhu Yian, go away, I can't talk to you, a tomboy. Luo Muran was disgusted. Zhu Yian, Qinzi, Zhuzi, come out quickly and help me take a look. Zhu Yian directly called out the names of several people who had been chatting happily in the group just now, and asked them to come out as they could no longer remain lurking. In this circle of rich second generations, it is normal to openly have multiple relationships at the same time. People like Zhu Yian, who claim to love only one person and reject all advice that women can be thrown away like clothes, but are unable to distinguish between right and wrong with other women, are the exception. When faced with such people, it is not right to persuade them, nor is it right not to persuade them. This is why the weird atmosphere existed before. However, no matter how speechless Zhu Yian was, Luo Muran was just a college student without any family background to support her. She only had a little interaction with them because Zhu Yian doted on her. If it weren't for Zhu Yian, they would have nothing to do with her. On the contrary, Zhu Yian has the Zhu family behind him, and they need to maintain good relations with them. Just follow Zhu Yian and make the other person happy. So after a moment of silence, the group became lively again. Watching a bunch of people giving advice in a fake way. Even through the screen, Luo Muran felt embarrassed. Zhou Jingchen looked at the traffic light in front and tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. Even though he wasn't looking at her, she still felt uncomfortable. She stared at Zhou Jingchen's mobile phone screen for a while, then reached out and turned off the screen. Can't see. It's not embarrassing. Zhou Jingchen looked at her little movements and curled the corners of his mouth. Luo Muran didn't care. He is such a big boss, but he doesn't feel embarrassed to bring his daughter to eat for free. She just witnessed their brotherly love between her ex-boyfriend and Jiang Mingzhu. What was there to be embarrassed about? Zhou Jingchen suddenly said, your boyfriend. At this point, he glanced at her and changed his tone. Your ex-boyfriend is too noisy in the group, why don't I add you to the group, and you can choose one yourself, so he won't have to post again later. Luo Muran smiled and said, Mr. Zhu, my appearance fee is very high. You can't afford it. Zhu Yian always said that Zhou Jingchen was sick and perverted. It's someone else's child. I am always being compared to my children by my parents, which makes me so annoyed. She could understand Zhu Yian's dislike for Zhou Jingchen. But listen to Zhu Yian complain about how mean Zhou Jingchen was. She just listened but couldn't empathize. After all, she is also the child of other people's family in the eyes of adults. She was just studying quietly and didn't provoke anyone, but she was targeted everywhere just because of her good grades. She really hates those idiots who dislike her and make trouble for her for no reason. When you think about it, she and Zhou Jingchen are the same kind of people. If Zhou Jingchen really wants to be alone, he can block the group or simply quit the group. He pulled her into the group, just like throwing her into the group like a bomb, blowing up all the rich second generations in the group and making them all socially dead. Especially Zhu Yian, who shows deep affection. Killing people and destroying their hearts is just like this. Maybe someone on the same track. As soon as Zhou Jingchen opened his mouth, she knew what he was planning. However, she had no intention of participating in the war between men. I don't want to be a bomb for others, blowing others up and being torn to pieces myself. Zhou Jingchen smiled and glanced at her. The deep eyes are sparkling, and even the dog is looked at with deep affection. Are you not happy to help you vent your anger? I appreciate Mr. Zhu's kindness, but it's not necessary. Zhou Jingchen pulled her into the group. Relying on Zhou Jingchen's power, she could really make Zhu Yian and Jiang Mingzhu angry to death and vent their anger. But hurting others also hurts yourself. Even if Xu Xinlan patted her chest and guaranteed that she chose Zhu Yian, it was just to find a harbor to rest, not true love. But it doesn't stop her from feeling uncomfortable. Dinner was scheduled at a private restaurant. This private restaurant is located in a remote area. But the environment is nice, the food tastes good, and the price is not expensive in Beijing. Now that Zhu Xiaxi has her great-grandmother and her grandmother, even her parents are no longer important to her. Two chubby little hands, one holding the other, took Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan to see the fish in the lotus pond. My grandfather raised a lot of fish that were bigger than me. My father said that my grandfather had a pond full of ancestors, and I was the only one who dared to cause trouble. If it were him, he would have his legs broken. Xu Xinlan took a deep breath. A koi bigger than Zhu Xiaxi costs millions at the cheapest, and can be auctioned for sky-high prices if it goes higher. Aren't they the ancestors? Luo Muran glanced at Zhou Jingchen. It seems that Zhu Xiaxi is very popular in the future world. Now that Zhu Xiaxi has traveled through time and space and has become an illegitimate child, I wonder if she will still be treated the same as before when she arrives at the Zhu family. The key is how Zhu Jingchen is going to explain the matter of the child's mother. Zhu Jingchen touched his nose, tilted his head, moved closer to her, and whispered, "How about being honest?" Luo Muran thought that even if he didn't bring trouble to his ancestors, his father would break his legs. "Grandma, Aunt He, Mr. Zhu, please sit inside." Xu Xinlan was very puzzled by Zhu Jingchen's behavior of bringing his children to eat for free. But you still have to hug the thighs that you should hug. You know, she is going to have an interview at Shinker tomorrow. Although, during the interview as a young intern, you won't even see the boss. If you have the chance to show your face, you must try your best to do so. I didn't know Zhu Xiaxi would come before, so I catered to Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan's tastes. I called ahead and ordered a roast chicken, which was slightly spicy. Xu Xinlan was afraid that if he didn't serve the little ancestor well, it might bring disaster to their whole family. Stuff the menu to Luo Muran. Luo Muran did not refuse. With Yang Shufan and He Wanjuan around, she was careful not to take on too much. Ask Zhu Jingchen, "Mr. Zhu, what does Shabao like to eat?" In fact, the most direct way is to ask Zhu Xiaxi what she likes to eat. But I am afraid that the children will act on their own and order something they like but that adults do not allow them to eat. At that time, when the food is ordered according to what the children say, the children are happy but the adults feel uncomfortable. If you don't order it, the adults will feel at ease, but the children will be unhappy. What was supposed to be a happy meal was made uncomfortable because of these little things. It's better to ask the adults directly. Let the father and daughter discuss it themselves so as not to offend either side. Zhu Jingchen wiped Zhu Xiaxi's face with a wet tissue. She's not picky about food, so she'll order anything as long as it's not spicy. Zhu Xiaxi. She's not picky about food, but she also has some favorite foods, okay? How can it be so casual? Then I'll watch it. Luo Muran estimated that Zhu Jingchen was about the same as her. Even if I ask, I can't answer. Without further embarrassment for Zhu Jingchen, he opened the menu and ordered steamed egg with minced meat, scallops with vermicelli, and a basket of crystal soup dumplings for Zhu Xiaxi. Zhu Xia's eyes sparkled. They are all her favorite foods.